Chapter 1. EC. On a lush, verdant island devoid of a name, a figure suddenly appeared, with Baize tumbling onto the sandy beach with a thud, rubbing the area of impact while grimacing in discomfort. Was I not crushed to death by a dump truck? Where am I? Simultaneously, he was astonished to find that, apart from the spot where he had just fallen, there was no other part of his body that felt any pain. Could it be that everything I experienced earlier was merely a dream, and being struck by that dump truck was an illusion as well? As he muttered to himself, a diary materialized abruptly before him, capturing his attention, particularly due to the peculiar manner of its appearance. With curiosity piqued, Baize examined the diary. Closely, its cover was predominantly black, adorned with golden patterns along the edges. At its center, a swirling nebula formed by the cosmos was depicted, with two intricate characters at its core. Although he did not comprehend their meaning, Baize felt an inexplicable connection, as if telepathically aware that those two characters represented his name, Baize. Just as he was about to scrutinize further, the cover inexplicably opened without a breeze. It seemed as though an invisible force was at play, gently flipping the cover while a stream of information flowed into Baize's mind. I have traversed worlds, and I find myself in the realm of One Piece. Baize's expression turned incredulous while he was an avid fan of One Piece. The reality of being transported into that world left him utterly astonished. A flicker of trepidation gripped him as well, for the world of One Piece was not a peaceful one. Should he find himself amidst the era of great pirates, with swarms of marauders everywhere, safety would be a fleeting illusion. However, fortunately, this mysterious diary that has brought me here promises rewards for daily entries, enabling me to grow stronger. Baize continued to absorb the information flooding his mind, finally releasing a sigh of relief. He felt immense gratitude towards this enigmatic diary. After all, in his previous world, his demise had been inevitable. To have crossed into the One Piece universe, offering a chance at life anew, and the potential to ascend to the pinnacle of power, was undeniably a monumental stroke of fortune. I hope my parents are faring well with me. Their inept eldest son gone, perhaps my more capable siblings will thrive without my burdensome presence. A hint of nostalgia flickered in Baize's eyes as he reminisced about his familial ties and relationships from his past life. Before long, he regained his composure, given the circumstances. Dwelling on the past was futilely must look ahead. He opened the diary, and a black and gold pen appeared in his hand out of thin air, prompting him to write fervently. To earn rewards, he needed to pen a daily entry of no less than 1,000 words. With the rewards sourced from myriad realms, anything was possible. In Kokoyashi village, Nami meticulously tucked away her money, which represented the villagers' lifeblood, leaving no room for error. Just as Nami was about to return, she glanced down to find a platinum-covered diary before her, nearly causing her heart to leap from her chest in fright. What is this bizarre object? I'm certain it wasn't here a moment ago. Nami cast a suspicious gaze around her, finding no one, before her eyes returned to the diary. Though she did not recognize the characters on the platinum cover, their meaning resonated with her. Baize's diary copy, Nami exclusive. A copy of someone's diary? But why does it bear my name? Is this truly a diary meant exclusively for me? Nami attempted to decipher the significance of the characters on the platinum cover. After all, understanding was imperative for effectively addressing her current predicament. As she hesitated, the platinum cover opened on its own, revealing the diary's contents to her curious eyes. Thank you for the invitation. I am now in the world of pirates. I never would have dreamed I would be transported to the realm of One Piece. Yet here I am. While this reality is surprising, it is also somewhat acceptable. However, the world of comics remains a perilous place in reality. Nami stared wide-eyed, her expression one of bewilderment. Transcend? Comic world? Pirate realm? Why can I comprehend each word individually, yet they become muddled when combined? Could it be that this world I inhabit is not the real world, but rather a virtual one? Nami was taken aback by her own thoughts, but she felt a pang of sarcasm at the naming of this realm as the pirate world. Was it simply due to the abundance of pirates that it bore such a title? Suppressing her inner critique, Nami continued reading as the diary revealed another passage. Transported to the pirate world, time unknown, location unknown, stranded on a deserted island, and utterly powerless. My immediate concern is survival. I must quickly write 1,000 words to earn the diary's reward, hoping it proves beneficial. After reading this, Nami shook her head in disappointment. Having envisioned that a traveler would possess unique powers instead, this individual appeared even weaker. Unable to catch a mere chicken? Could there truly exist someone so inept? Yet when Nami read on, she discovered the promise of rewards for diary entries. At this realization, she felt an intense envy. Merely jotting down thoughts could yield rewards. How delightful. Comparing herself, who tirelessly plotted to amass 100 million berries through cunning schemes against the wealthy and pirates, to this Baize, who could earn rewards through casual writing, made her seethe with frustration, her eyes tinged with jealousy. In the New World, the pirate Empress Hancock returned from a hunt, casting a disdainful glance at her platinum diary. This traveler appears rather unimpressive. This traveler will undoubtedly be captivated by my beauty and charm, willingly bowing at my feet. Meanwhile, in the New World, Marine Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit had just concluded her regular duty in the New World and was preparing to return to Marine headquarters for respite. Upon reading the diary's contents, curiosity flickered in her eyes, and she found herself intrigued by this so-called traveler. I wonder what peculiar abilities this traveler possesses. Perhaps they could be integrated into the Marines to uphold justice. In the first half of the Grand Line, in the Kingdom of Alabasta, Nico Robin was diligently processing documents for Crocodile while discreetly observing the diary's contents. Though her exterior remained unchanged, her mind was abuzz with thoughts. A traveler? Having acquired their exclusive diary copy, what could it signify? What transformations might this traveler bring? And what implications might it hold for me? In that moment, Nico Robin's curiosity about Baize blossomed into an insatiable desire for knowledge. Reflecting on the current state of the One Piece world, she had always wished to save the tragic characters from suffering, especially her beloveds Nami, Robin, and the Empress. Nami, upon reading this particular diary entry, felt her face flush crimson, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are, you shameless scoundrel? And what's more, this guy doesn't just call me his wife, but Robin, the Empress, and others too. What a heartless rogue. What purpose does he serve in this world? Is he here to wreak havoc?" Fuming, Nami directed her ire at the diary. But alas, the diary remained mute, faithfully displaying its contents. In the New World, the Empress crushed the deck beneath her foot in a fit of rage, her conqueror's haki radiating outward. The surrounding pirates, scattered in panic, those of lesser strength, succumbed to her aura, collapsing mid-flight. Only the Empress' two sisters remained unaffected, rushing to her side, astonished by her fury. Through gritted teeth, the Empress declared, "How dare this audacious fool covet me? He wishes for me to be his wife. Let him not cross my path, or he shall kneel before me." Elder sister, what transpired? Which insolent man dared to provoke your wrath? I shall not let him escape. Indeed, sister, please tell me. I shall hang him up and beat him for 3 days and nights, ensuring you find relief. Her sisters frantically urged, eager to comfort Hancock. Just as she was about to speak, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped her. It felt as though an unseen force had tightened its grip around her heart. Should she dare to divulge the diary's contents, she would face unspeakable horrors. Hancock's complexion paled drastically, her realization clear. To betray the diary's secrets would result in unimaginable consequences. The two younger sisters, witnessing Hancock's distressing demeanor, became increasingly anxious and called out, "Sister, are you all right?" Regaining her composure, Hancock suppressed the fear that gnawed at her heart. She realized that as long as she did not disclose the contents of the diary, the terrifying sensation would not manifest, allowing her to restore her aloof facade. "I am fine. I merely encountered a few matters that I can handle. You need not worry." Seeing their sister regain her indifferent demeanor, the two siblings finally breathed a sigh of relief, truly at ease upon hearing Hancock's reassurances. "It is a relief to hear you are well, sister. Then let us tidy up a bit. It seems you have rendered quite a few people unconscious this time." The two sisters, perplexed yet accepting of Hancock's inexplicable ability to incapacitate others, held no grievances. After all, in their eyes, whatever Hancock did was inherently right no matter how unreasonable her actions might seem. They were justified. Even the pirates aboard this vessel shared the same sentiment, as did the entirety of the Amazon Lily. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Hancock continued to gaze at the platinum diary, curious to see what this audacious interloper possessed that would embolden them to covet her. In the kingdom of Alabasta, within the Baroque Works, Nico Robin felt her hand tremble slightly as she perused the contents of the diary. She regarded the writings with astonishment. This traveler appeared to possess an unsettling familiarity with her. Robin projected her own sentiments, convinced she could never harbor affection for a complete stranger. For Baize to refer to her as his wife, he must possess some degree of understanding about her, perhaps even more than she herself did. Upon realizing this, Nico Robin's curiosity about Baize intensified. At that moment, Baize loomed in Robin's mind as a colossal enigma. Even the slightest revelation could keep her exhilarated for an extended period. However, if you wish for me to be your wife, I wonder if you are truly prepared to confront the world government. Nico Robin mused internally, contemplating Baize's ambitions, which seemed rather fanciful. Nevertheless, she continued to focus on the diary, casually attending to her tasks in the presence of Crocodile, stealing glances at its contents. From the moment the diary had appeared, Robin had already confirmed that she alone could view its pages. Baize paused his writing, noticing the word count was sufficient, and promptly chose to submit the diary to receive his reward. Feeling utterly defenseless, he was engulfed by an unsettling sense of vulnerability. Who could tell what ferocious beasts roamed this desolate island? Upon his first submission of the diary, he received a special reward, the Great Sun visualization. The notification left Baize astonished. He had not anticipated that his inaugural submission would yield such a unique reward. He hastily examined the Great Sun visualization. Great Sun visualization. Visualize the Great Sun. Channel its power into oneself. Though the description was exceedingly simple, Baize sensed that the potency of this visualization technique might far exceed his expectations. A warm sensation enveloped him, radiating throughout his entire being. His physical prowess seemed to be escalating at a geometric rate, although he had yet to conduct any practical tests. Nevertheless, he felt confident that he could vanquish his former self with a single strike. Baize could discern that within his soul, a phantom of the Great Sun appeared to materialize. Through the diary's transmission, he learned of his reward and automatically grasped the fundamental concepts of the visualization technique. Thus, he had already embarked on the path to mastering this formidable skill.
Merely embarking on the journey of self-improvement has granted an extraordinary enhancement to his physical prowess, while simultaneously allowing him to grasp the rudimentary application of the power of the blazing sun. More importantly, as Baize contemplated this, he lifted his gaze to the heavens, where a radiant sun emanated warmth, illuminating all creation. Bathed in sunlight, Baize felt his physical condition elevate at a slow, yet resolute pace. As long as he soaked in the sun, he would continuously grow stronger. This was the terrifying aspect of the Great Sun visualization, a reward defying the heavens. I feel invincible now. Ahem, I must not be overconfident. It is only through true combat that one can ascertain their true worth. Fortuitously, being stranded on this deserted island, devoid of human presence, provides an opportune moment to test the power of the rewards he has obtained. Nami, have you already received your rewards? Claiming to be invincible, how boastful. Robin, allow me to witness the extent of your power after acquiring the diary's reward. Hancock, regardless of the power obtained. All must bow submissively at my feet. The diary updated its content anew, capturing the attention of the women, who were curious about the nature of the reward that prompted Baize to proclaim his invincibility. Standing upon the beach, he closed his eyes, attempting to summon the latent power of the blazing sun within him. Suddenly, golden flames erupted from his clenched fist. The fierce flames blazed brightly, yet inflicted no harm upon Baize. As he closed his eyes, his sensing ability expanded across the entire small island, confirming the absence of any human presence, allowing him to boldly unleash a powerful punch. The golden flames surged forth like a dam breaking, violently pouring into the air. Uncertain of his current strength, he required a comprehensive assessment. Thus, this strike was executed with all his might. The power of the blazing sun within him was completely expended. And as the flames struck a distant peak, a tremendous roar reverberated. Upon hearing the sound, Baize involuntarily opened his eyes, and the sight that met him caused his pupils to constrict in shock. Before him, a golden mushroom cloud slowly ascended, flames billowing into the sky. Resembling the aftermath of a nuclear explosion, the terrifying particles spread, instantly turning trees to char, as a powerful shockwave, laden with charred remnants and rocks, swept in all directions. Witnessing this scene, Baize seized the moment to capture a photograph with the diary, then promptly turned to flee towards the sea. Although he was unafraid of the golden flames, the intense shockwave, accompanied by the debris and char, could still inflict significant harm, so it was prudent to take cover. With a leap, Baize propelled himself into the water, creating a splash. Moments later, the rolling shockwave, carrying stones and fragments, crashed upon the surface of the sea. In an instant, the previously clear waters turned murky. Emerging from the depths, Baize spat out seawater, having never been able to swim before. Yet, through his enhanced physical capabilities, after forcibly swallowing several mouthfuls of seawater, his body instinctively learned the skill of swimming. He gazed towards the island, now transformed into a mountain of golden flames, the once lush greenery replaced by a scene of devastation wrought by fire. My heavens, one strike has obliterated an island. Have I truly become this powerful? The great sun visualization. Indeed, those associated with the sun are not to be trifled with. Elated, Baize waved his hands, now possessing immense power, granting him confidence and a sense of security, freeing him from immediate concerns about survival. After awaiting the aftermath to settle, Baize re-emerged on the shore, where the once sandy beach, scorched by intense heat, had become a crystalline layer resembling glass, crackling underfoot. Reflecting on the magnitude of his newfound power, he felt compelled to immortalize this spectacular moment with a photograph. With a slight exertion, he launched himself skyward, soaring high enough to witness the devastation of the island, now engulfed in golden flames. Once again, he marveled at the power of the sun, feeling a mix of gratitude and astonishment. Fortunately, he had tested his full strength. Otherwise, deploying such power amidst a throng of people would have resulted in catastrophic consequences. The images titled Golden Nuclear Explosion, .jpg, and Destruction of One Strike, JPG, illustrated the formidable nature of his rewards. Surpassing his wildest imagination, an all-out attack had indeed obliterated an island. Although it was not a large island, the power he now possessed could effortlessly crush the level of a Navy vice admiral. Grateful for the foresight to test his strength, he considered the devastation that would have ensued had he unleashed it amidst a densely populated area, a walking solar calamity, resulting in countless casualties. The women, the other owners of the quest, had been waiting for Baize's update, growing increasingly impatient as time passed without news. To their astonishment, the long-awaited update delivered a shocking revelation. 2 images depicting the golden mushroom cloud rising and the island ravaged by flames left them utterly astounded. This uninhabited island was certainly not insignificant, yet it lay completely annihilated beneath the force of Baize's full-powered strike, leaving them in profound awe. Wait, weren't you previously powerless? Now, with a single blow, you can bring down an entire island. The women mentally criticized, yet the stark contrast of his transformation left them deeply impressed. Further recognizing the terrifying power of the diary, Nami's gaze fixated on the diary, her body trembling with excitement at the extraordinary display before her. Such strength, the ability to effortlessly annihilate an island. Though it may not rival the size of the island where Coco Village resides, it was still a formidable feat, implying he could erase the entire Coco Island with a single strike. Nami murmured to herself, her eyes wide with astonishment, grappling with the enormity of this power that surpassed all her previous understandings. How could anyone possess such strength? The subsequent lines in the diary astounded her even further. To think that such power merely equated to overpowering a Navy vice admiral. Did every admiral in the Navy possess such terrifying might? If only she could enlist his assistance, perhaps they could finally liberate themselves from the oppressive grip of the evil dragon, living peacefully and happily thereafter. As Nami pondered Baize's immense power, she began to contemplate the possibility of asking for his help. Given his diary's mention of a reluctance to harm the innocent, Even if he were to assist, it seemed unlikely he would jeopardize the villagers of Cocoa Village. The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. She had once believed the evil dragon to be an insurmountable foe, yet in the face of such catastrophic power, she could hardly consider him superior to Baize. On the contrary, with Baize's aid, the so-called evil dragon might merely be a crushed insect beneath their feet. I must urgently seek his assistance, Nami declared with unwavering resolve, recalling the term of endearment Baize had used for her in the diary. Her cheeks flushing slightly. Perhaps becoming his wife wouldn't be so hard to accept after all. Meanwhile, in the new world, the Empress, preparing to return, suddenly rose, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at the diary. As a renowned powerhouse of the sea, Hancock was acutely aware of what such power represented. It signified a pinnacle of strength within the ocean, akin to the might of the 3 Navy admirals. A force of nature capable of inflicting massive devastation with a mere gesture. The rewards from that diary were shockingly formidable. With just a single reward, it had enabled an utterly defenseless individual to wield the power of the ocean's elite. Previously, Hancock had regarded Baize with disdain, but now he had acquired a strength worthy of her attention. Possessing such power certainly validated his claims of overpowering a Navy vice admiral, Hancock murmured to herself, grappling with the overwhelming nature of this revelation. However, it seemed this interloper was not a malevolent figure, as evidenced by his gratitude for not unleashing such power upon a densely populated island. Hancock silently contemplated whether she could guide him to rid the world of its vile remnants, in Alabasta. Nico Robin tightened her grip on her pen, the magnitude of this power causing her to glance at Crocodile, who was also present in the office. Yet, moments later, she redirected her gaze, shaking her head resolutely. Impossible. Even a Logia-type devil fruit user like Sand Crocodile could not possess such terrifying strength to obliterate an island in an instant. A myriad of thoughts swirled within Robin's mind, compelling her to ponder how she would interact with the owner of this diary in the future. Presently, possessing a personal copy of the diary signified that she would inevitably have more encounters with Baize. There was no escaping it. Moreover, Baize had mentioned her name within the pages of the diary. While the possibility of a name being shared could not be dismissed, Robin sensed that her acquisition of the diary was likely due to Baize's influence. She speculated that the reference to Robin's wife in Baize's diary must undoubtedly pertain to her. The tumult of emotions surged within Robin, leaving her uncertain about how to confront the situation. Meanwhile, Crocodile, situated in the same office, cast a curious glance at Nico Robin. Since the morning, he had noticed that Robin's demeanor seemed somewhat off, as she had been distracted more often than usual. Her gaze would occasionally drift to an unknown point. And just moments ago, she had deliberately looked his way. Crocodile wrapped his golden hook against the table and remarked to Nico Robin, "If you cannot focus on your work, it would be best for you to leave, lest you become a distraction here." His words, devoid of any courtesy, snapped Robin back to reality. Suppressing her inner turmoil, she managed a smile, bowed respectfully to Crocodile, and then exited the office. The girls, having received a new entry in the diary, hurried to read it, only to find a mere complaint. The sight of the golden, crispy roasted sea beast was visually appealing, yet the content of the diary suggested that the taste would be far from exquisite. After glancing at the entry, they lost interest, though some quietly noted it in their minds, contemplating the possibility of learning culinary skills in the future. The following morning, Baize resumed his training, aiming to master his powers to a degree that would prevent harm to others. He discovered that training during the day yielded the best results, as basking in the sunlight provided ample energy, alleviating concerns of hunger. Additionally, it seemed that his training enhanced the benefits of sun exposure, proving more effective than simply standing still under the sun. Beneath the sun's rays, he felt invigorated, with a continuous influx of energy, yet after prolonged exertion, fatigue inevitably set in, necessitating occasional rest. Seizing the moment to rest, Baize opened his diary, preparing to document the day's events. Having begun to grasp his powers, he felt confident that normal combat would not endanger innocent lives. He pondered the current time. If it were before the onset of the narrative, he might have the opportunity to visit Cocoa Village and save his beloved Nami. Speaking of Nami, she was truly kind-hearted, willing to risk her life amidst ruthless pirates to gather funds to save an entire village. However, Nami, my dear, you must not assume that others share your goodness. You are dealing with merciless pirates who are notorious for their treachery. The girls, who had been engrossed in the diary, now wore solemn expressions. reflecting on the depth of Nami's kindness as she risked her life to procure wealth for the sake of saving a village. Nami, upon seeing Baize mention her, was momentarily taken aback. A peculiar feeling washing over her. Having witnessed Baize's formidable strength yesterday, she had considered seeking his assistance. To her surprise, it seemed Baize also wished to help her. Could it be that his understanding of himself extended beyond mere awareness? Did he possess knowledge of future events? Nami's mind raced with astonishment. She was drawing ever closer to her goal of 1 billion. Reading the diary's contents filled her with a sense of urgency. If the wicked dragon truly reneged on their deal, would she be able to withstand the impending blow? Nami's heart raced with fear as she anxiously continued to read the diary, yearning to discover what awaited her in the future. Unfortunately, just as she approached her goal, a Navy captain in collusion with the dragon pirate crew intervened, forcibly seizing the funds Nami had painstakingly gathered. Overwhelmed by the dual oppression of pirates and Navy, Nami's frail shoulders buckled under the weight, nearly collapsing. But if the story has yet to commence, I shall personally ensure that those nefarious dragon pirates meet their end as roasted fish. How dare they subject my beloved Nami to such torment? Such a fate is utterly unthinkable. Nami, as she glimpsed the future in the diary, felt her vision darken, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. All her years of effort reduced to ashes, confiscated by the treacherous Navy allied with the dragon. Nami trembled with rage at this revelation. If such a calamity were to occur, how could she guarantee that she would not shatter under the strain? Will you come to my rescue if that time comes? She murmured, gazing at the platinum-covered diary, as if clutching at the last thread of hope. Yet, she understood that waiting passively might not be the optimal solution. Perhaps taking the initiative would be a better course of action if she could locate Baize in advance and seek his aid. It would undoubtedly eradicate the threat posed by the dragon pirate crew, but if even Baize himself was unaware of his whereabouts, how could she possibly find him? Nami lamented, running her fingers through her orange hair. The other girls, witnessing this scene, wore expressions of disgust. They felt a profound sympathy for the girl who was being oppressed by both pirates and the Navy. Meanwhile, back in the first half of the Grand Line, the Navy that had just returned was seething with rage. The Navy of the Four Seas had failed to suppress the pirates and had instead colluded with them, oppressing the innocent. This was an affront to the very justice they claimed to uphold. Tontara gritted her teeth, her renowned blade unsheathing with a flourish, an overwhelming aura of menace enveloping the ship, causing the Navy soldiers to tremble in fear. Several of her subordinates hurried to Tontara's side, inquiring about the cause of her fury and who had provoked such ire in the vice admiral. Upon the arrival of several aides, Tauta merely cast a glance at her renowned blade before sheathed it, instructing, immediately ascertain the whereabouts of Cocoa West Village. And you, submit an application to the Grand Admiral, requesting permission for me to conduct inspections across the seas. The aides, sensing the severity in Tautu's tone, trembled and hurried to fulfill her commands, wary of incurring her wrath at such a moment. Do not let me discover that this matter is indeed true. Otherwise, those who tarnish the sanctity of justice within the Navy shall face my righteous retribution. Tautu resumed her seat, yet the murderous intent in her gaze remained unabated. I in the New World. Hancock, upon perusing the contents of her diary, curled her lips in disdain. With her long, shapely legs crossed, she nonchalantly ignored the incessant chatter of Granny Jia. Muttering, pirates and the Navy are all despicable creatures. Granny Jia, feeling disregarded by Hancock, became increasingly agitated. She found herself utterly helpless against the capricious Empress, especially when Hancock's obstinacy rendered persuasion futile, which was truly vexing. Hancock, I have heard you threw another tantrum on your way back. Do you not realize you were trifling with the lives of your crew? Humph, do not prattle on here. It is not within your purview to instruct me on how to conduct myself. Moreover, no matter what I do or the mistakes I make, they shall always forgive me. Hancock tilted her head back defiantly, her eyes narrowing as she regarded Granny Jia from a superior vantage point. Striking back without hesitation, this left Granny Jia speechless, for what the Empress stated was undeniably true. The entire nation would not hold Hancock accountable for her misdeeds, owing to her immense charm. In the kingdom of Alabasta, within a quaint safe, Nico Robin perused documents while savoring her coffee, occasionally glancing at the diary. Upon reading about Nami's harrowing experiences, a pang of sympathy welled within her. Nami's plight resonated with Robin, as she too had faced her own tribulations. Nami endured oppression from both pirates and the Navy, whereas Robin was relentlessly hunted by the world government for her knowledge of ancient script, leaving her without a place to truly call home. What difference was there between pirates, the Navy, and the world government? For the weak, all these entities represented insurmountable suffering. Yet, given Nami's demeanor, she seemed to possess a profound understanding of the world. Robin wondered if Baize knew of the history of the blank century. Upon returning to her home in Cocoa West Village, Nami greeted her sister Nojiko with a heavy heart before retreating to her room to rest. Nojiko furrowed her brow, filled with concern. She understood that Nami was a strong and independent girl, rarely defeated by adversity. However, Nami's current state was troubling, rife with unspoken worries. Having grown up together, Nojiko easily discerned Nami's distress, yet felt powerless to assist her. Belle Mama, I beseech you to watch over Nami and keep her safe from harm. Nojiko clasped her fists together, bowing her head in earnest prayer. She felt deep sorrow for the challenges Nami faced, but could only offer her silent prayers. In her room, Nami's emotions churned chaotically. Although Baize was unaware of the precise timeline, Nami recognized that the day when the Navy's colonel seized her hard-earned wealth was drawing near. Her accumulated savings were perilously close to reaching 100 million berries. Aligning closely with the future Baize had foretold, if that moment arrives, what shall I do? Do I resist the dragon with all my might, or do I continue to endure its oppression while stealing for it? Nami buried her face in her pillow and murmured. Typically a girl of strong convictions, she found herself bereft of resolve in the face of the dragon's relentless tyranny. With hope in her heart, Nami yearned for Baize to come to her rescue. If you truly can save me from the clutches of the dragon pirate crew, I would willingly become your wife, she spoke to herself, envisioning a future enveloped in darkness, where her years of toil could be stripped away in an instant, only to face continued oppression from the dragon pirate crew, forced to pilfer for them. Should she rebel fiercely, the lives of everyone in her village would be at stake. Yet, seeking help proved futile. No one was trustworthy or reliable. The Navy? Humph. It was the Navy that had confiscated her hard-earned savings, the very funds that could save the lives of everyone in Cocoa West Village. Those damn Navy officers were as detestable as pirates, if not more so. They hypocritically professed to uphold justice, while colluding with pirates to exploit the innocent. Nami's heart seethed with fury as she felt utterly disillusioned with the Navy, harboring deeper disdain for them than for the pirates themselves. After all, she should have been safeguarded by the Navy against the pirates. Instead, it was the Navy that had allied with the pirates to oppress her. Igniting her ire, following her anger came an overwhelming sense of helplessness, an inability to confront the harsh reality. Thus, she uttered that if Baize truly came to rescue her, she would gladly accept the role of his wife. Summoning the Platinum Diary, Nami grasped it as though it were a lifeline, beseeching, Baize, please come and save me. Far away on a deserted island, Baize remained oblivious to Nami's inner turmoil. After penning the experiences of the first female character in his nautical journey, he had reached a word count of 1,000, eagerly opting to claim his reward. Baize did not expect to receive rewards as formidable as on the first day, yet he hoped they would not be too disappointing. Congratulations on fulfilling the diary's requirements. You have earned the following rewards: Basic Observation Hockey, Basic Armament Hockey, and Basic Swordsmanship. As Baize beheld the contents of the diary, his eyes lit up, although not as extraordinary as the special rewards from the first day. These 3 rewards were foundational, capable of rectifying his deficiencies in skill and ability, and he anticipated further advanced capabilities in the future. If he could receive such rewards daily, he would be invincible. Effortlessly so. Upon selecting to claim his rewards and sensing their potency, he could not help but exclaim, clenching his fist as if a faint golden hue of armament hockey enveloped it, perhaps due to the solar energy within him. His armament hockey manifested in a soft golden glow, making his fist appear as though it had transformed into shimmering gold, exuding an indestructible aura akin to diamond, like a child with a newfound toy. Baize repeatedly clenched and relaxed his fist, the pale golden light flickering in and out. Ultimately, he delivered a powerful punch onto the crystalline beach, shattering the glass-like sand into fragments. Such was a remarkable ability. Yet it was fundamentally rooted in his enhanced physique. After all, no matter how potent the armament hockey, it required a robust body as its foundation to unleash its true might. Baize closed his eyes, wishing to gauge the strength of his observation hockey. As darkness enveloped him, he could still distinctly perceive the breeze and the subtle rustling of shattered glass shards beneath his feet. while the range of his observation haki could not match that of the solar sensing. Its precision had significantly improved. Each had its strengths and weaknesses, and both would continue to evolve alongside his growth. In time, it remained uncertain which would prove superior. After a brief experimentation with both forms of haki, Baize faced a dilemma when preparing to test the third ability. He had no sword, nor any object resembling a stick. All had vanished in the golden flames of the previous day. Well, I suppose I can rely on my knowledge and experience of basic swordsmanship from memory. There's no rush to practice. It feels as if I have trained in swordsmanship for several years. Even without attempting it, I can surmise that its strength is roughly equivalent to that of a standard swordsman. Baize stroked his chin, pondering that if basic swordsmanship equated to a regular swordsman's skill, then intermediate swordsmanship must reach the level of a swordmaster, while advanced swordsmanship would likely belong to a grand swordmaster. He made a rough estimate and proceeded to document his findings in the diary. The rewards from the second day were decent enough. The dual haki could be considered standard for embarking on the Grand Line, though it was regrettable that it was merely basic dual haki, falling short of the average standard for the Grand Line. As for the other reward, lacking a sword, he could not test it, but he speculated that basic swordsmanship was likely on par with a typical swordsman. I hope that the subsequent rewards will be more substantial. Otherwise, they will not significantly enhance my current capabilities. The diary revealed new content, diverting the attention of the women around. Upon reading the entries, they began to voice their critiques. Nami lifted her head from the pillow, opened the diary, and upon seeing the contents, felt a pang of imbalance within her. She felt utterly powerless against the dragon pirates. In contrast, Baize was effortlessly acquiring the strength to contend with the dragon pirates, wielding both the dual-color haki and the power of an ordinary swordsman. Through Baize's previous explanations, Nami had already learned that the dragon pirates had fled from the Grand Line to the Four Seas. The 3 rewards Baize had obtained were more than sufficient for establishing a foothold in the Grand Line, and surely he could triumph over the dragon pirates as well. Could I, too, defeat the dragon if I were to obtain rewards from the diary? Nami pondered uncertainly, shaking her head vigorously as she chided herself. Nami, don't entertain such unrealistic thoughts. Her fear of the dragon was deeply ingrained in her heart, which is why she felt such despair upon learning of the dragon's unpredictability. She could see no future, no glimmer of hope. Compared to Nami, who had yet to embark on her journey in the Grand Line, the other girls were even more scathing in their critiques of Baize's claims. Mastery of dual-color haki alongside the strength of an ordinary swordsman had far surpassed the average standard for the first half of the Grand Line. How could your average be so high? Robin mused about her boss, Crocodile, who had never mastered dual-color haki and had relied solely on his natural devil fruit powers to achieve his notorious reputation as a great pirate and become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. However, even without mastering dual-color haki, Crocodile's natural devil fruit power was more than sufficient to establish himself as a formidable pirate. After all, it was a natural devil fruit reputed to be as devastating as a natural disaster. Nico Robin had witnessed firsthand the terrifying ability to instantly dehydrate a human body. Furthermore, there was that admiral who had obliterated O'Hara, who also possessed a chilling natural devil fruit. Nico Robin held a profound awe for natural devil fruits. Meanwhile, Momotaro, en route to the East Sea, caught sight of the contents of Baize's diary and couldn't help but smirk. Although she was unfamiliar with the term Versailles, she could sense Baize's boasting. Does he even speak in a relatable manner? The combination of dual-color haki and the capabilities of an ordinary swordsman would allow him to easily overpower ordinary pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. Of course, the first half of the Grand Line also harbored another formidable force, the Navy. In a region where the Navy wielded considerable control, provoking them could lead to suppression, even for one possessing dual-color haki and swordsman abilities. After all, vice admirals and admirals occasionally patrolled the first half of the Grand Line. If luck were to run out and one were to encounter them, capture was inevitable. Although Momotaro recognized Baize's bragging, she felt no animosity. Rather, she envied him. Even in her escape, she had to admit that Baize's boasting truly evoked her envy, reflecting on her own journey to master dual-color haki, which took her several years, and the arduous effort it took to attain ordinary swordsman strength from a young age. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy at Baize's rapid acquisition of such power in just a single day. After all, Momotaro and Baize shared the highest degree of ability overlap in the rewards they obtained today. As one of the few great swordsmen in the Navy, She was exceptionally skilled in dual-color hockey, having faced numerous trials to master these abilities. In the New World, within the calm belt, the pirate Empress Hancock was bathing in the vast bathroom. She was alone, with her two sisters anxiously guarding the entrance, daring not to allow anyone else to enter. For the Empress harbored secrets that must not be disclosed to outsiders. Anyone who learned of these secrets would pay a steep price. As she perused the diary's contents, she felt a twinge of surprise. Although the Amazon Lily had a decent grasp of hockey, it was certainly no simple feat. Witnessing Baize's effortless mastery of dual-color hockey and his unparalleled swordsmanship on the seas, she bit her lip. The diary's rewards over the past 2 days had sparked envy within her. How vexing. I desire the rewards from the diary as well, yet this diary belongs to Baize. And even this exclusive side quest is beyond my control. Sigh. Baize rapidly integrated the rewards he received, sensing a further enhancement in his combat prowess. If previously he estimated that he could overpower a vice admiral, he now felt he was infinitely closer to rivaling an admiral. As the top-tier combatants of the seas, the admirals were an incredible benchmark, and within just 2 days of his arrival, Baize felt immensely satisfied to be nearing such strength. Tomorrow, he would examine the rewards. If they were as bountiful as today's, he would set sail. If today's rewards were merely a stroke of good fortune and did not include any undesirable abilities, he would postpone his departure for a while. Assessing his own power, he made this decision. Before his arrival in this world, he had underestimated the sword god of Shirley Bopo. Now, he comprehended the sword god, and he aspired to become like him. At the very least, he wished to reach peak combat strength in the novice village before advancing to the next stage. That seemed reasonable, didn't it? With his strength having improved, he still felt somewhat anxious, sensing he was not yet robust enough and required more rewards to bolster his power. What if he set sail and encountered an admiral-level adversary? That would be exceedingly perilous. This was the real world, unlike the narrative-driven world of manga. In Cocoa Village, Nami, dining with her sister Nojiko, noticed an update in the diary and hurriedly glanced at it, unable to suppress a mouthful of rice that spewed forth. Seeing Nojiko's furrowed brow across the table, Nami quickly clasped her hands together in fervent apologies. I'm so sorry, Nojiko. I just thought of something joyous and couldn't hold it in. Nojiko chuckled helplessly, shaking her head, indicating that she was not bothered. Her eyes filled with affection. Nami, feeling relieved, turned her gaze back to the notes in the diary, her heart seething with frustration. That damned scoundrel, who just a day prior expressed concern for me, is now in no rush to set sail. He can already crush vice admirals, and his strength could reign supreme in the East Sea. How many admirals are there in reality, if there truly were admirals? Why do they not intervene against those despicable navy captains? Instead, they allow them to collude with pirates and oppress the innocent. Nami's mind was a whirlwind of indignation, her expression growing fierce, sitting opposite her. Nojiko looked on with concern. Was she truly thinking of something joyful? Why did she wear such a grim and fierce countenance? Noticing Nojiko's anxious gaze, Nami's expression softened in an instant, replacing it with a radiant smile. She did not wish for her sister to worry about her. Nojiko sighed internally, saying nothing further, merely encouraging Nami to enjoy her meal and not to overthink. Having grown up together, Nojiko knew Nami all too well. Although Nami wore a bright smile, the worry in her eyes could not be concealed. Nojiko was unaware of the burdens Nami faced. However, if Nami chose not to share, Nojiko would not force her to divulge anything. Deep down, Nojiko truly wished for Nami to express her troubles rather than keep them bottled up inside. The two sisters appeared harmonious at the dining table, yet secretly held differing thoughts. On board a naval vessel, Momotaro could not contain her thoughts any longer and exclaimed, "There are only a handful of admirals. How could so many admirals converge and allow you to encounter them?" She crossed her legs, shifting slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Her round, graceful legs were enough to make leg enthusiasts exclaim, "Legs for days." Unfortunately, the magnificent view went unappreciated. Momotaro continued, "Even for someone like me, seeking an admiral is no easy task, considering we all have our duties. Moreover, that fellow's strength would hardly pose a significant threat to an admiral." Momotaro felt that Baize was being overly cautious, a level of caution unbecoming of someone who would declare, "I am invincible." Regardless, she was determined to meet him in person. The only certainty was that if Baize were to set sail next, it would undoubtedly lead him to Cocoa Village to rescue that unfortunate girl. Baize's formidable strength and extensive knowledge of future events would be of tremendous significance to the Navy if he could be recruited. Peach Rabbit spoke, her gaze flashing with unwavering determination. Regardless of whether Hakazai would accept joining the Navy, she felt compelled to make the attempt. Nico Robin, upon reading the contents of the diary, found herself in full agreement with Hakazai's sentiments. Only by being thoroughly prepared could one face the unforeseen upheavals of fate. Yet, reality seldom aligns with one's desires, necessitating a profound wisdom to navigate such changes. For Robin, encountering an admiral of the Navy while traversing the path was not beyond the realm of possibility, especially one endowed with the frigid powers of a devil fruit. However, Hakazai's cautious nature implied that should he set sail, he would undoubtedly possess the strength to confront an admiral. As these thoughts crossed Robin's mind, her eyes sparkled with hope. If she could secure Hakazai's protection, perhaps she would no longer have to live in constant fear under Crocodile's command. Although their relationship was ostensibly one of collaboration, it was, in truth, quite fragile. Should Crocodile come to realize that external assistance was ultimately unreliable, Robin would find herself in grave peril. Over the years, Robin had grown accustomed to devising escape routes for herself. Should I also consider journeying to the East Blue to assess the situation in Cocoa Village? After pondering, she deemed it necessary, as it was the only place Hakazai had indicated a desire to visit. If she failed to intercept him there, the likelihood of encountering Hakazai again would be exceedingly slim. Resolute in her decision, Robin promptly rose from her seat and exited the CF, heading toward Crocodile's office. "Boss, I wish to undertake a business trip to the East Blue." Crocodile looked up in surprise at Nico Robin's request. What's the reason? After all, it was rare for Robin to ask for such a trip. Her status did not permit her to roam freely. She was still marked with a bounty of 80 million, issued by the world government. Although the pirate strength in the East Blue was relatively weak, their capacity for amassing wealth was astonishing. "I've received intel about a considerable sum of berries that I wish to recover for the organization's funds," she explained. Crocodile took a puff from his cigar, his expression unwavering. "In that case, go ahead. Bring more people with you. Don't embarrass the organization by capsizing in the weakest sea of the East Blue." Crocodile harbored no suspicions about Robin's intentions. After all, the Baroque Works was in dire need of funds. It was evident that this organization had a voracious appetite for resources. The rationale of collecting funds was compelling enough that even Crocodile had no doubts. Furthermore, he understood that Robin's unique status made it unlikely for anyone to assist her in evading the world government's bounty once she stepped outside his protection. Interfering with the world government's efforts to eliminate the demon child was tantamount to confronting them directly. Few possessed the exceptional background of Monkey D. Luffy, who had managed to recruit Nico Robin as a crew member, overcoming obstacles that would have been insurmountable for others. A gentle smile crept across Robin's face as she clutched her book and exited the office, her heart brimming with anticipation for her impending meeting with Hakazai. Would he be willing to offer me his protection? Surely he would. Otherwise, why would he refer to me as his wife in the diary? With a soft smile gracing her lips, Nico Robin set off to gather the crew, intending to return to the East Blue via Reverse Mountain. In the New World, the Calm Belt, the pirate Empress scoffed at Hakazai's decision. Reclining on her grand bed, the curtains draping down, obscuring the abhorrent mark of slavery branded on her back by the celestial dragons. This served as a testament to the profound scars left by that mark upon her soul. "This man is overly cautious," the Empress lamented, her disappointment evident. "Such meticulousness, even with immense power, will not easily stir the winds of change." Hancock had initially thought that this time traveler would be a reckless individual capable of creating turmoil upon the seas and even challenging the celestial dragons. However, she was taken aback by his extreme caution, which left her feeling disheartened. With a swift motion, Hakazai extracted a glass sword from the sand, examining the fragile object he had managed to forge from shards of glass. Although rudimentary, it could barely be considered a sword. He had painstakingly melted down the fragments found on the beach to create this makeshift weapon. Once he set sail, securing a proper blade would be paramount. After all, he considered himself a swordsman, at the very least. He desired a decent sword. As he wielded the glass sword, it transformed in his hands, moving like a nimble serpent, showcasing his grace and skill with each flourish. "It seems the basic swordsmanship I acquired from the diary exceeds my expectations," Hakazai reflected, recalling the comprehensive nature of the training. The IT encompassed various styles, from the decisive one-sword technique to the balanced dual-sword technique, and even included the unique three-sword style akin to Zoro's. However, the thought of battling while clenching a sword in his mouth was rather unpalatable to him, especially since his abilities had already developed into a cohesive system, centered around the concept of the Great Sun, with other skills as mere branches. Therefore, he would choose a swordsmanship style that resonated with him. There was no necessity to pursue uniqueness, whether one-sword or dual-sword techniques sufficed. But he would eschew the three-sword style. After experimenting with the basic swordsmanship, he was pleasantly surprised. Now, he awaited the rewards of the following day to determine if he would set sail. Filled with anticipation, Hakazai tidied up and lay down to rest, eager to recover his energy for the next day's training under the sun. At the break of dawn, Hakazai was eager to continue writing in his diary. Uncertain of the timeline, he resolved to outline the general plot. All the girls possessing copies of the diary perked up at this revelation. Finally, this time traveler was about to unveil the future he knew. Although Hakazai was unclear about the specifics, they were fully aware, especially Nami, who was directly involved. Thus, Nami was fervently hoping for Hakazai's assistance that in the age of pirates, a young boy with dreams of becoming the pirate king set sail. Ushering in a grand era of piracy, Monkey D. Luffy, armed with an astonishingly powerful devil fruit, an impressive background, and an indomitable will, defeated ambitious pirates, traversed Reverse Mountain, broke through the first half, and ultimately entered the New World, where he stirred the tides, becoming the fifth emperor of the sea. The collective reaction from the women was one of utter disbelief. Although the information revealed was sparse, merely outlining a trajectory and plot, it was sufficient to leave them astounded. The future pirate king would be none other than Luffy. Robin, Peach Rabbit, Hancock, and the others frantically searched their memories for Luffy's name, only to find it completely unfamiliar. It seemed the future pirate king had yet to set sail. Moreover, the diary hinted that Luffy's devil fruit was exceptionally powerful, likely a legendary Logia type. Yet, the depth of his background was likely far beyond their comprehension. Ultimately, the revelation that he would become the fifth emperor of the sea was particularly shocking to it. Was well known that the New World was home to 4 current emperors, a paradise for pirates where their strength was vividly displayed. Among them, the most formidable pirate crews were referred to as the emperors of the sea. Thus, the future Luffy must have carved out a domain of his own in the New World, seizing territory from the 4 emperors to attain the title of the 5th. Who would have imagined that the confident young pirate, adorned with a straw hat and a resolute declaration of his ambition to become the pirate king, was the grandson of marine hero Admiral Garp? As this diary entry surfaced, it sent shockwaves through the room. The once relaxed Peach Rabbit stood abruptly, her headlights flickering wildly as disbelief filled her gaze. Garp's grandson? This must be a joke. The future pirate king Luffy is actually Garp's grandson. Peach Rabbit exclaimed in astonishment. Vaguely, she recalled that Garp indeed had a grandson who resided in his hometown, Windmill Village, and his name was, in fact, Luffy. Just moments ago, overwhelmed by the shocking revelation, she had failed to connect the dots regarding Garp's grandson. However, after Baize's reminder, Momotatsu finally realized that Luffy is indeed Garp's biological grandson and also the future pirate king. The pirate empress, Boa Hancock, erupted into mocking laughter, stirring up a tempest. I once thought the so-called righteous navy was truly virtuous. Yet, it turns out that even the naval hero Garp is not as pristine as he seems. His very own grandson has taken to piracy, and thanks to his grandfather's formidable connections as a navy hero, Luffy has evaded numerous dangers posed by the navy, ultimately rising to become the pirate king. How utterly ironic. Hancock's laughter caused the 2 serpent sisters outside to exchange worried glances, as if communicating telepathically. What has happened to my sister? Ever since her return that day, she has seemed quite amiss. Often displaying peculiar behavior, I'm not sure, but since she is reluctant to confide in us, we shouldn't pry. After all, it is her secret. With a resigned shake of their heads, the 2 continued their vigil. Having just ascended Reverse Mountain, Nico Robin wore a smile of intrigue as she gazed towards the east blue. She had not anticipated that the future pirate king would have such a remarkable background. With a grandfather who was a naval hero, Baize had truly unveiled a significant revelation. And what kind of person would Luffy, the future pirate king, turn out to be? Robin's curiosity about Baize deepened, wondering what sort of individual could possess so many secrets. Did Baize know what transpired during the blank century? Supporting her chin on her hand, she gazed absent-mindedly at the sea, regarding her forthcoming journey in the East Blue. She felt no trepidation. Although the years had been spent fleeing and struggling for survival, she believed she had a reasonable grasp of her devil fruit abilities, which would grant her considerable combat prowess. In the East Blue, where devil fruits were deemed rare, her status as a devil fruit user provided her with a significant advantage. Nami's understanding of the maritime powers was not as clear as that of the other three. Yet, she was acutely aware that the suffering she had endured over the years was due to pirates. If a pirate returning from the Grand Line could be so despicable, then the individual who could ascend to the throne of all pirates must be even more vile, quite possibly the most detestable of them all. After all, that individual is the Pirate King. The previous Pirate King, Roger, had ignited the Grand Age of piracy, causing untold suffering to countless civilians through plunder. If one were to attribute the deaths of ordinary people over the years to pirates, Roger would deserve to be condemned 1,000,000 times over. This encapsulates the perspective of ordinary civilians towards the Pirate King. They merely wish to live in peace, free from the fear of pirate attacks today and tomorrow. The arrival of pirates could mean the loss of all possessions or, worse, the annihilation of entire towns. As a victim of pirate atrocities, Nami harbored an unparalleled hatred for the Pirate King. Thus, she felt no fondness for Luffy. Had he appeared before her, she would undoubtedly unleash her pent-up rage upon him. Luffy had battled Big Mom, confronted Kaido, and steadily ascended to claim the title of the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Is the word count for the diary nearly full? I suppose I shall write more later. The women were fixated on the diary, and upon reaching the final lines, they erupted in indignation. What nonsense is this? It ends so abruptly. How absurd. What comes next? Hurry up and write it. The voices of the women went unheard by Baize, who, with anticipation in his eyes, awaited the diary's submission to discover today's rewards. Congratulations on completing the diary task. Rewards received: mastery of the 6 forms, beginner observation hockey, beginner armament hockey. Note: collecting 5 beginner observation hockey rewards will allow you to synthesize 1 intermediate observation hockey reward. The same applies for armament hockey rewards. Baize's eyes lit up at the notification. Although he had already mastered both armament and observation hockey, human energy is finite, and he was currently focused on cultivating his Great Sun visualization technique. Therefore, his progress in other abilities had been relatively slow. Now, with a stable channel for improvement, he felt a surge of excitement. If he could receive a pair of hockey rewards daily, then in just 5 days, he could elevate his hockey to a new level. If that's the case, then I could sail without reservation. With daily rewards of this caliber, reaching the pinnacle of the seas would merely be a matter of time. With a splash, Baize leaped from the shore into the ocean, swiftly navigating through the water, using both arms and legs. As he grew more adept, his initially stiff movements became fluid, allowing him to glide effortlessly through the sea. He had to take advantage of the sunlight's energy during the day. As his vigor was boundless, he was determined to locate an inhabited island without delay. With this thought in mind, Baize chose a direction and accelerated his swimming, simultaneously activating his solar perception to expand his sensory range. Amidst the vast, desolate ocean, the challenge of finding a populated island without any coordinates was daunting. After swimming for over 3 hours without spotting any signs of human habitation, he encountered only uninhabited islands akin to those he had previously described. Otherwise, he found only peculiar islands teeming with beasts. As he swam tirelessly through the ocean, a distant island came into view, prompting Baize to hasten toward it. Through his solar perception, he sensed traces of human presence along the beach. However, the entire island lacked any signs of human life. Approaching the shore, Baize transitioned from swimming to walking, slowly ascending the beach as the waves cascaded down his clothes, the sunlight causing the moisture to evaporate rapidly until he was completely dry. As he surveyed the beach, he noticed several barrels of liquor scattered about, along with various remnants of a banquet. It appeared that a group of pirates had passed through this island, holding a feast before hastily departing. Without delving deeper into the island, merely lingering at the beach, after observing for a while, Baize reached this conclusion. Once again, he returned empty-handed. If he lingered any longer, the sun would soon set. With a hint of frustration, Baize remarked. Just then, within the range of his solar perception, he spotted a ship slowly sailing by. However, This vessel was not headed for the island. It merely passed through. Baize quickly dove into the water. Swimming toward the ship, he drew closer. The information gathered by his solar perception increased. The upper deck was laden with cargo, and a dozen burly sailors lingered on the deck at first glance. It appeared to be a merchant vessel with decent protection. Unfortunately, under the scrutiny of his solar perception, the seemingly ordinary merchant ship concealed a brutal and bloody reality below deck. The lower hold was stacked with cages of various sizes. The majority tightly shut, containing humans or other races bound in chains. Undoubtedly, this was a slave ship disguised as a merchant vessel. They likely used the guise of a merchant ship to conduct trade between islands, while secretly capturing ordinary residents to enslave them. Witnessing this scene, Baize's heart brimmed with fury. He understood that the world of One Piece is a wretched place, where pirates are more depraved than the Navy, and the Navy is just as corrupt as the Revolutionary Army. Thus, he had never set his standards too high, nor did he aspire to be a saint. The principle he established for himself within the world of pirates was to do his utmost. No matter the circumstances, had he not seen it, he could have turned a blind eye. However, with the situation unfolding before him, Baize refused to stand idly by. Approaching the merchant ship, he took a deep breath and suddenly plunged into the water. Swiftly swimming toward the bottom of the slave ship, within his perception, the crew of the slave ship exhibited no signs of alarm, indicating they remained unaware of his presence. Baize's fingers gripped the ship's surface, applying pressure until the wood creaked and cracked under the strain. Using this leverage, Baize moved with the agility of a nimble monkey, swiftly scaling the vessel until he reached the deck. With a flick of his thoughts, he inscribed his observations in the diary. This was a newfound realization. He discovered that he could write in the diary without physically using a pen, simply by envisioning it in his mind. I have set sail, swum for over 3 hours, and am now exhausted. Thankfully, I have encountered a slaver ship. My sense of justice compels me not to overlook this, since I have stumbled upon it. Let them face the consequences they deserve. As I prepared to take action, a twinge of nervousness surged within me, for this was my inaugural confrontation with another. All the young ladies, upon noticing the diary's latest entry, hurriedly turned to glimpse the unfolding events. When they learned that Baize had encountered a slave ship, a sense of worry inevitably crept into their hearts, especially since Baize mentioned it was his first battle. The potential for oversight could lead to injury. They collectively focused their attention, eager to discern the outcome of Baize's endeavor. The deck where Baize had disembarked lay at the rear of the vessel. Just as he finished chronicling his thoughts, he spotted an individual emerging from the cabin, their eyes locking in a moment of mutual recognition. With a powerful thrust of his right foot, the deck shattered beneath him, propelling Baize forward like an arrow. Arriving before the crew member in an instant, he delivered a single, decisive punch, striking the crew member squarely in the neck. A sharp crack resonated, and the crew member clutched at his throat. Disbelief etched upon his face as he collapsed, lifeless. Baize glanced at his own fist, then at the fallen crew member, a strange sensation stirring within him. Yet, predominantly, he felt a profound calmness, akin to the casual act of squashing an ant. The disparity in their strengths was simply monumental. The lookout stationed in the crow's nest, hearing the commotion on deck, glanced down in curiosity, murmuring, "What was that noise?" Upon seeing Baize's unfamiliar visage alongside the crumpled form of the crew member, he immediately shouted, "We have an intruder." What was intended to be a stealthy infiltration now seemed destined for chaos. Baize lifted his gaze, listening to the distant sound of footsteps rapidly approaching. This shift in circumstances did not astonish him greatly. He had not been trained in the art of stealth, and he anticipated being discovered after incapacitating in fact, he had imagined that the moment he vaulted onto the deck, he would inevitably catch the lookout's attention. When the leader of the slave ship arrived at the aft section and beheld the lifeless crew member, his pupils dilated in shock. A swift and lethal strike. He then turned his gaze to Baize, who emanated a menacing aura, making it clear that he was not to be trifled with, and the leader felt the stirrings of trepidation, even contemplating a retreat to appease the situation. Baize deliberately waited for everyone to gather around, ensuring that these individuals would not resort to desperate measures that might endanger the slaves. Although he possessed the prowess to easily subdue them, it would still complicate matters. "Sir, perhaps there is a misunderstanding," the leader began. "If you intend to rob us, I am willing to surrender our riches. We are merely merchants." striving to earn an honest living. I implore you to refrain from unnecessary bloodshed. The leader, towering over 2 meters, had approached with a fierce countenance, yet his expression now shifted dramatically. Baize blinked in surprise, realizing he could comprehend the leader's words. Attributing this newfound ability to the diary, as it was the only plausible explanation, dismissing this minor distraction, Baize listened to the leader's words, letting out a cold chuckle. Earn an honest living? Your audacity is as thick as a fortress wall. Can you enlighten me as to who resides within those iron cages? Baize's frigid words caused the leader's eyes to narrow in realization. Baize had come for the very reason he had suspected, and any hope for negotiation was extinguished. Understanding this grim reality, the leader instantly transformed his previously placating demeanor back to one of hostility. Since you are so well informed, there is nothing left to discuss. If you wish to meddle in our affairs, let us see how capable you truly are. At the leader's command, his crew surged forward to assault Baize. Unperturbed, Baize perceived their movements as sluggish as that of snails. Seizing a crew member's sword, it felt as if it had been in his grasp for years, an innate familiarity blossoming within him. These crew members possessed a modicum of skill, representative of the average standard for the first half of the Grand Line. However, before the monstrous Baize, they offered no semblance of resistance. With swift strikes, each adversary fell, clutching at their throats, blood flowing freely as they awaited death's embrace, for these wretches engaged in the trafficking of innocence. Baize harbored no intention of mercy. To fall into his hands was to seal one's fate. He had neither the inclination nor the leisure to ponder the depth of their malevolence. It was the duty of the underworld to pass judgment upon them. His role was merely to escort these scoundrels to their reckoning. Whether or not a deity of death existed in the world of pirates was of no concern to him. In the blink of an eye, the leader beheld Baize standing before him, every hair on his body standing on end, as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, despite his towering stature. He felt diminutive in the presence of Baize, who loomed like a terrifying giant of slaughtered. "Don't come any closer," the leader stammered, retreating involuntarily while his fist swung out instinctively in a futile attempt to repel Baize. Clang! The sword sliced through the air, and the leader's right hand fell to the ground. In the next moment, he watched in horror as his body slowly crumpled, realizing too late that he was now missing an arm and a head. Baize casually cast the leader's severed head aside and strode into the cabin, disregarding the FAAD of contraband goods above, and descended into the lower hold. What greeted him was a sight consistent with his solar intuition. Yet witnessing it firsthand was far more harrowing. The slaves bore the marks of whips, some grievously wounded, their flesh torn open to the bone. A pungent stench, mingled with a faint metallic odor, pervaded the hold. Baize, untainted by blood, had long since cleansed his weapon, indicating that the faint scent of blood emanated from these captives. Upon Baize's arrival, a flicker of hope ignited within the eyes of the slaves. For their period of captivity had not yet extinguished their spirits. They had not succumbed entirely to numbness. When they perceived a stranger approaching, their first thought was, "Could this be our savior?" Yet, as Baize brandished his sword, despair washed over them. Was this to be the end of their lives? With the sword raised high, enveloped in the aura of armed hockey, a soft golden glow illuminated the dim cabin. With a single stroke, he severed the chains binding the iron cage, shattering their shackles. The astonished slaves gazed at Baize in disbelief, quickly followed by an overwhelming surge of joy. The golden light gradually spread throughout the hold, each flicker signifying a slave's liberation. In their hearts, the golden glow became a symbol of the most sacred hope. As they emerged from their cages, they knelt before Baize with reverence. "Thank you for saving us. Thank you for liberating us, the enslaved. We are eternally grateful. Please accept our homage." Baize stood firm, accepting their gratitude with a clear conscience, for he could bear the weight of their thanks. Refusing them would only lead to further complications. Now, his only concern was how to provide for these freed slaves. Though he had rescued them, he could not assume the role of their caretaker. They would need to learn to fend for themselves or be shown a path forward. The path. He recalled that if the Marines stationed at East Blue's Loguetown were Smoker, the user of the smoke fruit, it would be an excellent destination. As Baize penned his diary, he selected a few capable individuals from among the former captives, instructing them to commandeer the ship towards Loguetown. Having dispatched the crew of the slave ship, he felt a pang of remorse upon witnessing the plight of the slaves in the lower hold. His earlier decisive actions now seemed excessively swift. The slavers were truly more despicable than beasts. Upon seeing the subsequent developments, the girls collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Given Baize's prowess, such trivial disturbances posed no threat to him. However, upon witnessing the conditions in the lower hold, their collective anger flared. The most vehement reaction came from the pirate Empress, Hancock, who had herself endured a painfully brutal existence as a slave. Harboring an intense abhorrence for slavers, Hancock, with her elegant legs crossed, wholeheartedly approved of Baize's actions this time. Though his claim of calling her my wife seemed somewhat presumptuous, his handling of the slave ship situation resonated deeply with her values. Baize was fortunate, for among this batch of slaves, he found one or two former captains who knew how to navigate a vessel and chart a course for Loguetown, a renowned island in East Blue. Yet, when Baize inquired about Kokoyashi village, they looked at him with blank expressions. In response to this, Baize expressed his helplessness and decided to travel to Loguetown in search of any merchant ships bound for Coco West Village. On the first day at sea, they captured a slave ship and liberated an entire hold of captives, marking a truly significant day. Baize reclined on the observation deck, basking leisurely in the sun while casually jotting down his diary entries. Beneath him, the merchant vessel billowed its sails, riding the winds towards Loguetown. Under Baize's guidance, the makeshift sailors chosen from among the freed slaves worked tirelessly, their sails filled with wind as they set forth towards Loguetown. According to the captain, they were expected to reach Loguetown by tomorrow evening, suggesting that it was not far off that as night approached. Baize ceased his training, for without sunlight as a source of energy, at his current level of exertion, it would be all too easy to go hungry. Lord Baize, the banquet is ready, and we earnestly invite you to attend. A burly man wearing a chef's hat approached, respectfully addressing Baize. This gathering was spontaneously organized by the freed slaves to express their gratitude towards Baize. Just in time, I find myself quite hungry. Thank you for your efforts. It was no trouble at all. Had it not been for your intervention, Lord Baize, we would likely have been sold off as mere commodities. The robust man spoke. A look of lingering fear washed over his face, deepening his gratitude towards Baize. He could hardly fathom the grim fate that awaited them had they been treated as mere goods for sale. Following the burly man, they entered the ship's cabin, where the freed slaves were busily preparing the venue and arranging the food. Fortunately, the ship was laden with substantial cargo, serving as a disguise, and had stocked a considerable amount of provisions, sufficient for hosting a grand banquet. Upon seeing Baize's arrival, they all paused their activities, their eyes filled with anticipation. Eager for Baize's approval, thank you all for your hard work. I truly appreciate this banquet you have prepared. Now, let us all enjoy this feast together. Otherwise, I would find it rather dull to partake alone. Seeing the hopeful gazes directed at him, Baize could not disregard their goodwill. They received Baize's affirmation of their efforts. Genuine smiles spread across the faces of the freed slaves. Initially, they were somewhat reserved. But after a couple of drinks, they fully relaxed and joined Baize in reveling in the lively banquet. Baize captured a photograph of the celebration, uploading it to his diary. They were all unfortunate souls, kind-hearted and simple, who had been ensnared by the vile slave catchers for profit. If the opportunity arises in the future, perhaps an attempt to eradicate this slave trade could be made. The women, upon seeing the content of Baize's diary, were instantly captivated, growing increasingly appreciative of him. They had all heard whispers of the slave trade, and being inherently kind, they could never condone such nefarious practices. Particularly, Hancock, the pirate empress, who had suffered greatly, resonated deeply with Baize's sentiments. Tomorrow they would reach Loguetown, and Baize wondered if he might have the chance to meet Dashiki. Although the Dashiki depicted in the comics seemed a bit scatterbrained, he did not mind. He truly hoped to witness the real Dashiki for himself. The women, initially touched and impressed, felt a twinge of resignation upon hearing this. Although Baize possessed many admirable qualities, exceptional strength, steadfast character, and grand aspirations, his apparent womanizing tendencies were undeniable. Every girl mentioned in his diary was referred to as a wife. Indeed, he was quite the philandering rogue. However, despite their slight discontent, they no longer harbored the same disdain as before. Perhaps through the past few days of learning more about Baize via his diary, they had come to accept that even an exceptionally gifted individual might have a flaw such as being a bit of a romantic. After the grand banquet concluded, Baize, holding a cup of wine, made his way to the bow of the ship, where the chef who had invited him earlier stood gazing out at the sea. "What troubles you?" "Out here alone, missing home," the burly chef turned upon hearing Baize, immediately offering a respectful greeting. "Not at all, my lord. I merely sought a breath of fresh air and to survey the surroundings to avert any impending danger. I lost my home when I was quite young, yet now I have comrades who feel like family." The robust chef spoke heartily, his eyes brimming with warmth as he mentioned his culinary companions, indicating a deep bond among them. "Indeed, having companions akin to family is a stroke of fortune. Would you care to share some anecdotes about your experiences with them? Of course, as long as you wish to listen." "My lord, I would be delighted to share that I previously worked at a place known as the Floating Restaurant, where there was a rather eccentric old fellow who served as our head chef named Zepp." The chef slowly recounted his tales, and it was then that Baize realized with astonishment that this burly chef hailed from the Floating Restaurant, the very establishment associated with Sanji, particularly upon hearing Sanji's name and the amusing stories about their camaraderie. Baize could not help but marvel at how small the world truly is. As for how a chef from the Floating Restaurant ended up being captured by slave traders, he explained that they were procuring ingredients for the restaurant on a certain island when they were apprehended by the slavers and reduced to slavery. Slaves possessing specialized skills are highly valued in the slave market, for the cost of hiring a chef for a restaurant pales in comparison to purchasing a slave chef. Who would have imagined that he would unexpectedly encounter someone from the Floating Restaurant here? The Floating Restaurant is home to Sanji, the future right-hand man of Pirate King Luffy. Who could have foreseen that an ordinary-looking chef from the Floating Restaurant would eventually rise to become a top-tier powerhouse? Moreover, no one could have predicted that an unassuming fallen chef would turn out to be the third son of the formidable Vinsmoke family from the North Sea. Baize, struck by this revelation, inscribed his thoughts in his diary, while the women, initially preparing for slumber, were left astounded upon reading this entry. Baize had finally unveiled information regarding the future, particularly concerning the future Pirate King, T.O.B. recognized as the right-hand man of the future Pirate King. And deemed a top-tier combatant by Baize, surely Sanji's strength was extraordinary. Even more shocking was the revelation that Sanji was the third son of the influential Vinsmoke family. Meanwhile, far away in the North Sea, at the Vinsmoke family estate, the eldest daughter, Vinsmoke Reiju, stood up in shock. The brother she had lost contact with so long ago, Sanji, had suddenly re-emerged in this mysterious diary, while Reiju had previously held a casual interest in the diary. It had not captivated her attention beyond mere curiosity about future events. However, learning of her brother Sanji's whereabouts through this diary brought her immense joy. Sanji was alive, and it seemed he was doing quite well. Having found a group of trustworthy companions and a captain worthy of pursuit, as Reiju perused the diary's contents, she quickly deduced the implications. After all, she understood her brother well, stubborn yet composed, if he had not genuinely acknowledged something. No amount of coercion could force him aboard a ship. Only through his heartfelt acceptance could he ultimately grow to become the right-hand man of the future Pirate King, discovering that her brother was in good health and, moreover, thriving in the future. Reiju joyfully paced her room. While she had initially been curious about the diary's owner, she now found herself intrigued by him. However, after a moment's thought, she shook her head, dismissing her earlier intentions. The control exerted by her father was indeed a troublesome barrier. Seeking out Sanji now would be unwise. She could not break free from her father's grasp, and recklessly searching for Sanji would only endanger him. Thus, it appeared she would have to continue waiting, hoping for the right moment to petition her father for permission to journey to the East Blue in search of Sanji, or perhaps to seek out the diary's owner. Baize, in contrast to Reiju's excitement, the other girls, while astonished by the revelations regarding the future Pirate King, had limited knowledge of Sanji, having only learned his name and background that very day. Their surprise was fleeting, and they soon redirected their interest towards Baize's forthcoming destination. Through the past few days, they had come to understand Baize's habit of journaling. He only mentioned individuals or events of significance. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging for them to uncover the secrets of the past and the events of the future. It is well known that the place where the Pirate King, Roger, was executed is none other than Loguetown. Dubbed the town that marks the beginning and the end, Loguetown bears a significant connection to the Pirate King, as it is both his birthplace and his place of demise. Thus, upon arriving at Loguetown, it is highly probable that Baize will reference the hidden past associated with the Pirate King. This tantalizes the women. especially their curiosity regarding whether there are any undisclosed events linked to the legendary Roger. Baize's conversation with the burly chef continued deep into the night until he finally suggested that the chef take a rest, as he would need to exert himself again the following day to prepare meals for everyone. Initially, the chef wished to prolong their discussion, but he found Baize's reasoning compelling, leaving him somewhat speechless. "So, you are telling me to rest, merely so that I can perform better in cooking tomorrow?" Nevertheless, as a chef, he had little to complain about and understood that adequate rest was essential for maintaining a chef's vitality. "Then I shall take my leave, Master Baize. Please rest well yourself." The burly chef bid farewell, feeling that their conversation had significantly strengthened their bond. Yet, he still harbored immense respect for Baize, making it challenging to alter his manner of address in a short span of time. Baize, however, was not overly concerned, as their interactions would likely be limited to just a few days. After that, they would see each other infrequently, so it was fine to retain this form of respect. Baize contemplated for a moment and decided against making a deliberate effort to approach Monkey D. Luffy. Now that he had arrived in the world of pirates with formidable strength, why should he follow in the footsteps of the so-called protagonists? Thus, he had no particular desire to engage with Sanji, Luffy's future right-hand man. However, he was intrigued by the clever thief Nami and the archaeologist Robin, as he could delve deeper into discussions with them. After all, these two stunning women were poised for remarkable development, especially Nami, who had yet to reveal her astonishing potential. Although she was not entirely unremarkable, her current stature was far from grand. Perhaps I could assist Nami in accelerating her growth. Baize mused, feeling a surge of excitement as he thought of her remarkable attributes. He gazed at the serene and profound sea for a while, before calming his racing thoughts. The journey ahead was still long. For now, he would proceed as he had envisioned. Baize quickly ascended to the observation deck atop the mast, preferring not to rest in the cabin, although a more comfortable resting environment awaited him. He did not crave such luxuries. Instead, on the observation deck, he could bask in the first rays of sunlight as soon as they emerged, which was the most soothing experience for him. The power gained from the sun's illumination far outweighed the fleeting comforts of a cozy sleeping arrangement, leaving him deeply enthralled. As time passed, the first beams of sunlight graced his body, awakening Baize instantly. Habitually, he released his solar senses, and, finding no pirate crews nearby, he felt at ease. Dubbed the weakest sea, the East Blue is not devoid of pirates. Having sailed for a while without encountering any pirate crews was indeed a stroke of luck, especially since their destination was Loguetown, a frequent haunt for pirates. As it was the site of the Pirate King's execution, many pirates sought to pay their respects before embarking on the Grand Line. As they drew closer to Loguetown, the likelihood of encountering pirate crews increased. "Never mind, there's no need to overthink it. Should we come across any, I can easily deal with them. After all, it's just the East Blue. Surely, we won't encounter any Emperor-level pirate crews," he remarked before pulling out his diary and beginning to write. Although he could transcribe his thoughts mentally, he preferred the tactile experience of penning them by hand during quieter moments. A new day dawned, and it was once again a day to gather words for rewards. If he could meet his beloved Nami in Loguetown, it would make the journey worthwhile, after which he would head to Cocoa Village. On the fourth day of his journey, he finally gleaned the current time from the rescued slaves. Calculating the timeline, Nami was likely close to amassing 100 million berries. He needed to hurry to prevent the vile navy from seizing them. And that detestable dragon pirates? They would soon taste my solar flames. The fishmen pirates? They would serve as a perfect opportunity for a fish roast. Having risen early, Nami was filled with energy as she awaited Baize's diary update. If the previous Baize had been a flickering candle in the darkness for Nami, the affirmation she received now transformed him into a beacon amidst the shadows as the moment of his arrival approached. "Baize, hurry and save me from the dragon pirates," she fervently prayed, clasping her hands together. Nokigo, who came to call Nami for breakfast, was taken aback. The Nami she remembered was independent and strong, not one to beseech the whims of a nebulous deity. However, recalling the immense pressure Nami had endured in recent years, she felt a pang of sympathy as she stepped forward to embrace her tightly, gently stroking Nami's orange hair. "Nami, you have worked so hard these past years, you need not bear such a burden alone. If it comes to it, we shall face the dragon together." Nami was momentarily stunned, unsure of her sister's sudden embrace, initially contemplating a struggle, but upon hearing Nokigo's words, her expression softened and tears brimmed in her eyes. It was the love and concern from her family and villagers that had sustained her thus. Do not worry, no Kigo. Our days of suffering will soon come to an end. Nami resolutely blinked away her tears. Her voice tinged with emotion. No Kigo, misinterpreting Nami's words, thought she was referring to the nearing completion of the 100 million berries needed to escape the dragon pirates' threats. Feeling even more sympathetic, no Kigo embraced Nami tighter. Knowing the immense effort and peril involved in gathering that sum, Nami, you have endured so much. All right, enough of that. No Kigo, when did you become so sentimental? Let's hurry and have breakfast. I'm famished. Nami, not wanting no Kigo to dwell in worry and guilt, quickly collected herself and feigned cheerfulness. Yes, yes. How could I forget the purpose of waking you? Quickly get ready for breakfast. We must fill that little stomach of yours, no Kigo replied. Understanding Nami's intent, both sisters wished to spare each other from concern. And no Kigo swiftly adjusted her mood. As she released Nami and playfully patted her belly, Nami shyly swatted away her sister's teasing hand, feeling a flutter of embarrassment. Recently, Baize had been referring to her as his beloved in his diary, leading her thoughts to wander in unexpected directions. Typically, Nami's bold nature would dismiss such playful gestures, but now, she felt a hint of bashfulness. Nami jumped out of bed and hurried to wash up. While no Kigo sat on the edge of the bed, her smile fading into a look of worry. Reflecting on Nami's earlier words, she began to suspect that perhaps Nami had discovered a way to break free from the dragon's control. Had she found a solution to their predicament? These past few days, Nami's behavior had indeed been peculiar. Was she seeking help from the Navy, or perhaps other pirates? Or maybe some formidable bounty hunters? No Kigo murmured to herself, rising to compose her thoughts before stepping outside, determined not to let Nami sense her anxiety. At the harbor, a female Navy officer named Dasky, clad with a long sword at her waist, paced nervously, occasionally glancing towards the port. Once an unremarkable Navy soldier, she had recently come into possession of a remarkable item, a copy of a diary with a platinum cover. The contents of the diary left her utterly astounded. However, due to the diary's peculiar ability, she found herself unable to divulge any of its secrets to others. Thus, Dasky quietly remained an onlooker, never anticipating that after just a few days of observing, she would find herself at the center of the spectacle, recalling the words spoken by Baize the previous day, and glancing at the diary that incessantly referred to her as Dasky's wife. Her cheeks blushed profusely and refused to fade. What a fickle-hearted rogue, casually calling her his wife without her consent. Dasky muttered to herself in frustration. Suddenly, she pondered what she would do if Baize were to openly call her his wife. Should she draw her sword and strike him down, or silently accept it? The mere thought of such a scenario intensified the blush on Dasky's face, rendering her earlobes an alluring shade of red, reminiscent of two enticing strands of red jade. Smoker, puffing on a cigarette, approached with an expression of displeasure. This morning, during his patrol, he had encountered pirates brazenly landing at Loguetown, which had utterly soured his mood. Those damned pirates, so audacious, were perpetually scheming mischief. Only by imprisoning them could they be deemed good pirates. Furrowing his brow, Smoker glanced at the crimson-faced Dasky and curiously inquired, "Dasky, what's the matter? Are you unwell?" No, Colonel Smoker, I am not ill, merely a bit warm, ahaha." Dasky was startled at the sound of Smoker's voice, her body involuntarily shivering. After all, it was rather negligent to entertain such thoughts while on duty. Upon hearing Smoker's voice, she hastily concocted an excuse. Smoker, recognizing the transparent falsehood, regarded Dasky with a puzzled look. Confirming that she was in good health, he refrained from further comment, simply gesturing for her to continue her work. His subordinate seemed perpetually dazed, not knowing what she was thinking. That as long as she diligently fulfilled her duties, Smoker chose not to press further. Once Smoker walked away, Dasky sighed in relief and redirected her gaze towards the harbor. Suddenly noticing a merchant ship had docked, upon recognizing the familiar vessel, her spirits lifted. This was the very ship featured in the photograph Baize had shared yesterday. Dasky hurried over, eager to meet the owner of the diary and witness the prowess of a top-tier warrior of the sea. Such formidable beings were usually beyond her reach. After all, he was a vice admiral of the Navy. Before she could reach him, the diary began to update rapidly. I see her. I see my Dasky wife. Running towards me. Indeed, the disparity between comic and reality was striking, yet she appeared even more beautiful in person. The combination of a bespectacled girl, and a sword enthusiast seemed irresistibly adorable as Dasky rushed forth. The words in the diary nearly caused her to stumble. Such blatant praise was rather disconcerting. Did it truly matter that someone appreciated glasses and clumsiness? A wave of confusion washed over her. But her feet did not falter. From the contents of Baize's diary, it seemed he was entirely oblivious to the existence of a personal quest. Dasky also had queries she wished to discuss with Baize regarding the exclusive diary quests. Under Baize's leadership, numerous liberated slaves emerged, making their way to the harbor. Upon hearing the robust chef's account, the Navy soldiers on duty comprehended the gravity of the situation and promptly sent for Colonel Smoker. Dasky hurried over, and the Navy soldiers saluted her, for she was a significant officer herself. She nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Baize, parting her lips, only to be enveloped by an indescribable sense of dread. Instantly, she shut her mouth, striving to regain her composure. She had previously speculated that even others could not reveal the diary's contents. How much less could she, the owner of the diary? This exclusive diary quest resembled a unique journal whose secrets were hers alone to know. Baize observed Dasky's sudden silence, his expression curious as she appeared torn between words. "Excuse me, esteemed naval officer, is there something you wish to discuss?" Baize smiled warmly, exuding an air of refined civility. His demeanor radiated an amiable charm, complemented by the aura of his training in the Great Sun visualization, offering a gentle and comforting presence that left a splendid first impression. Dasky shook her head, a smile gracing her lips as she expressed, "Thank you, Mr. Baize, for rescuing this ship of slaves that I wish to extend my gratitude on behalf of myself." The robust chef had emphasized Baize's role, and thus her gaze naturally fell upon him. However, internally, she couldn't help but scoff. If she hadn't been privy to the diary's contents, she would have never connected this exceedingly polite, elegantly composed young man with the roguish character described in the diary. Wherever there is injustice, I shall draw my sword to assist. Moreover, I request the Navy to check if any of those aboard have bounties on their heads. If so, I kindly ask that the rewards be distributed among the freed slaves, providing them with means to return home. Dasky blinked, her impression of Baize soaring. Initially, it was his impeccable first impression, but now it was his profound sense of justice and selflessness that truly resonated with her. The other liberated slaves turned their heads upon hearing her words, gazing at Baize with gratitude. Under the guidance of some, they collectively knelt, expressing their appreciation. Not only had he saved them, but he had also considered their needs. Even pondering their fair home, a man of such virtue was a rarity indeed. Once Dasky regained her composure, she recognized the necessity of concealing her possession of the exclusive diary and promptly adjusted her mindset. Regardless, she must express her gratitude for Baize's actions in the name of justice. "Might I inquire if you have any desire to join the Navy, Mr. Baize? I extend an invitation on behalf of the Navy. With your strength, should you join, you would undoubtedly attain a commendable rank, even a promotion to admiral." As Dasky concluded, her tone held a hint of envy for Baize's remarkable abilities. Achieving such prowess in just a few days was truly enviable. "Dasky's wife wishes to invite me to join the Navy. How does she know of my strength?" Baize pondered. Did Dasky possess such discernment? Upon reading the diary's contents, Dasky was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. How had she overlooked this detail? Frequently absent-minded, she remained so now. Just as Dasky sought to clarify, new entries appeared in the diary. Surely, this is merely a polite compliment. However, the notion of joining the Navy held little allure for Baize. The Navy was not as pristine as it seemed. Even the revered hero garb, lauded by all, was not as noble as he appeared. His concealment of the Pirate King's bloodline, resulting in the suffering of countless pregnant women, was a stain on his character that could never be erased. "I'm afraid, Miss Dasky, I currently have no intention of joining the Navy. That I have grown accustomed to my carefree solitude and am not particularly fond of constraints." Baize politely declined Dasky's invitation, noting her astonishment and wide-eyed stare, which puzzled him. Surely, one need not be so taken aback by a simple rejection. Unbeknownst to him, the contents of his diary had left Dasky in shock. And all the girls possessing exclusive diaries were equally astounded by the revelations within. The Navy hero garb had indeed concealed the bloodline of the Pirate King. If this information were to come to light, it would undoubtedly inflict irreparable damage to the Navy's reputation. At that moment, the Navy's Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit, en route to Loguetown, was utterly flabbergasted. The hero she had revered had committed such an act. Since obtaining her exclusive diary, Peach Rabbit had been astonished time and again. but never had she doubted the veracity of its contents as she did now. The idea that a hero, celebrated by the entire Navy, could harbor the bloodline of the pirate king seemed utterly preposterous. Moreover, the consequences had led to the suffering of countless pregnant women, resulting in their investigation. This revelation struck her like a depth charge, leaving her reeling. No, this cannot continue. I must ensure more interactions with Baize to extract further insights from the diary. Though Peach Rabbit found it hard to believe, a seed of curiosity had already been planted within her heart. From this moment forth, the naval hero within her heart has lost much of its luster. Mitsai is also a young girl who can empathize more deeply with the scrutinized pregnant women. It is the actions of the naval hero that she finds difficult to accept. Mitsai is eager to uncover more about the naval hero and the entire Navy. She does not wish to serve a Navy that, in the end, is merely loyal to a faade of glowing righteousness. While in reality, it is tainted and shrouded in darkness. A command was issued. Hasten to Loguetown. Mitsai gave the order, taking a deep breath, fully aware that this journey to Loguetown would profoundly challenge her beliefs. Yet she is determined to seek clarity. Simultaneously heading to Loguetown, standing at the bow of a ship disguised as a merchant vessel, Robin gazed in shock at the contents of her journal. As a survivor of the O'Hara incident, her perception of the Navy is particularly poor, and even if the Navy acts under the orders of the world government, it does not alter the fact that the Navy is but a tool wielded by the world government. Now, even the Navy's public figure, the naval hero Carp, has such a sordid history, deepening Robin's disdain for the Navy. If this information is indeed true, it may very well send shockwaves throughout the world. After recovering from her astonishment, Nico Robin began to ponder the implications of this revelation on the world. However, Hakazu did not elaborate further on the bloodline of the Pirate King, leaving Robin somewhat at a loss. Only able to speculate as best as she could, the other girls, to varying degrees, expressed their disdain, feeling a sense of empathy for the pregnant women who were subjected to scrutiny. In Loguetown, Hakazu waved his hand before Dasky, bringing her back to her senses. Miss Dasky, the next phase is entrusted to you and your Navy. I shall take my leave, concerned that Dasky might cling to him in a desperate plea to join the Navy. Hakazu hastily bid farewell. Without waiting for Dasky's response, he quickly departed the port, eager to explore this legendary town. Mr. Hakazu. Dasky only regained her awareness after Hakazu had vanished into the distance, extending her hand, but realizing he was already gone. Alas, if things are truly as Mr. Hakazu suggested, his perception of the Navy must be quite poor. It seems that inviting Mr. Hakazu to join the Navy is a remote possibility. With a sigh, Dasky lamented, redirecting her focus to hastily send her subordinate Navy soldiers aboard the ship to investigate whether those slave catchers had bounties on their heads. She then directed other Navy soldiers to assist in settling the slaves. As Dasky navigated through the bustling Loguetown, the streets were orderly, and although evening was approaching, several vendors were still selling their wares. Hakazu patted his pockets, finding only a few belly, which he had acquired from the ship's captain. This amount should suffice for his expenses in Loguetown. Tonight, he hoped to locate a merchant vessel bound for Cocoa West Village. If that proved impossible, he would settle for asking someone for directions. Submit journal. While walking, Hakazu casually claimed today's reward. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the hurried Colonel Smoker rushing towards the port. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The shipload of slaves would certainly keep Smoker occupied for a while. Upon successfully submitting the journal, Hakazu received congratulations for acquiring basic armament hockey, basic observation hockey, and basic swordsmanship. Satisfied with the familiar rewards, he nodded approvingly, knowing that accumulating such rewards would inevitably lead to advanced dual-color hockey in due time. However, it seemed that the current rewards leaned heavily towards the One Piece universe. Could it be that the rewards from the myriad of worlds were classified as special rewards, obtainable only upon activation? Hakazu felt perplexed. At present, the only ability he possessed that was not from the One Piece universe was the First Sun visualization concept, while all others were linked to the One Piece world. This sun visualization was a special reward, leading him to speculate that rewards from the myriad of worlds could only be acquired through triggering special conditions. Enough pondering for now, he decided, as long as I gather enough samples, I will eventually uncover the patterns. For now, I shall focus on steady development and resolve lingering issues from my anime watching days. Hakazu arrived at a barbecue restaurant, ordering a dish he had longed to taste from an anime. The presentation was identical to that in the show, featuring a large piece of meat on a bone. The barbecue was generously coated in a rich sauce and drizzled with sweet honey, making it incredibly tempting. Grasping the bone, Hakazu took a hearty bite. The meat was tender and juicy, with the sauce's richness complemented by the honey's sweetness, creating an extraordinary flavor that it is also possible that after several days of subpar meals since his arrival. This was the first truly enjoyable meal, the only other feast being the banquet from the previous day. In contrast, the exquisite barbecue was even more delightful, undoubtedly enhanced by the quality of the dish itself. Boss, another few servings, please. Having a penchant for meat, he relished the opportunity to eat heartily, and with this encounter, he intended to indulge. After satisfying his appetite, Hakazu leisurely wandered through Loguetown. As night fell, he arrived at the execution platform from the One Piece saga. Casually snapping a photo of the platform with his journal, he recognized it as a classic landmark. If he had truly traveled to the One Piece world, this was undoubtedly a location not to be missed. The execution platform, rich in legend, was where Pirate King Roger had been executed over 20 years ago. Not long after, the future Pirate King, Luffy, would also face a similar fate here. It felt as though, without the revolutionary father of Luffy, he might genuinely have to experience the sensation of being executed. One could not help but note the formidable background of Luffy, should he ascend to the title of Pirate King and deliver a speech of gratitude. One subheading would undoubtedly be dedicated to his revolutionary father, Dragon, and his naval hero grandfather, Carp, with connections in both the underworld and the Navy, coupled with his own formidable strength and a devil fruit. Who else but him could claim the mantle of Pirate King? On the merchant ship, Robin was enjoying her dinner when she inadvertently choked upon reading her journal, the sound echoing throughout the dining area. Yet, she paid no mind, as the journal's contents captivated her attention. Luffy's father is actually the revolutionary leader, Dragon. Furthermore, the naval hero Carp is his grandfather. Such a powerful lineage is indeed deserving of its reputation. Coughing again, Robin mused. How ironic that the naval hero Carp has produced a leader of the revolutionary army who defies the world government. She chuckled to herself, unconcerned about her coughing fit. Fortunately, she was alone in the restaurant. Otherwise, her remarks would surely have caused a stir. However, she couldn't help but wonder why Hakazu consistently equated Luffy's devil fruit with his background. It is essential to recognize that Luffy's lineage is far from ordinary. A revolutionary leader and a naval hero. To juxtapose such a background with merely a devil fruit is to imply that the fruit's power must be astonishing. Robin's mind was filled with endless curiosity, a fervent desire to uncover the nature of Luffy's devil fruit. Yet, as Hakazu did not elaborate further, she could only temporarily suppress her intrigue, awaiting the day when he might divulge more. The other girls were similarly taken aback by Luffy's remarkable lineage. However, they couldn't help but internally critique. What kind of family is this? A grandfather who is a naval hero, a revolutionary son, and a grandson who is the Pirate King. They also began to question Carp's effectiveness as an educator. One could even argue that if Carp's actions were not intentional, his educational abilities must be quite lacking. Meanwhile, far away in a small kingdom in the East Sea, the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army commander, Betty, donned pink-tinted sunglasses and absent-mindedly stared at her journal. Is the Pirate King Luffy really the son of the leader? And the leader is the son of a naval hero. The absurdity of these relationships nearly shattered Betty's worldview, prompting her to extinguish her cigarette, which she had just taken a drag from in shock. Observing the spirited citizens around her, she nodded in satisfaction. This matter can be set aside for now. The leader will inform me when necessary. For now, I must focus on the revolution in this kingdom. She possessed the ability of the encouragement fruit, making her a formidable force, particularly on the battlefield. Since learning of Hakazu's existence a few days ago, she had gradually acclimated to the idea. Hakazu occasionally revealed hidden truths that could shock the seas. The sea breeze caressed the air, while scattered stars twinkled in the night sky. A solitary small boat gradually approached the shore from afar. With a resounding thud, the bow of the boat collided with the rocky coastline, emitting a distressed creak under the strain. However, the vessel's owner showed little concern for its condition. Instead, she hurriedly leaped onto the land. Through the sparse starlight, one could discern her vibrant orange hair. Nami, burdened with a gray backpack, opened her journal once more to confirm that White Zai had not departed from Loguetown, which brought her a sigh of relief. It was previously mentioned that Nami was not one to sit idly by. She preferred to take the initiative, although White Zai had frequently expressed his desire to rescue her from Cocoa West Village. Nami felt an unsettling sense of insecurity. After all, White's remarks in the journal could indicate he was delayed for some reason and had not made it to Cocoa West Village. If that were the case, her prolonged wait there would be in vain. Upon learning that White's destination was Loguetown, she resolved to travel there in hopes of encountering him. The distance between Cocoa West Village and Loguetown was not particularly great, and given her familiarity with the maritime conditions, she knew of a special route that could shorten the journey and expedite her arrival. Finally reaching Loguetown, Nami reflected on the fact that while the special route allowed for swift travel, it was not without its dangers. She had narrowly escaped being devoured by a sea beast earlier. With her heart still racing, she patted her chest, exhaling deeply before gazing at the brightly lit Loguetown. If this journey proved fruitful, the rewards would undoubtedly justify the tribulations endured along the way. The latest entries in her journal indicated that White's had been spotted near the execution platform. Appearing to wander aimlessly, he seemed unaware of the location of Cocoa West Village and might likely inquire with the crew of a merchant ship. As Nami dashed toward her destination, she refined her reasoning in her mind, continually reassuring herself of its correctness that if all else failed, she would have to stake out the port until morning. She adjusted her backpack to the front, clutching it tightly with one hand while swinging the other to maintain her balance. Suddenly, as she turned a corner, a robust arm blocked her path. The owner of the arm was tall, and caught off guard, Nami collided headfirst into it, her nose striking painfully against the solid limb. "Hey, look who I found. Isn't this the infamous little thief from the East Sea? Who did you steal from this time?" Nami, momentarily dazed, felt a rush of pain as tears welled in her eyes. Yet, upon hearing the mocking voice, her body involuntarily trembled, and disregarding the tears, she swiftly attempted to escape. However, the strong arm seemed to have anticipated her move, quickly reaching out to grasp her hair and lifting her high. The intense pain urged her to comply with the force of the arm, lest she lose all her hair. "Aha! Isn't this the mighty Captain Ross? What brings you to Loguetown for a break?" Nami, suppressing her pain, managed to smile at the owner of the powerful arm. Emerging from the corner was an extraordinarily burly man. Anyone familiar with the East Sea bounty notices would immediately recognize him as Captain Ross. With a bounty of 12 million, to achieve such a sum in the notoriously weak East Sea was a testament to his ruthlessness. "Little thief, you've finally fallen into my hands. The gold, silver, and jewels aboard my ship, along with the berries, total over 5 million. Soon you'll learn that such wealth is not easily obtained." Captain Ross ignored Nami's attempts at flattery, instead tightening his grip on her hair to prevent the slippery thief from escaping again. 5 million berries. Even if I slice you for every 1,000 berries, that would mean 500 cuts. Ross's words sent a shiver down Nami's spine. She had targeted him precisely because of his insatiable greed. Knowing he must possess a considerable fortune, a man so enamored with wealth would surely be infuriated to discover his treasures had been pilfered, and he would undoubtedly wish to exact a brutal revenge on the thief. Now, having fallen into Captain Ross's clutches, Nami felt a wave of despair. She had never anticipated that he would secretly arrive in Loguetown. Haha, this wretched little thief has finally been caught. We have always robbed others. Never did we expect to be robbed ourselves. From behind Captain Ross, a group of pirates with cruel smiles emerged. They appeared rather ragged, likely due to the loss of their riches at Nami's hands. "No way. Let me have the first go. For this day, I even bought a razor-thin blade to let this wretched thief experience the agony of 1,000 cuts." Captain Ross drew a small knife from his waist. Forcefully pulling Nami's head closer, he leaned down, and the stench of neglect wafted towards Nami, causing her face to pale. Yet, compared to the foul odor, the sight of the small blade invoked far greater terror. The delicate knife glided lightly across Nami's cheek, a faint sting accompanying it as blood began to trickle from the wound, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. "Someone, please help me. Whoever you are, please save me." For the first time, so close to death, despair filled Nami's heart as she fervently prayed for salvation. Though her mind screamed for help, her lips remained sealed, leaving Captain Ross feeling somewhat bored at the lack of her cries. His smile faltered as he failed to witness the thief's agonized expression, leaving him discontented. "Still putting up a brave front, are we? That small backpack you cling to so desperately, does it hold berries? Whose misfortune did you steal it from?" Captain Ross wrenched Nami's hand open, yanking the small backpack away. Under the immense force, it tore apart with a rip, spilling a cascade of papers and a multitude of berries onto the ground. Well, look at what we have here. No wonder this little thief carried such a hefty bag," one pirate nearby exclaimed, eyes wide in astonishment at the scattered berries. It seems we shouldn't let her die so easily. This little thief has made quite a name for herself in the East Sea, stealing from countless pirate nobles. I refuse to believe she has spent all that wealth. Perhaps we can recover millions from the 500,000 we lost. Captain Ross's eyes gleamed at the sight of the scattered berries, laughter escaping him as he realized the unexpected fortune. His initial intent was vengeance, to mercilessly torment Nami and teach her a lesson about pain and greed. However, with such an astonishing amount of berries on the line, his plans shifted. The little thief undoubtedly had more concealed. Will you reveal the location of your buried treasures, or shall we carve the information out of you? Allowing you to experience true suffering first, Captain Ross taunted, pulling Nami's hair again, eliciting a muffled groan as blood trickled from her cheek to her lips, filling her mouth with the metallic taste of iron. Trembling with fear, Nami dreaded the thought of relinquishing the village's life-saving funds. Yet, she was equally terrified of what lay ahead. She could already envision her grim fate, her body riddled with countless cuts, bleeding out until lifeless. Nami had no idea whether she could withstand such pain or if she would succumb and reveal the location of her treasures. All she knew was that she had to keep her mouth tightly shut. So you refuse to cooperate. It seems our verbal threats have had no effect on the little thief. Come on, Old Five, show her the torturous techniques you've been practicing. Captain Ross handed the knife to a sullen young man. Referred to as Old Five despite his youth, he had already earned a bounty in the millions, notorious for his ruthless methods of torture. The little thief, upon learning that you had pilfered all our wealth, rendered me unable to drink or eat, consumed by thoughts day and night. I devised a set of tormenting methods specifically for you, hoping you might endure a while longer, lest I succumb to boredom. The brooding young man brandished a small dagger, deftly twirling it between his fingers, showcasing his mastery of the blade. As he uttered exceedingly twisted words, a cruel expression spread across his face, inching the dagger ever closer to Nami's abdomen. Intent on making this detestable thief fully experience fear, this blade shall pierce your belly, severing your insides bit by bit, allowing you to savor the agony of excruciating pain. Nami shook her head vigorously, her body instinctively retreating in terror. Yet, Captain Ross held her hair tightly, leaving her nowhere to escape. Suddenly, the platinum diary, visible only to Nami, flickered, revealing fresh content. Habitually relying on solar sensitivity, she was astonished to see the image of her beloved. Nami's eyes widened as she gazed at the diary's contents, her heart brimming with anticipation and hope, yearning for the wife mentioned in the Baize diary to be none other than herself. Although there existed another woman in Loguetown, Daski, who had been referred to as Baize's wife, at this moment, Nami desperately wished for it to be her. Save me. Nami fixated on the diary, as if grasping at her last lifeline. Emitting a heart-wrenching cry, the sudden outburst startled the surrounding pirates, particularly the brooding youth, whose face darkened further upon realizing Nami's fright, causing him to hasten his movements, intent on stabbing her abdomen. Scream, scream, before the Navy arrives. I shall ensure you experience endless suffering. The brooding youth growled savagely. However, in the next moment, he felt his dagger not pierce flesh but strike against steel, immovable. Baize, enveloped in the armor of hockey, effortlessly grasped the delicate blade as if it were a mere gossamer. With a decisive squeeze, accompanied by a crisp crack, the fragile dagger shattered into pieces, discarded carelessly upon the ground. So many have bullied one. Have they? They wish to bully me. Cough, cough. A girl, do they? Baize had intended to find a place to rest, but upon activating his solar sensitivity, he unexpectedly beheld the familiar figure of his beloved Nami. It was intolerable that she had been captured by a band of pirates. In an instant, he unleashed his full speed, arriving just before she could suffer real harm, before the pirates could comprehend the situation. Baize's hand was already clasped around Captain Ross's arm. His fingers, akin to iron pincers, gripped Ross's arm tightly, and with a crack of bones, the captain cried out in agony, instinctively releasing Nami's hair. With a forceful tug, Baize followed up with a powerful left kick, sending Captain Ross reeling as if crushed by a mountain. His imposing physique emitted sounds of unbearable strain, accompanied by the cacophony of cracking bones. As he felt every bone in his body shatter, the overwhelming force even generated a shockwave, ruffling the clothing and hair of the surrounding pirates, revealing their astonished faces. Upon releasing Ross, his body crumpled to the ground like a rag doll. Convulsing, mouth agape, yet unable to utter a sound, his vocal cords shattered. The other pirates attempted to flee, but Baize dispatched them one by one, each receiving a kick that bestowed upon them the agony of catastrophic fractures, leading them slowly toward death. For these pirates, whose bounties were so high, their demise was hardly a loss. The reasons for their substantial rewards were predominantly due to their brutal methods. The civilians who fell into their clutches met excruciatingly painful ends. From Baize's arrival to the pirates' painful downfall, scarcely more than a handful of breaths had passed, most of which were consumed by the few words he uttered. Nami wept profusely, her tears flowing like a delicate flower. Yet, she was unfazed, gazing up at Baize with wide eyes. Only when Baize approached her and extended his hand, smiling gently, did she snap back to reality, shaking her head lightly and grasping his hand. Pulling herself up with sudden force, for an ordinary person, such a sudden tug would certainly send them sprawling to the ground. Alas, this was Baize, endowed with extraordinary physical prowess. Nami's meager strength was akin to attempting to move a small mountain. What followed took Baize by surprise. After pulling herself up, Nami did not release her grip. Rather, she lunged into Baize's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around him. Baize had intended to speak, but feeling the trembling form in his arms, he chose silence, gently comforting her back. In his heart, he mused, heroic rescues may be a glitch, but they are undeniably effective, beneath the sparse starlit sky. On the outskirts of Loguetown, the dimly lit alleyway lay strewn with a dozen pirates, their faces contorted in expressions of profound agony, mouths agape yet unable to produce a sound. Baize's mastery of power had reached remarkable heights. A simple left kick was sufficient to disperse all the force throughout the pirates' bodies. Each pirate felt as though a mountain had rolled over them. Moreover, with the force penetrating their innards, not even the finest doctors among pirates could hope to save them. These pirates would not survive the night. As the trembling body in his arms gradually calmed, Baize finally spoke. It's all right now. I have dealt with all the pirates. The embrace of his beloved Nami was truly comforting. And indeed, she was the one he had longed for. Even without waiting 2 years, she possessed an undeniable allure. Upon glimpsing the contents of the diary, a rosy hue blossomed on Nami's cheeks, yet she made no move to leave Baize's embrace. Today, she had finally come to understand the meaning of the threat of death. Throughout the years, she had traversed perilous paths, stealing treasures from pirates, and to claim there was no danger would be a lie. But to be captured by ruthless pirates, facing the prospect of a brutal death, was an experience she had never encountered before. In her moments of torment, Nami had constantly yearned for someone to rescue her. And when the information about Baize emerged in the Platinum Diary, she grasped at him as if he were her last hope, vowing never to let go. Nami was a girl who dared to love and hate. Once she made up her mind, she would not easily relent. This was a perfect opportunity to forge a closer bond with Baize, and she certainly would not let it slip away. Thank you for saving me. May I know your name? Nami murmured, her head resting against Baize's chest. I am Baize. And you? Nami. Upon hearing Nami's muffled voice, tinged with a hint of sobs, Baize sighed inwardly. No matter how strong and cheerful a girl may be, such a fright would instinctively lead her to seek solace. After tonight's heroic rescue, I should leave a profound impression on Nami. Perhaps our feelings might elevate to new heights. Holding Nami in his arms, Baize pondered, relishing the moment. As long as Nami did not express a desire to leave his embrace, he would not be so tactless as to bring it up himself. After a while, Nami finally pulled away, her face flushed, internally chiding herself. So this is the notorious flirt from the diary, who calls many girls his wife, still hoping I would push him away. Nami anticipated that Baize would push her away first, creating an opening for conversation, yet he remained silent, not initiating any dialogue. Unable to bear the silence, Nami, feeling a bit bashful, decided to take the initiative to break the ice. Mr. Baize. Just call me Baize. May I call you by your name, Nami? Really. Thank you so much for saving me tonight. Baize. It's nothing. Just a simple act. And I have little fondness for pirates. Baize smiled as he spoke, his refined and amiable demeanor putting Nami at ease. I have an ungrateful request. Nami hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing Baize's calm expression, she continued, I wish to stay by your side, for I fear encountering pirates again. Originally, Nami intended to ask Baize to rescue the villagers of Coco Island, but she worried that such a request might seem too abrupt. Thus, she thought it best to remain by Baize's side for the time being and wait for the right moment to broach the subject. After listening to her, Baize casually nodded. This small request from Nami was hardly a burden. As he had mentioned before, it was merely a trivial matter. Furthermore, he was keen on developing a deeper relationship with Nami. So her initiative was perfectly aligned with his desires. Of course, that's no problem. Now, Nami, hurry and gather the scattered coins before the wind carries them away. Baize's words jolted Nami back to reality. Her penchant for treasure had not faded. Prompted by Baize's reminder, she quickly grabbed her backpack and began collecting the scattered berries from the ground. To express my gratitude for your assistance. I will cover your expenses for this period, Baize. With the berries tucked safely in her embrace, Nami spoke with newfound confidence, even patting the berries as she spoke. Since you insist, I shall graciously accept. Let us find a place to rest for a while. The two departed from the area in unison. Shortly thereafter, the navy led by Dasky arrived, capturing the group of pirates. Although the pirates' expressions seemed to plead for a swift resolution, Dasky refrained from granting them mercy, as she did not wish to undermine Baize's efforts. The suffering endured by these pirates was well-deserved, she reassured herself. Turning her gaze to her diary, she couldn't help but worry that Nami might have been taken by Baize to a hotel. This thought caused a flush to creep across Dasky's cheeks, prompting her to cough lightly, lower her head, and adjust her glasses in an attempt to regain her composure before leading the navy back to their base. Nami and Baize found a small house to stay in for the night. Nami's familiarity with Loguetown far surpassed Baize's, having visited the town numerous times, whereas Baize was there for the first time. After all, Nami often exchanged the treasures she pilfered for berries in Loguetown. Baize, this is the house of a woman I know here. She is away traveling and said I could stay here whenever I visit Loguetown. Nami opened the door to a quaint little house, welcoming Baize inside. Observing Nami's familiarity with the place, Baize suddenly remembered that, aside from her obsession with wealth, she maintained good relationships with those around her. The mere fact that someone would entrust her with their home speaks volumes about Nami's social skills. The house, though small, was well-equipped, featuring 2 bedrooms and a living room, providing just enough space for the two of them. Baize had no objections and chose a room to prepare for rest. Good night, Nami. Good night, Baize. They exchanged their good nights, and as the lights dimmed, Baize's mind was free of other thoughts, allowing him to quickly drift into slumber. In the midst of his dreams, he felt a presence beside him. Though there was no trace of malice or hostility, the softness of the figure served as a comforting embrace, leading Baize to pay little heed to it. The night passed without incident, but as dawn approached, Baize suddenly opened his eyes to find Nami nestled in his arms, a bemused smile gracing his face. He had grown accustomed to waking early to greet the first rays of sunlight. Baize certainly held affection for Nami. Otherwise, he would not have referred to her as his wife in his diary. Contemplating, he reached out and gently poked Nami's cheek. Nami furrowed her brows slightly, murmuring in her sleep, but Baize persisted, continuing to poke her cheek. Perhaps stirred from her slumber by his playful antics, Nami awoke to the sight of Baize's handsome face, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. The memories of the previous night flooded back in an instant. After enduring the ups and downs, the joys and sorrows, Nami found herself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She opened her diary and, upon reading its contents, unconsciously made her way to Baize's room, lying beside him and inhaling his comforting scent, slowly drifting back into sleep. Nami felt that this slumber was the most restful she had experienced in years. Due to the dragon's menace, she had scarcely enjoyed a peaceful night in recent times. On the rare occasion she did, it was only when accompanied by her sister, Nojiko. Sleeping beside Baize, however, provided an unparalleled sense of security. Yet, while sleeping soundly was one thing, being caught in the act by Baize upon waking was another. Nami had intended to wake early and sneak back to her own room, but she was taken aback by how early Baize had risen. Having navigated danger for years, Nami had developed a resilient heart and remarkable acting skills. Faced with being caught, she quickly concocted an excuse. Baize, if I said I was startled last night and couldn't sleep, so I came to your side to try and rest, only to fall asleep. Would you believe me? Nami blinked her eyes, speaking in a pitiful tone. Snap, a photo of Nami's sleeping face appeared in Baize's diary. Nami, my wife, claimed she was startled last night and couldn't sleep, so she sought refuge beside me. Of course, I believe her. Baize chuckled, his tone gentled. I certainly believe you. Detecting the teasing undertone in Baize's words, Nami's face flushed even more. She wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, turning her back to him, and continued lying in bed. Baize, seeing this, chose not to tease her further, getting out of bed to welcome the first rays of morning light. Baize viewed such matters with a level-headed attitude, unwilling to become overly attached to fleeting moments. If he could truly regard Nami as his wife, then there would be plenty of time for such things in the future. If fate were to keep them apart, what use was it to cling to the present? However, the contents of Baize's diary had stirred envy among the women, especially since Baize had explicitly referred to Nami as his wife. Their hearts grew increasingly restless. Initially, all the women had been treated equally, all referred to as wives without any substantial relationships forming, maintaining a sense of equality. But who would have thought that Nami, the little girl, would sneak away? While they may not have genuinely desired to become Baize's wife or to be associated with a notorious flirt, girls often harbor inexplicable competitive spirits in peculiar ways. Robin had risen early to read and pass the time while awaiting Baize's diary update. To her surprise, upon opening the diary, she was greeted by a beautiful photograph of Nami asleep, evoking a range of indescribable emotions within her. As she continued reading, discovering that the two had shared a bed for the night, Robin's feelings intensified, and she bit her lip, placing a hand over her heart. Who would have thought I would feel discomfort over such matters? Am I truly developing feelings for him amidst all those wife proclamations? Robin muttered to herself, ultimately shaking her head. She had little understanding of matters of the heart and could not decipher her feelings. So she decided to set them aside for the time being. In the land of women, within the palace of the Empress, bang. The Empress, upon seeing the photo and contents in the diary, felt a surge of anger and smashed her cup to the floor. What a despicable flirt. They have only just met, and already they've shared a bed for the night. If they linger any longer, the implications are too dreadful to contemplate, the Empress exclaimed, perplexed as to why she felt such rage. After venting her frustration, Hancock suddenly thought, perhaps I should venture to the East Blue and see for myself what is so exceptional about this notorious flirt. Aboard the Navy warship, Toto was practicing her swordsmanship when she came across the diary's contents. Though she felt an odd sensation within, she chose not to dwell on it and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, the pace of emotional development among the youth today is truly astonishing. In comparison, it seems I have indeed aged. As she spoke, the renowned sword in Tautu's hand was suddenly swung, stirring a tempest of energy before she sheathed it once more. The naval soldiers who had been training alongside Tautu looked on in bewilderment. And one inquisitive female soldier ventured to ask, Tautu, are you not going to practice anymore? Not today. My mood is not favorable. You all carry on with your training, Tautu replied dismissively before turning to retreat to the ship's cabin for some rest. Leaving the soldiers in a state of confusion, the female soldier who had initially spoken realized she had perhaps misspoken, her expression turning troubled, yet she dared not approach the admiral. Then let us continue our training, she said with a hint of resignation, prompting the other soldiers to redouble their efforts. After all, with Tautu in a foul mood, they might very well incur her wrath if she caught them slacking. The reactions among the women varied, yet each bore the mark of altered emotions compared to before. Baize, while exercising, pondered how to seize the opportunity to propose assisting Nami in dealing with the evil dragon. Such is the burden of foresight. Aiding characters from the original narrative requires a gradual approach, meticulously seeking chances lest one arouse suspicion about ulterior motives. Baize scratched his head, utterly at a loss for a plausible excuse. Meanwhile, Nami, having risen from her slumber and made her way to the kitchen, busied herself preparing a few of her signature dishes, muttering to herself. Although it was quite embarrassing, her relationship with Baize had undoubtedly improved. Perhaps she should request his assistance with the dragon during their meal. Baize sat cross-legged on the rooftop. He awaited the sun's ascent, which heralded the dawn's warmth. It was only when the sun fully revealed itself that he concluded his meditation. His mastery of the great sun visualization technique remained in its infancy, preventing him from meditating directly under the blazing sun. Instead, he seized the moments of dawn and dusk to deepen his understanding of the technique. Indeed, the intricacies of the great sun visualization were profound, but this was also a reflection of his limited practice time. It appeared that enhancing his skills would necessitate special rewards. Baize slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting golden flame dancing within them as he basked in the sunlight, his body steadily growing stronger as he concluded his morning training. A lengthy day lay ahead. Training was truly captivating. He jotted down his reflections in his journal, no longer fixated on completing 1,000 words at once for the sake of rewards. After all, his current strength afforded him ample security. Recording snippets of daily experiences and insights with ease allowed him to meet the word count effortlessly. Compared to the day he arrived in the pirate world, Baize now felt far more relaxed. Upon opening the door, the enticing aroma wafted over him, momentarily catching Baize off guard. He spotted Nami's busy orange form in the kitchen and recalled that her culinary skills were quite commendable. "Baize is back. Hurry and get ready for breakfast," Nami called out casually, as though addressing a husband returning from morning exercise, creating a warm atmosphere that made Baize feel at ease. Well, who would have thought you possessed such culinary prowess?" Baize remarked with a smile as he washed his hands at the sink. Nami, wielding a spatula while frying eggs, turned to him with her white apron adorning her, exuding the essence of a devoted wife. "Baize, do I look like someone who can cook like this?" "Indeed, you do, quite fittingly," Baize replied, surprised by how well Nami suited the role. Her ability to wear any outfit with grace was undeniable, even in a simple home-cooking ensemble. She radiated an aura of domesticity. He quickly snapped a photo in his journal to commemorate the moment. "All right, enough banter, go take a seat. Once these eggs are done, breakfast will be ready," Nami chuckled, urging him away from the kitchen to the dining table. The breakfast was simple yet delightful: bread, vegetables, and fried eggs paired with a unique sauce to create a delicious sandwich. "Nami, I would like to ask for your assistance," she said hesitantly. "Speak freely. I shall help with whatever I can." "As payment for this wonderful breakfast," Baize replied, savoring the sandwich's exquisite taste, but even more so, the sight of the girl in the pristine apron was delectable. My hometown has long been oppressed by a gang of pirates, and I have been coerced into doing things against my will. It brings me great distress," Nami expressed with sincerity, her gaze fixed intently on Baize's face, fearful of any sign of reluctance from him. Baize felt a surge of joy at Nami's proactive approach, a smile unconsciously gracing his features. "Are you suggesting I take care of these pirates?" "Yes, Baize. I beg you to save me and my village," Nami exclaimed, rising abruptly to bow before Baize, her eyes shut tight, unable to meet his gaze. "That of course. Did I not say that I would do my utmost to assist with anything within my capabilities?" Baize reassured her, mindful of Nami's previous doubts regarding Luffy's ability to defeat the dragon. "In truth, there are very few in the East Blue who could contend with me. Any pirate I could easily dispatch." "Really? Thank you so much," Nami cried, leaping forward to embrace Baize tightly. While he relished the warmth of her affection, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Was it merely his imagination, or did Nami seem overly familiar with him? She often rushed to hug him, and last night had been particularly unexpected. As Nami glanced at the contents of the journal, a wave of alarm washed over her. Had she inadvertently aroused Baize's suspicions? It was clear that her affectionate demeanor was far from that of a mere acquaintance. Yet, the die was cast, and she was unsure how to remedy the situation, opting to let things unfold naturally. She hoped Baize would not connect her behavior to the existence of her personal journal. Moreover, Nami understood that if she suddenly became distant, it would undoubtedly raise Baize's suspicions, so she had no choice but to maintain this course. "All right, let's eat breakfast first, and then we shall set off immediately," Baize said, patting Nami's back to calm her before speaking. Nami lowered her head, a touch embarrassed, and quietly bowed to Baize before resuming her meal. The two shared little conversation thereafter, but an unspoken understanding blossomed between them, filling the air with an unusual tension. Yesterday, Baize had already inquired about a merchant ship bound for Cocoa West Village. But with Nami as their guide, they need not board one. After all, the merchant vessel would have to stop at numerous islands before reaching Cocoa West Village, which would waste considerable time. Together, they swiftly located the pirate crew left behind by Captain Ross, casually recruiting a few sailors to board the pirate ship and set sail for Cocoa West Village. They removed the pirate flag to avoid alarming the villagers. Meanwhile, Robin, aboard the Baroque Works vessel, examined the journal's contents while rubbing her temples. Another dead end. Thankfully, she had checked Cocoa West Village's location prior to her arrival, so a change of course was still feasible. However, when encountering Baize, she could not afford to reveal any abnormality. Unlike Nami, watching Baize and Nami interact, Robin finally grasped that Nami must possess a personal journal. Otherwise, her peculiar behavior would be inexplicable. When she finally met Baize, what excuse should she concoct? Tourism? Archaeology? Robin mused, her finger tapping her lips with a light smile, fully aware of Baize's keen understanding of her. Thus, let us conjure a plausible reason grounded in reality. Similarly, the naval admiral Taudu, who was hastening towards Rog, arrived at the same decision, altering her course towards the village of Cocoa West. Baize seldom lingered at any given location, making it quite challenging to apprehend him. Observing the ocean before her, Tautu remarked softly, yet her eyes concealed an intense yearning to extract secrets regarding the Navy from Baize. The voyage felt interminable. Baize meticulously documented his numerous interactions with Nami, submitting them as diary entries. Congratulations on earning diary rewards. Beginner armament hockey, beginner observation hockey, and beginner swordsmanship. Familiar rewards indeed, after briefly savoring their essence. Baize turned his attention elsewhere. Before long, the two arrived at the island housing Cocoa West Village, where the sun's rays swiftly illuminated the castle of the evil dragon, the domain of the evil dragon. All the pirates congregated within this lair. Baize turned to Nami and inquired, "Nami, do you wish to return to Cocoa West Village to await my good news, or shall you accompany me?" Baize possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities, assured that he would not falter in confronting the evil dragon, and was equally certain of his capability to safeguard Nami. "I shall accompany you," Nami declared resolutely, eager to witness the fate of the evil dragon pirates who had oppressed her for so long. The two ventured to a location not far from the evil dragon's paradise, when suddenly, Baize halted. Under Nami's puzzled gaze, he pointed towards the distant evil dragon's amusement park. Turning to face the amusement park, Nami beheld golden flames coalescing in the sky, their brilliance intensified by the sunlight. The golden flames descended gracefully, ultimately crashing down upon the evil dragon's domain, unleashing a tremendous shockwave from within. Nami instinctively recoiled. Even from a distance, she could feel the searing heat engulfing her. Upon looking back at the evil dragon's amusement park, she found it had collapsed entirely. Amidst the ruins, anguished cries echoed, though they soon subsided. Nami had envisioned the downfall of the evil dragon pirates countless times, but she never anticipated such an outcome. Destruction before even a confrontation. The evil dragon perished without ever knowing who had slain him. At long last, witnessing the demise of the tormentor who had plagued her, tears streamed down Nami's cheeks uncontrollably, her sobs occasionally accompanied by a runny nose. The cacophony from the evil dragon's amusement park attracted the villagers of Cocoa West, who rushed over with farming tools. Upon seeing Nami weeping on the ground, with Baize standing beside her, their thoughts quickly ran awry. Fortunately, there were those who understood the situation. Nami's sister Nojiko dashed forward to embrace her tightly. "Nami, what has happened?" Nojiko inquired anxiously, producing a handkerchief to wipe away Nami's tears and snot. "Nothing, Nojiko. I am simply overwhelmed with joy. The evil dragon pirates, who have tormented us for so long, have finally been vanquished. Look over there." Nami's voice trembled with emotion as she gestured towards the collapsed amusement park. The villagers, finally directing their gaze towards the distant ruins of the evil dragon's amusement park, were struck with disbelief. Their expressions transformed from incredulity to shock, and then to exhilaration, culminating in jubilant cheers as they waved their farming implements in celebration. Those accursed evil dragon pirates have finally met their end. Oh, how marvelous! These wretched scoundrels deserve to die 1,000 times over. Indeed, they plundered our hard-earned wealth and subjected the poor Nami to so much suffering. They are truly despicable. These murderous pirates have finally been eradicated by the forces of justice. Their demise is richly deserved. The villagers engaged in fervent discussions, venting their frustrations over the trials they had endured over the years. Some even embraced one another, weeping openly, recalling how the evil dragon could bully them at will, inflicting harm without consequence. Yet, for the sake of the village and to shield it from the evil dragon's wrath, they had endured in silence. Among them, Nami had suffered the most. The villagers, in a misguided attempt to spare her further anguish, had deliberately distanced themselves from her. Nonetheless, Nami's kindness had profoundly touched their hearts. Even while they sought to protect her, she had never wavered in her determination to save the entire village. At that moment, a man of modest stature approached Baize, bowing respectfully. "You are the valiant hero who defeated the evil dragon pirates. Are you not? We are immensely grateful for your salvation of Cocoa West Village, of little Nami, and of us all." A Jin had observed Baize from afar, and once the villagers' emotions had calmed, he approached to express his gratitude. Other villagers followed suit, bowing in reverence. "There's no need for such formality. I am merely a friend of Nami's, and it was my duty to intervene, that I could not stand idly by while my friends suffered." Baize replied at that moment, Nojiko stood and addressed the crowd. Let us not merely express our gratitude. We should organize a grand feast to celebrate this valiant hero's rescue. Upon hearing Nojiko's words, the villagers erupted in cheers of agreement, dispersing excitedly to prepare the festivities. Greetings. I am Nami's sister, Nojiko. I am delighted that Nami has befriended someone as noble as you to be. By the way, do you harbor any feelings for my sister? Nojiko hesitated before inquiring, but was swiftly silenced by Nami, who pulled her away. Sister, what nonsense are you spouting? We have only just met. What of it? Besides, do you not wish to express gratitude to Mr. Baize for all he has done for you? Baize was momentarily taken aback. Observing the playful exchange between the sisters and Nami's apologetic demeanor, he chuckled softly and resumed his stride. As Baize entered the villagers hailed him as their esteemed guest, warmly guiding him to the village center, while Nami was pulled away by Nojiko. Just as Nami pondered why her sister had led her away, she noticed a platinum notebook materializing in Nojiko's hands, emblazoned with the words Nojiko exclusive. Nojiko, you. Nami gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape as she gazed at her sister's platinum diary, yet words eluded her. Nearby diary owners detected. Would you like to add them as friends? Once added, you can communicate regardless of distance. The sisters exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. Nami, Nojiko, have you always had a diary? Nojiko, not until today. When Mr. Baize arrived in Cocoa West Village and we met for the first time. Nami, so, that means the exclusive diary's owner is either someone like me who possessed it from the start, or someone like you who acquires it upon meeting Mr. Baize. Nojiko, that seems to be the case. However, I discovered many intriguing things within the diary. By the way, my dear Nami is finally growing up and reaching the age for marriage. How does sharing a bed feel? Nami, Nojiko, what are you talking about? We merely shared a bed. Nothing more occurred. Please do not misunderstand. Though they were face to face, the novelty of using the diary for communication intrigued them, leading to a silent yet captivating exchange that left onlookers puzzled. Nami, Nojiko, remember the diary's restrictions clearly. Never disclose its contents to others. Otherwise, great calamity may befall us. Nojiko, understood. Only those with a matching exclusive diary can be informed. Even Mr. Baize, the owner, must not be told. Such peculiar rules. Nami. Also, refrain from revealing too much foresight in Mr. Baize's presence. There are matters we gleaned from the diary that he is unaware of. So it is crucial to conceal that knowledge. Otherwise, he may grow suspicious. Nojiko nodded thoughtfully at the diary before turning to Nami. Well then, let us not linger on such matters. We must hasten to prepare for the feast. Nami also rose to her feet, her fingers intertwined as she stretched languidly. With the dragon now vanquished, the weight of the burden she had carried was suddenly lifted, leaving her at a loss for what to do next. This led her to engage in conversation with Noki. Let us prepare a sumptuous feast to showcase the warmth of Cocoa West Village to Mr. Baize. Noki, with a mischievous grin and a peculiar tone, remarked, still calling him Mr. Baize, haven't we always addressed one another by our names? Ahem, Noki, I knew you would tease me. The two sisters playfully bantered as they set about organizing the banquet. Cheers. The clinking of filled goblets resounded loudly, with wine splashing over the sides. Yet, this did not deter the spirited drinkers, Baize and Ajian, who, as if in a contest, continued to pour drink after drink into their mouths. Ha ha, I never expected Mr. Baize to possess such remarkable drinking capacity. Truly, my eyes have been opened, Ajian exclaimed, his face flushed and laughter booming, as many around him had already succumbed to intoxication, sprawled across the table. Baize chuckled, his robust physique granting him a formidable tolerance for alcohol, far outpacing the rate at which he absorbed it. Mr. Ajian also has quite the impressive capacity for drink. My own prowess stems from certain unique circumstances. Whereas you appear quite ordinary, yet your drinking ability is indeed extraordinary. Of course, I am famously known as a walking cask, Ajian replied, rolling his eyes dramatically before collapsing onto the table, drifting into a deep slumber. Seemingly having only held on until Baize would acknowledge his astonishing drinking skills, Baize observed the circle of men slumped around him, shaking his head as he rose with his goblet in hand. He wondered where Nami and Noki had wandered off to. They were present at the start of the banquet, yet now their whereabouts were a mystery. Baize slightly expanded his solar perception. Although he possessed this convenient ability, He seldom activated it in ordinary times, as the sheer volume of information it required to sift through was overwhelming. Before long, Baize located the two sisters. He approached the ruins of the dragon's paradise, where Nami and Noki were rummaging through the debris. "Nami, Noki, what are you searching for?" Baize inquired, a look of confusion on his face. The sudden sound startled the sisters. And Nami, placing a hand on her chest, exhaled in relief that I previously assisted the dragon pirates in charting many-sea maps, and I would hate for them to go to waste, so I thought I might find them. Nami stood from a pile of stones, stretching her limbs, as she had only just remembered amidst the festivities. After all, when they initially defeated the dragon pirates, her emotions had been tumultuous, causing her to overlook this detail. Now that it had come to mind, she was eager to search for them. Moreover, the dragon pirates have committed numerous atrocities over the years, exploiting countless ordinary citizens. Surely, there must be a wealth of berries. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with dollar signs, revealing her inner little money grubber. Seeing Nami in this state, Noki could only shake her head in exasperation. "Nami, I understand your fondness for berries, but at least try to conceal it in front of Mr. Baize. It wouldn't do to appear too greedy. After all, ordinary folk generally do not take kindly to those who are overly avaricious." Nami was startled by a message that appeared in her notebook, but quickly replied within it, "Surely not. Mr. Baize cannot possibly hold such a narrow-minded prejudice." The sisters exchanged silent glances, and Baize, observing their interaction, chuckled. "Then allow me to assist as well. My involvement should expedite the search, if there is still anything to find." Noki hesitated upon hearing Baize's offer, but Mr. Baize, as the esteemed benefactor of Cocoa West Village, Nami, however, readily agreed. "Then it would be a great help if you joined us." Baize smiled at Noki, signaling for her not to be overly concerned. Under the warmth of his solar perception, the entire ruin was laid bare. He had previously unleashed the flames of the sun, targeting the members of the dragon pirates. However, the immense power of those flames had obliterated the entire dragon's paradise, leaving Baize uncertain whether any of the maps or berries had survived the fiery aftermath. "I found something. Over there. It seems there's a basement where a significant amount of berries is hidden, but the maps are nowhere to be seen," Baize announced, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. After all, if the drawing room had been above ground, it would have been difficult to escape the residual effects of the sun's flames. Conversely, the berries stored in the basement might have evaded destruction. "Really? That's wonderful. I can always redraw the maps later, but these berries will make life a bit easier for everyone." Nami sighed in relief, her excitement evident. Though she coveted wealth, she would never hoard the hard-earned money of others. "Let's distribute these berries tomorrow. Everyone has endured hardships these past few years and could use a little improvement in their lives," Noki suggested, and the sisters quickly came to an agreement. Baize assisted in retrieving the berries, after which Nami insisted that he need not trouble himself further, as she could handle the rest. Baize shrugged, taking a leisurely stroll to admire the scenery. The quantity of berries on the ground was considerable. Yet Nami had an undeniable passion for the task of counting them. Though she had resolved to share them with everyone, she couldn't resist indulging in the pleasure of counting them first. Nami silently mused. "Nami, aren't you going to ask Mr. Baize for his opinion? After all, this is his accomplishment. Should we not set aside a portion of the berries for him?" Noki inquired. "There's no need for such formality. And besides, the money here pales in comparison to what I have secretly stashed away. It has been quite the struggle to save 100 million berries. This money would have been taken by the dragon. But now that Mr. Baize has rescued us, let us give this sum to him." Noki looked on in shock, her eyes filled with skepticism. Could it be that Nami had been secretly swapped with someone else? How could she utter such outrageous words? Was this truly the same little money grubber Nami she knew? Nami felt her cheeks flush under Naka's scrutinizing gaze, but offered no further explanation, continuing instead to pack the berries into her backpack. Noki glanced thoughtfully at Baize, who was idly wandering in the distance, suddenly realizing that perhaps even a little money grubber like Nami could quietly dissolve her tendencies in the presence of certain individuals. Noki chuckled inwardly, refraining from exposing Nami that it was indeed Nami's fortune to encounter someone for whom she was willing to change. Moreover, Noki could discern the feelings Baize held for Nami through the writings in his notebook. It was evident that this was a mutual affection. However, it seemed that one side was rather more invested than the other. With this thought, Noki cast a somewhat resentful glance at Baize. This fickle-hearted rogue wasn't having my sister enough. How many girls had he referred to as his wife in his diary? Meanwhile, Baize, wandering in the distance, suddenly felt a chill run through him, as though he were being quietly criticized behind his back. How strange. It was unlikely that I know too many people in this world. Could it be Smoker? After all, I had delivered a shipload of rescued slaves to him, enough to keep him busy with his grueling 9-to-6 work schedule for quite some time. Hi in Loguetown. Smoker, who was busy verifying personnel information, sneezed and glanced at the pile of documents on his desk, suddenly finding that the cigar in his mouth had lost its appeal. As midnight approached, Hakazu, who had been invited to stay at Nami's home, lay in bed gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling, slowly closing his eyes. With both hands clasped together over his chest, he spoke with a hint of anticipation. I hope tonight brings me a fragrant, soft, beautiful girl to embrace. After the banquet, the place was in disarray, and the villagers returned to their homes, plunging the entire Cocoa West village into silence. Meanwhile, Toharu and Robin, after a long journey, finally arrived at the island where Cocoa West village was located. One after the other. Off the coast, a military ship quietly approached. Toharu looked at the distant lights of Cocoa West village, now extinguished, and recalled from her diary that the banquet had concluded and everyone had long since retired. She pondered for a moment, deciding not to rush to find Hakuzu. The Navy soldiers had also grown weary from their journey and deserved a night of rest on the other end of the island. A merchant ship from the Baroque Works was anchored near the coast, but there were no suitable docking points along the shoreline, forcing them to use small boats to land, staring at the pitch-black island before her. Robin too decided to rest for the night. Not long after falling asleep, Hakazu sensed the presence of a soft body beside him that a smile involuntarily spread across his face as he rolled over and embraced her. Fragrant, soft. The next day, the same scene unfolded. Hakazu and Nami exchanged glances, her hair cascading loosely around her, looking sleepily adorable. Hakazu immediately snapped a photo of Nami's sleepy beauty, and now his diary was filled with her pictures, especially from the previous day, which had been brimming with snapshots. Eventually, under Hakazu's playful gaze, Nami admitted defeat first, her lips forming the words, "If I said it was because I drank too much last night and mistakenly entered the wrong room. Would you believe me?" Hakazu beamed a radiant smile, his gaze sincere as he replied, "I believe you. I believe whatever you say." His earnest and unabashed declaration sounded like a promise between lovers, causing Nami's cheeks to flush slightly. "I should get up and make breakfast," Nami protested, struggling to rise. Hakazu placed a hand on her shoulder, gently preventing her from getting up, and smiled at her. "Why don't you linger a bit longer? You stayed up quite late last night. You wouldn't want to feel sluggish during the day." With that, Hakazu rolled out of bed. Having shared a pillow the night before, there was a thin veil of reason to their closeness. But now that they were awake, one of them had to leave. After all, they had yet to formally acknowledge their relationship, and lying together felt somewhat awkward. Hakazu was indifferent. His morning training was a steadfast routine. Nami watched him depart, biting her lip, before pulling the covers over her head. Sensing the lingering warmth of Hakazu, she inhaled his comforting scent and gradually drifted back to sleep, a faint smile gracing her lips. Nokigo had risen early, only to find another photo of Nami's sleeping face upon opening her diary. She slapped her forehead in disbelief. "Oh dear, I can't bear to look." Her sister, usually so independent and strong, had become utterly infatuated with Hakazu. Having given up her room to him, the two sisters shared a bed. After a few drinks the previous night, Nokigo had fallen into a deep slumber, unaware of when Nami had left. "Even if I had known Nami was gone, I probably wouldn't have stopped her," Nokigo murmured, gazing at the sweet image of Nami in her diary, her face softening with a mix of fondness and satisfaction. "My little Nami, you deserve happiness," she declared firmly, pondering how to help Nami secure Hakazu's heart. After all, from the diary, Nokigo had already discerned that Hakazu was quite the flirt, despite his seemingly affable demeanor. He treated all girls in the same way. It appeared that Nami held no particular advantage in this regard. Nokigo sighed, ruffling her hair in frustration, and ultimately decided to rise and prepare breakfast. Hakazu continued his meditation until the sun blazed overhead, the warmth gradually intensifying, signaling the end of his reflection as he began his diary for the day that it had been several days since his arrival in this world. Each day filled with purpose as he sought to enhance his strength and rectify past regrets. Just yesterday, he had finally addressed one regret, rescuing Nami from her plight by vanquishing the evil dragon. But should he also take care of that so-called mouse colonel, colluding with the dragon to oppress the commoners? He certainly considered eliminating him. It was decided. He would deal with him on the way, as he had no intention of joining the Navy anyway. Taking on a bounty identity could be quite entertaining. Reflecting on other regrets, he recalled that there was still a year until Luffy set sail. A year? Yes. He remembered that Luffy's first ship was gifted by the East Blue's Miss Kaya. According to the timeline, he wondered if the disguised butler, Captain Kuro, had assassinated Kaya's parents. If not, perhaps he could intervene. After all, following the assassination, Kaya, already frail and sickly, had fallen ill. She was indeed a pitiful girl, her family's wealth targeted by Kuro. It was astonishing that a pirate would resort to such treachery to seize riches. Leaving him astounded yet incredulous on a naval warship, Toharu perused Hakuzu's diary entries, her eyes narrowing slightly as she decided to take the initiative and eliminate the mouse colonel. Such a Navy scoundrel would only bring harm to the innocent. It was better to deal with him than let Hakuzu bear a bounty, Toharu said slowly, picking up the phone to report this matter to the Fleet Admiral, the SA Rear Admiral, in the Navy headquarters. Her words carried significant weight, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku took her seriously. He immediately ordered the Navy personnel in the East Blue to investigate the matter. If proven true, they would strip him of his rank and ensure he faced justice. After hanging up, Toharu sighed, feeling that her hopes of inviting Hakuzu to join the Navy had dimmed further. Hakuzu had always harbored disdain for the Navy and held no fondness for them. If he ended up with a bounty on his head, it would completely drive him to oppose the Navy, making it impossible to recruit him. Therefore, this was not mere selfishness. It was to prevent the Navy from attracting a future top-tier powerhouse of the seas. Toharu silently reassured herself, instructing the other Navy personnel to remain on standby, while she alone took her prized sword toward Koko West Village, AS for Hakuzu's next destination. Toharu held no strong opinion. Of course, if the opportunity arose, she would also take care of that pirate masquerading as a wealthy butler. For now, it was best to let Hakuzu handle it. The priority was to connect with him. Robin glanced at the contents of the diary, her eyes narrowing slightly. If Hakuzu were to acquire a bounty, it would undoubtedly place him in opposition to the Navy. Perhaps such an outcome would serve her interests more. Having already positioned herself against the Navy, she reasoned that harboring another world government's bounty, the Demon Child, should pose no issue. Robin mused, having gleaned from the diary that Hakuzu was free-spirited and unrestrained. In this light, the chances of receiving his protection had significantly increased. However, if possible, she still hoped Hakuzu would avoid a bounty, even if it were merely from the Navy. Robin had suffered the pains of being hunted since childhood, experiencing betrayal, and she wished for Hakuzu to be spared from the same torment. In East Blue, at West Rob Village, unlike the previous diary owners who dismissed the latter parts of their entries. This particular owner placed great importance on them, for she was the very subject of those latter entries. Kaya. Due to her illness, Kaya often woke early, unable to sleep soundly. Once she acquired her journal, Koya regarded it as her one-of-a-kind possession. She believed herself to be the sole confidant of the journal's owner, Hakazai. In her heart, she quietly cherished Hakazai as a dear friend, a sentiment known only to her. While Hakazai remained oblivious, this unreciprocated intimacy allowed the pure-hearted Koya to place Hakazai in a position of great importance within her heart, fostering profound affection for him. Despite never having met, Koya, confined to her sickbed, earnestly considered the owner of the journal, who could understand her innermost thoughts, as her closest companion. Merely perusing the entries of Hakazai's journal, absorbing his experiences and reflections, brought her immense joy, a feeling she had not tasted in a long time since her illness. However, to her astonishment, today she stumbled upon her own name inscribed within the pages. Particularly shocking was the revelation that her butler was none other than the pirate Kuro in disguise. The subsequent revelation that he had caused the demise of her parents sent Koya's heart racing. Leaving her pale and breathless, after several deep breaths, she managed to regain her composure. If the journal's contents came to fruition, Koya, already in fragile health, could only imagine the devastating toll it would take on her condition. Simultaneously, she grappled with the betrayal of trusting Kuro, the very one responsible for her familial tragedy. The thought of placing her trust in her parents' murderer sent a chill down her spine, deepening her understanding of Kuro's treachery. Yet, even if she were to confide in her parents about this matter, she doubted they would believe her. And even if they did, what could they do? Though affluent, they had little recourse against a ruthless pirate. Koya's gaze remained fixed on the poignant words in the journal. Mr. Hakazai, I implore you, please come to Koya's rescue. Once Hakazai confirmed his next destination in the journal, he returned to his room. Breakfast had been prepared, and the two sisters sat at the table, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Upon reading the journal's contents, they exchanged glances. Nami, no Kigo, I wish to accompany Hakazai on his journey at sea. After being held captive by the wicked dragon for so long, I yearn to explore the world and chart the seas. No Kigo, if you wish to go, then go. It is high time you fought for your dreams. You have been held back by the village in me. Nami. Actually, no Kigo, would you consider joining me on this voyage? No Kigo paused, her hands stilling as she arranged the dishes, looking quizzically at Nami. What purpose would I serve? To be a mere third wheel? Nami. Oh, but I want to follow Hakazai on his voyage, which will surely take a long time. That I fear you would be lonely on your own, and besides, I miss you dearly. The care of the orange trees can be entrusted to everyone. No Kigo fixed her gaze on Nami, realizing that until Nami mentioned it, she had not considered venturing out to sea. Yet now, reflecting on her earlier desire to help Nami secure Hakazai's companionship, she felt it might be worth considering. Perhaps being by Nami's side would enable her to assist her more effectively. No Kigo, I shall think it over, and it also depends on Mr. Hakazai's willingness. Upon hearing this, Nami felt reassured. She knew better than anyone how well no Kigo understood her. If no Kigo had outright declined, it would have been impossible. However, if she expressed uncertainty, Nami felt confident that with a little persuasion, she could sway her. Breakfast was ready, and as Hakazai entered the room, he saw the two had prepared a meal, waiting expectantly for him. Without hesitation, he washed his hands and took a seat, addressing them both. Hakazai. So, where do you plan to go next? I wish to accompany you on your maritime adventure and explore the world. Charting the seas, Nami set her utensils down after a few bites, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at Hakazai. Hakazai chuckled at Nami's expression, of course, and as luck would have it. I could use a little cook on board. Welcome to my crew. To his surprise, Nami had proposed joining him before he even had a chance to invite her. Could it be that he possessed the uncanny ability to manifest his desires? The thought of sharing a sleeping space with a soft, sweet companion was delightful. As the sisters exchanged glances, the notion of being little cooks brought forth unspoken teasing. Nami. Fantastic. So it's settled. The three of us will set sail. No Kigo. Huh? Hakazai. Wasn't this supposed to be a duo? How did it turn into a trio? Hakazai. You see, I considered that if I sailed with you, no Kigo would be left all alone, which would be too lonely. Nami grasped no Kigo's hand, and after a long time, I truly miss you, no Kigo. I want you to join us on this adventure. Seeing Hakazai's silence, Nami quickly added her trump card. My culinary skills are all thanks to no Kigo. She cooks even better than I do, so having her aboard is a definite advantage. Hakazai ran a hand through his hair with a sigh. The unfolding events diverged significantly from the original narrative. Had his presence truly altered the course of the story so drastically? In the original tale, Nami had set sail alone with Luffy, while no Kigo resolutely remained in Kokoyashi village. However, Hakazai felt no trepidation regarding this shift. Since he had arrived in this world, he intended to embrace it as real. In this authentic world, logic and plot were not as rigid. There might be a hint of foreknowledge before events transpired. Yet once he intervened in a narrative thread, it would undoubtedly unravel in unexpected ways. Of course, I have the strength and confidence to protect you both, Hakazai affirmed, nodding. With two beautiful cooks aboard, should fortune smile upon them and bestow a culinary tome from the multiverse, their meals would never be monotonous again. Thank you so much, Hakazai, for being willing to help me realize my dream and for being so understanding of my whims. Nami expressed sincerely, while no Kigo, who had been silent throughout, cast a grateful glance at Hakazai. Her feelings towards Hakazai were complex. On one hand, she trusted him due to her sister's infatuation, as Hakazai was essentially her future brother-in-law. Yet, on the other hand, his flirtatious nature troubled her. Just how many girls had he called wife in his journal? She could hardly keep count. If he did indeed amass such a harem, would Nami stand a chance against them? Thus, no Kigo felt a mixture of trust and frustration toward Hakazai. For Nami's sake, she ultimately decided to accompany her on this journey, lest Nami be bullied by Hakazai's other romantic interests. Thank you, Mr. Hakazai, for allowing me to join this adventure, even though I might be a burden. Nokigo said, a hint of concern in her voice. Not at all. There's no need for such formality, Nokigo. Like Nami, just call me by my name. Hakazai replied with a smile. Waving his hand dismissively, he was more than eager to have these two talented cooks on board. With their beauty and remarkable skills, having them as crew members was a stroke of fortune he could hardly refuse. Seeing the sisters' expressions of relief, he knew they felt assured he had no reservations about their presence. Nami, feeling emboldened, scooted her chair closer to Hakazai, playfully patting his shoulder as she laughed. You've truly struck gold by bringing us aboard. Our culinary skills are top-notch, and my financial acumen is also exceptional. Nami's joyous laughter filled the table with a delightful atmosphere that a smile is contagious. Soon, the three individuals at the table displayed radiant grins as they happily enjoyed their breakfast. Upon finishing their meal, Baize intended to make preparations for their outing at sea that afternoon. Nami and Nokigo had no objections, swiftly bidding farewell to familiar faces and gathering their belongings. Following their wishes, Baize transplanted several thriving orange trees onto the ship he previously boarded. The Los Pirates ship. Indeed, he had completely claimed this pirate vessel as his own, and it served him quite well for the time being. Afterward, Nami and Nokigo busied themselves with organizing their personal items. With a blush, Nami shooed Baize away, urging him to explore the village. Baize chuckled softly at her insistence and complied, but in a fleeting glance, he caught sight of Nami in a rather daring outfit. If the opportunity arises in the future, he would certainly like to see Nami don it exclusively for him. As Baize strolled through the fields of Cocoa West Village, he reflected on how he had already explored the village before yesterday's banquet. Now relishing the pastoral scenery, suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a tall figure in the distance, clad in a cheapao, draped in a navy justice coat, and adorned with a renowned sword, exuding a unique beauty. Baize blinked in confusion. He recognized this Navy officer from the original story, Major General Peach Rabbit, a candidate for the position of Admiral. Yet, at this juncture, Peach Rabbit should not be present in Cocoa West Village. What could be the reason for her appearance here? Are there pirates in the East Blue worthy of her attention? This was a mid-ranking officer from the Navy headquarters, one of the most elite, capable of guarding a naval branch in the New World. Good heavens, who would have thought I would encounter her? Indeed, my status as a transmigrator has stirred the plot down an unpredictable path. With a mid-ranking officer from the Navy headquarters appearing in a novice village, as Peach Rabbit approached, she glanced at the contents of her diary, secretly amused that it seemed that only by directly interacting with Baize could she uncover more secrets regarding the Navy and herself. Just as she was about to engage with him, Baize's gaze shifted to his side to confirm whether what he saw was indeed Peach Rabbit. Baize activated his solar sensing ability, rendering everything visible under its light. Confirming it was indeed Peach Rabbit, the mid-ranking officer who should be stationed in a higher-tier region. Simultaneously, the solar sensing revealed another figure in Peach Rabbit's periphery, a silhouette donned a black leather jacket, snug denim pants accentuating their long legs, and a black round hat perched atop their head, exuding a warm demeanor. Another character who ought not to be in the novice village, Nico Robin, who should be in the Alabasta kingdom. How could she possibly be here? While Peach Rabbit's presence could be rationalized, Robin's appearance raised questions. Was she not concerned about being captured by the Navy? Faced with the two unexpected figures, Baize felt overwhelmed. Internally exclaiming, "What brings you both here?" The contents of the diary soon reached Robin and Peach Rabbit. Upon realizing each other's presence and locking gazes, a new prompt emerged in the diary, detecting the diary's owner. Would you like to add each other as friends? Once added, you can communicate anytime, regardless of distance. Startled, both women paused momentarily, deducing that there were other diary owners. However, they were taken aback by the prospect of being able to add each other as friends upon meeting. Yet, given their opposing identities, one a mid-ranking officer of the Navy, the other a notorious devil child with a bounty from the world government, they silently dismissed the prompt. Both were mentally crafting elaborate excuses for their presence in Cocoa West Village upon meeting Baize. Peach Rabbit glanced at Robin, acknowledging the hierarchy, before continuing toward Baize. Robin, noticing this, slowed her pace to observe Peach Rabbit's intentions. Greetings, Baize. I am Major General Peach Rabbit of the Navy headquarters. It is a pleasure to meet you. I have heard from the commander in Loguetown that you possess remarkable strength. Would you be interested in joining the Navy? Peach Rabbit addressed Baize courteously, her tone neither overly familiar nor distant. Only then did Baize realize that perhaps her visit was specifically to recruit him. Was his strength, or rather, the strength he had displayed, worthy of personal recruitment by a mid-ranking officer of the Navy? Defeating a slave ship captain might warrant the attention of a Navy colonel at most. It hardly justified a visit from a major general. Although puzzled, Baize maintained his composure, responding to Peach Rabbit. I appreciate your offer, Major General, but I must respectfully decline. I have no intention of joining the Navy, even if this is our first meeting. Seeing that Peach Rabbit was about to continue persuading him, Baize raised his hand to signal her to pause, stating, I am accustomed to a life of freedom and do not appreciate being constrained. The Navy, after all, requires adherence to strict orders, so I must apologize. At this point, Peach Rabbit understood that Baize was unlikely to join the Navy. She felt a deep sense of regret. Given Baize's current rate of strength growth, he was destined to become one of the ocean's most formidable warriors. If he were to join the Navy, he could undoubtedly help spread justice across the seas. But joining the Navy now? That would be a joke. A year from now, during the Marineford War, even 100 elite Navy members struggled against Whitebeard's crew. Throughout the battle, only Akainu was truly fighting, while others either slacked off or laid low. Joining the Navy now would mean being subjected to harsh exploitation. However, with future reforms in the Navy, an all-out conscription could open the door to high-ranking positions. If Baize truly wished to secure a role within the Navy, his current prowess could allow him to ascend directly to Admiral. Yet, even if he desired to join, it certainly could not be at this moment. Ultimately, joining the Navy now would be a significant loss. Peach Rabbit was internally shocked, but maintained a calm facade, ensuring that Baize did not perceive her turmoil. Beneath her composed exterior, a tempest raged within her. Meanwhile, Nico Robin, who approached from behind, exhibited a slight change in expression before quickly regaining her composure. To her astonishment, Baize had just interacted with a Navy Major General and gleaned such an abundance of future information. Robin immediately deduced that Peach Rabbit's intention to engage with Baize was likely to glean insights regarding the Navy. These revelations were akin to underwater explosives, leaving all girls possessing exclusive diaries in stunned silence. As one of the three major powers on the seas, the Navy was preparing to confront the Whitebeard pirates, known as the strongest man in the world. Such a conflict would have monumental repercussions for the entire world. Furthermore, based on Baize's insights, it seemed the Navy was at a disadvantage. In terms of the war's outcome, it appeared to be a losing proposition. Otherwise, there would be no need for reforms. The world government was initiating a global conscription and could even promote individuals directly to the rank of admiral. Thus, on one hand, Baize's innate disposition led him to reject the Navy. On the other hand, joining the Navy now paled in comparison to the potential rewards of joining after the Marineford War. Peach Rabbit took a deep breath to steady her turbulent emotions before addressing Baize. In that case, I shall not pressure you, Sir Baize. Should you ever reconsider, feel free to contact me directly. I assure you. The doors of the Navy will always remain open to you. As she spoke, Peach Rabbit handed him a transponder snail while providing her contact number. Baize scratched his head, surprised that she would offer him a transponder snail so soon. And under such generous terms, leaving the door open for him at any time. Was Peach Rabbit's regard for him perhaps excessive? Nevertheless, gazing into her resolute eyes, Baize accepted the snail, placing it in his pocket. After all, it was a free gift. Under the solar sensing, the transponder snail exhibited no anomalies. Why not take it? Upon seeing Baize accept the transponder snail, Peach Rabbit breathed a sigh of relief, as long as Baize was willing to accept it. There remained a chance for future engagement. At that moment, Baize turned his attention to Nico Robin, who was also approaching, curious about the archaeologist's interest in him. After all, since Robin's arrival, her gaze had not strayed from him. Peach Rabbit also turned to observe Robin, intrigued by the motives of the devil child sought by the world government in her pursuit of Baize. Greetings, Sir Baize. I originally came to see the Navy Major General meeting with you. So I thought I might join in on the excitement. To my astonishment, Lord Baize, your prowess is truly extraordinary. In that moment, I found myself reconsidering the initial decision that brought me here. Robin spoke at length, leaving both Baize and Peach Rabbit perplexed, as her words seemed to convey little of substance. Baize couldn't help but internally scoff, thinking, is this just a rambling monologue? Upon noticing their confusion, Robin chuckled softly, choosing not to remain an enigma. However, what she uttered next left both of them utterly stunned. Lord Baize, Would you be interested in joining the organization I belong to? With your formidable strength, I am certain you could effortlessly usurp power and become the leader. Peach Rabbit interjected, huh? Baize echoed, what? Simultaneously, both harbored the same thought. Robin, are you even aware of what you're suggesting? In Cocoa Village, amidst the sprawling fields, the three exchanged bewildered glances, shaken by Robin's audacious proposition. Inside, Nico Robin smirked, for she genuinely entertained the notion of attracting Baize to the Baroque Works, with his unique advantages as a traveler and seer. He could undoubtedly eliminate the natural-type devil fruit user, Crocodile. This would elevate her status as the vice president of Baroque Works, and once Baize assumed leadership, it would effectively provide her with protection. Yet, observing the astonishment etched on their faces, she realized that her splendid vision had been prematurely dashed. My thoughts are indeed as such, but if you find them hard to believe, there is little I can do. Though I currently hold the position of second-in-command within the organization, my relationship with its leader is merely one of collaboration. Nico Robin shrugged indifferently, her expression conveying a mix of resignation and defiance. She knew that once he had extracted all he needed from her, he would cast her aside with the same ease as one discards a useless tool, compelling her to seek a contingency plan. Baize found himself in agreement, recognizing that Crocodile was worthy of the title of a great pirate. His apparent weakness was merely a result of his premature introduction at the time of his emergence. The concept of hockey had yet to be introduced. Despite wielding a natural-type devil fruit, he had been bested by Luffy, an indication of the protagonist's extraordinary fortune. Every natural-type devil fruit user possesses destructive power akin to that of a natural disaster. Ranking among the elite in the seas, Robin's words were nothing short of astonishing, and her adeptness at selling the idea of leadership was almost too practiced. Should he ever seize power, he would be wary of being outmaneuvered by Robin. After all, although Robin, his wife, appeared benevolent and lovely, she was, in truth, a cunning beauty. Baize silently mocked in his journal, while Robin's expression darkened slightly, prompting Peach Rabbit to stifle a chuckle. Baize, puzzled by her laughter, wondered what was so amusing. Peach Rabbit explained, I just find it amusing how Robin's reasoning seems a bit too far-fetched. After all, even in collaboration, one shouldn't be so adept at betrayal, right? Robin, catching the subtle jab, felt her mood sour further as she glared at Baize. Oh, Baize, you seem so righteous and affable on the surface, yet behind it all, you're a fickle heartthrob. You're not much better yourself. Baize, taken aback by Robin's glare, prepared to politely decline her ludicrous request. I sincerely apologize, Miss Robin, but my reasoning remains the same as my refusal to General Peach Rabbit. I am accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle and am not inclined to submit to any constraints. I do not wish to join any organization or faction at this time. Upon hearing Baize's refusal, Robin inhaled deeply, realizing that seeking his protection was not currently feasible, unless she were to leave Baroque Works entirely and join Baize's crew, which would undoubtedly raise his suspicions. What a pity. I still believe my proposal had a high chance of success. Baize nodded, glancing at the two women, recalling their impressive combat abilities, which, when compared to the villagers of Cocoa Village, were indeed remarkable. He felt uneasy about leaving them to wander the village unaccompanied. You must be newcomers to Cocoa Village. Would you like me to show you around? Robin, having regained her composure and determined not to let Baize's earlier comments ruffle her, agreed, appreciating the chance to stay close to him in unfamiliar territory. After all, she had no acquaintances in Cocoa Village, so it was better to follow the owner of the journal. Yet, how could one be so inconsiderate? To think ill of someone right in front of them. Robin glared at Baize, who had turned to lead the way. Perhaps her gaze was too intense, as it sent a chill down Baize's spine, prompting him to glance back at Peach Rabbit and Robin. Peach Rabbit wore a barely contained smile, while Robin's expression remained inscrutable. Her eyes locked onto him. Seeing him turn, they both shook their heads in unison, signaling that everything was fine, leaving Baize utterly bewildered by their peculiar behavior. Well, while their behavior may be a tad eccentric, it doesn't alter the fact that they are still my wives. Baize reassured himself inwardly, then led the way onward. As midday approached, Baize bid farewell to Peach Rabbit and Robin. I truly apologize for my inability to accompany you further. I have other matters to attend to. Please feel free to explore on your own. The villagers are kind-hearted and innocent, without malice, so I hope you won't cause any trouble. Baize addressed the two before waving goodbye and making his way toward the coast where his pirate crew awaited. After spending some time showing them around, he noticed that their minds seemed preoccupied, not fully engaged in the tour. Nevertheless, they greeted the villagers with friendly nods in passing. Thus, Baize felt at ease leaving them in Cocoa Village as he prepared to set sail. Upon reaching the shoreline, Baize instructed them to board the ship first while he remained on the beach. Under the watchful eyes of Nami and Nojiko, he unleashed a powerful gust of air, propelling the pirate ship away from the shore, eliciting astonished gazes from both. Once Baize leaped aboard, Nami, wide-eyed with curiosity, inquired, "Baize, what kind of ability is that? I want to learn." Baize genuinely considered teaching them the concept of the Great Sun Observation. But after Nami and Nojiko attempted it and found no clarity, he realized that the technique was too profound. His own mastery was largely due to the journal's influence. For others to grasp it would require an innate talent far beyond his expectations. Perhaps in the entire world of One Piece, there were no more than a handful capable of mastering the Great Sun Observation. Since they could not learn that, they would have to settle for something else. Baize decided to teach them the local powers of the One Piece world: haki, swordsmanship, and martial arts. If he was bringing them aboard, they would certainly not be mere ornaments. Baize instructed them on their abilities, not expecting them to wield immense power in battle, but at the very least, they should be able to defend themselves and not become burdens. With Nami's assistance, the three managed to adjust the ship's course toward West Blue Village. Once the ship was sailing steadily, Baize began teaching them their abilities. Your current physical strength. You cannot yet awaken the armament haki, but you can attempt to learn observation haki, swordsmanship, and martial arts. You must choose at least one of these abilities to focus on over the next few days. Upon hearing Baize's words, the two were filled with determination, having faced the oppression of a dragon. They understood that strength was the foundation of everything. Now that Baize was willing to teach them, both Nami and Nojiko cherished the opportunity and collectively chose swordsmanship. Baize nodded in approval. He preferred that they learn swordsmanship. Martial arts required physical conditioning, which could not be rushed, and observation haki demanded an opportunity that might not present itself immediately. Thus, swordsmanship was the most suitable choice for them at this moment. There are numerous sword styles, with the most prevalent being the single sword and dual sword techniques, that I will explain both, and you can decide which to pursue based on your situation. Although Baize had only mastered basic swordsmanship, the rewards from the journal had enabled him to achieve the highest level of comprehension within that realm. While he lacked an overarching vision, he was capable of providing the best instruction at the same tier. This was why Baize dared to teach swordsmanship to Nami and Nojiko. He was confident that even a great swordsman could not teach the fundamentals better than he could. This was the formidable advantage of the journal: comprehensive and thorough. After Baize's explanation, Nami and Nojiko opted for the single sword style. Given that, in terms of strength, women naturally possess less power than men, choosing the dual sword style would only exacerbate their inherent disadvantage. Should one choose the path of a single sword style, it is indeed possible to wield the blade with both hands, thereby compensating to some degree for any disparity in strength. Presently, as the initial practice is lacking, I will provide you with genuine swords shortly. I shall take a moment to fashion 2 wooden swords for you. While Baize explained, he picked up some discarded timber from the ship and skillfully crafted 2 wooden swords by hand. Now, each of you take one. Mastery of swordsmanship cannot be achieved through mere words. Practice is essential. True understanding arises from real combat. Before long, the ship resonated with the sounds of blades slicing through the air. Accompanied by the spirited shouts of the 2 girls and Baize's guiding voice, they continued their training until dusk, and upon receiving the command from Baize to cease practice, Nami and Nojiko collapsed back to back on the ground. Their garments were thoroughly soaked with sweat, a testament to their vigorous efforts on the ship. Wow, I never expected that Nami and Nojiko would possess such formidable willpower. Initially, I thought they would resist when asked to practice swordsmanship. But to my surprise, they both willingly engaged and their dedication exceeded my expectations. Even after such an extended period of training, despite their complaints, they never once requested to stop. Nami and Nojiko are truly remarkable. Moreover, the sight of them drenched in sweat is utterly delightful. In the end, Baize uploaded a photo of the 2 at that moment, and the other girls with their own exclusive diaries couldn't help but feel a pang of envy upon witnessing the scene. The opportunity to engage so closely with Baize and receive instruction from one of the sea's elite was undoubtedly an extraordinary fortune in the eyes of ordinary people. Indeed, among all the girls in the exclusive diary realm, Baize's current prowess could be deemed as top tier in the sea. Even if some girls lacked extensive experience, they had developed a clearer understanding of the hierarchy of sea power through the influence of Baize's diary. Despite Baize's constant emphasis on his strength not reaching the pinnacle and remaining below that of the admirals, the power exhibited by him was nearly indistinguishable from that of those naval commanders. The admirals possessed the capacity to obliterate islands, and Baize had already possessed such strength since his first day of traversing into this world, though he remained humble. All the girls firmly believed that Baize possessed the capabilities of a top-tier powerhouse of the sea. Thus, Nami and no Kigo were genuinely thrilled to be under Baize's tutelage. Even when fatigue rendered their bodies weak, they persevered with gritted teeth. Although they lamented their exhaustion, their bodies remained obedient, refusing to cease their training. Nami and no Kigo were too fatigued to glance at their diaries, unaware that Baize had captured their photo. Consequently, they continued to unabashedly display their youthful vitality. Baize approached them, supporting them each with an arm. The radiant power within him transformed into a soothing warmth, flowing into them to alleviate their fatigue. If they continued training at this intensity, they would likely be unable to rise the following day. The radiant power accompanying the great sun visualization was not merely destructive. It symbolized vitality and growth, embodying a healing capability. No Kigo expressed her astonishment. This feels wonderful. Baize, what is this ability of yours? It seems to have eased my fatigue significantly. Nami, recognizing the potency of the healing ability, exclaimed exaggeratively, indeed. After we paused, I felt as though darkness was closing in, as if my very essence was about to detach from my body and float away. But now, after your touch, I feel warm and cozy, as if I were soaking in a hot bath. It's utterly delightful. Upon hearing Nami's words, Baize's expression turned peculiar, sensing an underlying implication in her statement. Perhaps it was his tinted perspective that skewed his interpretation of the world. This is the radiant power I command, possessing some healing effects. Given the intensity of your current training, without treatment, you would likely struggle to rise tomorrow. Baize assisted both of them towards the ship's cabin, advising, you are both drenched in sweat. After the treatment, once you feel better, go take a bath. Baize ushered them into the bathroom, leaving 2 sets of bathrobes at the door before stepping out. Though he had internally regarded them as his wives, he understood that some matters required patience. Rushing might leave them with an unfavorable impression, and thus he aimed for gradual progression throughout the day. Besides instructing Nami and no Kigo in swordsmanship, he had also continued his own training, and as evening approached, it was the perfect time for meditation on the great sun visualization. In the bathroom, Nami and no Kigo soaked in the tub, the water playfully splashing around them. No Kigo, have you grown taller again? Nami inquired. I hadn't really noticed, but Nami, don't lose heart. You're still in your growth phase. Once you grow up, you will undoubtedly have an impressive figure. The 2 sisters exchanged whispers, when suddenly, Nami gasped and exclaimed, no Kigo, quick, look at the diary. What do you mean? No Kigo's eyes widened as she glanced at the diary's content, quickly opening it to discover a photo of the 2 of them. Back to back, glistening with sweat, the photo captured in the diary was remarkably high definition, capable of being enlarged without losing clarity. Baize, how could you post such a private photo in the diary? Haha, no Kigo, did you forget? Baize has no idea we can see his diary entries that he simply has a habit of documenting beautiful moments. Nami explained with a smile, feeling little embarrassment about showcasing her allure in the photo. The reason for her earlier gasp was not due to this image. With a mischievous grin, Nami teased no Kigo, take another look at the diary's content. Do you notice any highlights? Highlights? No Kigo looked at Nami in confusion, then shifted her gaze back to the diary. Initially captivated by the photo, she hadn't paid much attention to the diary's contents. Now, she re-examined it, eager to discover what Nami considered to be a highlight. As she read aloud, she found nothing extraordinary until she reached the latter part. Nami and no Kigo, wives? No Kigo's eyes nearly bulged out upon seeing those 2 words beside her name, her voice instinctively rising. Meanwhile, under Nami's playful gaze, her face visibly flushed with embarrassment. How could this fickle-hearted man convert my title into wife as well? No Kigo muttered, submerging half her face into the water, feeling shy about those 2 words. Although those words appeared next to the names of other girls, she could view them nonchalantly, but when they were placed beside her own name, she couldn't maintain her composure. No Kigo, it's just a couple of extra words. No need to drown yourself, Nami teased, observing no Kigo's anxious demeanor. She found it amusing that Baize's title of wife caused no Kigo to react so dramatically, simultaneously. No Kigo's reaction made Nami ponder how no Kigo truly felt about Baize. No Kigo blew bubbles, as if genuinely on the verge of drowning herself. Nami hurriedly helped her back up. No Kigo, I was only joking. You don't actually believe that. do you? No Kigo shot her a glare, feeling as though Nami was enjoying the spectacle a bit too much. Nami, why do I feel like you're unusually pleased? He intends to have both of us in his grasp. I don't mind. No Kigo. If he truly has the capability to win you over, I would gladly share Baize with you. Nami exclaimed. No way. Nami, what are you babbling about? I had no idea you were so bold. The two sisters playfully bickered in the bathroom until the water began to cool. They quickly rose to find two bathrobes waiting at the door. No Kigo anxiously glanced around, relieved to see that Baize was not present, allowing her to exhale. Nami, observing No Kigo's demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle to herself, realizing that Baize's mere utterance of the word wife had put No Kigo on edge. At the same time, No Kigo's reaction left Nami questioning what her sister truly thought of Baize. If No Kigo truly harbors no affection for Baize, then Nami does not wish to impose upon her. Nami resolved to find a suitable moment to candidly discuss her feelings with No Kigo. Come now, No Kigo, there's no need to be so anxious. No matter the circumstances, Baize would never spy on us. Quickly dress and prepare dinner. For I am nearly starved, Nami urged, swiftly donning the yukata that lay on the floor, expertly tying it with a bow before padding barefoot outside. Observing this, No Kigo let out a sigh, realizing that her sister's heart was entirely captivated by Baize, idealizing him far too much. Yet, she mused, if Baize truly wished to spy, she might not even notice. With this thought alleviating her worries, No Kigo hastily finished dressing and followed Nami into the kitchen. Fortunately, within the cabin, they had laid down a layer of fur carpet on the floor, so they needn't worry about splinters from the wooden planks beneath their bare feet. Baize, seated on the observation deck, was awakened by the delightful aromas wafting from the cabin. Slowly opening his eyes, gazing at the now darkened sky, he mused, the time girls take for their baths truly stretches on. Unbeknownst to him, No Kigo had been preoccupied with a particular term in her diary, leading to playful banter with Nami in the bathroom, which was the true cause of their delay. Upon entering the cabin, Baize was greeted by a table laden with an abundance of dishes. Nami, spotting Baize, quickly beckoned him to help with the food. Such a feast. The table can scarcely accommodate it all, Baize exclaimed, astonished by the sheer volume of food prepared by the sisters. This marks our first day of travel. A moment of great significance. No Kigo and I have poured all our culinary skills into this lavish dinner. Isn't it a delightful surprise? Nami beamed at Baize, her face alight with the eagerness of a child seeking praise. You have truly outdone yourselves. I am overwhelmed by this splendid surprise. Nami, you are remarkable, and you as well. No Kigo. Thank you, Baize replied, turning to No Kigo, causing her to flinch slightly. Thankfully, no additional dishes were added, lest one might have been ruined. Noting No Kigo's intense reaction, Baize was puzzled, while Nami merely chuckled, offering no explanation, but instead urged Baize to carry the dishes outside. Nami whispered to No Kigo, keep it together, or Baize might catch on, and that would spell trouble for us. Upon seeing a message from Nami in her diary, No Kigo shot her a glance, feeling as though her little Nami had become less her snug little companion than I understand. Just give me a moment to adjust. I assure you, everything will be fine, No Kigo responded. Knowing their communication about the diary must remain discreet in front of Baize, Nami smiled knowingly, tasting the soup to check its seasoning, finding it perfectly balanced before extinguishing the flame and bringing it outside. While No Kigo hurried to wrap up the final touches. To our maiden voyage. Cheers, the three clinked their cups together and downed the wine, indulging in the sumptuous feast, although only 3 of them were present. The atmosphere remained vibrant and lively until dinner concluded. Baize instructed the two to rest while he took the night watch. As the lights dimmed, Baize sat cross-legged on the observation deck, welcoming the sea breeze as he opened his diary to claim the day's rewards. He then closed his eyes to meditate on the great sun visualization technique. Although the effects of nighttime meditation were less potent than those of daylight, any insight gained was invaluable. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant, dividing his focus to monitor the surrounding waters, ensuring that he was not so absorbed in meditation that he overlooked an enemy's approach. Baize immersed himself in his practice, having no habit of journaling at midnight. Many owners of exclusive diary copies were aware of this, hence they prepared for sleep early. However, as midnight passed and a new day dawned, all owners of exclusive diary copies received an alert from their diaries, the notification echoing in their minds. The diary owner has made contact with 5 exclusive diary copy holders. The diary's functionality has been updated. Under certain conditions, diary copy holders shall receive rewards. The owner of the diary, upon mentioning a name most frequently within, will receive a special reward. Special reward: a 1% increase in Baize's strength, This increase will adaptively enhance the abilities of the diary copy holder. For practitioners of swordsmanship, it will adaptively enhance their sword skills. For those with devil fruit abilities, it will adaptively enhance their command over those powers, and so forth. Notification. The proportion of the increase remains constant. Fixed at 1% of Baize's strength. When the diary owner triggers a special reward, one holder from all exclusive diary copy owners will be randomly selected to receive this special reward. This special reward selection spans across myriad worlds, not limited to that of the Pirate King. Boom! All exclusive diary copy holders were utterly astonished, gazing at their diaries, unable to believe how formidable the upgraded functions had become. The benefits for diary copy holders were indeed plentiful. The women quieted their minds, scrutinizing the diary's notifications, and after thorough contemplation, they finally grasped the mechanism behind the diary rewards. The first reward was a daily benefit, obtainable each day, mirroring the frequency of rewards received by Baize. However, only one individual could claim the first reward each day, ensuring that competition for this reward would be fierce. Yet the richness of this reward made it well worth the struggle, for this reward promised an increase equivalent to 1% of Baize's strength. It was well known that Baize's current prowess ranked him among the elite of the seas. Even a mere 1% increase would be a monumental enhancement for those diary copy holders who were still ordinary individuals. The second reward, however, was a non-daily one, only activated when Baize triggered a special reward. Fortunately, this special reward was far fairer, randomly selecting a recipient from all exclusive diary copy holders. Moreover, the magnitude of this reward could potentially far exceed that of the daily rewards. From Baize's diary entries, they understood that his singular instance of triggering a special reward had granted him the foundation of his current strength, the Great Sun Visualization Technique. This technique had been drawn from the myriad worlds. The range for the random selection of special rewards also extended across countless realms. Thus, the possibility existed for one to win an extraordinary reward, just as much as for one to receive something rather mundane. The women did not place as much emphasis on the second reward, knowing it relied on luck. Winning a random selection required fortuitous circumstances, and the special reward selection also hinged on chance. After all, should they be fortunate enough to be selected, there was the risk of receiving an ordinary ability, leading to an overwhelming sense of disappointment, rather than harboring lofty expectations. They preferred to temper their hopes to avoid the disillusionment that might arise from such a disparity. Therefore, in summary, all exclusive diary copy holders focused their attention primarily on the daily rewards. Lying in bed, Koya was jolted awake by the diary's notification chime, her eyes sparkling with fervor as she gazed at the diary floating in the air. A yearning stirring within her heart. If I could possess even 1% of Baize's strength, I should easily be able to thwart Kuro and unravel his nefarious schemes. The girl, confined to her sickbed, clasped her hands in prayer, hoping fervently that Baize would pen her name in the diary. Thus, I could wield my own power to alter my destiny. Meanwhile, Nico Robin sat aboard the ship returning to Baroque Works. Feeling that this outing had yielded little, yet she did not harbor any disappointment. At least she had left a slight impression on Baize and gained insight into how she was perceived in his eyes. The label of the cunning beauty made Robin's teeth itch with irritation. She initially intended to read another page before extinguishing the light and retiring for the night, but the diary unexpectedly offered her a delightful surprise. In an instant, Nico Robin comprehended the crux of the diary's reward system. It seems that my decision not to cling to Baize aboard the ship was a misstep. Nami and Nokigo are likely to experience substantial growth during this time. Robin expressed with a hint of regret that even though he had missed such a monumental opportunity, he felt a profound emptiness within. The daily rewards during this period were conspicuously evident and would undoubtedly be claimed by Nami and Nojiko. Baize had mentioned that their next destination was West Rob Village. The unfortunate little girl, Kaya, was likely the exclusive diary quest owner, and she too should have a chance to contend for the daily rewards. Nico Robin pondered briefly, contemplating where she could make a suitable entrance without arousing Baize's suspicions. After much deliberation, she concluded that her only viable option was to act after Baize had entered the Grand Line. After all, her presence in Cocoa Village was already sufficient to raise Baize's suspicions. Prolonging her stay in the East Blue might lead to unpredictable thoughts in Baize's mind. Robin was acutely aware that she bore a bounty as the Devil Fruit user's child, which posed the greatest obstacle to being near Baize. Baize also knew of her bounty, and should Robin disregard it and insist on remaining by his side, it would undoubtedly raise his suspicions. Robin's options were limited. She sighed, her gaze drifting toward the random rewards, which piqued her interest. The rewards from myriad realms intrigued her, and she could not help but wonder if she might acquire some esoteric knowledge from these realms. Surely filled with mystique and wonder, Peach Rabbit, meanwhile, made her way to the branch where Colonel Mouse was stationed, and under the authorization of the Admiral, she directly apprehended Colonel Mouse, who was currently resting at the branch. She was taken aback by the notifications on her diary, inwardly lamenting. Her strength had been progressing at a painfully slow rate. If only she could receive a mere 1% enhancement from Baize each day. Attaining the rank of Admiral would be within her grasp. Alas, there are no ifs. Peach Rabbit also discerned the crux of the diary's rewards. Given her position in the Navy, she could not remain close to Baize without inciting suspicion. Thus, all she could do was hope for Baize to trigger special rewards frequently and for fortune to smile upon her. She sighed, feeling utterly helpless, unable to take any action. Meanwhile, Boa Hancock, who closely monitored the contents of Baize's diary daily, was rendered speechless by shock. She abruptly rose, her long hair cascading like a veil of ethereal light, obscuring the captivating glimmers. The splendid scenery within the palace went unappreciated by anyone. Hancock furrowed her brow as she gazed at the platinum diary. It would be a lie to say she was not envious of even a fraction of Baize's strength. Hancock, already a renowned pirate and one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was acutely aware that as one ascends in strength upon the seas, the disparities become increasingly pronounced. Baize, being a top-tier powerhouse of the ocean, meant that even 1% of his strength would be a significant boon for Hancock. At such a level, acquiring even the slightest enhancement necessitates years of relentless training. The closer one approaches the pinnacle, the more one relies on innate talent and effort. Thus, Hancock felt an immense envy towards Baize's extraordinary prowess. Within a single day, he had reached the zenith of the ocean, in the entire world of One Piece. This was indeed a remarkable feat. It was undeniable that the rewards from the diary stirred something within her. If she could consistently obtain daily rewards, even endeavors once deemed unthinkable would become feasible. As she contemplated this, a myriad of memories from years past flashed through Hancock's mind. Humiliation, suffering, fear. An array of emotions coursed through her heart, ultimately coalescing into a singular conviction: vengeance. Hancock fervently wished to see that cruel and foolish celestial dragon cabal toppled from their lofty pedestal. In the past, she had been too afraid to even entertain such thoughts, fearing the catastrophic consequences it might bring upon her homeland. Though situated in the calm belt, with natural barriers providing protection, the world government, as the most formidable power of the era, held the authority to unleash the Buster Call at any moment. The terrifying barrage of the Buster Call could obliterate an entire island. Thus, Hancock had kept this desire buried deep within her heart. However, this night, she perceived a glimmer of hope to realize this ambition. If she were to approach Baize, he would likely consider her presence as advantageous, and the daily rewards would become effortlessly attainable. Hancock mused, though she harbored some reservations. If she acted impulsively, it would undoubtedly raise Baize's suspicions. Even her earlier intention to merely inform others about the diary's contents had already instilled a sense of indescribable dread within her. Should Baize begin to suspect her or deduce related matters, it could lead to even more terrifying consequences. This was the reason she had refrained from taking rash actions. Hancock was aware that Peach Rabbit and Robin had both visited Baize. She kept a vigilant watch over the diary, understanding that had it not been for those two, the diary would not have been updated today. However, their visits had already aroused Baize's wariness. If she were to follow suit, it would not be as simple as she hoped. All the owners of the diary quests had gleaned some insights from the encounters between Peach Rabbit, Robin, and Baize the previous day. They could not afford to let Baize's suspicions escalate further. Should they deviate from the original narrative trajectory and recklessly approach Baize, it would surely deepen his suspicions, unless Baize himself concocted a plausible reason or garnered fame across the seas, attracting others to seek him out without raising his doubts. Otherwise, at this stage, all diary quest owners were too apprehensive to act hastily. Having arrived at this understanding, all the diary quest owners silently prayed, "Baize, please stir up some trouble. You possess the strength of a top-tier powerhouse of the ocean. Why not create some waves? Only by making a name for yourself across the seas and resonating throughout the world can we find justification to seek you out." If anyone wished for Baize to refrain from becoming famous too quickly, it would undoubtedly be the two sisters joyfully exchanging glances in the ship's cabin at that moment. Nami and Nojiko, having been on the brink of slumber, were abruptly awakened by the notification sound from the diary. However, upon seeing the notification, any lingering dissatisfaction they felt was entirely eclipsed by overwhelming joy. Earlier that day, they had exerted themselves tirelessly in training their swordsmanship, lamenting verbally. Yet their bodies refused to relent. much to Baize's astonishment. Yet, both Nami and Nojiko understood the truth. Beyond their experiences of oppression from the vile dragon and their yearning for power, the more significant reason was that now, having aligned themselves with Baize, they could not allow themselves to become burdensome or mere ornaments. They were determined to enhance their strength to assist Baize. This resolve was what kept them from giving up. But now, a shortcut lay before them, not merely laid out. But it felt as though the heavens were propelling them down this path at great speed. Nami and Nojiko realized that many diary quest owners were in fierce competition. Yet, at present, they were the closest to Baize. The daily rewards were almost within their grasp. It was no longer a matter of the heavens merely placing food before them. It felt as though the heavens were stuffing food into their mouths. Nami exclaimed, "Wow, Nojiko, this is our incredible opportunity. We must seize this moment to enhance our strength." Nojiko replied, "Indeed, it's almost unfathomable, like a pie falling from the sky, landing directly in our mouths. I can hardly believe it." Nojiko continued, "But, Nami, don't emulate the bad habits you picked up from Baize. How come you've learned so many peculiar phrases from him?" Nami chuckled, "Hey, what's wrong with that? As Baize would say, now that we've set sail, we should have no reservations and not sweat the small details." Nojiko retorted, "You're impossible. Just go to sleep already. Tomorrow, let us strive to perform well and see who can earn the daily reward." Nami suddenly lunged forward, embracing Nojiko and laughing, "Of course, it will be me. Nojiko, you can't match my enthusiasm." Nami, with a mischievous grin adorning her face, leaned closer to Nokiko's ear and whispered enticingly, "Moreover, I could resort to underhanded tactics. While Nokiko, my dear sister, may be courteous to Baize, I certainly shall not extend him the same courtesy." As she concluded her statement, Nami puffed out her modest chest and playfully nudged Nokiko, provoking an eye roll from her eye in response. Nokiko gave Nami a light tap on the head, turning away in silence to close her eyes and drift off to sleep. Observing this, Nami chuckled softly and also shut her eyes. Rubbing her cheeks against Nokiko's hair, Nokiko, unable to suppress a resigned smile, turned her head back to rest her forehead against Nami's, gradually succumbing to slumber. Unbeknownst to Baize, the commotion triggered by the diary had gone unnoticed. The gentle sea breeze caressed his face as he listened to the rhythmic lapping of waves against the ship. Amidst the cacophony, a sense of tranquility enveloped him, allowing Baize to reflect deeply on the essence of the Great Sun meditation. The night passed in serene silence, devoid of any pirate attacks. As the first rays of morning sunlight broke through, Baize opened his eyes to behold the sun ascending gradually. He recalled the profound insights of the Great Sun meditation, finding a harmonious resonance with the sun before him, thus enriching his understanding of the practice. As the sunlight intensified, Baize found it increasingly challenging to gaze directly at the sun, despite his training in the Great Sun meditation. Facing the sun's brilliance posed a considerable difficulty, unless he could elevate his practice further. After a night of cultivation, Baize opted against immediate physical training, choosing instead to indulge in a hot bath to relax. A balanced approach to practice might yield better results. Passing by the room shared by the two women, Baize detected no sounds emanating from within. They must be sleeping soundly, perhaps due to Nokiko's first venture at sea, leaving her unaccustomed to the experience and likely having stayed up late chatting with Nami. Baize speculated to himself, although he possessed a sensitivity to sunlight, he did not habitually utilize it in daily life. Despite the youthful exuberance of the two sisters, Baize had no inclination to intrude upon their privacy. After a refreshing hot shower, clad in a black bathrobe, Baize emerged from the bathroom to find Nami rubbing her eyes. Mumbling sleepily, "Good morning, Nami." "Good morning, Baize. Wait, did you not return to your room at all last night?" Nami exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Baize's freshly bathed appearance. "Well, one must remain vigilant against potential pirate attacks. And the tranquility of the night is conducive to practice," Baize replied, nodding with a smile while gesturing for Nami to feel free to use the bathroom. However, Nami did not proceed inside. Instead, she approached Baize swiftly, gazing up into his eyes. Upon noticing the absence of fatigue on his face, she sighed in relief. "Baize, let's take turns keeping watch at night from now on. It is too taxing for you to do it alone." Witnessing the evident concern and care in Nami's demeanor, warmth surged through Baize's heart. The feeling of being cared for was indeed delightful. He pondered that if he took the night watch, he could simultaneously engage in his practice and rest his mind. Though it could not replace deep sleep, it would certainly rejuvenate his spirit. Conversely, Nami and Nokiko, being ordinary individuals, would struggle to endure the night shift. Even if they managed to stay awake, they would lack the energy to train during the day. Baize devised a mutually beneficial solution. His sensitivity to sunlight could extend to sensing malevolence. Even in slumber, He could passively detect any malicious intent nearby. Thus, he need not fear pirates sneaking aboard to launch a surprise attack. No need for that. If you two take the night watch, you will lack the energy for training. I have a perfect solution. We all need not take turns, Baize declared with a smile. As he tidied the bedding. Nokigo, just emerging from the room, grew curious upon overhearing their conversation. What kind of ingenious plan could Baize have devised that would exempt them all from night duty? Nami gazed at Baize's eyes with curiosity. Akin to a kitten brimming with inquisitiveness. My sensitivity actually encompasses an evolved ability, the perception of malevolence. Even while asleep, I can sense if anyone nearby harbors ill intentions, Baize explained to the two. Nami's expression shifted, realizing the implications. If Baize's sensitivity operated even in sleep, then he must have been aware of her thoughts during their previous encounters, feeling a mix of shyness and resignation. She shot him a glare. What a fickle heart you have. Yet you seem to have made no effort despite me practically offering myself to you. Humph. Noticing Nami's gaze, Baize felt somewhat perplexed. Had his ability inadvertently stirred her feelings? Nevertheless, Nami's mischievous demeanor quickly subsided, prompting Baize to refrain from delving deeper. Seeing both women nod in agreement, he swiftly moved past the topic of night duty, allowing them to enter the bathroom while he headed towards the kitchen. Upon entering the impeccably tidy kitchen, Baize couldn't help but marvel at Nokigo's domestic prowess, following a sumptuous dinner the previous night. Nokigo had shooed both Nami and Baize away, insisting on cleaning up alone, rolling up her sleeves to showcase her petite arms, determined to prove her worth aboard the ship, reflecting on Nokigo's spirited display. Baize felt quite satisfied with her efforts. Today, I shall prepare breakfast, he declared, rolling up his sleeves and skillfully commencing the culinary process. With his physical aptitude and keen observational skills, he was confident that he would not falter in creating a delightful meal. By the time Nami and Nokigo finished their preparations and entered the kitchen, they were greeted by a beautifully arranged breakfast spread, with Baize patiently awaiting their arrival. Have we finally finished? Come, let us enjoy breakfast. Wow, Baize, did you really make this? Nami exclaimed, suddenly rushing over and wrapping her arms around his right arm, her enthusiasm palpable, although her words were laced with surprise. They carried an undertone of admiration. Goodness, truly, Nami, with her expansive heart, has already begun to blossom, soft and bouncy. Baize marveled internally, maintaining a composed exterior. Well, enough chatter. Please, take a seat. Baize did not withdraw his arm, relishing the unexpected perks of the moment. As Nami sneaked a glance at the diary's contents, she cast a triumphant look towards Nokigo. Nokigo, feeling somewhat exasperated, realized she could never emulate Nami's boldness in such matters. After all, her relationship with Baize had yet to reach that level of intimacy allowing for casual embraces. Throughout breakfast, Baize savored the benefits of his situation, consuming his meal with one hand. If preparing breakfast could yield such delightful rewards, it felt like quite the bargain. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that Nami seemed even more clingy today than the previous day. Suddenly, Nami's eyes widened in realization, casting a pleading glance towards Nokigo. Nokigo promptly lowered her gaze, focusing intently on her meal. You've stirred this suspicion yourself. You ought to remedy it. Baize mused. Was it possible that his all-night vigil had deeply moved Nami, prompting her desire to compensate him in some way? Cough, cough, cough. Nokigo, reading the new entries in the diary, found herself choking and began to cough uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Nami, with a gleeful smile, snuggled closer to Baize, her small hands eagerly grasping her breakfast. Baize observed the two sisters, particularly Nami, and wondered why she appeared so cheerful. Had there been a disagreement between them? As Nokigo coughed, Nami seemed to revel in the moment, her demeanor almost triumphant. At the dining table, the three of them were lost in their own thoughts. Baize enjoyed his rewards. Nami sought to flaunt her connection with Nokigo, while Nokigo felt a tinge of helplessness, acutely aware that she could never match Nami's boldness in such matters. All right, let us commence our training, beginning with a review of yesterday's lessons to assess the progress you have made. Baize, holding a wooden sword, solemnly addressed the two individuals. The sisters, who had initially shown hints of playfulness, immediately adopted a serious demeanor upon witnessing Baize's earnest expression. Following Baize's evaluation, the results were somewhat disappointing, not entirely poor, yet failing to meet the standards of genius. This outcome was anticipated by Baize, as Nami and Nojiko had not exhibited remarkable talent for swordsmanship in the original narrative. Currently, their instruction in swordsmanship serves merely as a transitional phase. Should they come across exceptional devil fruits in the future, they may utilize them. Indeed, the finest devil fruits have the potential to elevate an individual to great heights. This is especially true for the natural-type devil fruits. Known for their catastrophic destructive capabilities, while Baize's expectations were not particularly high, he nonetheless devoted himself to teaching them earnestly, even if they were to receive superior devil fruits in the future. Baize hoped they would strive to develop their abilities comprehensively, aspiring to become versatile warriors in their own right. Unbeknownst to Nami and Nojiko, Baize harbored these intentions. Thus, they both studied with great diligence. With Nami displaying extraordinary dedication, even when her hands trembled from fatigue, she persisted without pause. Observing Nami's industriousness, Baize could not help but nod in approval. However, Nami had her own thoughts. She was convinced that today, she would certainly earn her daily reward. Yet, an abrupt enhancement of her strength would inevitably raise suspicions. Nami consoled herself internally, pondering that perhaps Baize would notice her diligent training today and, upon awakening her potential that evening, would not suspect anything when her strength surged the following day. To be honest, she felt uncertain but was compelled to exert herself to the utmost. The last thing Nami wished for was to provoke Baize's suspicion, leading to undesirable consequences. All right, let us take a brief respite. Baize clapped his hands to signal the cessation of their swordplay. Nami, in her exhaustion, lost her grip on the wooden sword, which clattered to the ground. Her hands trembled slightly, with her knuckles even grazed raw. Her palms were red and swollen, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Is this truly the Nami I know? So obsessed with swordsmanship, she rivals even Zoro. Baize mused, gazing at the injuries on Nami's hands. He approached her, his hands glowing with a golden light, as he assisted in healing her palms. Nami's fervor for swordsmanship exceeded Baize's expectations. Yet regrettably, her talent did not match Zoro's. Otherwise, Zoro might have found himself facing a formidable rival. As Baize treated her, he reflected on how many of the girls had developed an interest in Zoro. As mentioned by Baize, however, he refrained from delving deeper into Zoro's introduction. From Baize's brief mention, it was clear that Zoro would be a significant character in the future, deeply dedicated to the way of the sword. Achieving remarkable success, some of the girls speculated that this so-called Zoro might become the world's greatest swordsman, as it seemed unlikely for Baize to mention his swordsmanship talent without reason. Although the girls entertained these conjectures, lacking further clues, they could only set them aside temporarily. They gazed enviously at the contents of the diary, expressing their admiration for Nami. How wonderful it is to effortlessly gain a mere fraction of the strength of the ocean's strongest. If I could attain that 1% increase in power, I would be able to overcome all the challenges I currently face. It is worth noting that this 1% increase is a constant. Yet, Baize's strength is not fixed. As he grows more powerful, the value of that 1% will become increasingly significant. I cannot bear it. The more I think about it, the more envious I become. The more I envy, the more I wish to dash to Baize's side, emulating that little thief, to offer some benefits and secure a substantial entry in the diary. The girls lamented internally, expressing their utmost envy for Nami. Time flew swiftly during their training, and before long, the sun began to set. Baize used the sun's rays to heal the two girls, alleviating their fatigue. He urged Nami and Nojiko to freshen up, while he himself leapt onto the observation platform to gaze at the descending sun. Once the sun had entirely vanished beyond the horizon, Baize ceased his meditative practices regarding the great sun and proceeded to submit his diary for the day. Multiple individuals imbued with fortune have formed connections with you, meeting the required standards to unlock associated rewards. Baize read the prompt from his diary with a look of intrigue. Unlock associated rewards? After careful consideration, he finally understood that his recent interactions with Nami, Robin, and Peach had resulted in these connections. Nami and Robin, needless to say, were the quintessential female leads in the original narrative, and if one were to describe them in terms of fortune, they would undoubtedly be deemed exceedingly fortunate individuals. Thus, the diary possesses numerous functions yet to be explored. As long as I form connections with individuals of considerable fortune, I can unlock additional features of the diary? Baize quickly deduced the corresponding conditions for activation. However, the stipulation that the individuals involved must be of the opposite gender was rather intriguing. From this perspective, I should strive to cultivate more connections with the female characters from the original narrative. The term connection likely refers to the depth of the relationship. However, connections are not inherently good or bad, meaning that if an original character develops affection for him, the connection level will increase, and conversely, if they harbor animosity, that too will enhance the connection level. Baize formed a hypothesis and prepared to verify it during his future travels. If his assumptions were correct, he would be able to avoid the need to ingratiate himself with certain characters solely to increase connection levels. After all, some female characters in the original narrative were rather unlikable. If he did not wish for them to grow fond of him, it should be quite easy to ensure they despised him. After all, inspiring love in another is a daunting task, while inciting hatred can be achieved with relative ease. With this newfound insight into the diary's prompts firmly in mind, Baize no longer hesitated and proceeded to submit his diary entry for the day. Congratulations on receiving diary rewards. Beginner observation hockey, beginner armament hockey, and beginner swordsmanship. Beginner observation hockey synthesis successful. Congratulations on acquiring intermediate observation hockey. Beginner armament hockey synthesis successful. Congratulations on acquiring intermediate armament hockey. Upon reaching this point, Baize was unsurprised and clenched his fist, noting that the armament hockey enveloping it had grown denser. His mastery of armament hockey had significantly improved. The enhancement of observation hockey was particularly evident. Not only was it more refined, but its range of perception had also expanded. He could now easily perceive even high-speed moving objects that would have eluded him before. As for beginner swordsmanship, he had previously missed an opportunity to obtain it due to a reward for one of the 6 forms, which resulted in him receiving less from the dual-color hockey. He would have to wait until tomorrow to acquire beginner swordsmanship again. Allowing for its synthesis into intermediate swordsmanship. Associated rewards. Select one character with whom you have formed a connection to receive an adaptive boost of 1% of your current strength. What? Baize could not help but exclaim in shock, his eyes widening at the extent of the associated rewards, which far exceeded his expectations, to gain an adaptive boost of 1% of his current strength. He wondered which fortunate individual, linked to him, would receive such a reward. Associated rewards. The recipient of the associated rewards is Nami. Wow, Nami is truly fortunate. She is indeed a little angel of benefits. Although she may not be wealthy yet, her generosity is commendable. It is said that generous individuals are favored by fortune, and it seems that adage holds true. The owner of the diary can choose when to bestow the rewards. If not distributed on the same day, they will automatically be granted to the recipient of the associated rewards. Upon reading the complete prompt from the diary, Baize finally felt a sense of relief. If Nami were to suddenly receive an enhancement of 1% of his strength, she would undoubtedly be taken aback. He would need to concoct a plausible explanation for her. Wow, today's rewards are truly bountiful. Not only did my dual-color hockey both advance to intermediate levels, but I also unlocked associated rewards due to my connections with original female characters. Moreover, the richness of these associated rewards surpassed my imagination, granting an adaptive boost of 1% of my current strength. Nami truly seems to be the chosen one. Indeed, while she may not be affluent now, her willingness to share benefits is remarkable. It seems that the saying holds weight. Generous individuals are destined to be favored by luck, since associated rewards must be distributed on the same day, or else they will automatically go to the recipient. He pondered what kind of reasoning he could present to convince Nami that her strength had suddenly surged. Baize could not help but jot down his thoughts in the diary. Then contained his excitement, planning to discuss the matter with Nami at an opportune moment. The girls. All the girls who glimpsed the contents of the diary were momentarily taken aback, fearing that their exclusive diary duplicates had been discovered by Baize. However, upon closer inspection, they soon realized that the diary was merely a supplementary version in Baize's possession, crafted to prevent any suspicion arising from the potential enhancement of the diary's duplicate owners. Some astute and perceptive owners of these duplicates had indeed contemplated this aspect and shared their concerns. Yet, upon seeing the entries in Baize's diary, they collectively sighed in relief, confident that endorsing their actions with the diary would allay any doubts he might harbor. At the same time, they expressed profound envy towards Nami. While it couldn't be said that she had made an extraordinary leap, she had undoubtedly ascended to a new level. Nami, who had been luxuriating in a warm bath, suddenly sprang to her feet upon reading the diary's contents, joyfully bouncing around, nearly losing her balance in the tub. Nokigo, narrowly avoiding being splashed, quickly steadied her, receiving a pointed look from Nami. Be careful. Don't be so reckless. Nami, feeling a pang of anxiety at the thought of slipping in the bathtub, sheepishly grinned at Nokigo. Still somewhat unconvinced, Nokigo continued to admonish her, and, you mustn't give yourself away, regardless of how absurd Baize's reasoning may be. You must display the appropriate emotions. I understand. Sister no chigao. Do you doubt my acting skills? Nami replied with a self-satisfied smile, convinced of her own theatrical abilities. All right. Let's get moving and experience Baize's abilities at 1%. Yes, I can hardly wait. Nami eagerly nodded, and then swiftly leapt from the bathtub, drying herself off and donning her bathrobe before dashing out. Nokigo, wiping the droplets from her face, sighed. How can I feel at ease with you like this? Don't let yourself slip up. With that, Nokigo hurriedly followed Nami's lead. As Nokigo ran, tying her bow, she saw Nami already bustling about in the kitchen. Observing that Nami had retained her composure and had tea rushed to demand a reward from Baize. Nokigo felt a wave of relief wash over her as she approached Nami. You scared me. I thought you were going to charge at Mr. Baize, Nokigo exclaimed. Hee, how could I? Didn't Baize say you would find a suitable reason? I wouldn't dream of interrupting his reasoning process, Nami replied. Well, at least you have some sense. Nokigo remarked. Of course. I want to prepare dinner quickly and create the perfect setting for Baize, Nami declared. Upon hearing this, Nokigo promptly joined her to help. Soon after, the three gathered around the table to enjoy dinner. Baize had contemplated many scenarios, yet none were flawless. Finally, he devised a rather dubious excuse. Nami, Nokigo, I've recently made some breakthroughs in my cultivation, enabling me to condense solar particles each day, granting me a remarkably unique ability. Baize suddenly became serious as he addressed the two. Nami and Nokigo exchanged startled glances, almost instinctively thinking, here it comes. The solar particles have a chance to enhance one of your abilities, approximately equivalent to 1% of my own strength. However, there is also a chance that you may receive no enhancement at all, akin to merely consuming a jelly bean. After dinner, let us test this ability. Really? Baize, that's wonderful. After all this hard training, I hope to have a shortcut. Nami exclaimed. I am truly grateful to you, Mr. Baize, for not only allowing me to board the ship but also for granting me the potential for power. Thank you so much, Nokigo added. After finishing his explanation, Baize observed Nami and Nokigo, gauging their reactions. Noticing no hint of suspicion on their faces, he felt a wave of relief. This reasoning was entirely based on probability. Those who didn't experience an enhancement would likely remain silent. Moreover, if someone did attain a 1% adaptive enhancement, it would further diminish any doubts raised. After dinner, the three proceeded to Baize's bedroom, which served as the captain's quarters. Within the room lay a grand bed adorned with soft furs, indicating that the previous captain had certainly indulged himself in comfort. The trio sat cross-legged upon the large bed, with Nami's eyes ablaze with excitement and Nokigo equally intrigued. Observing their enthusiasm, Baize took a deep breath, extending his hands to reveal two golden solar particles, which were essentially solar healing energy. Consuming them would impart a wave of warmth, alleviating fatigue and injuries, but offered no extraordinary powers. Diary. Upon the consumption of the solar particles by the two, immediately dispense the accompanying rewards. Baize commanded the diary's distribution mechanism, ensuring that rewards would be granted as soon as the particles were ingested. Nami and Nokigo exchanged glances before both seized the solar particles and tossed them into their mouths. They soon felt waves of warmth coursing through their bodies. Though they already anticipated the outcome, a sense of excitement bubbled within them. Accompanying rewards have been dispensed. Nami suddenly sensed a significant enhancement in her physical abilities. Feeling as though she could defeat a bull with a single punch, she even felt confident in her capacity to triumph over fierce beasts with ease. I did it. It's amazing, Baize. I did it. I received a 1% enhancement, and it seems to be in my physical abilities. How powerful. I feel like I could punch a bull to death, Nami exclaimed with exuberance, launching herself at Baize, whose sudden surprise at her enhanced strength caused him to tumble onto the bed. Meanwhile, Nokigo, although having anticipated this outcome, felt a twinge of envy at Nami's newfound power, observing the two embracing, with Nami's excitement evident and Baize's bemusement unmistakable. Nokigo mused to herself, perhaps I too can attempt to take a step further with Baize. Little Nami, I wish to compete with you. Baize led Nami to the deck, as her current abilities far exceeded that of an ordinary person, making it impractical to test her strength within the confines of the cabin. Come, let us strike against one another and see how much your strength has grown, he proposed, tossing Nami a wooden sword while wielding one himself. Nokigo, observing Nami's eager determination, felt curiosity bubbling within her regarding the extent of Nami's newfound strength. Nami brandished the wooden sword with fierce resolve, locking her gaze onto Baize. Baize, brace yourself for my strike. She had long wished to teach this charming rogue a lesson. Despite her feelings for him, she couldn't overlook his flirtations with other women, calling them wise while she bared her heart to him. It was impossible for Nami to not feel a modicum of resentment towards Baize's wandering affections, especially when he had addressed other girls affectionately while she had been so openly affectionate. Now, she finally had the opportunity to use Baize's own strength against him. This would surely be amusing. Though Nami was angry, her intention was more playful than vengeful, with a sudden burst of energy. She charged forward, her enhanced physical prowess making it challenging to control her strength, causing the wooden planks beneath her to splinter. Nami's body surged forward with speed, and Baize, witnessing her reckless charge, couldn't help but sigh that it seemed he would need to help Nami adapt to her newfound strength before testing her abilities. He opened his arms, preparing to embrace her as she rushed toward him, catching her in a surprise hug. Baize, I was wrong. Let me go. It's already small enough, and if you squeeze me like that, it'll be completely flattened. Nami exclaimed in a panic, feeling the pressure against her body. Hey. Don't speak nonsense. I haven't even applied any force yet. How could you be flattened? If you end up not growing anymore, don't blame me, Baize retorted, releasing her and setting her back down. You haven't yet mastered your strength. This sudden surge has turned you into a child wielding a hammer, full of destructive potential but lacking control. Hearing Baize's explanation, Nami finally relaxed, although a hint of dissatisfaction lingered within her. Why did she need to adapt to the rewards she received while Baize could master his immediately? Nami quickly recalled that it was Baize who was the true owner of the diary, and that her ability to gain rewards was largely due to his influence. Without Baize, she would never have possessed this diary replica, let alone the astonishing rewards it offered. With this thought in mind, Nami found her equilibrium. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and train with me to enhance your physical mastery. Baize playfully tapped Nami's small head, bringing her back to reality. Nami let out a yelp from the sudden impact but said nothing further. She merely shot Baize a glance before joining him in the training. Ultimately, thanks to the power bestowed by the diary's rewards, Nami swiftly mastered the surging strength after a rigorous training session. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their wooden swords clashing echoed fiercely, clearly indicating that Nami's movements were quicker, more precise, and fiercer than during the day. Baize did not retaliate throughout. He merely defended against Nami's attacks with his wooden sword. After a moment, Baize blocked one of her strikes with a bit more force, pushing her back gently. All right, the test is complete. Your current strength is certainly sufficient for you to live comfortably in this small part of the East Blue. Without fear of pirate power, Nami's face lit up with surprise. The improvement was indeed monumental. She had effectively bypassed what Baize referred to as the beginner's village of the East Blue and was now capable of dominating it. Of course, many factors needed to be considered in actual combat, particularly if the opponent possessed the powers of a devil fruit, which could lead to numerous unforeseen complications to prevent Nami from becoming too complacent. Baize quickly added a couple of cautionary remarks, to which Nami nodded vigorously. However, her beaming smile and carefree gaze indicated that she had hardly absorbed his warnings. Well, when you encounter a setback, you will naturally come to understand, Baize thought as he watched Nami head into the cabin. He said nothing more, but exchanged a knowing glance with the slightly delayed Nokigao, who also bore a smile. Though Nami occasionally let her confidence get the better of her, she ultimately remained manageable, so there was no need for excessive concern. Nokigao explained Nami's situation to Baize, who shrugged in response. Let us hope so. The following day, following their predetermined course, they finally reached their destination, West Rob Village. Nami and Nokigao gazed at the beautiful island in the distance, their hearts heavy with sympathy for Kaya's plight, betrayed by those she considered trusted allies, the very ones who had taken her family from her. Had it not been for Baize's intervention, this innocent and unfortunate girl would have undoubtedly faced a future riddled with suffering. However, the situation had changed. With Baize's involvement, that so-called cunning crocodile would surely be crushed to dust. West Rob Village, as the sole mansion in the village, was always a sight to behold. Within its walls, a frail and delicate beauty with light golden hair lay upon her bed, her gaze fixated on a diary floating in the void, her eyes filled with envy. The diary contained the test data and insights recorded by Baize after Nami had gained her powers the previous day. If only I could acquire such strength, I would no longer have to live in fear of Crocodile, Kaya mused. Just then, a figure silently approached her bedside, exuding a sense of familiarity that inspired trust. With round spectacles perched upon his nose and slicked back hair, the pale-faced individual resembled a well-read nobleman. The once pleasant atmosphere turned to shock for Kaya when this figure suddenly appeared. The figure moved as quietly as a specter, and upon fully discerning his features, Kaya gasped in terror. It was none other than Crocodile, who had infiltrated Kaya's household under the guise of a butler, since discovering that Crocodile was the captain of the Black Pirates. Kaya could not help but feel a deep-seated fear when in his presence, inadvertently arousing Crocodile's suspicion. Kaya, It's time for your medication, Crocodile said, bowing his head slightly. The angle of the light reflected off his glasses, obscuring Kaya's view of his eyes. Yet, she sensed something unsettling in Crocodile's gaze. A surge of anxiety coursed through her, but as her eyes caught sight of the diary, it seemed to serve as a comforting anchor, calming her and allowing her to suppress the fear etched on her face. Mr. Baize is scheduled to arrive in West Rob Village today. There's nothing to fear from Crocodile right now. After bolstering her resolve, Kaya finally regained her composure. Thank you for your hard work, Butler. She maintained her customary gratitude towards Crocodile. Beneath the reflective lenses, Crocodile's eyes were chillingly cold. This little girl seemed to have caught wind of something amiss, as her expressions of fright had become increasingly frequent over the past few days. With a smile that belied his true intentions, Crocodile plotted to hasten his scheme. Though inherently suspicious, Crocodile was also highly efficient. Upon realizing Kaya's awareness of his identity, he immediately summoned his former subordinates, preparing to forcibly seize Kaya's family fortune. The day of betrayal was nigh. The malevolence in his heart was matched only by the amiable facade he wore. With a smile that concealed his true intentions, Crocodile regarded Kaya with an expression akin to that one would reserve for a corpse. Serving you is my duty, Miss Kaya. Now, please take your medicine, lest the master and mistress become upset, and I find myself unable to bear the consequences. All right, I will take my medicine diligently and won't trouble the butler, Kaya replied, hastily accepting the medicine and gulping it down. The bitter concoction contorted her delicate features into an expression of distaste, yet she refrained from vocalizing her discomfort. Having endured this taste numerous times throughout her life, she simply wished she could become numb to it, enabling her to drink it without a grimace. After tidying up the medicine bowl, Crocodile bowed respectfully and slowly exited the room. Once the door closed behind him, the courteous demeanor vanished in an instant, leaving only a cold, indifferent expression as he fixated on the door. Crocodile was now certain that Kaya had discovered his identity. His stealthy approach had been an attempt to gauge her reaction to his sudden appearance. If she had merely been startled, it would have confirmed his earlier suspicions that she remained unaware of his true nature, thus allowing him to cancel the day's operation. After all, having spent 2 years planning, he was unwilling to abandon it simply due to his own doubts. This was precisely why he had returned to test the waters, but the results left a heavy weight in his heart. Kaya's reaction was not merely one of surprise. It was a profound fear of his existence. This confirmed that Kaya was indeed aware of his identity, yet out of necessity for her own safety, she had refrained from disclosing this information to her parents or exposing him. Moreover, in Kaya's affluent household, no one could stand up to him. Yet, the longer the night stretched, the more precarious the situation became. In a household of wealth, the potential for a bounty hunter to appear was always present. Should he choose to act, it would no longer be Crocodile's decision. Even his ability to leave would be in jeopardy. Thus, Crocodile resolved to gather his original subordinates and directly raid Kaya's home, but today's probing was merely a way for him to satisfy his reluctance to abandon the plan, and he sought to ascertain whether Kaya truly knew of his identity. The outcome was clear. Action must be taken today. As Crocodile mulled over these thoughts while walking, he greeted everyone he encountered with a friendly demeanor. However, beneath those lenses, his eyes remained devoid of warmth, as if he regarded everyone as mere corpses. Where are those fools? Why haven't they arrived yet? As Crocodile reached a slope, he noted that his subordinates had yet to appear at the appointed time. Discontent flickered across his previously cold expression. He had always feared prolonged uncertainty, and now the delay from his subordinates only intensified his frustration. Those imbeciles will pay for their incompetence after this mission concludes. Crocodile paced anxiously along the slope, his unease growing with each passing moment. Finally, just as he could no longer resist the urge to check the port, figures emerged from the other side of the slope, allowing Crocodile to exhale in relief. Why are they only just arriving? Surely they haven't gotten lost along the way. Why did I even choose to recruit them in the first place? Crocodile muttered to himself, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching figures. As the shadows drew nearer, the relaxed expression on Kluo's face vanished, replaced by disbelief and horror. His subordinates had indeed arrived, but they were bound together, dragged along by a man with a rope. However, they were all in a deep state of unconsciousness. The depth of their slumber was such that even the pain of their bodies scraping against the ground, drawing blood, was insufficient to rouse them. It seems you were waiting for them. I brought them to you. They're a bit heavy, so I had to drag them along. I trust you won't mind, Captain Kluo? Baize's tone was laced with a jest that sent chills down Kluo's spine. He was acutely aware of the weight and strength of his subordinates. Now, in such a pitiful state, rendered unconscious. It was evident just how terrifying the man before him truly was, especially the way he addressed him as Captain Cluo, which struck him with a profound sense of dread. It had been far too long since anyone had called him by that title. He had always believed he had concealed his true self well, and witnessing everyone treating him with kindness only inflated his ego, leading him to look down upon those he had deceived as utterly foolish. It was this very mindset that prompted Cluo to swiftly decide to forcibly seize the assets of the Koya family upon suspecting Koya had uncovered his identity. The same mentality caused his heart to race when Baize called him by name. Soon, Cluo regained his composure. He knew a fierce battle awaited him, and he must remain calm. This man before him was undoubtedly powerful, but he might not be able to match Cluo's speed. Adjusting his glasses with a flick of his wrist, Cluo recalled his unique speed technique, which rekindled his confidence. I possess the strength to fight. Armed with this belief, Cluo surged towards Baize at an astonishing speed, despite the concerned gazes of Nami and Nokigo watching him. To Baize, Cluo's rapid approach felt as slow as a snail, his fist raised, blocking Cluo's path. Cluo's speed technique had a slight flaw. It lacked the finesse of control. By the time Cluo discerned the situation before him, Baize's fist was already perilously close. Cluo? Bang! His rapid charge collided with Baize's fist, inadvertently amplifying his own force. The blow struck Cluo squarely in the face, twisting it grotesquely, and he fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes. His last conscious thought before losing consciousness being, "What a fast punch." Nami and Nokigo exchanged astonished glances, never having anticipated someone would accelerate their demise. It was indeed a rarity. Meanwhile, lying in her hospital bed, Koya pondered deeply, still feeling that Cluo's gaze had been peculiar that day. Could it be that my previous actions have raised Cluo's suspicions? Koya suddenly jolted awake, realizing the likelihood of this being true. After learning of Cluo's true identity from her diary, she had inevitably displayed signs of fear and panic upon encountering him. Perhaps it was at that moment that Cluo sensed something amiss. Moreover, today, she felt Cluo's eyes bore an unsettling intensity, as though something dreadful was about to unfold. With this realization, Koya could no longer remain still. She forced herself up and headed towards the door, determined to inform her parents of Cluo's true nature. She could no longer afford to worry about whether this would raise Cluo's suspicions. After all, it was highly probable that Cluo had already detected the exposure of his identity and was plotting a new scheme. Bang! Just as Koya flung open the door, she heard a heavy thud on the ground, causing her heart to skip a beat. Fearing Cluo had made a move, aside from her racing heart, Koya was overwhelmed with regret for not alerting her parents to Cluo's identity sooner. Perhaps there was still a chance for a turnaround. This regret ignited a surge of energy within her. Even her frail body seemed to possess newfound strength, and she dashed downstairs. "Everyone, please don't be in danger." "Father! Mother!" Koya silently cried out, her lips pressed tightly together as she rushed down. "Koya, why are you running down here alone?" A voice filled with concern startled her. It was unmistakably her father's voice. Koya turned in astonishment to see her parents and others gathered. On the ground lay a man, and through his disheveled appearance, Koya could vaguely recognize that it was indeed Cluo. The imagined murderer now lay on the ground, a pitiful sight, his face marred, had it not been for the shattered glasses that were all too familiar. Koya might not have recognized him at all. Koya stood frozen in place, yet the reminder of her diary jolted her back to reality. Detecting the presence of a diary owner nearby, she was prompted to consider adding them as friends, allowing for communication beyond distance. She glanced at the friend request list, where the avatars of Nami and Nokigo appeared, and suddenly realized that they had arrived and had assisted in dealing with Cluo. Without hesitation, she accepted their friend requests, and before she could properly greet them, she hurriedly explained, "I just heard the noise and came down to see if something was wrong." Haha. Koya scratched her head in a flustered manner, awkwardly laughing as she spoke. Observing the unchanged expressions of those present, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Haha. My dear Koya is so adorable. Even when lying, her story is riddled with holes. How charmingly Navi, a golden-haired beauty, and a wealthy little lady. What an astonishing combination. As Koya read the entries in her diary, her face flushed bright red, akin to an apple. What a fickle heart. She thought indignantly, calling someone wife every day when they haven't even agreed. She was acutely aware of how flimsy her explanation was, and everyone present could see through it. Koya's father reacted promptly, turning to Baize with a warm, grateful demeanor. "Esteemed Mr. Baize, this is my youngest daughter, Koya. She has been frail since childhood and bedridden, which is why she seldom interacts with strangers. She may have seemed a bit anxious upon encountering you." And I hope you do not take offense. Koya's father spoke with precision, clarifying Koya's unusual behavior. After all, Baize had displayed remarkable strength upon entering their home. At the same time, they had come to accept the astonishing truth that Kluo was indeed a pirate. Although Captain Kluo lay unconscious, his subordinates had willingly confessed. In this context, Baize had exhibited extraordinary strength and a friendly disposition, having rid them of the black pirate crew, which certainly warranted gratitude. Thus, Koya's parents held Baize in high regard. They had initially intended to address Captain Kluo's situation, but their precious daughter had suddenly appeared, nearly giving them a heart attack. Even though they knew Koya would not lash out, they felt anxious. What if Koya's actions inadvertently angered Baize, provoking this formidable individual? Such a calamity would spell disaster for their family. As soon as Koya's father grasped the potential consequences, he hurriedly explained to Baize, "Ah, so this is your beloved daughter. She is indeed extraordinarily beautiful," Baize remarked with a smile, nodding respectfully at Koya's father, indicating that he bore no ill will towards the minor incident. With Baize's reassurance, Koya's father finally exhaled in relief. "Koya, why are you still standing there? Hurry and thank Mr. Baize for eliminating the traitor among us," Koya's father urged, seeing her still frozen in place. "Oh, thank you very much, Lord Baize. We are truly grateful for your assistance in saving our family." Koya snapped back to reality, sincerely expressing her gratitude to Baize. Her father nodded in satisfaction, but Koya's next words nearly caused his heart to leap from his chest. "To express my gratitude, please allow me to follow you." Koya's father widened his eyes in shock, and Baize wore a similar expression of astonishment. Could rescuing Koya's family trigger a storyline where she would choose to follow him? This matter is entirely absent from the original text. After all, by the time Luffy arrives in Syrup Village, Kaya's parents have long since passed away, making it impossible for such a plot to unfold. Kaya's father, while concerned about Kaya's actions potentially angering Baize, is primarily worried about her frail health. Since childhood, Kaya has been weak and sickly. Baize, being a formidable figure, clearly aspires to the vastness of the sea, and following him would undoubtedly require her to endure the hardships of oceanic travel. How could Kaya's fragile constitution withstand such tribulations? Ignoring the astonished gazes of her family and Baize's bewildered expression, Kaya deeply bowed before Baize, her demeanor imbued with utmost sincerity in her plea. Nami and Nojiko, on the other hand, wore expressions of unsurprising acceptance, as the owner of a dedicated diary side quest. Kaya was bound to choose to remain by Baize's side. This decision would undoubtedly yield immense benefits for both Kaya and her family. If this is truly your heartfelt desire, I have no objections. Baize shrugged. Though surprised by Kaya's request, he acquiesced. With his strength, the number of people he could take aboard was of little consequence. It all depended on his willingness. If he was amenable, he could take hundreds. If not, not a single soul would set foot on his ship. In the East Blue, his prowess allowed him to traverse without fear. Even if hidden powers lurked within the East Blue, they posed no threat to him. Baize's words filled Kaya with elation, yet they caused her parents to furrow their brows. Under the gentle urging of her mother, Kaya's father, with a pained expression, addressed Baize. "It's not that we oppose, Mr. Baize, but as you can see, Kaya's health is quite frail. She cannot withstand the tempests of the sea, and it would be all too easy for her to meet with misfortune. I believe you wouldn't wish to carry a burden aboard. Would you?" Kaya's father, concerned for her safety, even went so far as to label her a burden, hoping to dissuade Baize from taking her out to sea. Had Kaya not made her request, Baize could have easily prevented her from pursuing this course. Yet now that Baize had consented, even if he attempted to stop Kaya, he would still not be able to circumvent Baize's decision. Thus, he could only plead with Baize to forego taking Kaya aboard. This was the only means to entirely halt her. Otherwise, mere persuasion would be futile. After all, if Baize truly desired it, their family would stand no chance of resistance. "Father," Kaya said helplessly, unable to throw a tantrum, as her parents were genuinely worried for her. "If your concern lies solely in this matter, I can assist. After all, Miss Kaya's ailment seems quite manageable to me." Baize smiled at Kaya's father, fully aware of his worries. "Really?" Kaya's mother, who had been urging her husband to intervene, exclaimed with newfound excitement upon hearing Baize's words. She rushed to Baize, her gaze filled with urgency, eager to ascertain that he was not jesting. "Of course," Baize affirmed, his voice brimming with confidence, causing Kaya's mother to burst into joyful tears. They had but one daughter, who had been bedridden and frequently ill, a sight that pained them deeply. Now, finally witnessing the prospect of treatment, it was no wonder Kaya's mother displayed such exuberance. Even Kaya's father appeared deeply moved, his expression betraying his joy. "Mr. Baize, if you are willing to treat my daughter, I would gladly pay any price within my means. Kaya's father declared solemnly, his love for his daughter evident. If it meant restoring Kaya's health, he would part with everything he possessed. You are overly kind. Since Miss Kaya trusts me and wishes to follow me as a part of my crew, I shall treat her as one of my own, Baize asserted decisively. Then turning his gaze to Kaya, he continued, Miss Kaya, may I take a moment of your time to find a quiet place where I can provide treatment? Kaya looked at Baize with fervent admiration. She had always regarded him as a confidant. Now, having effectively rescued her family, her feelings for Baize had sublimated into a unique affection. Seeing Baize address her, she eagerly nodded in agreement. Kaya's parents, equally exhilarated, guided them to a guest room on the first floor. It was not that they were unwilling to let Baize and his crew enter Kaya's room. Rather, they were too impatient to ascend the stairs and opted for a ground floor room for the treatment. Lying on the pristine bed, Kaya's eyes were riveted on Baize, who smiled back and nodded at her. As he radiated a soft golden light in the expectant gaze of those around him, Kaya's parents were overwhelmed with excitement, feeling a wave of relief wash over them as the golden light enveloped them, alleviating their minor ailments in an instant. Merely basking in the glow's periphery had such a remarkable effect. Kaya, positioned at the heart of the light, would undoubtedly experience an even more profound healing. The sensations coursing through Kaya were overwhelmingly intense. Under the golden illumination, every cell in her body seemed to rejoice, yearning for this radiance. It was a feeling of life flourishing, invigorated and exuberant, as though existence thrived under the sun's nurturing rays. The potent healing energy fundamentally remedied Kaya's ailments. There was no need to probe into the specifics of her condition. The strength of the treatment alone sufficed to banish her illness. Soon after, as Baize retracted the light, Kaya's parents emerged from their state of astonishment. They suddenly noticed that the room's windows were teeming with various creatures, large and small. Yet none dared intrude. They remained at the window's edge, quietly absorbing the light's essence. Even the plants seemed to flourish, crowding the window as if vying for the illumination. This spectacle left Kaya's parents utterly astounded, mentally elevating Baize to the status of a deity in their eyes. Kaya opened her eyes, feeling thoroughly revitalized. Though she did not possess superhuman strength, she was immensely satisfied with her newfound health. Thank you so much, Mr. Baize, Kaya exclaimed, rising to convey her gratitude. Her parents rushed forward, warmly inviting Baize to join them for dinner. If their previous respect for Baize stemmed from his life-saving deeds and formidable prowess, at that moment, their reverence had escalated to a fervent devotion, as if they regarded him as an omnipotent divine being. Kaya's parents were overwhelming in their enthusiasm. Reluctantly, Baize accepted their invitation to dine. The dinner was lavishly prepared, showcasing the true essence of a wealthy household. During the meal, Baize noted that Kaya's father had disappeared for a while, only to return with a subtle smile and a gaze filled with newfound confidence directed at Baize. Puzzled, Baize remained for the night at their enthusiastic invitation. Congratulations on receiving the diary rewards: Basic Observation Hockey, Basic Armament Hockey, and Basic Swordsmanship. Additionally, there was a reward for Nami. That evening, Nami once again experienced a 1% boost in Baize's power, leaving her elated for quite some time before departing from his room. Though Nojiko did not outwardly display her feelings, she was acutely aware of her own disappointment. Despite resolving to compete with Nami in someone else's home, Nojiko refrained from crossing certain boundaries. Thus, she intended to wait until they were aboard the ship. Surrounded by familiar faces, before taking action, the night passed without incident, and upon waking, Baize discovered the adorable orange-haired girl in his bed again, this time claiming it was due to her unfamiliarity with the new room. With a resigned smile, Baize ruffled Nami's hair and sent her off to freshen up. Thanks to the sun's energy, he remained pristine, bathing merely out of habit. Descending the staircase, he found Kaya's father waiting at the bottom, his eyes lighting up with excitement upon seeing Baize. Mr. Baize, my butler informed me that the ship you are aboard appears to be a medium-sized vessel, seemingly modified from a pirate ship. Kia's father approached Baize with a sincere and almost reverent smile, proclaiming, "You are far too esteemed for such humble offerings. I have prepared a small vessel for you, which is more manageable with fewer people aboard. Most importantly, this ship, in terms of both performance and interior design, can be considered the pinnacle of the East Sea." Baize paused, recalling Kia's father's unusual demeanor from the previous day. Suddenly, the answer dawned upon him. He had been preparing this very ship. Baize hesitated, about to speak when Kia's father immediately bent in a deep bow, imploring Baize to accept the gift. Reluctantly, Baize acquiesced. Shortly thereafter, he bid farewell to Kia's parents, whose overwhelming warmth was almost disconcerting, leaving Baize somewhat startled. Accompanied by Nami, Nojiko, and Kia, Baize approached the small vessel gifted by Kia's father. It was not the same ship that was given to Luffy in the original tale, but rather a splendid merchant ship, adorned in a resplendent golden hue. However, due to the concentration of its features on performance and aesthetics, it lacked significant armament and defensive capabilities. Baize was unfazed by this. If enemies could defeat him, then even a ship with the combat prowess of a legendary sea king would be of no use. Conversely, if they could not best him, this ship would remain unscathed, for he was its most formidable protector. He named the vessel Liang, signifying that he would bring the blessings of a blazing sun to this dark, chaotic world of pirates. Under the blazing sun, all beings are equal. As for the black pirate crew, Baize had bound them tightly and cast them into the sea. If they survived that, it would be a testament to their fortune. Facing the wind and waves, the Liang set forth into the distance. Baize observed the 3 women on board, who were quickly bonding, and he could not help but smile wryly. His swordsmanship had now reached an intermediate level, allowing him to better instruct them. As for Nami, she was now sufficiently qualified to learn both observation haki and armament haki, so Baize encouraged her to study swordsmanship while simultaneously mastering both forms of haki. During their training breaks, Baize reclined on a beach chair, basking in the sun, enjoying the ship's ample amenities, and marveling at the advantages of wealth. Kia approached him, holding 2 cups of juice, her face flushed with shyness. Mr. Baize, I learned this from my sisters Nami and Nojiko, and I hope you will enjoy it. Kia had been bedridden since childhood and, as a young lady, had never had the opportunity to cook. Now aboard the ship, witnessing Nami and Nojiko's culinary skills, she was determined not to be outdone and humbly sought their guidance. Baize glanced at Kia's delicate hands, which had never touched anything as coarse as labor. Yet now, she was learning to cook and prepare juice for him, with a few minor cuts adorning her hands. With a warm smile, Baize summoned a gentle light to heal Kia's hands, prompting her to gaze at him gratefully. Thank you. I will savor it well. Receiving Baize's acknowledgement, Kia's face blossomed into a joyful smile. Her eyes filled with eager anticipation as she looked at him. Baize tasted both cups of juice. Each had its merits, and they were clearly prepared using different methods, resulting in subtle variances. Both are delightful. You've worked hard, Kia. I'm so glad. At last, I have some worth and won't be a burden aboard Mr. Baize's ship, Kia exclaimed, her heart swelling with excitement. She had long feared that her presence would be a hindrance to Baize, so she exerted herself to prove her value through her swordsmanship and culinary endeavors, all in hopes of earning his recognition. Now that she had finally gained his approval, it was no wonder she was so elated. While they were engrossed in their pleasant conversation, a sudden exclamation from Nami at the bow interrupted them. Everyone, come look, there's a most peculiar ship. Baize lifted his gaze, and at the horizon's edge, a massive vessel emerged, its design strikingly unusual, particularly with the fish-shaped bows at both ends. Joining Nami at the bow, the group gathered, marveling at the colossal ship in the distance. The Baratai, a floating restaurant. Baize remarked, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. What a delightful twist of fate. I once rescued a crew member and chef from Baratai. To encounter it now, amidst the vastness of the East Sea, was indeed serendipitous. Nami gazed in awe at the enormous vessel, realizing that their modest craft appeared as if an elephant stood beside a fawn. Compared to Nami, who had spent the last few years navigating the East Sea, Nojiko was less familiar with its renowned floating restaurants. Thus, she remained silent, her eyes wide with wonder as she regarded the maritime establishment. Even Kia, who had been bedridden for so long, was equally intrigued, her curiosity piqued by the sight of such a grand ship dedicated solely to dining. Such a massive vessel, merely for a restaurant. Truly, the sea is filled with the most extraordinary of people, Kia exclaimed, contemplating that if such a grand ship could assemble a large trading fleet, it would undoubtedly prosper. It was clear that her upbringing in a merchant family had influenced her keen insight into business. Despite her parents shielding her from their enterprise, shall we visit the floating restaurant? It is renowned throughout the East Sea. I imagine the food must be exceptional, Baize inquired, seeking the opinions of his companions. The 3 women exchanged glances and nodded in unison. While Baize merely wished to experience the restaurant, Nami and Nojiko had different intentions. If Baize were to commend the culinary delights of Baratai, they would not hesitate to learn some cooking techniques to surprise him later. Their earlier glances had confirmed their mutual thoughts. None had anticipated that they all shared the same ambition. Thus, they resolved to collaborate, with each choosing to learn different aspects, determined to acquire as much knowledge as possible. With varying intentions, the Liang sailed towards the Baratai, drawing the attention of numerous diners and chefs alike. Its ostentatious appearance, adorned in gold, resembled a floating treasure upon the waves. Chef Zeph peered through a window at the approaching vessel, muttering to himself, "It appears an impressive figure has arrived. After all, to navigate such an opulent ship upon the ocean." While remaining unscathed from pirate raids spoke volumes of one's prowess, a burly chef, standing beside Zeph, turned curiously at his words. When his eyes landed on a particular figure at the ship's bow, they widened in astonishment. "What, do you know someone aboard that ship?" Zeph inquired, noticing the shift in the burly chef's demeanor. "Indeed, he is my savior. Thanks to him, I escaped from a slave ship," the burly chef exclaimed, his cooking momentarily forgotten as he animatedly gestured to Zeph. Hearing the burly chef's explanation, Zeph's stern expression softened slightly, and he turned his gaze back outside. Baize, now leading Nami and the others aboard, was engaged in cheerful conversation with the three women as they entered the restaurant. "Quite the remarkable young man, yet your dish is burnt," Zeph remarked, turning back to the burly chef, who suddenly realized his oversight and looked sheepishly at the scorched food. In the Baratai, wastage of food was strictly forbidden. This applied to both diners and chefs. He hurriedly plated the burnt dish and quickly consumed it with chopsticks. Though the flavor was far from pleasant, he refused to allow any food to go to waste, observing the burly chef's actions. Zeph nodded in approval before taking over his station to rectify the dish. After all, keeping guests waiting was a chef's failure. "Wow, the Baratai looks enormous, and there are so many diners," Nami exclaimed, her curiosity piqued as she looked around. Given its massive size, such a scale was to be expected, yet the sheer number of patrons was somewhat surprising. Kaya smiled gently, her gaze sweeping over the tables of diners, upon spotting the delectable array of dishes. Her thoughts instantly became lively. Nokigo, however, lingered uncertainly beside Baize, as if finally mustering the resolve to clasp his right hand. Baize glanced sideways at Nokigo. Observing her feigned composure and seemingly nonchalant demeanor, he refrained from uttering a word, simply allowing the moment to unfold as he led Nokigo toward the restaurant. The patrons dining outside cast envious, jealous glances at Baize, who was accompanied by three beautiful women. "Look at that guy. All three are stunning beauties, and they're surrounding him. Just thinking about it makes me envious," one grumbled. "Why should he be so lucky to have three gorgeous women by his side? Is it just because he is slightly taller? A tad more handsome, and a bit wealthier than me," another lamented. "Come on, the gap between us isn't just a minor difference. It's more like the vast distance between the sea beneath our feet and the clouds above. Do you really have to be so cruel with your words?" The diners murmured amongst themselves, while Nami and Nokigo remained unfazed. Nami was resolutely intent on slipping into Baize's embrace, and such gossip was merely a gentle breeze to her, having no impact whatsoever. For Nokigo, having just made her decision to hold Baize's hand, the tacit approval from him solidified her resolve, rendering her indifferent to the surrounding chatter. Only Kaya's cheeks flushed slightly as she glanced at Baize, who appeared utterly unperturbed by the patrons' discussions. Kaya, too, was naturally influenced by his calm demeanor, quickly regaining her tranquility. As the four of them entered the seaside restaurant amidst the patrons' whispers, they chose a large table and sat in a circle. Nami exchanged mischievous glances with Nokigo, clearly having noticed Nokigo's bold gesture of taking Baize's arm. A burly chef, clad in a chef's uniform and sporting a tall chef's hat, approached their table with a hearty smile directed at Baize. "My Lord Baize, do you remember me? I am the chef you saved before." The robust chef bowed respectfully, his tone imbued with admiration. Baize returned the smile and nodded. "Of course, the dishes you prepared left a lasting impression on me. I happened to come across this seaside restaurant, so I thought I would pay a visit." The chef's grin widened, for it is a great honor for a chef to have their culinary creations remembered by others. "These are my newly recruited crew members. This chef here is someone I fortuitously rescued, so it's quite serendipitous to meet again," Baize added, introducing everyone to one another. The chef politely acknowledged the three women with a nod, not focusing on them, as his highest aspiration lay in the culinary arts. Unlike another lecherous chef from the restaurant, who could barely contain himself around beautiful women, this chef was content merely to appreciate their presence without any excessive expectations. However, he couldn't help but worry that Baize's presence with three stunning women might attract the attention of that lecherous chef. The thought of that chef making a scene was something he wished to avoid. While the chef pondered these matters, Baize returned his attention to Nami and the others. "What would you like to eat?" he inquired. Nami, Nokigo, and Kaya exchanged glances before simultaneously declaring, "We want one of everything." Seeing Baize's slightly surprised expression, Kaya smiled and added, "We want to savor the exquisite dishes of the seaside restaurant." Baize nodded in agreement and turned to the burly chef. Let us follow their request and serve one of everything. The robust chef nodded, harboring no doubts about whether the four could finish all the dishes. After all, it was a common understanding that those as formidable as Baize often possessed an equally formidable appetite. They needed ample energy to train and improve. While awaiting the arrival of the dishes, the four engaged in cheerful conversation. Suddenly, Nami's eyes glinted mischievously, and with a faint smile, she announced, I need to use the restroom. You all continue chatting. I'll be right back. Before Kaya and Nokigo could respond, Nami deftly leaped from her seat and vanished into the dining area. Baize glanced at Nokigo and Kaya, sensing something was amiss. Feeling uneasy, he discreetly activated his solar sense that in an instant. The entire scene of the seaside restaurant unfolded before his eyes. Diners were toasting and relishing their meals, some casting envious glances toward their table. Filled with jealousy and admiration that a few even rushed out of the seaside restaurant, possibly to inform someone. Indeed, beauty serves as a natural attractor for envy. It seemed they were notifying their pirate crew. However, Baize, who was in need of funds, mused to himself, the more, the merrier. Amidst his thoughts, he noticed Nami's direction. She had indeed left the dining area, but not towards the restroom. She was heading for the chef's lounge. What could little Nami be doing in the chef's lounge? Is she perhaps reverting to her old habits of thievery? Baize pondered. However, the seaside restaurant was not as simple as it appeared. Its reputation in the East Sea was well earned, protected by formidable armed forces. Never underestimate the chefs. They were warriors in their own right, equipped and ready for battle. Baize's curiosity deepened, and the other women, possessing the diary copies, began to wonder too. They had learned through the diary that Nami had already acquired 2% of Baize's power. With such strength, why would she revert to her old ways of theft? Unbeknownst to Nami, all her actions were under Baize's watchful eyes. As she scoured the chef's lounge for diaries and cookbooks, she finally stumbled upon a few volumes of culinary insights. Excellent. Just tasting the dishes isn't enough to recreate them. But with these recipes and culinary notes, I'm certain I've secured a victory. Nami exclaimed with delight, tucking the diaries into her small backpack before casually rejoining the dining area. Baize observed her actions with keen awareness. Even catching her surprised exclamation that he cast a glance at Kaya and Nokigo, internally muttering, with only 3 girls on board, is the competition this fierce already? Goodness, she was merely looking for recipes and culinary insights. They say 3 women make a play. Now that we have 3 girls on the ship, the culinary competition has escalated to this extent. What will happen when more girls join? The other women, witnessing Nami's determination, began to realize the importance of culinary skills aboard Baize's ship, prompting them to consider honing their own cooking abilities. As Baize inscribed his worries in the diary, Nami, having secured the notes, relaxed. Upon seeing the white gold diary, her cheeks flushed slightly. She hadn't anticipated that her actions would be so closely observed by Baize. However, upon reading Baize's subsequent remarks, her expression soured. Still hoping to find more girls? Humph, let us see if you can handle that much energy. Nami fumed silently. Just then, a golden-haired figure dashed over, his expression lewd and his eyes sparkling with infatuation. Beautiful lady, gorgeous lady, Sanji exclaimed, sprinting toward her with an eager look in his eyes. Baize narrowed his eyes slightly. If Sanji dared to overstep his bounds, he wouldn't hesitate to intervene. Nami, witnessing this scene, halted abruptly, her hidden hand clenching tightly. If he dared to come too close, she would let him experience the iron fist that ruled the East Sea. Fortunately, Sanji stopped at a respectful distance, leaning forward with an ingratiating demeanor. My lady, did you come to the chef's lounge seeking assistance? If so, I shall do my utmost to help. As Nami encountered Sanji, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Nonetheless, she remained vigilant. Upon hearing Sanji's words, her thoughts shifted. She had heard tales of the exquisite cuisine at the floating restaurant. Thus, she desired to seek the chef's guidance. And if she could obtain recipes or cooking notes, that would be even more splendid. Nami quickly discerned that this man before her was quite the lecher, though he seemed to adhere to certain principles and was not entirely governed by his instincts. Ah, I see that no problem. Sanji replied, I have indeed compiled a cookbook over the years. Since a beautiful lady such as yourself is interested, I would be honored to present it to you. After listening to Nami's request, and noting the eager expression on her face alongside her slightly furrowed brow, Sanji appeared troubled by his inability to fulfill her desire. Witnessing a beautiful woman in distress stirred something within him, prompting him to spring into action. dashing away and returning in a flash, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. My dear lady, here lies the cookbook I have amassed over the years. Nami was taken aback by Sanji's decisiveness. But he misinterpreted her surprise as hesitation and quickly reassured her. Worry not. I know these recipes by heart, so you may take it without any burden. Well then, I must thank you, dear chef. Your kindness shall not be forgotten. Nami responded with a gentle smile, which caused Sanji's heart to swell with affection, leading him to clutch his chest and dramatically fall to the ground, just as Nami stood there in bewilderment. A burly chef, drawn by the commotion, arrived on the scene. Upon seeing Nami and the sprawled Sanji, he hurried over in a fluster. After grasping the situation, the stout chef finally exhaled in relief, giving Sanji a gentle kick to clear the path before addressing Nami. Do not concern yourself with him. He will recover shortly. It may be that the excitement was too much for him. You should return to your meal to avoid keeping Lord Baize waiting. Is it truly all right? Nami asked, her concern evident, as she felt responsible for having taken his notebook while he lay on the ground. Yet, she had merely smiled at him. It's nothing serious. He merely needs a moment's rest. Besides, if you remain here, he may awaken and collapse again. Nami nodded in agreement, recalling Sanji's earlier behavior, causing goosebumps to rise on her arms as she briskly walked away. Baize observed the entire exchange with a subtle smile. Finding Sanji quite amusing, returning to her seat, Nami felt flustered upon encountering Baize's half-smiling expression, along with Nojiko's mildly reproachful gaze and Koya's astonished demeanor, which only added to her embarrassment. Baize had informed all the owners of the exclusive notebook about her actions, and Nojiko and Koya were no exceptions. Nojiko scolded her for taking such risks, questioning what those recipes and cooking insights could mean to the chefs. If they were treasured possessions, Nami's actions could lead to significant trouble. Koya, on the other hand, was merely astonished, viewing Nami as the friendly neighborly girl, only to discover her past as a thief. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. Baize nodded at Nami, urging her to sit down. Please, enjoy your meal. Many dishes have already been served, so make sure to eat them while they are hot. As Baize spoke, the previously awkward atmosphere at the table dissipated. Koya and Nojiko resumed their lively conversation, allowing Nami to breathe a sigh of relief. However, not long after, just as they were enjoying their meal, an elderly man clad in a chef's uniform approached. His expression was stern, deep wrinkles creased his forehead, and the most striking feature was his twisted yellow beard. Notably, his right leg had suffered a severe injury, replaced with a wooden prosthetic. Zepp, the owner and head chef of the floating restaurant, known for his remarkable kicking skills, casually jotted something in his notebook while regarding Baize, eager to learn the reason for his visit. Are you Baize? Indeed. How may I assist you? Zepp's serious demeanor softened a fraction as he shook his head vigorously, causing his twisted beard to sway. That I owe a debt of gratitude to your timely intervention on behalf of my incompetent sous chef. Had it not been for your assistance, he might have found himself enslaved as a kitchen servant. I am here to express my thanks in person. This meal is my treat. As long as no food is wasted, feel free to indulge, and if you wish for another feast, it is entirely within your means. Zepp proclaimed with authority, subtly conveying that the floating restaurant strictly forbade any food wastage. Of course, I share your aversion to waste. Food is a gift from nature, Baize replied, nodding in agreement. That I asked for your sous chef. It was but a simple act of kindness. That I too am averse to slave ships. Regardless, I must express my gratitude. Baize. Zepp stood tall, his sincerity resonating loudly, drawing the attention of the surrounding patrons. Goodness, he even saved the sous chef of the esteemed Zepp, and from a slave ship no less. That's quite remarkable. Indeed, the slave ships have been rampant in the East Sea for years, overpowering anyone who dares to oppose them. Those who attempt to rescue others often find themselves enslaved instead. Alas, what exactly is the origin of these slave ships that allow them to roam freely in the East Sea, evading the Navy's grasp? Is it a matter of the Navy's inaction, or are the forces behind the slave ships simply too powerful? Who knows? I've heard they hail from the Grand Line. Upon hearing the mention of the Grand Line, the patrons were instantly captivated. For those hailing from the East Sea, the Grand Line was shrouded in mystery. Many pirates accumulated strength in the East Sea, setting sail for the Grand Line, only to return battered and defeated. Adding to its enigmatic allure, rumor had it that the Grand Line was teeming with formidable foes, possessing devil fruit abilities seldom seen in the East Sea. Furthermore, some claimed it to be a golden path, abundant with treasure, with even the one piece being but one of its many riches that I in essence. The grand line inspired both curiosity and trepidation, a simultaneous yearning and fear as the discussion swirled around him. Zep clasped his hands together, a wistful smile gracing his face. The grand line. Baize pondered thoughtfully, especially upon hearing that the slave ships hailed from the grand line, a flicker of skepticism igniting within his mind. Could it truly be mere coincidence? It is common knowledge that the sea is divided into three major factions: the navy, the pirates, and the warlords of the sea. Among the warlords, one is notorious for engaging in underground trade. Known as the broker of the underworld, he bears a formidable title, Don Quixote da Flamingo. If the slave ships are indeed under Doflamingo's command, possessing the legitimate right to plunder granted by the world government, then the Navy's inaction becomes understandable. The notion that these slave ships originate from the Grand Line, coupled with the Navy's negligence, raises the possibility that they may have indeed encountered and vanquished Doflamingo's underlings. But regardless, even if they were truly under Doflamingo's command, he stands among the upper echelons of the warlords. While formidable, he does not reach the pinnacle of the ocean's might. Furthermore, with my flame abilities, I essentially have the advantage over his string fruit. Should he dare to seek trouble, I would ensure his complete obliteration. Nevertheless, the world government's policy regarding the warlords is indeed a grave miscalculation. Doflamingo exploits this privilege of legal plunder, extending his influence across the underworld globally. The benefits brought by the warlords pale in comparison to the detriments they incur. Yet, Doflamingo was once among the celestial dragons. Otherwise, even with the right to plunder, no other warlord would dare to encroach upon such a vast territory without facing the wrath of the world government. The women present gasped in astonishment. After several days, yet another bombshell revelation emerged from Baize's notebook. This news, to some, was even more shocking than the previous disclosures by Baize. After all, Baize had yet to fully reveal the identity of the Pirate King's bloodline, leaving it shrouded in mystery. Unlike now, where Baize explicitly stated Doflamingo's identity, Doflamingo is not only one of the warlords appointed by the world government, but was also a former celestial dragon. The magnitude of this revelation is unparalleled. After all, the celestial dragons are the aristocrats of the world, and what they represent is fundamentally different from anything previously mentioned. What left the women utterly astounded was Baize's pronouncement. Should Doflamingo dare to provoke, let it be known that he shall come and go without return. At the time of penning these words, Baize had yet to reveal Doflamingo's true identity, and they felt no particular dread. However, upon discovering that Doflamingo was a celestial dragon, an overwhelming terror engulfed them. The fear of the celestial dragons had long been ingrained in the very bones of many, perceived as beings beyond reproach and harm. The most critical factor is that any foolhardy enough to inflict harm upon a celestial dragon would face relentless pursuit from the marine admirals. The admirals are the pinnacle of maritime combat strength, and in the face of such formidable might, none would dare to take it lightly. This is precisely what renders the celestial dragons so fearsome. At the entrance of the Grand Line, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit stood aghast upon reading the entries in the diary. Utterly stunned to learn that Doflamingo was indeed a celestial dragon, his identity posed significant complications. Even if the Marines captured him, handling the situation would be fraught with difficulties, unless a calamity arose that could invoke the ire of the world government. Doflamingo's status and position remained virtually unassailable. As a Marine Vice Admiral, Peach Rabbit understood all too well the privileges that came with Doflamingo's former standing as a celestial dragon. Yet, Baize, audacious as he was, showed no sign of restraint despite knowing Doflamingo's identity. This was quite to my liking. Should he indeed succeed in eliminating Doflamingo, it would likely trigger a seismic upheaval throughout the underworld. Nico Robin had traversed Reverse Mountain and returned to the Alabasta Kingdom, her gaze momentarily frozen upon reading the diary's contents. Her current employer was none other than one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. Thus, Nico Robin was acutely aware of the disparity between Doflamingo and the warlords. While Crocodile had deeply entrenched himself within Alabasta, Doflamingo's influence reached across the entire world. This vast chasm was not merely a matter of status, but also of strength. Baize had explicitly stated that Doflamingo's prowess lay at the upper echelon of the 7 warlords, undoubtedly surpassing Crocodile. After all, Crocodile possessed a glaring weakness: his fear of liquids. This shortcoming, in the eyes of the top-tier powers, was an irreparable flaw. Seizing the opportunity could yield a fatal blow. leaving no room for a comeback. If Baize were to arrive in Alabasta, perhaps I could secure a day's worth of rewards, thus effortlessly dealing with Crocodile, that in such a scenario, the Baroque Works would regard Baize as their master. Presenting him with a ready-made force, surely he would not decline. Nico Robin was acutely aware that, given her current capabilities, her only hope lay in seeking Baize's protection to completely evade the world government's relentless pursuit. Crocodile cast a peculiar glance at Nico Robin, sensing something unusual in her demeanor today that made him uneasy. However, buoyed by confidence in his own strength, Crocodile paid little heed to Robin's odd behavior. For now, she had no choice but to rely on herself. He too needed her assistance in deciphering ancient texts, creating a mutual dependency between them. In the land of women, Boa Hancock suddenly rose, her formidable conqueror's haki unconsciously radiating outward. Fortunately, there were few around. Otherwise, many would have fainted. Doflamingo, that scoundrel, is a celestial dragon. Boa Hancock gritted her teeth, eager to confront Doflamingo, though the Marines hesitated to act against him due to his celestial dragon status. As a fellow warlord, Hancock found it entirely reasonable to clash with Doflamingo, as they had never seen eye to eye. Just as she contemplated this, her eyes fell upon Baize's assessment of Doflamingo's strength, revealing him to be at the upper tier among the warlords. The Empress believed her own power was not inferior to any of the warlords. Yet, confidence is one thing, while reality is another. In all fairness, among the 7 warlords, there exists the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, the enigmatic Bartholomew Kuma, and the already acknowledged top-tier Doflamingo. These 3 alone occupied nearly half of the warlords standing. No matter how self-assured Hancock may be, she could hardly presume to rank above them. This led her to deduce that her own strength likely resided in the mid-range among the warlords. Moreover, her sweet fruit might prove ineffective against Doflamingo. She could end up humiliating herself if she sought trouble with him. Realizing the potential for self-degradation, the self-absorbed Empress came to a halt. Cursed Baize, why has he ceased mentioning my name? Why does he constantly prattle on about Nami? Nami, I have not received my daily rewards, Hancock declared with palpable displeasure. Her attitude toward the diary had evolved from indifference to significance, and now she found herself irked by Baize's failure to mention her. A transformation was quietly taking place, though Hancock seemed oblivious, continuing to lament why Baize did not acknowledge her in the diary. If only she could acquire even a fraction of Baize's strength, she would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement, even with her current capabilities. How infuriating! Hancock cried out in frustration, prompting her 2 younger sisters to shake their heads in exasperation, uncertain of what had driven their sister into such a frenzy. The women were collectively astounded by Doflamingo's identity and gained a clearer understanding of the strength of the 7 warlords. Doflamingo, as a top-tier warlord, still fell short of the levels achieved by the greatest powers of the sea. It was highly likely that within the entire cadre of the 7 warlords, only 1 or 2 possessed the might of the top tier, or perhaps none at all. One could only imagine the formidable challenge of attaining the rank of the greatest powers of the sea. Unbeknownst to Baize, his diary entry had sparked the women's speculation regarding the power of the top-tier figures at sea. After completing his writing, he casually submitted it to claim his rewards. Congratulations, you have received diary rewards. Basic observation haki. Basic armament haki, basic swordsmanship. Randomly selected recipient of additional rewards, Nami. The rewards remained unchanged, indicating that to attain advanced color haki and advanced swordsmanship, it would likely require around 20 days. Achieving high-level power in the world of One Piece within a span of 20 days was a prospect that left Baize thoroughly satisfied. Basic swordsmanship corresponded to ordinary swordsmen, intermediate swordsmanship to swordsmasters, while advanced swordsmanship naturally referred to the grand swordsmasters. The notion that writing in a diary for 20 days could elevate one to the status of a grand swordsmaster, encompassing all styles, would surely lead countless individuals in the pirate world to kneel in supplication. For Baize, these abilities were merely embellishments. The paramount importance lay in his fundamental technique, the Great Sun visualization. He felt immense contentment at the prospect of acquiring such rewards in such a brief span. After finishing his meal, Nami urged Baize to promptly depart from the seaside restaurant, well aware of her intentions. Baize made no prolonged stay, bidding farewell to Zephyr and the burly chef before boarding the Sunny. Our next destination is the entrance to the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain, Baize announced to the 3 women aboard. Seeing no objections from them, they united under Nami's guidance and collectively steered the Sunny towards the horizon. The roles aboard the ship were clearly delineated. Baize served as captain and the strongest combatant. Nami took on the role of navigator and second-in-command, while Nojiko fulfilled the position of cook, her combat capabilities ranking just above Kaya, who, as the last to board, served as the ship's doctor, having suffered from poor health in her youth. Kaya was determined to spare others from similar afflictions, aspiring to become a physician to heal the sick. To this end, her parents had prepared a significant collection of medical texts before their departure. Although she had yet to reach the level of treating ailments, Kaya had absorbed considerable knowledge about the treatments through her experiences and had developed a clearer understanding of them. With the captain, navigator, cook, and doctor all in place, the crew was sufficiently equipped to navigate the seas. This comprehensive preparation was not a reckless endeavor, but rather a well-considered decision by Baize. At this juncture, the next character to intersect with the narrative would undoubtedly be Robin. Therefore, it is imperative to set sail for the Grand Line as soon as possible to address Robin's predicament. On one hand, this journey allows for the rectification of personal shortcomings. On the other hand, it presents an opportunity to unlock further functionalities of the journal. Moreover, the unlocking of the journal's features seems to be intricately linked to the characters within the world of One Piece. Perhaps there is a correlation with the progression of the plot, yet there remains a considerable distance before Luffy embarks on his voyage. In the realm of One Piece, the advancement of the narrative can also be interpreted as the distance remaining to the ultimate treasure. One Piece, taking all factors into account, venturing towards the Grand Line promises the greatest rewards at present. Notably, the number of intriguing narrative characters available in the East Blue is dwindling. The Grand Line is the true commencement of the adventure. The East Blue is merely a novice village. United in purpose, the group journeys toward the entrance of the Grand Line, spending their days in rigorous training. During a lull in their practice, Baize leaps into the sea. The solar energy radiating around him. I found it. Baize's eyes sparkled as he surged toward the location indicated by his solar sensitivity. With his remarkable physical prowess, he moved through the water like a swift fish, diving rapidly into the depths. In the dim light, a massive small sea king lay dormant on the ocean floor, its slight movements stirring up sand and murky water, obscuring visibility. However, under the influence of the solar sensitivity, the whereabouts of the small sea king could not escape detection. Baize approached quickly, finally capturing the attention of the resting beast. Its immense size brought forth an unparalleled terrifying power, even in the deep sea. It possessed surprising agility. The octopus-like sea king thrashed its 8 tentacles, creating a powerful current that surged through the seabed. Faced with the formidable water flow, Baize remained as steadfast as a mountain, unyielding as a rock nestled in the ocean's depths. The octopus sea king stirred the water, raising clouds of sediment, rendering the area nearly invisible. Baize initially suspected that the creature was attempting to launch a surprise attack amidst the turmoil. To his surprise, the solar sensitivity revealed that the octopus sea king was swimming away at an astonishing speed, showing no inclination to engage in battle. Sea kings are distributed across the world, primarily inhabiting the doldrums and deep sea, and they possess remarkable intelligence. This particular octopus sea king sensed Baize's remarkable agility even in the depths and his unwavering composure against the powerful currents. Recognizing the imminent danger, thus it stirred the waters to confuse its pursuer and sought to flee. Yet, unbeknownst to it, within this murky region, Baize's vision remained crystal clear. He swiftly navigated through the water, his form seemingly disregarding the surrounding seawater, a faint golden glow shimmering on his surface. As the formidable solar power within him ignited flames in the deep sea, the golden flames illuminated the dark depths like a divine light, exposing the retreating octopus to full view. Accustomed to the icy embrace of the deep sea, the octopus sea king was taken aback by the sudden surge in temperature caused by the golden flames. Recognizing the shift in the water's warmth, the longtime ruler of this deep-sea realm, who had hunted other marine creatures without restraint, now understood the inversion of roles between predator and prey. Before the octopus sea king could react, a column of golden fire pierced through its body, the terrifying heat instantly turning it a vivid red. The creature struggled and convulsed briefly before lying lifelessly. On board the Sunny, Nami and the others gathered near the mast, anxiously scanning the surface of the sea. Although they were aware of Baize's ascent to the pinnacle of power, the prospect of battling a sea king in its own domain inevitably raised concerns. It will be fine. Baize is so formidable. Even underwater he remains invincible. Nami reassured her companions with a smile. Though Noko and Koya nodded in agreement, their worried expressions did not fade, their gazes fixed intently on the sea. Sighing, Nami, who had recently experienced a significant boost in her powers thanks to Baize, understood fully the extent of his abilities. Even in a disadvantageous fighting environment, it was challenging to envision Baize in peril. However, unforeseen circumstances could arise, and until a conclusion was reached, her anxiety lingered. Shortly thereafter, the surface of the sea began to churn violently, a massive shadow slowly rising from the depths, causing the hearts of Nami and the others to race. The outcome hinged upon this moment. Boom! The cacophony of crashing waves and rushing water erupted, sending sprays of water skyward, creating a dazzling rainbow under the sunlight that enveloped Baize. In his grasp was a colossal tentacle, its length rivaling that of the entire Sunny, not to mention the creature as a whole. Nami gazed at Baize, radiant in the sunlight, her eyes sparkling with admiration. He appeared utterly captivating, her heart racing. If only Baize were not a notorious flirt, he would be the ideal partner in Nami's dreams. Wow, he truly caught it. The legendary Sea King revered as the ruler of the ocean. Baize, you are incredible. Koya's eyes also sparkled, the scene before her profoundly impacting the reclusive girl who had spent so long bedridden, igniting a flutter of emotions within her. I hope Mr. Baize is unharmed. Hurry, let me see. The more mature Noko gazed at Baize, still suspended in midair, her mouth agape in astonishment, her eyes fixed on him as if wanting to etch this moment into her memory forever. Baize, clutching the tentacle of the octopus Sea King, emerged triumphantly from the depths, and upon breaching the surface, he was greeted by the astonished and admiring expressions of the three women. He paused momentarily, taken aback, but quickly collected himself and snapped a selfie with his journal, capturing this breathtaking moment. Wow, I never anticipated that emerging from the water could look so heroic. No wonder Nami, Noko, and Koya are all spellbound. The content of the journal jolted Nami and the others from their reverie as they rushed to Baize, who was gently descending onto the deck. They did not deny the impressive contents of Baize's journal. After all, his performance moments ago had been undeniably magnificent. Even other exclusive journal holders felt their hearts flutter upon seeing Baize's selfie. The journal captured the moment perfectly, showcasing Baize's charisma and presence. Exuding confidence and charm, even Boa Hancock, who considered herself the most beautiful in the world, was momentarily stunned by the photo, clearly captivated. Rest assured, I am unharmed, Baize assured the three women, prompting a collective sigh of relief as they gathered around to marvel at the legendary Sea King. It was almost unimaginable. Indeed, it was the ruler of the ocean. Just one of its tentacles was likely longer than the Sunny itself. It must be quite lengthy, if we were to consume it. The four of us would have enough to feast for ages. I wonder what the meat of a Sea King is like. Will it be delicious when cooked? The trio engaged in animated discussions about the Sea King, while Baize instructed them to assist in securing the creature with ropes, preparing it for processing at the rear of the Sunny, with the weight of the Sea King trailing behind. The ship's speed diminished significantly, yet every moment was well worth it, culminating in a particularly vibrant barbecue feast that evening. At the banquet, Noko and Nami each grasped one of Baize's arms, while Koya stood to the side, appearing hesitant to join them. Compared to the still maturing Nami, Noko had developed considerably. Baize reveled in this delightful abundance, savoring not only the tactile pleasure of their company, but also the exquisite taste of the Sea King's succulent meat. The tantalizing barbecue feast concluded amidst the spirited rivalry between Nami and Noko. Baize had anticipated a cozy night with soft, warm human-shaped pillows, but the interactions between the two women had ultimately thwarted his plans. Since meeting Nami, he had seldom experienced the solitude of an empty bed. The following morning, Baize rose early and ascended to the observation deck of the Sunny, facing the rising sun as he silently recited the Great Sun visualizations. Seeking to attune himself to the sun's formidable essence. It was precisely through this daily meditation that Baize maintained his tranquility of mind. Otherwise, he would be constantly tempted by the allure of Nami's presence at night. Even in the realms of ignorance and uncertainty, instincts can awaken, transforming one into a ravenous wolf, ready to devour the unsuspecting lamb presented before them. Baize is not averse to desires. Rather, it is simply that Nami is not quite suited for such developments at this moment. In the original narrative, Nami set sail at the age of 18, yet now she is merely 17, a year prematurely. It is essential that she reaches the age of 18 to allow for deeper connections. Nami's sister, Nojiko, on the other hand, is a different story. Although Nojiko harbors intentions to engage with Nami, their mutual objectives create an impasse. They cannot act independently unless a reconciliation is achieved. During this period, The rewards have consisted of the dual-color hockey and swordsmanship. It remains uncertain what lies ahead. Once swordsmanship and dual-color hockey reach their zenith, will there be possibilities for further advancement, or will new rewards replace them? Previously, Baize had also mastered the 6 styles. After concluding his training, he began to ponder the nature of the rewards. While the daily rewards may not be particularly lavish, they are undeniably stable. Special rewards, however, are elusive and seldom encountered. To date, he has triggered them only once, with even the triggering conditions remaining a mystery. The first occurrence was likely due to a novice gift pack. But Baize speculates that subsequent special triggers are likely connected to narrative characters or the progression of the plot. To explore these hypotheses, he set sail for the Grand Line. Hoping to experiment with Robin. He yearned to engage with the so-called historical records to see if these pivotal narrative items could elicit special rewards. The voyage across the ocean, after an initial thrill, soon turned monotonous, for the scenery of the sea remains ever constant. The vastness of the ocean serves as a lesson for navigators. Never underestimate its might. After departing from the oceanic restaurant, Baize had spent a full 5 days aboard the Sunny. He had amassed 3 mid-tier rewards. However, combining mid-tier rewards into a high-tier reward requires 5, so he still has a way to go. Baize, we have arrived. Nami's exclamation snapped Baize from his reverie. Following her gaze, he beheld a towering mountain standing majestically between heaven and earth, as part of the Red Earth continent. The grandeur of Reverse Mountain surpasses imagination. Where the currents of the 4 seas converge, creating powerful flows that can even cause water to flow upwards. Even such an imposing structure as Reverse Mountain cannot withstand the might of the currents from the 4 great seas. For channels, originating from the 4 seas, lead directly to the summit of Reverse Mountain, where a passageway connects to the Grand Line, allowing water from all directions to pour into it. This is one of the wonders of the pirate world, Reverse Mountain. Its magnificence is not merely due to its height, but also its remarkable hydrodynamic environment. Nami, Nojiko, and Kaya gathered at the railing, awestruck as they observed Reverse Mountain and the pirate crews converging from all directions, charging towards the ascending channel like moths drawn to a flame. Before entering the channel, all pirate crews maintained a semblance of restraint. However, once they breached the threshold of the upward flow, chaos erupted as they began to attack one another. Baize, witnessing Nami and the others' astonishment, felt a flicker of intrigue. Is this some peculiar competition unfolding? Raising his hand high, Baize proclaimed, "Everyone, after our lengthy journey, we have finally arrived at Reverse Mountain. Once we traverse it, we shall officially step into the Grand Line. The adventure begins now." Wow, 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 Nami and the others responded enthusiastically. Just then, a medium-sized pirate ship approached them, and a male voice called out, "Hey, are you newcomers?" Baize turned to see a man with a head resembling a trapezoid, wielding a long katana and adorned in a ringed outfit with chains, exuding an aura of eccentricity. "Indeed, we have just arrived at the base of Reverse Mountain. Is there something we can assist you with?" "Hey, you don't sound like a pirate at all. Quite polite, I must say. On account of your courtesy, allow me to offer you a word of advice." The peculiar man raised his long sword, addressing Baize. "This is a death competition hosted by the notorious East Blue pirate, Uric. Whoever reaches the summit of Reverse Mountain first and enters the Grand Line will receive a staggering reward of 100 million berries." Upon hearing the sum of 100 million berries, Nami's eyes sparkled with greed, her pupils momentarily reflecting the symbol of currency. It is worth noting that this amount is what Nami had painstakingly gathered over several years. Baize, however, found himself intrigued by Uric. In the vast seas, the cycle of new pirates replacing the old is relentless. The title of great pirate changes hands frequently, unless one truly ascends to the pinnacle of the sea. That is, the 4 emperors. Today's great pirate may very well become tomorrow's victim. Moreover, how high could the bounty for a pirate in the weakest sea, East Blue, truly be? Yet, Uric stands out. He is an animal-type devil fruit user, having consumed the cat fruit, snow leopard form, granting him remarkable physical prowess and speed, establishing his reputation in East Blue. His bounty has soared to 35 million berries. In East Blue, achieving such a bounty is nothing short of terrifying. However, it is precisely this that leaves Baize perplexed regarding Uric's decision to host a death competition, with a bounty of 35 million berries himself, while he may reign supreme in East Blue. That sum is not particularly notable in the Grand Line. Moreover, to offer a reward of 100 million berries to the eventual victor seems rather dubious. The peculiar man, noticing Baize's expression of doubt, erupted into laughter. Are you curious about Urik's willingness to offer 100 million berries? The truth is, we have verified it. He indeed possesses 100 million berries. I suspect he is confident in his own abilities. As he will also participate in this competition, Baize nodded in acknowledgement of the peculiar man's explanation. Yet his internal skepticism remained unresolved. He could not fathom why a ruthless pirate would engage in such a seemingly futile endeavor. Shaking his head, Baize resolved not to partake in the competition orchestrated by Urik. It is undoubtedly a scheme. Nonetheless, the allure of the exorbitant prize is so compelling that some may choose to ignore the numerous red flags and still decide to enter the deadly contest. The peculiar man observed Baize's nod but recognized his lack of interest in participating in the death competition. He understood that there were ulterior motives at play, however, for their pirate crew. The 100 million berries would be a timely influx of funds. It could be utilized to enhance their equipment and upgrade their ship, ensuring better preparedness for the Grand Line, even if there were indeed hidden agendas. He was determined to take the plunge, confident in the speed of his beloved ship. The peculiar man chose not to elaborate further, merely exchanging farewells with his crew and waving goodbye to Baize. Farewell, cautious one. When venturing forth, embrace the spirit of adventure. I hope to encounter you again in the Grand Line. Baize smiled and nodded, waving back. Although Nami had displayed her unquenchable thirst for wealth throughout the encounter, she ultimately acquiesced to Baize's silence regarding entering the death competition. Baize, why not participate in this death competition? That strange man mentioned a genuine 100 million berries. Nami clung to Baize's arm, playfully shaking it as she implored him softly. And with our strength, even if he were to cheat, we could certainly compel him to honor the 100 million berries. That amount is what I have painstakingly saved over the years. Baize observed the unusually fervent Nami, stifling a chuckle. Indeed, her penchant for wealth remained intact. When confronted with such a colossal sum, her true nature could not be restrained. I am aware of that. But do we not still have sufficient funds aboard our ship? I recall you brought a considerable sum of berries with you. True, but who would ever complain about having too much money? Is there such a thing as too much when it comes to wealth? Upon hearing Nami's words, Nokigo helplessly covered her face, feeling an even deeper sympathy for Nami. Perhaps it was those years spent amassing funds that transformed Nami into this avaricious figure. However, Kaya was quite astonished by Nami's demeanor. Having been born into wealth, she harbored little desire for money. If I had known how much Nami cherished berry, I would have urged my parents to bring more on board. Kaya mused, tapping her lips with her finger. Baize gently patted Nami's head, which had nestled against his arm, and said with a smile, "This is undoubtedly a conspiracy. If we rashly venture in, we might encounter unforeseen mishaps. The best way to deal with a conspiracy is to step outside of it, remaining an outsider. The one embroiled in the matter is often blinded, while the observer sees clearly." Nami and Nokigo paused, pondering the notion of stepping outside the conspiracy. There is a saying, the man is stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. As long as 100 million berry remains in Urik's hands, we must locate him. Whether he intends to give it or not, he will have no choice but to comply. Upon hearing Baize's explanation, Nami and the others finally grasped the situation. Indeed, as long as we do not enter the conspiracy designed by Urik, we shall better discern his intentions. Moreover, with our strength, once we find Urik, he will have no choice but to part with the money, regardless of his desires. Kaya, hearing Nami and Nokigo's words, smiled joyfully but soon expressed concern. Haha, but is it perhaps a bit improper for us to be this way? No worries. The fact that Urik has amassed a bounty of 35 million berries speaks volumes of the heinous deeds he has committed, slaughtering villages and annihilating towns. No doubt he has indulged in such atrocities. Baize reassured Kaya, then observed the surrounding pirate crews, akin to sharks sensing blood, charging toward the upside-down mountain. Once the pirate ship entered the turbulent waters of the upside-down mountain, a fierce clash ensued as ships began to attack one another, each eager to eliminate all competition before reaching the summit and claiming the 100 million berry. Such fierce competition. One wonders how long Urik prepared to gather so many pirate crews. Baize, fixated on the intense naval battle before him, snapped a photograph to document the rare sight. This was a unique maritime confrontation, especially within the extraordinary scenery of the reverse currents, a moment worthy of commemoration. Urik, the current bounty king of the East Sea, had summoned such a multitude of pirate crews. If one were to speculate, this deadly contest, devoid of external manipulation, might very well reflect Urik's lack of confidence in his own crew's prowess. Intending to use this deadly contest to sift out the strongest members. Alternatively, he could be seeking to derive some benefit from the chaos. Baize succinctly wrote down his conjectures in his journal. In such a fierce naval battle, some pirate ships would inevitably be destroyed. Once a pirate crew is obliterated, their hopes of entering the Grand Line are effectively extinguished. Yet, if at such a moment someone were to step forward and offer them refuge, it might serve as a unique recruitment tactic. No, Baize's curiosity regarding Urik's motives deepened. After all, the sea becomes all the more intriguing when individuals stir up trouble. Of course, the prerequisite for such intrigue is to avoid provoking him. Allowing Baize to quietly observe the spectacle. If he could also profit from it, that would further elevate his spirits. Soon after, the surrounding pirate ships surged up the upside-down mountain. In the vast ocean. Only their resplendent ship, the Radiant Sun, remained. It wasn't that other pirates were uninterested in their vessel. Rather, those foolish enough to approach the Radiant Sun were swiftly cleaved in two by Baize's soaring slash. After all, he was now at the peak of his swordsmanship, effortlessly unleashing formidable flying slashes. Once they reached the channel of the upside-down mountain and no pirate ships remained, Baize turned to the three women and said, "Let us proceed and discover what Urik truly desires." With Baize's command, Nami and the others eagerly maneuvered the Radiant Sun toward the upside-down mountain. The tumultuous waters surged upward, reaching for the sky. Had the Radiant Sun not been reinforced in both strength and luxury, it might not have withstood such a deluge. Whoa! With a rapid ascent, Nami clung tightly to the railing, exclaiming joyfully, now endowed with a fraction of Baize's strength. She felt no fear. Instead, she experienced an unprecedented thrill and exhilaration. Fear was absent, as she possessed sufficient power to back her confidence. Had this been the old Nami, she would have undoubtedly felt trepidation in such circumstances. But now, it was different. Even if she were to be flung away, her strength would ensure her safety. However, Nokigo and Kaya fared differently. As the speed escalated, both struggled to maintain their grip. Fortunately, Baize, quick as a flash, caught them both in his embrace, his feet firmly planted as if rooted to the deck. Feeling the warmth of Baize's hold, Kaya and Nokigo blushed slightly, simultaneously letting out a sigh of relief. They lifted their gazes to Baize's remarkably handsome visage, their hearts racing. In contrast to Nami's frequent intimate contact with Baize, the proximity of the other two to him had been quite rare. At last, this crisis had shattered the barrier of their close encounters. A first-time births familiarity. They would surely grow bolder in their future interactions with Baize. Witnessing this scene, Nami pouted, her position at the bow of the ship while Baize stood amidships. Unable to suppress her feelings, with a quick release of her grip, Nami propelled herself toward Baize, nearly tumbling to the deck and rolling off the ship. Yet, she felt no panic, assured that Baize would catch her. Baize sighed, one arm cradling Nokigo and Kaya's delicate waists while the other reached out to rescue Nami, akin to a monkey retrieving a moon. Now he held three women in his arms. The varying sizes of their forms pressed against each other, causing their cheeks to flush in unison. While Baize's embrace was unremarkable, the peculiar sensation of contact with the other two was undeniably unique. "Be careful, Nami," Baize chuckled, reminding her. Indeed, this exquisite moment was a gift brought forth by the benevolent little angel, Nami. Wherever Nami was, fortune seemed to follow. Seizing the opportunity, Baize snapped a photograph, capturing the scene from an overhead perspective. With him cradling the three women, each of their forms was distinct, yet together they created an alluring tableau, particularly in their delightful squishing against one another, which flushed their faces with color. To experience such benefits daily, one could not help but exclaim, "The world of One Piece is truly magnificent." Alas, if only Nami were not still 17. Otherwise, faced with such an enticing offering, he would have devoured her whole. "Nami, how long until your birthday? We must host a grand coming-of-age ceremony for you." All the girls who glimpsed that photograph blushed and muttered, "Flirtatious rogue." However, upon seeing the journal entries that followed, their eyes lit up, particularly those mature women. Already of age, couldn't help but smile unconsciously. Though Baize often lamented about the blessings he received, he had never pursued Nami's advances further, leaving many girls puzzled by the contents of his journal. Clearly, in his writings, he championed boldness, yet in reality, he was hesitant. They collectively deemed him, in their minds, a man with desires yet lacking the courage to act. Now it appeared that Baize held principles. Waiting for Nami to reach adulthood, believing it would be better for her. After all, adulthood signifies the maturation of both body and abilities. How infuriating. I too wished to board the ship, to witness Nami receiving daily rewards. At this rate, she might soon catch up to me. With such thoughts swirling, the women, each with their own perspectives, found themselves immensely intrigued by the journal's contents. Baize, cradling the three beauties, stood firm as if his feet were rooted to the deck. No matter how swift the currents, his body remained unwavering. In contrast to the other exclusive journal holders, the thoughts of the three women nestled in Baize's embrace were far from uniform. At last, Nami understood why Baize had never directly taken advantage of her advances. Her age had been the obstacle all along. Initially plagued by a sense of unease, the heart found tranquility upon receiving this response. As long as Hakuto did not harbor disdain for her and was willing to forge a bond, there remained a glimmer of hope. After all, Nami had made numerous advances, yet had not received a reciprocated gesture from Hakuto. Merely passively accepting the situation, which had cast doubt upon her own allure and severely undermined her self-confidence. Now, with this reassurance, Nami could comfortably lean against Hakuto, counting the days until her birthday, a milestone she had never anticipated with such fervor. Meanwhile, Koya felt a sigh of relief. The pressure from Nami's assertiveness had been overwhelming. Unlike Nami, she had yet to fully let go, unable to compete on equal footing. However, with the newfound knowledge of Hakuto's sentiments, it was evident that Nami would not be able to advance her relationship with him in the near future. Although Koya had little opportunity herself, she was still a half to a whole year younger than Nami. Yet, Koya firmly believed that if she spent over a year with Hakuto, she could undoubtedly open her heart and strive wholeheartedly for her own happiness. That in contrast, Nojiko secretly reveled in her position. For she alone seemed to align with Hakuto's desires. If she seized the opportunity, she could very well be the first woman he encountered since arriving in the world of One Piece. In truth, among the current owners of the exclusive diary, those who harbored feelings for Hakuto had tacitly acknowledged that many sisters would soon be vying for his affection. Hakuto had always been forthright. He was not one to devote himself to a single person for eternity. Since arriving in the world of One Piece, the beautiful women mentioned in Hakuto's diary had all been referred to as his wives. Many owners of the exclusive diary had given up hope of being his sole focus, resigned to the fact that Hakuto's affections would be divided, with myriad thoughts swirling in her mind and determination gleaming in her eyes. Nojiko leaned against Hakuto, noticing the spark of ambition in her sister's gaze, which brought a smile to her heart. She couldn't help but reflect, Nojiko truly is fortunate, in stark contrast to the three women with their disparate thoughts. Hakuto, after finishing his diary, devoted himself entirely to admiring the breathtaking scenery before him, while attuning himself to the sun's energies, absorbing the changes around him. Regrettably, the fierce naval battles raging along the reverse mountain route had left no remnants of ships. The powerful currents from the east blue had swept all debris toward the mountain's peak, ultimately carrying it into the Grand Line. Realizing this, Hakuto vaguely surmised Ulyric's intentions. It appeared that Ulyric sought not only people but also the treasures and weapons amassed by pirates since their departure. At the entrance to the Grand Line, the long-stationed Peach Rabbit was conducting patrols. A few days prior, her subordinates had reported the gathering of a massive fleet at the entrance. Initially, Peach Rabbit had considered intervening to eliminate this fleet. But she suddenly recalled that Hakuto would soon arrive at the Grand Line. Observing that the giant fleet showed no signs of aggression and did not disturb nearby island civilians, she chose to remain a passive observer. Eager to see how Hakuto would handle the situation, today, upon reading Hakuto's diary, Peach Rabbit finally understood that the owner of this massive fleet was none other than Ulyric, perched on the railing of her warship. With her long, shapely legs resting against it, her fair thighs slightly sinking, showcasing their taut strength, Peach Rabbit initially intended to detain Colonel Mouse and delay their meeting with Hakuto at the Grand Line entrance to dispel any misconceptions Hakuto might hold about the Navy due to Colonel Mouse. However, an unexpected opportunity arose. Yet, with the current situation unfolding, it was best not to interfere. For Hakuto had already become involved. If she acted rashly and interrupted Hakuto's investigation into Ulyric's scheme, he might become displeased. Peach Rabbit murmured to herself, her right hand drifting away from the hilt of her renowned sword, focusing intently on the distance. With her keen eyesight, she could only discern a few dark dots, which were the flagship among the giant fleet. At last, surrounded by a multitude of beauties, Hakuto aboard the Radiant Sun ascended to the summit of Reverse Mountain, powerful currents propelling the ship into the sky. Faced with the altered course, Hakuto exerted force against the deck, transmitting his strength throughout the vessel. In such circumstances, the Radiant Sun was abruptly and forcefully redirected by Hakuto as the descent accelerated. Hakuto maintained his grip, smoothly returning to the ship while continuing to embrace his position. Simultaneously, Hakuto's gaze fell upon the mountain's base, where a massive fleet awaited, with numerous smaller ships patrolling below. These smaller vessels worked in tandem, hoisting a specially designed net, frantically retrieving various weapons, treasures, and individuals that had been swept down. Meanwhile, the remaining medium and large ships were engaged in a deadly contest, battling to survive against the odds. Witnessing this scene, Hakuto had to admit that Ulyric possessed remarkable audacity. Such actions were tantamount to provoking all the pirates participating in the death match with Ulyric's strength. He dared to challenge all the pirate crews vying for survival, a boldness indeed. It was precisely because Ulyric understood that he could take on all the participants that he had offered a bounty of 100 million, enticing the greedy pirates to compete and slaughter one another. Only those who survived would earn the right to face him in battle. On a giant pirate ship, a towering man with hands resembling snow leopard claws was relentlessly attacking a peculiar man. This man was deemed peculiar not only for his odd attire, but also for the trapezoidal shape of his head, which appeared quite comical. Despite his unusual appearance, the man was no weakling. He was the only one capable of contending with the towering figure. This formidable man was none other than the mastermind behind the current events, Ulyric, standing at an impressive height of 3 meters. He dwarfed anyone who stood beside him. Ulyric sneered at the peculiar man, proclaiming, "Surrender, join my ranks and conquer the Grand Line with me." Though Ulyric spoke words of persuasion, his hands continued their relentless assault. Under the influence of his devil fruit's unique powers, his attack speed increased, rendering the peculiar man's defenses increasingly vulnerable. As other surrendering pirates observed the peculiar man's tenacious resistance, some scoffed, while others openly mocked him. Having surrendered to Ulyric, they could not bear to see anyone stand firm, unwilling to succumb like them and become Ulyric's subordinates, for in the presence of such individuals, their own weakness was glaringly apparent. Just as kneeling individuals despise those who stand tall, they sought to drag those standing down with them. Among them were the peculiar man's former crew members. "Captain, surrender. You cannot defeat Captain Ulyric. He is a devil fruit user and far more powerful than we are." "Indeed, Captain, following Captain Ulyric will still afford you adventure, as well as wealth and women. The only thing lacking is freedom." The final crew member's words were abruptly cut off as someone elbowed him. Nearly knocking the breath out of him, he quickly realized the foolishness of his statement and promptly fell silent, his face reddening. The peculiar man swung his long sword desperately, fiercely resisting Ulyric's onslaught. However, the speed and strength granted by Ulyric's snow leopard form overwhelmed him. Ulyric lunged at the peculiar man, who attempted to block with his long sword, the clash ringing out like metal striking metal. In a protracted defense, the peculiar man, outmatched in speed and strength, had managed to hold on solely by virtue of his exceptional swordsmanship. But now, when he attempted to forcibly block Ulyric's powerful strike, he was struck as if by lightning, his body jolting back and crashing against the railing, blood spewing forth, his complexion paling, and his breath becoming faint. Ulyric paused, listening to the pleas from the peculiar man's former crew, a triumphant smile gracing his features. Truthfully, this peculiar man was the most surprising discovery of this mission, his overall strength barely beneath Ulyric's own. The subordinates Ulyric had previously recruited paled in comparison to this remarkable individual. In the eyes of Ulyric, his absolute strength had already overwhelmed his opponents, and coupled with the persuasion of his original crew, it was certain that he could make them willingly submit as his subordinates. The prospect of recruiting such a formidable ally before officially entering the Grand Line filled Ulyric with delight. However, the peculiar man's words caused the confident smile on Ulyric's face to falter. "Enough of your chatter. Since you have chosen to serve under Ulyric, it is evident that I have misjudged your true natures. Now that our paths have diverged, if you dare to speak again, don't blame me for my mercilessness." The peculiar man regained his composure, raising his longsword and pointing it at Ulyric. "I would never stoop to serve under such a despicable man." With this proclamation, the expression on Ulyric's face darkened ominously. His body began to exhibit increasingly pronounced beastly traits. The once partially snow leopard features of Ulyric now transformed him entirely into a snow leopard. Roar. The massive form of the snow leopard, now even more colossal, emitted a roar that reverberated throughout the ship. Ulyric had completely morphed into his beast form, fully unleashing the powers of his snow leopard-themed devil fruit. The peculiar man, who had previously managed to block some attacks with his skills, found himself utterly unable to defend against the snow leopard before him. The terrifying sounds of tearing flesh echoed ominously across the giant vessel, causing those pirates who had surrendered to Ulyric to display expressions of sheer fright. They were fortunate to have surrendered early, for had they waited to see Ulyric unleash his full fury, they would have surely met a gruesome demise from such ferocious and relentless assaults. The peculiar man bore numerous claw marks, the most alarming being a gaping wound that extended from his left chest to his right rib, deep enough to expose bone and even faintly reveal his heart beating within. "Since you cannot become my subordinate, then let your soul serve as my tribute." Ulyric roared, his claws lunging toward the peculiar man's trapezoidal head. Suddenly, Ulyric sensed an overwhelmingly lethal danger. In his beast form, his perception of threats was greatly heightened. he refrained from acting rashly and chose to trust his instincts. Abruptly pivoting, he refrained from charging forward. And in the next instant, a faint golden flying slash soared in from a great distance. The flying slash tore through the void, crashing heavily onto the giant ship, leaving a gash that extended several meters deep. Nearly cleaving the vessel in two, the intended target of the flying slash had been Uric himself. Though Uric was fortunate enough to evade it, the pirates who had submitted to him were not so lucky. Any pirate in the path of the flying slash was mercilessly slain. All present watched in horror as this scene unfolded. Just a single flying slash had claimed so many lives, nearly bisecting the massive ship. Uric was filled with dread. Had he not heeded his instincts, he would have been cut in half, dead beyond any hope of revival. Having narrowly escaped death, Uric's fury intensified as he turned to face the direction from which the flying slash had come. Eager to identify the reckless individual responsible, Uric remained convinced of his own strength and held unwavering confidence in his devil fruit abilities. On the vessel, Baize swiftly sheathed his sword, realizing the ship could not stop in time. They were now nearing the base of a mountain, and the powerful current propelled the ship forward at an alarming speed. In haste, Baize unleashed a flying slash to rescue the peculiar man, then quickly employed the power of the blazing sun to cushion the ship, preventing a catastrophic wreck. Nami and Noki observed their surroundings, finally understanding Baize's earlier words about the mantis stalking the cicada. Unaware of the Oriole behind, they were in awe of Baize's strategic foresight. Once the ship, the Sunny, had stabilized in the water, Baize swiftly drew his longsword, unleashing a series of flying slashes to clear the surrounding small vessels of pirates. This spectacle left Uric's eyes bulging with rage. These were my hard-earned subordinates. Uric glanced at the peculiar man across the gash, noting his labored breaths and near-death state, and chose to disregard him. Directing his remaining subordinates instead, "Bring the ship closer," one of his men, visibly terrified, protested, but Uric bellowed at his subordinate, his snow leopard form radiating lethal intent. "You may die if you approach, but if you don't, you will die right now." Hearing Uric's threats, his subordinates, in sheer terror, hastily maneuvered the giant ship closer to Baize. Observing the fear etched on the faces of his crew, Uric roared, "Do you think you know who I am? I am the overlord of the East Sea. I cannot be defeated." At the entrance to the Grand Line, with the ship powered by the sun's energy, Baize found Uric's words peculiar. The Mountain King. "Jack, your brother." Although he found Uric's declaration strange, he paid little heed to them. An animal-type devil fruit user could indeed claim dominion over the East Sea if developed properly, but they were now in the Grand Line. Moreover, they were up against Baize. The giant ship approached the Sunny at a slow pace. After suffering significant damage, it was miraculous that it could still sail. Avoiding complete submersion was already a stroke of luck. Baize stood at the bow, surveying the small vessels, and confirmed that all pirates aboard had been eliminated. He shook his head, realizing that the number of pirates emerging from the East Sea would be drastically reduced this generation. First, a large number had perished in Uric's deadly competition, followed by those who had been slain by Uric for refusing to surrender, and now they had fallen to Baize. While Baize held no particular grudge against pirates and did not actively hunt them down, he expected them not to provoke him. Nami's eyes sparkled with greed as she gazed at the treasures amassed from the small vessels, envisioning piles of gold. "Baize, may I go down to collect the treasures?" "I can hardly contain myself." Faced with Nami's fervent request, Baize could only nod in agreement, instructing Kaya and Noki not to accompany her. At this moment, their strength was still far inferior to Nami's, and it was best to remain aboard the Sunny for now. The Sunny was equipped with numerous safeguards he had set up, effectively protecting those on board from harm. After all, the sun's power had a remarkably broad range of applications. Nami leaped from the bow, resembling a mermaid with her orange hair, swiftly swimming toward the small vessels, her agility and swiftness evident, showcasing her swimming expertise. Noki and Kaya watched her depart with envy, not only admiring her superior strength but also wishing to leave a lasting impression on Baize. As the massive ship bore down upon them, Baize chose not to confront it from the Sunny. Having previously mastered the 6 styles, he was more than capable of handling this situation. Moonwalk. Baize's feet moved rapidly, propelling his body into the air toward the giant ship. His physical prowess allowed him to sustain the energy expenditure required for prolonged use of the moonwalk technique, especially given the relatively short distance he needed to cover. As Baize descended onto the giant ship, the pirates stared in astonishment, unable to comprehend the sight before them. How could a single individual possess such overwhelming strength? Half of the giant ship had been engulfed in golden flames, reduced to countless ashes scattered across the sea, darkening a significant portion of the ocean. The remaining half lay in ruin as torrents of seawater flooded the hold, rapidly sinking the vessel, creating the illusion of the sea opening its maw to consume the diminutive ship. Before my eyes lies an utterly breathtaking scene, all wrought by the man beside me. This extraordinary individual, as delicate as a wisp of smoke, glanced up at Baize. Upon recognizing a familiar face, he chuckled lightly. "It seems my vision has failed me. You are not excessively cautious, but rather overwhelmingly powerful. Powerful enough to disregard any conspiracy." The peculiar man, teetering on the brink of death, his vision blurring, still struggled to articulate his thoughts. After all, given his character, to bottle up such sentiments would be unbearable, especially if he were to perish without uttering them. Baize cast a glance at Nami, who was eagerly collecting treasures in the distance, and sighed with a hint of guilt. After all, he had inadvertently unleashed his strength and incinerated the rear half of the colossal vessel, unaware of how many riches lay within. Fortunately, Nami had not witnessed it. Otherwise, the pain would have been unbearable. Witnessing the treasures burn before one's eyes surely stings more than mere hearsay, does it not? Baize pondered, recognizing that he did not share Nami's avarice, and thus felt less constrained by such considerations. Noticing that Nami was oblivious to their exchange, Baize turned to the extraordinary man and remarked with a smile, "On the verge of death, and still so verbose. Well, even in death, one ought to speak a little more, cough cough," replied the peculiar man. Hearing his words, Baize shook his head. This fellow seemed remarkably unperturbed by death. "Unlike many who contort themselves in fear at its approach, rest assured, you shall not perish," Baize reassured him, eliciting a look of astonishment from the extraordinary man. As golden light cascaded upon him. Moments later, the grievous wound ceased to bleed and began to mend slowly. The peculiar man lowered his gaze, witnessing the flesh regrowing, albeit at a leisurely pace, yet with unwavering resolve. What a remarkable individual! Choosing to venture out to sea has indeed proven to be the most astute decision of my life. Encountering someone as extraordinary as you is a true blessing, he declared with newfound vigor. His previous frailty now a distant memory. Observing this transformation, Baize retracted the soft golden glow, recognizing that the man was now nearly fully healed, with only the final touches of self-recovery remaining. Seeing Baize withdraw the golden radiance, the extraordinary man stood up, his expression now solemn as he bowed earnestly before Baize. "I am profoundly grateful for your salvation." Baize accepted this gratitude with a sense of rightful pride, knowing that he had indeed saved a life and aided in the healing process, making him worthy of such a grand gesture of thanks. "What do you plan to do next?" he inquired. "Naturally, I intend to continue my voyage. Even if I am the sole survivor, I wish to sail forth, seeking adventures on different islands and experiencing the grandeur of the ocean," the extraordinary man declared with resolute determination. Unwilling to be relegated to the shadows of others, he refrained from requesting to join Baize's crew. Fully aware that Baize's standards for crew members were exceptionally high, only the most exquisite beauties would suffice. Understanding this, the extraordinary man chose not to impose upon himself. Noticing Baize nodding calmly while gazing at the distant crew members, he realized that lingering here was ill-advised. "Then I wish you fair winds on your journey. Of course, I have faith in my fortune. However, might I request that small boat as a gift? You see, I currently possess nothing but this knife." The extraordinary man pointed to the nearby small vessel and showcased the long knife in his hand, harboring thoughts of gifting it to Baize in return. After all, he felt that his light-hearted thanks could hardly measure up to Baize's profound assistance. Baize, however, shook his head decisively, rejecting the offer outright. Had it been a beautiful maiden, he might have chosen a more tactful refusal, but with this overly familiar fellow, a straightforward denial sufficed. The extraordinary man chuckled heartily. "Then I thank you. I shall forever remember your kindness today. I acknowledge that my current strength is of little consequence to you, but should I become a swordsman, even a great swordsman, I would willingly serve you." Baize smiled and nodded, waving him off as he boarded the ship. Watching the extraordinary man drift further away, finding him a most intriguing character, the reason for his refusal of the long knife lay in the fact that, under the relentless rays of the sun's power, few weapons could endure in his grasp for long. To him, whether it be a supreme great sword or an ordinary long knife, the distinction held little weight. The true strength resided in himself and his solar might. As for the extraordinary man's final promise, Baize did not dwell on it. By the time the extraordinary man achieved greatness as a swordsman, Baize would already have ascended to the pinnacle of the world through the rewards of his diary. In the realm of One Piece, individual strength holds little sway. A combat power equivalent to that of an admiral could effortlessly obliterate an island. No number of minions would matter. Baize chose not to return to Nami and the others, for his solar senses detected no traces of pirates. However, he did perceive a naval ship, along with a familiar figure aboard, Commodore Peach Rabbit. Observing the ship's appearance, it seemed to have been patrolling this region for some time. Baize also spotted a vaguely familiar silhouette he had never truly encountered. Colonel Mouse. Peach Rabbit had come to East Blue for inspection and managed to capture Colonel Mouse. Could it be that the butterfly effect of my crossing is too profound? Without Colonel Mouse, the dragon pirates would cease to exist, and Luffy's journey through East Blue would undoubtedly lose some of its luster. Yet, being the future pirate king, Luffy's adventures in East Blue would still be rife with hidden talents. The absence of the dragon pirates would hardly diminish the unfolding of his narrative. However, the true state of affairs remains elusive. Should the opportunity arise, I might wish to observe the growth of the protagonist of fate. Particularly since Nami, who should have been aboard Luffy's ship, is now on mine. I wonder what kind of navigator Luffy will recruit. Speaking of the girls aboard Luffy's ship, there are only Nami and Robin. Upon entering the Grand Line, a visit to the Alabasta Kingdom is inevitable. If I could recruit Robin as well, it would be an exceptional addition. The word count is sufficient. I shall later delve into the Alabasta Kingdom's dance powder incident and Robin's backstory. Allowing for an entire day of leisurely musings, the women stared in astonishment at the diary before them. As Baize's writing had become increasingly adept, they also noticed that Baize's entries had grown rather perfunctory, lacking substance. Unexpectedly, today he provided a wealth of information. Aboard the future Pirate King's ship, there would only be 2 girls, one of whom Baize had already claimed, while he was planning to make a move on the other. As the central figure of this unfolding drama, Nami's expression was one of astonishment. However, she believed that even if she were to join the future Pirate King's crew, her current happiness would remain unmatched. For now, she had the companionship of her sister Nojiko, the presence of family, and Baize's support in her pursuit of love. Thanks to Baize, Nami had yet to relinquish her disdain for pirates. Thus, she found it unfathomable that the once avowed enemy of pirates could consider joining the future Pirate King's crew. On the other hand, upon learning of Baize's intention to bring her aboard, Robin's face lit up with joy. This was undoubtedly the most delightful news she had received in days. She held no grand expectations regarding her future with Luffy's crew. She knew she could find protection with Luffy, just as she could with Baize. Moreover, Robin understood the importance of seizing opportunities, for the future is unpredictable, and it is wise to cherish the present. As Baize had stated, his arrival had changed so much, even to the extent that Robin's survival under the relentless pursuit of the world government for the next year was uncertain. After all, with Baize's presence, Crocodile was destined for demise. If Robin did not board Baize's ship, she would inevitably face the wrath of the world government. Robin felt no resistance to joining Baize's crew. In fact, she had long anticipated this moment. It was only today that she discovered she had another option for her future. Yet who can truly predict what lies ahead? The other girls regarded Nami and Robin with curiosity. After all, those who could board the future Pirate King's ship must possess some remarkable abilities. Baize chose to submit his diary, reaping the rewards of daily tasks with ease. While writing, he utilized the moonwalk technique to glide toward the distant naval vessel. The 6 powers are not exclusive to the Navy, so when the soldiers on the ship witnessed Baize approaching with his moonwalk, they were astonished yet wary. Commodore Peach Rabbit raised a hand to halt the soldiers, instructing them not to act rashly as he was an acquaintance. Upon hearing their superior's command, the naval soldiers collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Especially the trust placed in Tautu has caused them all to let their guard down, their curious gazes fixed upon Baize. Notably, some of the female soldiers have already begun to exhibit starry-eyed admiration, pondering, when did General Tautu become acquainted with such a dashing man? It has been a long time since we last met. General Tautu, how have you been? Baize gradually descended before Tautu, adorned in a chi pao with a Navy Justice coat draped over his shoulders, embodying 2 drastically different styles of attire that created a striking contrast, leaving an indelible impression. You have finally arrived at the Grand Line. Just days ago, I was observing Urik's fleet, unsure of his intentions, seemingly casting a long line to catch a big fish, only to have the big fish slaughtered by you. Tautu smiled as she spoke, then casually explained her presence there. Baize nodded, harboring no doubts. After all, patrolling the seas and purging pirates is indeed one of the responsibilities of a vice admiral in the Navy headquarters. Baize appeared earnest, yet the contents of his diary brought a subtle joy to Tautu's heart. It seemed she could still attract Baize's attention. Upon hearing Tautu's words, Baize coughed awkwardly before responding. I sincerely apologize for encroaching upon General Tautu's achievements. Tautu shook her head, her demeanor relaxed as she replied, that is hardly the case. Such achievements do not amount to much for me. Gazing at Baize, Tautu inadvertently continued down this conversational path. I have now ascended to the rank of Vice Admiral in the Navy headquarters. Until the top 3 relinquish their positions, I have reached the limits of my advancement. Tautu's words left Baize momentarily stunned. Is it truly appropriate to discuss such matters with someone who is merely an acquaintance? After all, these matters pertain to the upper echelons of the Navy. Presently, Baize is just an ordinary civilian without any identity, making it rather inappropriate for Tautu to disclose such information to him. What is Tautu thinking? Is it truly wise to broach such confidential topics with someone I have met no more than 3 times? However, even if the 3 admirals above her were to step down, Tautu's inherent capabilities would still fall short of the admiral level. Thus, following the Marineford War, the world government opted for a worldwide conscription rather than promoting Tautu and Chibuta, 2 top vice admirals. The Navy's commitment to the principle of meritocracy is unwavering, which is why I am confident that even if I do not join the Navy now, if I so desire, I could certainly attain the position of admiral in the world conscription 2 years hence. 2 years is ample time to grow to the extent of overpowering Fujitora and Green Bull. Tautu blinked, secretly elated. Although she had unconsciously confided in Baize, her ultimate goal was to have her name mentioned multiple times in his diary. Nevertheless, the revelations shared this time were significant. Following the world conscription, 2 admirals were summoned, designated as Fujitora and Green Bull. She had previously found it peculiar why the world conscription would directly summon 2 admirals instead of promoting from within the Navy. It turned out that her and Chibuta's inherent strengths did not meet the admiral level, or rather, did not suffice to suppress numerous pirates in such chaotic times. Understanding this, Tautu felt a sense of relief. Just as Baize noted in his diary, the Navy adheres to the principle of meritocracy. If one's strength is inadequate, forcibly promoting them would only lead to humiliation and significantly diminish the Navy's prestige. After all, if the 3 admirals, as the face of the Navy, were easily defeated, it would be a tremendous disgrace for the Navy. Tautu looked at Baize with anticipation, wondering if she might receive her daily reward today. She was genuinely eager to comprehend what Baize's 1% increase in strength would entail for her. Meanwhile, Baize, though puzzled, nodded in understanding before hastily shifting the topic. Now that this matter is settled, what are your plans moving forward, General Tautu? Baize awkwardly redirected the conversation, causing Tautu to stifle a chuckle. Yet, she merely continued in accordance with Baize's words. Through the diary, Tautu had already learned that Baize intended to journey to the Alabasta kingdom, which would undoubtedly lead him past a certain island, namely Little Garden. I plan to head to Little Garden for some rest before returning to the Navy headquarters to report to Sengoku. After finishing her statement, Tautu cast a meaningful glance at Baize, inquiring, "And what of you, Mr. Baize? If we travel the same route, we could sail alongside a Navy ship. After all, the seas of the Grand Line are hardly tranquil, teeming with pirates from all corners." Tautu was well aware of Baize's strength, knowing he did not require the protection of a Navy vessel. However, this was her attempt to remain close to Baize. Hoping to trigger her daily rewards, she had come to realize that only by staying near Baize could she compete for the daily rewards. Otherwise, she would not even qualify. I do indeed plan to go to Little Garden. And to be candid, my visit to General Tautu also serves my own purpose. Baize pondered for a moment, smiling as he revealed his intentions. This hurried entry into the Grand Line was originally intended to encounter a pirate crew entering the Grand Line, from which I could acquire a permanent log pose or 2. However, due to Urich's interference, it remains uncertain if I will be able to obtain a permanent log pose, Baize explained, detailing his thoughts throughout his journey to the Grand Line. The closer we get to Reverse Mountain, the more likely we are to encounter pirate crews heading to the Grand Line. These crews will not be as unprepared as Baize's group and are likely to possess permanent log poses. Ultimately, Baize had no means of acquiring a permanent log pose, so he hoped to test his luck by obtaining one from other pirate crews. Unexpectedly, the deathmatch hosted by Urich disrupted his original plans. Upon entering the Grand Line and sensing the presence of a Navy ship, Baize finally felt at ease to fully unleash his abilities, for he knew that there would undoubtedly be a permanent log pose aboard the Navy vessel. So it is, permanent log poses are also a scarce resource within the Navy, though I can certainly provide you with several record log poses. Tautu suddenly realized this must be Baize's primary reason for coming here. However, Tautu was unfazed, generously offering to gift Baize a few record log poses. Really, I am immensely grateful, General Tautu. Baize was taken aback by Tautu's amiability. His initial expectation was merely for record log poses. While permanent log poses are the ultimate version of record log poses in the Grand Line, these can be considered vital strategic resources. After all, the Grand Line differs from the four seas, the geomagnetic phenomena. Ocean currents and air currents are all in disarray. Navigating here and accurately locating the next island poses a significant challenge. In such circumstances, possessing a permanent log pose that can permanently store an island's location is exceedingly precious. He had never aimed for a permanent log pose. Having one or two record log poses would suffice. Since General Tautu has extended such a gracious invitation, I shall not refuse, once we have gathered our spoils. I kindly ask that General Tautu lead the Navy ship to accompany us. Baize bid farewell to Tautu and returned to the sunny. That moment, Nami was gazing tearfully at the distant sea, where the colossal ships of Urik's crew had once been anchored. Observing Nami's sorrowful demeanor, Baize felt a pang of guilt. However, seeing Baize's guilty expression, Nami could not bring herself to scold him. Nami suddenly leaped forward, enveloping Baize in a tight embrace, her voice tinged with desperation. Baize, next time, could you please exercise some restraint? Watching so much treasure vanish pains my heart. Witnessing the tears welling in Nami's eyes, Baize quickly nodded, promising to control himself whenever possible in the future. Nami then broke into a smile, lowering her head to nuzzle against Baize's chest, wiping away her tears, but Baize playfully pushed her away. Enough, enough. Have you finished collecting the other spoils from the smaller boats? Have you found any permanent or record log poses? Baize had previously explained the difference between record and permanent log poses to her, and Nami and the others were well aware. Nami shook her head in disappointment. We haven't found anything yet, and even if we did manage to secure a permanent or record log pose, our net would be unable to retrieve it. No matter, we just happened to encounter a familiar Navy officer. She has promised to gift me a few record log poses. For the time being, we shall accompany her, head to Little Garden, and then proceed to the Alabasta Kingdom. Nami and Nojiko nodded in agreement. However, before that, we must first gather the spoils from the other small boats. Nami, accompanied by Baisawa, set out to gather the spoils left behind by the pirates. For her strength alone was insufficient to amass such a considerable bounty swiftly. They toiled until the depths of night before finally completing the task. The hour was late, and they decided to rendezvous with Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit the following day. After Baisawa issued the command to rest, everyone, weary from their labors, returned to the cabin, with Baisawa and Nami bringing back the spoils. Nokigo and Koya were tasked with organizing them, leaving no one idle. The next day, under Nami's guidance, they approached the distant SEAT. This proximity, there was no need to fear the elements or geomagnetic disturbances. The entire journey was navigated by Baisawa's solar sensing, and soon after, they met with the others. At Peach Rabbit's command, the warship cleaved through the waves, heading towards Little Garden, while she herself leaped gracefully aboard the Sunny. Baisawa glanced at Peach Rabbit, somewhat perplexed. What? Does Mr. Baisawa not welcome me? Then I shall have to reclaim these record pointers, Peach Rabbit retorted, revealing a small wooden box that contained several record pointers. Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement, as she had long been fascinated by these peculiar pointers that could guide one through the Grand Line. After all, her dream was to chart the entire world, and the Grand Line posed the greatest challenge. The record and permanent pointers were essential for traversing this treacherous sea. Seeing Nami's eagerness, Peach Rabbit handed the box to her, then turned her gaze to Baisawa, who responded with a slightly apologetic smile. She chuckled inwardly and took this opportunity to send friend requests to the three aboard. Upon witnessing Peach Rabbit's overture of goodwill, the other three women conferred in the friend channel and decided to accept. Thank you so much, Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit. To express our gratitude, please stay and enjoy a feast aboard our ship, Baisawa exclaimed. Having anticipated that Peach Rabbit would decline to his surprise, she readily agreed. Since Mr. Baisawa has extended such a warm invitation, I shall not decline, she replied, echoing his words, which elicited a wry smile from him. Interacting with this Rear Admiral of the Navy felt surprisingly enjoyable, devoid of the barriers he had expected. Soon, the five gathered around a table, and the lively atmosphere persisted from beginning to end. As they passed Whiskey Peak, Peach Rabbit took the time to explain its significance, leaving Nami and the others in a state of awe, for they knew little of the Grand Line. Whiskey Peak is an island that welcomes pirates. With our Navy warship, the pirates there will likely be less than welcoming, she informed them. Furthermore, according to Navy intelligence, the pirates on this island are not entirely what they seem. It is primarily a haven for bounty hunters. They have transformed this island into a sanctuary for pirates, luring novice pirates who have just entered the Grand Line and hunting them for bounties. Does Mr. Baisawa intend to participate? Peach Rabbit inquired. Perhaps not. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Besides, the existence of bounty hunters can alleviate some of the pressure that pirates bring upon the Navy. Baisawa replied with a smile, taking a bite of grilled meat. Not necessarily. Bounty hunters are driven by profit. There are many who would not hesitate to turn against the Navy if the reward is enticing enough. Peach Rabbit retorted with a laugh. That may be true, yet the bounty hunters here can also serve as a lesson to novice pirates, preventing them from entering the Grand Line with a false sense of security. Peach Rabbit, being adept at socializing, found it effortless to engage with the inexperienced girls. Ultimately, when the final results were revealed, Peach Rabbit triumphed with the highest mentions of the day. Witnessing the outcome, Nami felt disheartened. Realizing that her accumulated rewards were merely due to the absence of formidable opponents, she gazed intently at Peach Rabbit, whose radiant smile revealed her prowess as a rival. Baisawa, observing the rewards he had to share, felt overwhelmed. If it were Nami and the others on his ship, he could reasonably claim it was to mentor her. However, with Peach Rabbit as a rear admiral, how should he allocate these rewards to her? After contemplating for a moment, he resigned himself to the hope that Peach Rabbit might eventually discover her considerable power boost without undue alarm. Peach Rabbit, perceptive as she was, noticed the turmoil in Baisawa's eyes. As the banquet drew to a close, she decisively chose to take her leave. Watching her return to the Navy warship, Baisawa breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the immediate troubles had been averted. As for the rewards, they would be automatically distributed later. Rising from his seat, Baisawa gazed out at the vast sea. Their next destination was Little Garden. Soon after, a powerful slash cleaved through the ocean, creating a massive rift in the water. Baisawa observed from the observation deck, his eyes wide with wonder. In terms of sheer offensive power, the great swordsman truly ranked among the best on the seas. Peach Rabbit, having received a percentage boost to her abilities, was likely experiencing an enhancement in her swordsmanship through adaptation. Although Baisawa's swordsmanship was merely at the swordsman level, the percentage boost was calculated based on his overall strength. This meant it was a 1% increase relative to an admiral's power. Peach Rabbit's advancement in swordsmanship might surpass Baisawa's current level. As the Navy warship sailed, Peach Rabbit gradually sheathed her sword. Admiring the spectacular scene she had created, marveling at the power of the diary. Mr. Baisawa's 1% increase in overall strength is far more significant than I anticipated. It seems he has been excessively modest. He likely possesses the strength of an admiral from the very first day, she mused to herself, feeling a twinge of regret that her adaptation had focused solely on swordsmanship. It was not that she disliked swordsmanship. Rather, adaptations in other areas would have contributed more to her overall strength. Compared to the admirals of the Navy, she recognized her shortcomings in physical prowess and dual hockey. Although the world of pirates boasted numerous formidable female warriors, that did not erase the existing gap. The higher one climbed, the more apparent the insurmountable chasm became. Indeed, the three admirals represented true anomalies. Their devil fruit abilities, physical capabilities, and dual hockey placed them at the pinnacle of the seas. If Peach Rabbit could enhance her physical strength further, she would draw closer to the admiral level. Yet this was the very aspect she lacked, hence her lamentation over not adapting to an increase in physical prowess. At her current level, achieving a qualitative leap in swordsmanship was exceedingly challenging. To significantly enhance her strength, she needed to address her weaknesses. I hope I can interact with Mr. Baisawa again. After engaging with those girls today, I can only assume they view me as a rival now, Peach Rabbit thought with a smile before turning to return to the cabin for some rest. Nami and the others also noticed the changes in the waters surrounding the Navy warship. Feeling a mix of awe and heightened wariness towards Peach Rabbit, their collective sentiment was clear. Peach Rabbit was a formidable adversary, mature, composed, well-versed, and exuding charm. She was entirely at ease with Baisawa, showing no signs of restraint despite their limited acquaintance. Sipping her juice, Nami gently bit the straw, silently resolving, if that person comes again, I will give it my all and challenge her properly. Meanwhile, Koya was engrossed in the culinary notes Nami had previously shared. Diligently preparing late-night snacks, her concentration adorably evident. After placing the final flower garnish atop her creation, Koya stretched contentedly, though her initial motivation to learn cooking stemmed from Mr. Baisawa. She had grown to appreciate it. Finding solace in culinary arts amidst her studies in healing, that I've made 2 flavors, refreshing mint and sweet honey, perfect for post-dinner snacks, that I wonder which one they will prefer. I hope they will enjoy them. Koya said with a hint of delight as she lifted the platter and headed out of the kitchen. On the table behind her lay both a recipe book and a medical tome. Humming a cheerful tune from her hometown, Koya walked briskly, but as she passed the bathroom, she suddenly heard a sound that piqued her curiosity. Could it be Mr. Baisawa? Kaya indulged in a fleeting fantasy before gracefully stepping into the bathroom. Upon noticing the garments discarded at the entrance, her whimsical daydream shattered. It was none other than Sister Nokigo. A twinge of disappointment flickered in her heart. If only she could inadvertently encounter Mr. Baize in the midst of his bath, it would provide an exquisite opportunity to deepen their relationship. Quickly shaking off these errant thoughts, Kaya donned a smile and rapped gently on the bathroom door. Sister Nokigo, I've prepared a little something for you to taste, she called out. Come in. The door isn't locked, came Nokigo's languid voice from within, stirring a flutter in Kaya's heart. As she pushed the door open, her eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, Sister Nokigo, to be honest, I'm quite taken aback. You are utterly captivating that I can't help but wonder when I might possess such an allure as yours. Hearing Kaya's unabashed words, Nokigo, who had initially felt unperturbed, instinctively raised her hand to shield her modesty, her body slowly sinking down as she used bubbles to obscure Kaya's view. How can a girl of your tender age utter such brazen words? Nokigo scolded lightly, while simultaneously scribbling in her diary. Have you been influenced by Baize? Kaya giggled mischievously, sticking out her tongue at Nokigo before placing two small dishes on the edge of the bathtub. Of course, I genuinely hope to be like Sister Nokigo. With that, and before Nokigo could fully process her words, Kaya dashed out of the bathroom, closing the door behind her. In the next moment, a splash of frothy bathwater splattered against the door. Kaya leaned against the door, exhaling a sigh of relief and patting her chest. That was close. That was close. Nokigo's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, her lips murmuring in disbelief. After a moment, she cast her gaze downward, contemplating her own allure. If she were indeed so enchanting, why had Baize not been similarly captivated by her? Out of the corner of her eye, Nokigo noticed the two small dishes filled with exquisite delicacies and, with a slight pout of her rosy lips, picked one up to take a bite. This little girl has improved remarkably in her culinary skills after lingering in the bathtub for a while longer. Nokigo finally polished off the two plates of treats, wrapping herself in a light pink robe that exuded a fiery warmth. Tonight, I shall make my move. Later that night, in the captain's quarters where Baize resided, a figure stealthily entered. The soft pink robe appeared striking against the dim moonlight. Baize immediately sensed that the visitor was not Nami. Just as confusion clouded his mind, his lips were met with a slick, probing tongue that ventured clumsily into his mouth. Baize's eyes sprang open, locking onto Nokigo's gaze, and in an instant, the dynamic shifted, with Baize atop and Nokigo beneath him. Have you considered the consequences? The night passed in silence. The next morning, Nami emerged from her cabin, tousled hair in disarray and sleep still lingering in her eyes, revealing faint dark circles beneath, spotting Baize seated at the observation deck, gazing intently at the rising sun. She sensed an air of sorrow enveloping him. Perhaps the intensity of his melancholic gaze was too much to bear, prompting Baize to avert his eyes. Indeed, he found Nami, with her shadowed eyes, staring at him with a reproachful look. Nami, what's the matter? What do you mean, what's the matter? Nami retorted, her voice dripping with resentment, reminiscent of a scorned woman in a secluded chamber, her grievances palpable. Why should I feel any shame? I didn't disturb you, Baize asserted confidently, recalling vividly that Nami had not entered his room the previous night. He had spent the better part of the night immersed in understanding the balance of yin and yang, striving to refine his grand vision. Thus his spirits were exceptionally buoyant. After all, in matters of balance, whether yin or yang, he felt remarkably well. It was not as if Nokigo had succumbed, waving the white flag. Baize still desired to indulge further. However, after the tempering of his grand vision, his yang energy had become so abundant that it radiated outward. He realized that achieving true balance necessitated more than just Nokigo alone. Yet, given the current circumstances, Nami and Kaya did not fulfill the requirements, leaving Baize to pour his fervent energy solely into Nokigo. Seeing Baize's unwavering confidence, Nami's frustration escalated. Hands on her hips as she prepared to voice her outrage when her complexion suddenly flushed. You were making such a racket last night that I couldn't sleep. Baize paused, taking in Nami's faint dark circles and flushed cheeks. Had he truly been that loud? Just then, Kaya emerged, rubbing her eyes. Her golden hair tousled and also sporting delicate dark circles, casting a glance at Baize filled with mild reproach. Mr. Baize, please consider our feelings. All right, it was my fault. I want to do it again. Baize hastily clasped his hands together, apologizing profusely as the two women confronted him. Who would have thought that his first experience with yin-yang balance would cause such a commotion? Faced with their inquiries, he sighed, realizing it was a matter of inexperience. Vivi resolved to learn diligently from now on. I cannot be satisfied with mere talk. I must integrate theory with practice and engage in more yin-yang balancing with no Kigo. However, I must control the impact to avoid disturbing others. He pondered whether the power of the blazing sun could construct a protective barrier to muffle sound and commotion. From this day forth, no Kigo shall be my wife. My true wife. Baize's diary entry that morning left the women in a state of bewilderment. What was this talk of yin-yang balance? What disturbances? They were utterly confounded until Baize mentioned wife, at which point they collectively grasped the implications of his previous musings. Those who had yet to experience such matters blushed furiously. In the kingdom of Alabasta, Robin eagerly anticipated Baize's updates regarding his identity and origins, only to be struck by a thunderbolt. Having long navigated the shadows of the underworld, Robin was far more seasoned than the other girls. Though initially perplexed by the concept of yin-yang balance, she quickly understood upon seeing no Kigo's practical engagement. Oops. The sip of coffee she had just taken erupted from her mouth as she glanced back. And upon seeing the word wife, her suspicions were confirmed. To her surprise, the first to capture Baize's heart was no Kigo. Having remained silent and without a daily reward until now, she had unexpectedly claimed Baize for herself. Robin sighed, feigning nonchalance as she retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the coffee stains from her book. Yet, her feelings were anything but tranquil. Previously, all had started from the same line, with no one making any substantial breakthroughs. But now, the dynamics had shifted. One person had taken that step. Perhaps when I board Baize's ship, I can take a more proactive approach, Robin mused, her gaze still on the book but her thoughts now in disarray. Her attention entirely diverted from the text on a nearby warship. Peach Rabbit had risen early to train. Upon reading Baize's diary, she lost control of her renowned blade, unleashing a powerful aura that swept through all nearby training equipment, shattering them with the force of her Grandmaster-level presence. Peach Rabbit was no novice. She recognized the peculiarity of Baize's words at first glance, delighted by her progress from the previous day. She found herself dealt a harsh reminder today. If she truly wished to compete with them, she must be aboard that ship. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have the chance to compete, as even yesterday's daily reward paled in comparison to no Kigo's achievement. Pondering this, Peach Rabbit sheathed her blade, disregarding the wreckage around her. Not even the highest-grade training equipment could withstand the destruction wrought by a Grandmaster. Her purpose in training here was primarily to enhance her physical prowess. She simply had to manage to contain the surge of her Grandmaster aura just now. In the windless zone, Hancock appeared somewhat naive compared to the earlier two, as she observed everything unfold, only to later grasp the full implications. Shameless. Once Hancock understood, her cheeks flushed as she muttered disdainfully, crossing her legs to reveal her perfectly sculpted limbs, regrettably without an audience to admire her. It matters not. With my allure, that man will bow before me, regardless of how many wives he has. At that moment, Hancock suddenly froze, her pupils trembling as if shaken by an earthquake. In a state of unease, she murmured to herself, seemingly seeking to reassure her own heart. Why would I utter such words? I have no desire to be his wife. Humph! With a haughty snort, the headlights of the car ahead, barely restrained, quivered violently, as if the ocean were raising its waves. Nami and Kaya, with a similar huff, turned and retreated to the cabin, for the instigator of last night's turmoil was not solely Baize. Their sister no Kigo had not held back her emotions, delighting in showcasing her beautiful voice. Upon reading the diary's contents, no Kigo's face flushed crimson. What nonsense was Baize spouting? Suddenly recalling something, she sprang up, feeling a sharp, tearing pain, only to hear footsteps approaching from outside the room. No Kigo, on the brink of tears, turned to look, and as expected, Nami and Kaya rushed in one after the other. Nami, Kaya, what brings you here so hastily this morning? No Kigo greeted them with a sheepish and awkward smile. Upon seeing no Kigo lying on Baize's bed, Kaya's initially resentful expression transformed into one of intense envy, silently wishing, when will I ever be like Sister no Kigo? Not only in scale but also in my relationship with Mr. Baize. Nami, arms crossed and snickering, teased, oh, it's nothing, just hoping to hear Sister no Kigo perform again, like last night's heartfelt serenade. No Kigo immediately understood, her face turning a deep shade of red as she buried her head in the blanket. Muffled sounds escaping from within. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. In the captain's quarters, Nami, witnessing no Kigo's ostrich act as she hid beneath the covers, wore a mischievous grin and pounced. Sister Nokigo, do you wish for another round? Was it truly that delightful? Kaya, standing nearby, perked up her ears, her expression a mix of curiosity and hesitation, as if wanting to join yet too timid to do so. Ouch! You hurt me, Nokigo exclaimed, playfully swatting Nami on the head. Nami quickly released her grip, nervously watching Nokigo, who was clutching her stomach, her face showing signs of discomfort. Nami lowered her head, appearing contrite. I'm sorry, Sister Nokigo. Haha, it's nothing, just the lingering pain from last night, which hasn't yet subsided. Upon hearing this, Nami realized why Nokigo was in pain, as she had barely exerted any force moments ago. Kaya looked at Nokigo with wide-eyed curiosity. For her, this was a novel learning experience, observing their inquisitive expressions. Nokigo sighed and beckoned Kaya over. Once Kaya approached, Nokigo took one of each of their hands. You might experience this too someday. Let me share a few insights. The three girls engaged in hushed conversations about topics of feminine interest. Outside the cabin, Baize calculated the time. The porridge simmering in the kitchen should be ready by now. He had risen early to prepare breakfast for Nokigo last night, in his eagerness to finally have a first wife. He had acted somewhat hastily, nearly causing Nokigo harm. Baize entered the kitchen, sampling the aromatic porridge and nodding in satisfaction. If Nokigo still hasn't recovered, I shall use the radiance of the sun to heal her. He thought to himself, then carried the porridge along with several bowls and utensils towards the bedroom. At the door, he overheard the girls whispering, despite not actively using his sun-sensing abilities. His physical prowess allowed him to catch sounds through a mirror door. Baize knocked gently, and the hushed voices immediately ceased. Only then did he turn the doorknob and step inside. Adopting a nonchalant demeanor, he looked at the three girls reclining on his bed. Nokigo, Nami, Kaya, I have prepared breakfast for you. Nami snickered, her tone laced with implication. Is it truly for everyone, or merely for one, with us as an afterthought? Nokigo pinched Nami in response, prompting her to turn away. Clearly still sulking. Had she been alone with either Baize or Nokigo, Nami might not have felt this way, but with both present, she felt the sting of injustice. Kaya nodded, smiling as she addressed Baize. Thank you, Mr. Baize. I will savor it. Baize remained unfazed, setting the breakfast on a small table, serving each of them a bowl, while he glanced at Nokigo. Are you feeling all right? Do you need me to use the radiance of the sun to heal you? His inquiry drew the attention of Nami and Kaya to Nokigo, and under their intense gazes, Nokigo's cheeks flushed slightly as she shook her head. No need. This is a rare experience, one I shall only have once in a lifetime. Baize nodded, respecting Nokigo's wishes. The four then quietly enjoyed their breakfast, although the atmosphere at the table was rather peculiar. Soon after, Baize left the captain's quarters, giving the three girls their space, and returned to the observation deck to begin writing in his diary for the day. Indeed, as the sages say, food and love are the nature of man, truly one of life's greatest pleasures. It was time to head to Alabasta. First, he would sort out Nico Robin's identity. Nico Robin, daughter of a renowned archaeologist, had been hunted by the world government for her mother's controversial research from a young age. She had been placed in her uncle's care, shunned by neighbors and relatives due to her devil fruit abilities. By a twist of fate, she befriended Hargover D. Sorrow, a vice admiral of the Navy, and they quickly became close friends. However, at the renowned archaeological site of O'Hara, she recklessly studied historical texts banned by the world government. To serve as a warning to others, the world government launched an extermination order, completely obliterating O'Hara in the West Sea. Faced with a refugee ship filled with civilians, the then Vice Admiral Akainu ordered its destruction, resulting in the annihilation of O'Hara along with its inhabitants. With the aid of her friend Sorrow, who was then a Vice Admiral, and the leniency of Akiji, Robin managed to escape, only to be framed for the destruction of a Navy warship, earning her a staggering bounty of 79 million. Thus, the weak child of the devil, burdened with a hefty bounty, wandered the underworld, with death often at her side, and betrayal lurking close behind, as people approached her for the reward. Ultimately, Nico Robin was protected by Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, due to her ability to decipher ancient texts. Speaking of Crocodile, he too was a tragic figure, having lost confidence after being defeated by a formidable foe while seeking the legendary ancient weapon Pluton. To his dismay, after years of scheming, he discovered it was merely a mirage, not located here but in the New World. If memory serves, Robin's long-standing concern for Vice Admiral Sorrow meant he had not perished. Rather, Akiji had frozen him, allowing him to survive the extermination order's onslaught. Ultimately, he returned to the New World, bearing the books of O'Hara, to the land of giants, Elbaf. Everyone was left in shock, realizing that the O'Hara incident, which had stunned the world, was merely an act of the world government to instill fear and prevent further archaeological study of ancient texts. It became evident that the world government's actions were indeed chilling. What ancient history were they so desperate to conceal? Meanwhile, all the girls felt sorrow for Nico Robin's tragic past, deprived of parental love from a young age, branded with a high bounty at 8. She had lived a life of hiding, with death and betrayal as her constant companions. On the Navy warship, Momonosuke perused the diary's contents, her eyes narrowing slightly. She had recently been promoted to vice admiral. She held a vague understanding of the world government's dark nature, but was astonished by the depths of their cruelty. To obliterate an entire island, showing no mercy even to civilians, was a shocking revelation. It seems that the darkness of the world government runs far deeper than I had ever imagined. Even within the Navy, the gleaming ideals I once believed in have proven to be illusory. Toru's gaze fixated upon the name Sakazuki, for she was well aware of who he was, the current admiral known as Akainu, one of the 3 great admirals of the Navy. How could such a ruthless and brutal executioner ascend to such a prestigious position in the Navy headquarters? Toru, who had already harbored doubts about the Navy, felt her convictions waver even further. Another pitiful young girl, in this damned world. Boa Hancock gazed at the diary before her, murmuring softly. She held a favorable initial impression of Nico Robin. After all, she too had endured extreme suffering, and witnessing Robin's tragic experiences elicited a sense of empathy within her. Indeed, the world government and the Navy are not to be trusted, Hancock suddenly exclaimed, causing Granny to tremble in fright at the sound of her voice. Snake Princess, are you going to act recklessly again? Now is not the time to sever ties with the world government. You must consider the entire Amazon lily, Granny implored earnestly. Hancock, however, wore an impatient expression, her long, graceful legs sweeping through the air as she kicked Granny away. Mind your own business. What I choose to do is none of your concern. In the kingdom of Alabasta, Nico Robin, the very person at the center of it all, was already in tears. So, Saul was still alive. What wonderful news that was. The dark chapter of her childhood had always haunted Robin with fear. Even when she encountered Admiral Akiji of the Navy, she had been paralyzed with terror, completely frozen in place. The most painful memory from that dark period was undoubtedly the loss of her dear friend, Saul, who had perished in an attempt to save her. Now, at last, she learned from Whitebeard's diary that Saul had not died after all, and he had returned to his homeland, the land of giants. Elbaf, bearing the books of O'Hara, overwhelmed with joy, tears streamed down her face. Sakazuki, the admiral of the Navy, codename Akainu. Slowly, Nico Robin recited the information about Sakazuki that lingered in her mind. Her eyes filled with hatred and fury. For that executioner who had personally ordered the destruction of an entire refugee ship, Robin was consumed by animosity and rage. How could such a cruel and vicious individual exist in this world? Ruthlessly slaughtering innocent civilians. However, after Whitebeard's explanation, her fear and hatred towards Akiji had diminished somewhat. It was because Akiji had frozen Saul that he was able to survive the onslaught of the Buster Call. In that regard, Robin felt a sense of gratitude towards Akiji. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Alabasta, Vivi, with her waist-length, water-blue hair, was fixated on the platinum diary before her. The trust she had placed in the world government and the Navy was profoundly shaken by the revelations contained in this diary. At the same time, Vivi felt a pang of sympathy for Nico Robin. Having been raised in luxury as a royal of Alabasta, she had rarely encountered danger, betrayal, or death. Yet, she had not been entirely sheltered from such experiences. And it was precisely this that made her empathize with Robin, who had often faced betrayal and death. However, the fact that Nico Robin was under the command of Crocodile troubled her. If her deductions were correct, Crocodile was the very mastermind behind the drought plaguing the kingdom. The young Vivi found herself torn. On one hand, she pitted Robin's tragic past, and on the other, she knew Robin was associated with Crocodile, the one responsible for the kingdom's suffering. Countless subjects of the kingdom were rising up against the royal family under the threat of drought and death. She resolved to await Mr. Whitebeard's diary, which would fully expose Crocodile's treachery before making any decisions. For now, the urgent matter was to inform her father that Crocodile was not a hero but rather a villain to the kingdom. Furthermore, was his ambition to seize one of the ancient weapons, Pluton, connected to the royal family. With these questions swirling in her mind, Vivi made her way to Cobra's palace. After completing his writing, Whitebeard submitted the diary once he felt the word count was sufficient. The points for plot alteration had reached their limit, and he received a special reward. Any changes to the plot made by the diary's owner would accumulate points, and upon reaching the required threshold, a special reward would be granted. Additionally, a bonus reward was also awarded Nico Robin upon seeing the notification in the diary. Whitebeard's eyes lit up. He had not anticipated that altering the plot would yield points and thus a special reward. He began to reflect on the changes he had made since setting sail. Aside from bringing Nami, Kaya, and Nojiko aboard, which could be considered significant alterations, there was only last night's incident. Could it be that harmonizing with important plot characters would yield a substantial number of plot alteration points? Or perhaps the changes he had made previously were not significant enough, only achieving noticeable results under certain conditions, such as harmonizing with plot characters for same-gender characters. Substantial changes would likely only come through death, as death signifies the end of all things, rendering any future tales irrelevant. Whitebeard's mind raced with speculation, the diary's mechanisms remaining a source of discomfort due to their ambiguity. He resolved to test this with several important plot characters later. As for the bonus reward, he decided to leave it to fate. Whitebeard was uncertain about what the special reward could entail. Nico Robin was the recipient of this special reward, and as he was not currently by her side, he could only leave it to chance. He hoped it would not manifest as something too outrageous, for in the myriad of worlds, there were countless strange items that could be deemed rewards. Yet, whether they were blessings or curses remained uncertain for the recipient. Much like the concept of the daydream sun he had acquired, if a ghost were to obtain it, it would not be a reward at all, but rather a lifelong curse. Congratulations on obtaining the special reward, the primordial daydream artifact. Congratulations on receiving the bonus reward, True Thousand Hands, adapted for the Hana Nomi skill, Whitebeard. What on earth is True Thousand Hands? Isn't that from the neighboring world? He was left dumbfounded by the special reward received by Robin. Although Robin's Hana Nomi could also produce numerous arms, it could not compare to the True Thousand Hands of Hashirama. If Nico Robin were to acquire such power, she would have no trouble taking on the entire world. After all, the arms capable of restraining the Nine Tails would number 1,000. Upon further investigation, Whitebeard finally breathed a sigh of relief, as the conditions for True Thousand Hands were quite stringent. It required would release an exceptionally powerful chakra and mastery of sage techniques, thanks to the diary's optimization. Or rather, its significant reduction in requirements, it had successfully adapted to a version usable by Nico Robin. However, even in its adapted form, the power of True Thousand Hands could not be underestimated. If the previous Nico Robin was a weak prey with a hefty bounty on her head, she had now undeniably transformed, changing her role from prey to hunter. Robin's luck was truly exceptional. Even in another world, True Thousand Hands could be deemed a world-destroying divine technique, reaching heights of over 10,000 meters in its complete form. The so-called giants of this world would appear as mere ants before it, although it had been adapted into a skill of the Hana Nomi as long as she could wield it. Its destructive power would far exceed her imagination. Truly, this was a special reward capable of facilitating a profound transformation in a person. He yearned to rush to the kingdom of Alabasta to witness the extent of Robin's newfound strength. He wondered how much of True Thousand Hands might have been preserved, and if he could spar with Robin to gauge her capabilities. Casually, he recorded his thoughts in the diary. Yet, this seemingly casual entry triggered a tumultuous wave among all owners of exclusive diaries. Regardless of their breadth of mind, they found themselves stirred by the news. In Amazon Lily. Within the Empress's palace, Hancock stared wide-eyed at the contents of the diary. She had gained a preliminary understanding of the formidable power of True Thousand Hands, a technique capable of annihilating the world. The complete body towers at a staggering height of 10,000 meters, rendering even the giants as mere ants beneath its shadow. Hancock's chest heaved violently, waves of emotion crashing within her, shaken by the formidable strength described in the Baize's journal. Her heart surging with fervor. Simultaneously, a profound yearning welled up within her. Damn it, why am I not receiving special rewards? Cursed Baize. Why has he mentioned me more frequently, even from the inception of his diary until now? I have scarcely been referenced. He is well versed in the narrative of the Pirate King's world. He cannot possibly overlook my beauty. After uttering her thoughts, Hancock paced restlessly within the palace, her brow furrowed, her silver teeth lightly biting down in contemplation, deliberating whether to embark on a journey to Alabasta in search of Baize. The allure of the special reward was undeniable, even for Hancock, the renowned pirate of the seas, who found herself irresistibly tempted. The path to obtaining this reward was glaringly clear. She must appear before him and continuously showcase her charm, thereby ensuring her presence in his diary. The endpoint of his journey likely lay in the latter half of the Grand Line, perhaps even within the doldrums, in the kingdom of women. which may not even be among the islands he had planned to visit. As Hancock pondered this, her frown deepened. The prospect of seeking out a man and displaying her allure was an exceedingly daunting task for her. Hancock was adored by all in the kingdom of women. No matter her transgressions, the entire populace would readily forgive her. For her beauty was simply unparalleled. It was within such an environment that Hancock had cultivated an exceedingly proud disposition, like a peacock. She refused to bow her head. This was precisely why she had previously grasped the key to obtaining rewards from the diary, yet still refrained from seeking out Baize, until now. When an exclusive diary owner had received a special reward, an extraordinarily bountiful one, that had begun to sway Hancock. Biting her nails, she found herself in an unusual state of turmoil, grappling with the decision of whether to humble herself and seek out Baize, or to maintain her pride and remain in the kingdom of women. On a naval warship, Peach Rabbit could not help but cast her gaze towards Baize. If anyone regretted missing out on the special reward, it was undoubtedly her. Just yesterday, she had managed to earn a daily reward through her own charm. And today, due to Baize, she had written in her diary that morning and missed the opportunity for the special reward. A sharp pang of heartache struck her, and she clutched her heaving chest. Her face a portrait of remorse. It seemed that daily rewards were merely a fleeting pleasure. To truly transform and grow stronger, one had to rely on special rewards. Whether it was the grand solar vision granted by Baize or the true 1,000 hands acquired by Robin. Both were immense rewards capable of catalyzing profound transformation. However, it appeared that Baize had yet to assess the nature of his special rewards. Piquing Peach Rabbit's curiosity, to divert her attention from the anguish of missing the special reward. She began to speculate about what Baize's special reward might entail. In the royal palace of the Alabasta kingdom, Princess Vivi, barefoot, halted abruptly, her face a mask of astonishment as she gazed at the diary. Her mouth agape, she exclaimed, a complete body towering at 10,000 meters. She gestured, unable to fathom the enormity of such a magnificent phenomenon. If I could attain such a special reward, even without fully understanding Crocodile's insidious schemes, I could effortlessly defeat him, compelling him to reveal all his machinations instead of waiting for Baize's journal to disclose them. If I possessed such power, I could better protect the citizens of my kingdom, shielding them from drought, war, and disaster. Vivi clasped her hands tightly, a picture of hope for the reward. Yet she lamented, at such a time, Mr. Baize will undoubtedly visit the Alabasta kingdom, but it seems he has shown no interest in me. Instead, focusing on Miss Robin. Soon, she buoyed herself with reassurance that I possess an exclusive diary. I must have some connection to Mr. Baize. Otherwise, I would not have this platinum notebook. Vivi tenderly caressed the cover of the diary, grateful to have been chosen by it. Meanwhile, as the ultimate beneficiary envied by numerous exclusive diary owners, Robin was currently absorbing the capabilities bestowed by the Platinum Diary. Even with adaptive techniques, coaxing Robin to wield the true 1,000 hands was an arduous task. Therefore, enhancing Robin's fundamental abilities was imperative. Her physical condition was undergoing a baptism in a gentle golden energy, rapidly elevating her physical prowess. Soon, Robin slowly opened her eyes, acutely aware of the power of the true 1,000 hands. Realizing that Baize's assertions were not exaggerated, due to my own frailty, I cannot fully unleash the true 1,000 hands. I must adapt the true 1,000 hands to fit me, Robin remarked with self-deprecation. Lamenting the missed opportunity to grasp the power that could lead her to the pinnacle, hindered by her own limitations, a sense of loss and helplessness that others could scarcely comprehend. After a moment of self-mockery, Robin steeled herself. Compared to others, she was indeed fortunate and could not afford to dwell on her shortcomings. After gently reminding herself, Robin rose to her feet, currently situated in the CAF office. Thankfully, the surroundings were devoid of any patrons. Otherwise, the golden radiance she had just embraced would have undoubtedly caused quite a stir. As the second-in-command of Baroque Works, she enjoyed considerable freedom, unless Crocodile issued a direct command that required her attention. The rest of her time was her own to allocate. This quaint CAF served as her sanctuary for relaxation and reading, where she spent her idle moments. However, safety had become increasingly elusive, as the ongoing drought had inflamed public discontent. Robin stood and gazed out the window, observing a man cradling a clay pot, cautiously scanning his surroundings as though fearing that someone might suddenly appear and seize the vessel from him. As Crocodile's plans progressed, she had witnessed many such individuals in this little CF. The pots they held were not treasures of gold and silver, but rather water. In times of drought, water was more precious than any riches. The man appeared to be one who ventured forth in search of water for his family. Watching him retreat into the distance, Robin's eyes brimmed with compassion. In the past, she had lacked choices. But now she aspired to be a good person. At the very least, she wished to banish the drought from her homeland. Taking a deep breath, Robin resolved that if she possessed enough strength, Crocodile would not be able to evade capture for long. She closed the window, gathered her belongings, and mounted her desert steed, a peculiar bird-like creature known as a quick-running duck, capable of swift movement across the sands. The Alabasta kingdom was a vast island, home to millions. Yet, in truth, much of Alabasta's terrain was desert. Otherwise, such a large island could certainly sustain many more inhabitants, departing from the town where the CAF was located. Robin did not head to the bustling metropolis. Instead, she ventured into the arid expanses of the Golden Desert. Riding deeper into the golden sands, Robin pressed on until she found herself surrounded by an utter desolation, devoid of any signs of life, at which point she halted. She patted the quick-running duck on the head, encouraging it to return home. The creature nuzzled her hand in understanding before turning to leave. Watching the quick-running duck disappear from view, Robin inhaled deeply, crossing her arms over her shoulders. Recalling the abilities within her mind, she promptly activated the True Thousand Hands, as she silently chanted within her heart. Robin felt her stamina plummet, akin to a dam bursting forth, vanishing in an instant. Almost immediately, her feet trembled as an imposing statue of a thousand-handed Buddha slowly emerged from the earth, formed entirely of her floral arms. The colossal statue continued to grow, yet Robin sensed her strength ebbing away entirely. To avoid any mishaps that could harm herself, she hastily ceased the activation of her ability, ultimately manifesting a towering figure standing nearly 100 meters high. From the vantage point atop the towering Buddha, she gazed down upon the golden desert. The once undulating dunes, daunting to traverse alone, now appeared as mere mounds beneath her. Exhausted, Robin beamed at the sight. The sensation of wielding power capable of altering her destiny was exhilarating. Standing atop the 100-meter-tall statue, a profound sense of omnipotence enveloped her, invigorating her spirit. This was a statue born from her complete depletion of stamina. It was only fitting that she test its might. Robin gazed down at the numerous small mounds beneath her control. With a colossal arm imbued with unparalleled strength, she struck down fiercely upon the sand dune. Dust and sand erupted into the air, obscuring her vision. As the dust settled, Robin beheld a sand pit with a diameter of several dozen meters, and an inexhaustible confidence surged within her. With such formidable power, not even Crocodile could withstand her might. Even Admiral Akiji would falter. Robin quickly quelled her audacious thoughts. Even White Zetsu humbly considered himself at the level of an admiral. She did not believe that she had truly attained such power. Not to mention, the disparity in height between her colossal Buddha statue and that of the true Buddha of 1,000 hands was evident, indicating that her current strength was insufficient to fully unleash the genuine might of the Buddha with 1,000 hands. According to White Zetsu, the complete form of the Buddha of 1,000 hands towered at a staggering height of 10,000 meters, while the statue she had conjured barely reached 100 meters. It was a monumental diminishment. However, even in its significantly weakened state, she believed it would suffice to contend with Crocodile. His Logia-type devil fruit possessed the inherent weakness of being vulnerable to liquids. With her current strength combined with an opportunistic sneak attack, Robin murmured to herself, a hint of mischievous malice gracing her features. She could already envision her boss's expression upon witnessing the 100-meter-tall Buddha statue. On the observation deck of the Sunny, White Zetsu received his special reward. After claiming his reward, the daylight artifact was not in his hands. He recalled the visualization space and, with a thought, entered it. Ever since mastering the daylight visualization technique, he had opened a visualization space within his mind. Upon entering this space, a radiant golden sun materialized before him, as expected. Within the golden sun, a resplendent golden daylight artifact was gestating. Ever-changing, effortlessly adaptable, rooted in its origin, and transcending the ordinary. White Zetsu silently recited the information regarding the daylight artifact he had previously gleaned from his journal. Its ever-changing and adaptable nature indicated that the daylight artifact lacked a fixed weapon form. Able to transform at will with his thoughts, any weapon could be manifested at will. The latter phrases, rooted in origin and transcending the ordinary, signified that it could grow alongside White Zetsu, with limitless potential. The zenith he could attain would be the zenith of the daylight artifact. Such overwhelming power. Gazing at the artifact within the pale golden sun, White Zetsu could not help but exclaim in admiration. Within the visualization space, he beckoned, and the dazzling golden daylight artifact floated gracefully into his grasp. With a mere thought, the originally formless artifact transformed into a magnificent golden holy sword, its appearance extraordinarily opulent, with the hilt adorned with twinkling, precious gemstones. Indeed, to be able to transform into the legendary holy sword merely through my imagination, though it possessed only the semblance. The power of the daylight artifact was even mightier than that of the fabled holy sword. White Zetsu, akin to a child with a captivating new toy, incessantly changed the form of his weapon, indulging in blades, spears, swords, and bows, until he finally returned the daylight artifact to the Golden Sun for continued gestation. Although the full extent of the artifact's power could not yet be realized, its ability to completely harness White Zetsu's daylight energy made it the most fitting weapon for him. After all, in the world of One Piece, there existed no weapon capable of containing his power. Even the legendary Supreme Great Blade would melt into a pool of molten iron under the scorching daylight energy. Thus, many of the weapons White Zetsu handled were often single-use. As his thoughts returned, the Sunny continued to sail alongside the Navy warship, bobbing amidst the waves. The climate of the Grand Line was indeed extraordinary. During this time, they had already encountered torrential rain, blazing sun, hail, and thunderstorms. Fortunately, the Sunny was robust enough to withstand the harsh maritime calamities without being destroyed. However, the frequent disasters at sea had rendered White Zetsu's training intermittent. The optimal time for his training was naturally when the sun blazed high in the sky. Peering ahead at the densely clouded sky, his eyes narrowed slightly. After spending time alongside Nami, he had developed a keen ability to predict the weather at sea. The atmospheric pressure, wind direction, and temperature indicated that hail was imminent. Muttering a few words to himself, he made his determination that he gazed at the distant cloud mass, golden light suddenly radiating from his hand as the dazzling daylight artifact manifested as a longsword. The Sunny was not yet capable of withstanding excessively violent hail. It could only dispel it for now. Nami, Noki, and Kaya rushed out from the cabin, sensing the impending maritime calamity, hastily preparing for defense. Upon reaching the deck, they beheld White Zetsu standing at the bow, wielding a longsword and preparing to strike upward. A magnificent golden flying slash surged forth, soaring hundreds of meters as its height increased. So too did the length of the strike, ultimately forming a colossal golden slash stretching several thousand meters, resembling the blazing sun piercing through the gaps in the clouds. Nami and the others were momentarily dumbfounded, their hearts shaken. Each time they believed they had grasped White Zetsu's strength, he would further shatter their perceptions. The thousands of meters-long flying slash, viewed from below, seemed to tear the clouds asunder, giving the illusion that the heavens themselves were rending. On the Navy warship, countless soldiers, alerted by their navigator, rushed out to secure their belongings. If the hail were to be substantial, even the Navy warship would struggle to remain unscathed. Just as the Navy soldiers hurriedly transported items in a panic to prepare for the hail, they witnessed the radiant sun rising beside them, swiftly transforming into a sweeping arc of light, stretching several thousand meters and illuminating the sky and sea. From their perspective, it appeared as though the sky was enveloped by this brilliant sunlight. Countless Navy soldiers widened their eyes in astonishment, mouths agape as if they could fit several fists inside, their jaws nearly dislocated. Some Navy officers, witnessing this spectacle, were even more profoundly astonished. Their strength surpassed that of ordinary soldiers, allowing them to perceive the scene with greater clarity. This was undeniably a strike unleashed by a human. The sheer force contained within it was terrifying. No wonder Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit held such respect for the individual aboard that ship. Possessing such formidable strength, a single strike could alter the very weather. A beautiful female Navy officer gaped at the tumultuous sky, her cherry-red lips capable of easily accommodating a fist. Nearby, several of Peach Rabbit's personal guards nodded in agreement, engaging in hushed discussions. Do you think Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit was already aware of this? After all, with her strength, it would be impossible for her to hold such respect for someone without a clear understanding of their power. It's highly likely, but how did Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit come to know such a powerful individual? I feel they might be even stronger than the admirals at Navy headquarters. That can't be. The strength of an admiral is extraordinary. Each one is renowned as a natural disaster, wielding Logia-type devil fruit abilities. Not necessarily. Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit is a master swordsman. I doubt she could reach such heights. The female officers chattered excitedly, their words rife with admiration for White Zetsu. Meanwhile, the other protagonist of their conversation stood behind them, helplessly observing their fervor until she cleared her throat. Ahem. The officers trembled. turning around as if startled rabbits. Indeed, the familiar voice and beautiful figure belonged to Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit, whom they revered. Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit, if you're not busy, hurry and assist with the coordination. Do not linger here discussing your superior, Peach Rabbit chided, lightly tapping each of their heads with the sheath of her sword before waving her hand, urging them to command the soldiers. In the Navy, there was a strict hierarchy. Subordinates speaking freely about their superiors could face severe consequences. Peach Rabbit, however, was unconcerned about this, treating the matter lightly and simply directing them to oversee the soldiers. She then turned her gaze to the distant sky, where the brilliance of the golden strike had begun to fade. Yet through the clouds, the sun's rays cascaded down, casting a mottled light, alternating between clarity and obscurity. It was indeed a rare maritime spectacle. Peach Rabbit could discern that White Zetsu's swordsmanship was not quite on par with her own. He remained at the level of a swordsman. Yet, his sheer power could easily overshadow the skills of 10 proficient swordsmen. The strength he wielded at the pinnacle of the Admiral tier, combined with his swordsman-level technique, wrought destruction that surpassed even her greatest sword strikes. Truly enviable. Peach Rabbit crossed her arms, gazing at the sun's rays as they distributed unevenly. And with the fading light, a brewing hailstorm was shattered by a single stroke. The power to alter the very heavens with but a gesture is something I long for as well. Peach Rabbit sighed, turning back towards the cabin of the ship to begin her training. As for why she did not strive harder with White G, it was, of course, due to the substantial breakthrough in the relationship between White G and Noki Gao. Peach Rabbit had already foreseen that the daily rewards in the coming days would almost exclusively be claimed by Noki Gao. Today's special reward was Robin, merely a stroke of luck. But the difficulty of acquiring daily rewards in the days to follow would rise sharply. A flash of golden light enveloped White G as his blade vanished. In the distance, the winds began to stir. And with the spreading waves of his golden slash, the dark clouds that spanned the horizon dissipated entirely, leaving only a radiant sun hanging at the edge of the sky. The women, astonished, rushed towards White G, eagerly grasping his hands and peppering him with questions. Amidst the lively scene, the two ships docked one after the other at an island steeped in ancient allure, thanks to their permanent compass. They need not pause to gather magnetic energy. Just as White G contemplated Peach Rabbit's continued progress, he was suddenly alerted by a signal from her ship. Supplies had run out. They must dock for rest. At sea, communication between ships primarily relied on flag signals. While it was possible to use a transponder snail if widely available, such creatures remained a rarity. Although White G possessed a transponder snail, he had only saved the contacts for Peach Rabbit and Robin. After all, it was Peach Rabbit who gifted him the snail, and at that moment, only Robin and Peach Rabbit were present. White G promptly exchanged contact information with them. But the others they encountered lacked transponder snails, making further exchanges impossible. With numerous soldiers aboard the naval vessel, rapid consumption of supplies was to be expected. Nami glanced at their signal flags, reflecting thoughtfully. The Sunny only had 4 crew members. Even with their hearty appetites, unless faced with an insatiable eater, the ordinary appetites of people would allow them to sustain their supplies for quite some time. Nami unfurled a marine chart she had borrowed from Peach Rabbit, which depicted the islands along the Grand Line, and she had already crafted an identical version. This place resembled Little Garden, where the esteemed Peach Rabbit had previously mentioned they would rest. Upon hearing Nami's words, Noki Gao exclaimed, "Oh, does this mean we will have to part ways with Major Peach Rabbit?" Kaya nodded, her reluctance evident as she spoke. Shouldn't our destination be the Alabasta Kingdom? Though a tinge of sorrow lingered, they would have to bid farewell to Sister Peach Rabbit. White G remained silent, directing his gaze towards the island that loomed ever closer. Suddenly, he turned to the 3 women and inquired, "Would you care to explore the island? It is a peculiar place, unlike any we have encountered before. Little Garden, also known as the Island of Antiquity, is home to many ancient species, such as dinosaurs, mammoths, and saber-toothed tigers. Most importantly, the island hosts 2 giant clans that have been locked in combat for a century, battling each time a volcano erupts." Upon hearing White G's words, the reactions of the 3 women varied. Kaya was intrigued by the novelty, yearning to experience more after her long confinement to bed. Noki Gao, while not overly reactive, discerned White G's desire to visit the Island of Antiquity, thus she nodded in agreement. Nami, however, pondered further. She believed that frequent volcanic eruptions would likely yield gemstones and other rare treasures. If they could discover such riches, it would undoubtedly lead to a significant windfall. Despite their differing thoughts, All three recognized Waichi's eagerness to venture to the island of antiquity and nodded in consent. Without delay, Waichi contacted Peach Rabbit via the transponder snail, expressing his intention to accompany them to the island of antiquity. Peach Rabbit, naturally delighted by his inclusion, felt reassured that his presence would mitigate many unforeseen circumstances. According to the Navy's intelligence, the only threats on the island were the two giant clans. Thus, the two ships gradually approached the shore, officially landing on the island of antiquity. In the Alabasta kingdom, after testing the might of the true Thousand Hands, Nico Robin spent some time in the Golden Desert to gradually regain her strength. She retrieved various liquids from her backpack. For White, she had merely made a casual remark, and Robin had yet to truly uncover Crocodile's weaknesses, relying solely on White G's words for deduction. "I hope the boss will appreciate this surprise," Robin murmured softly, and after preparing, she connected with Crocodile through the transponder snail. Crocodile, stationed at the Baroque Works headquarters, furrowed his brow slightly upon receiving Robin's call, as he had recently found her activities increasingly suspicious. However, he concealed his thoughts, lounging comfortably in his chair while smoking a cigar, and inquired of Robin, "What is it?" "Boss, I have good news. Deep within the Golden Desert, I have discovered an ancient relic, and I believe the inscriptions on it will surely pique your interest." Upon hearing this, Crocodile sat up straight. Nico Robin was clever. She did not mention that it pertained to the ancient weapon Pluton, but framed it as something that would capture Crocodile's curiosity. For to directly name Pluton would undoubtedly arouse Crocodile's suspicion. Robin had also deliberately chosen the battleground within the Golden Desert, an environment where Crocodile, as a Sansan fruit user, would feel most secure, leaving little room for doubt. After contemplating for a moment, Crocodile reclined in his chair once more, taking a deep drag from his cigar, and commanded Robin, "Then you shall decipher it there first and relay the information to me." Upon hearing Crocodile's words, Robin sighed inwardly. Indeed, it was not as easy as she had hoped. Fortunately, she had conducted extensive rehearsals. "Boss, that might not be feasible. With my current capabilities, I cannot unlock the heavily guarded relic. Its protective measures are extraordinarily formidable, likely belonging to the Alabasta royal family," Crocodile pondered. Currently, Baroque Works had many tasks at hand, and within the borders of Alabasta, there were not many high-ranking agents available. The remaining few high-ranking agents lacked the ability to breach a mechanism that even Nico Robin could not overcome. "Are you certain it is in the Golden Desert?" Crocodile reconfirmed, for if it truly lay within the desert, even if Robin harbored ulterior motives, he was confident he could deal with her swiftly. Hearing Crocodile's words, Nico Robin smirked inwardly. It was precisely her investigation into the recent personnel shifts within Baroque Works that gave her the confidence to lure Crocodile out in person. "Of course, boss, how could I misreport the location?" "Very well, provide me with the exact location, and I shall personally handle it," Crocodile declared confidently, entirely unaware of the arduous path that awaited him. All naval soldiers, following the commander's orders, set out in batches to the island to procure supplies. After Peach Rabbit issued her orders, all naval soldiers obediently fell in line behind their commander, forming numerous teams. The vast majority of these teams headed towards different directions on the island, leaving only a few to remain at their posts to guard the two ships and the supplies they would gather. Waichi glanced at Peach Rabbit and, upon seeing her approach with a smile on her face, felt a sense of warmth. Major Peach Rabbit's exceptional abilities ensured that all naval soldiers adhered to her commands, indeed a remarkable sight. "Let us not dawdle. We should set off immediately. 5 of us to a group." Peach Rabbit's gaze lingered particularly on Noki Gao, an exceptionally beautiful girl, which explained White G's apparent interest. "Come, we need not replenish our supplies in particular. We'll gather what we desire as we see fit." White G nodded, leading the way into the jungle, stating, "This time, our primary goal is to explore the legendary island of antiquity and observe the ancient species, after an extended period devoid of human activity." The jungle of the island of antiquity appeared remarkably primitive, rendering it nearly impassable for ordinary folk. White G, with one arm around Noki Gao and another around Kaya, navigated through the colossal roots of the towering trees with agility. Noki Gao, having already established close proximity to White G, displayed no change in her demeanor despite the nature of their current contact. Instead, she obediently nestled against Baize's shoulder. Kia, feeling a bit shy, flushed slightly, her nose tinged with a faint scent of sunlight that brought a sense of calm. Initially timid and flustered, Kia gradually found her composure, mimicking Noki's posture as she leaned against Baize. Nami and Peach Bunny trailed behind Baize, exchanging glances that spoke volumes of their shared envy. Nami's heart ached with a silent lament, her thoughts brimming with longing. How I wish to experience that, strolling through the primordial jungle, nestled in Baize's embrace. Just the thought sent her heart racing. With such strength, it felt rather insincere to pretend to be weak and cling to Baize. Peach Bunny, however, bore none of Nami's small grievances about strength. Her abilities were hard-earned through relentless training, making her appreciate her own power even more than Nami, who had easily acquired hers through a diary. Along their journey, they encountered a plethora of unique ancient species, which exhibited great hostility towards outsiders. However, after Baize showcased his prowess, their expressions became clear and serene. "Wow, what kind of dinosaur is that? It's so tall and massive," Kia exclaimed, pointing into the distance, her face alight with wonder. The group was instantly captivated by her words, turning to gaze at the horizon. Upon seeing it, Peach Bunny let out a chuckle and remarked, "That's a Brachiosaurus, a herbivorous dinosaur known for its relatively gentle nature, compared to Nami and the others." Peach Bunny, who had braved the seas for many years, clearly possessed a richer knowledge on the subject. "Shall we ride it and take in the view from above?" Baize suggested, igniting a spark of excitement among the group, who nodded in eager agreement. "Peach Bunny, you've worked hard. Please help Nami up," Baize instructed, nodding toward Nami. He then took to the air, employing his Six Styles technique. Since Nami had yet to learn the Six Styles, she could only seek Peach Bunny's assistance to reach such heights. As they soared upwards, Noki and Kia gasped, clutching Baize more tightly. When their feet finally touched solid ground again, they found themselves atop the Brachiosaurus's head. "Are you being polite?" the Brachiosaurus seemed to express a hint of agitation in its demeanor. Yet, when Baize exerted a slight pressure beneath him and released the aura of the blazing sun, the creature immediately froze, too intimidated to even breathe. Standing at over 10 meters tall, they could survey the vast expanse of the primordial jungle from their lofty perch, taking in the breathtaking scenery. Just as Kia and Noki prepared to fully appreciate the view, they heard Nami's frantic cries approaching from below. The three looked curiously towards the source of the commotion, spotting Nami tightly embracing Peach Bunny. Her eyes squeezed shut as she shouted in panic. Peach Bunny, caught in the tight embrace, wore an expression of helplessness as she hastily moved closer to Baize and the others. Their bodies were pressed together, giving the impression of being slightly squished, especially with Peach Bunny clad in a cheap howl, heightening the visual impact. Baize seized the opportunity, swiftly pulling out his diary to capture the moment. Nami is indeed a little angel of fortune. Even in the primordial jungle, she provides such a feast for the eyes. Peach Bunny's fashion sense is exceptional. The fitted cheapao paired with the Navy Justice coat exudes a blend of seriousness and allure. Complemented by her ample bosom, truly a beauty among the Navy. Even with Nami's antics, Peach Bunny managed to maintain her composure while utilizing the moonwalk technique. However, upon seeing the content in the diary, she stumbled slightly, almost losing her balance. Nami gasped, frantically warning Peach Bunny not to get distracted, fearing the pain of a fall from such heights. Peach Bunny, upon hearing Nami's distress, felt her face flush with embarrassment for her lack of focus. Despite having far more life experience than Baize, she found herself swayed by his words, indicating just how much she valued the contents of his diary. Ultimately, the two landed safely on the Brachiosaurus's head. While the creature beneath them had grown somewhat numb to the situation, well, 3 is already quite a lot, 2 more would hardly matter, the Brachiosaurus seemed to think, unbeknownst to Baize, who was surveying the breathtaking scenery of the primordial jungle from above. The view was indeed extraordinary. They occasionally witnessed ancient species in pursuit of one another, exemplifying the primal laws of survival in this lush wilderness. Suddenly, Baize noticed a commotion in the nearby foliage. Where ancient creatures scattered in fright, he observed a saber-toothed tiger, previously engaged in a hunt, hastily releasing its prey, as if sensing imminent danger. The source of such widespread panic among the ancient species must be an apex predator from the ancient island. An apex predator? Kia inquired, her face adorably puzzled, her fair complexion looking utterly enticing, evoking an irresistible urge to bite. Do you remember when I mentioned the giant race that has dueled for a century on the ancient island? Those two are undoubtedly at the top of the food chain on this island. As Baize spoke, a colossal figure emerged from the depths of the forest, donned in animal pelts, wielding a formidable axe and shield. Towering over them, the fearsome ancient creatures that once seemed imposing now appeared diminutive in comparison, akin to the disparity between humans and small dogs. That is the giant race, a powerful lineage with an average height of 20 meters. Peach Bunny remarked with a hint of awe as she gazed at the suddenly appeared giant. Indeed, the giants are incredibly formidable. Even among the vice admirals in the Navy headquarters, many hail from the giant race. They possess naturally long lifespans, immense strength, and remarkable physiques, as if they were the darlings of the world. Nami, Kia, and Noki stared in astonishment at the giant, who had also taken notice of their presence and approached them. Causing the ground to tremble beneath their feet, Baize remained calm, scrutinizing the giant before him, recognizing him as Baroque, one of the two giants from the original story, wielding an axe, an unmistakable characteristic of Baroque. Even perched atop the Brachiosaurus, the sheer size of the giant created an overwhelming sense of pressure. Nami, Noki, and Kia all displayed expressions of tension, while Baize maintained his composure, and Peach Bunny placed her hand on the hilt of her sword. Clad in her Navy Justice coat, she faced a pirate captain rather than a giant aligned with the Navy. Baroque regarded the group with curiosity, showing no reaction to Peach Bunny's Navy attire. After all, these two giants had been locked in battle for a century, long forgetting the reasons behind their duel, only remembering that they must determine a victor to return home, having forgotten such a significant detail. The Navy uniform seemed no different to him than ordinary clothing. "Your aura is formidable. I wish to challenge you to a duel," the giant boomed, his massive eyes fixed intently on Baize. Clearly, it was the aura of the blazing sun that had drawn this giant's attention. The group exchanged glances, and Baize felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of testing his strength against a giant from the pirate world. "Very well," Baize replied slowly, nodding in agreement to the challenge. He had no qualms about this duel. He asked Peach Bunny to care for Kia and Noki while they selected a relatively flat clearing in the forest, under the watchful eyes of the four women. The giant let out a mighty roar, showing no sign of underestimating his opponent, as he swung his axe down with tremendous force. Observing this, Baize narrowed his eyes slightly. The giant's instincts were keen. Likely sensing his own strength and thus exerting his utmost effort. As Baize contemplated, his hands remained steady, and with a swift motion, a blade of golden light manifested in his grasp. The contrast between the slender sword in Baize's hand and the giant's massive axe was striking. Akin to a delicate blade of grass against a towering tree, creating a powerful visual impact. Yet, what transpired next was not the overwhelming tree crushing the fragile grass. Instead, the seemingly delicate sword erupted with terrifying power, clashing against the giant's axe, unleashing a shockwave that swept through the surroundings. Grass and shrubs were obliterated by the force of the shockwave, which carried a hint of searing heat in its wake. The verdant grass withered in the blink of an eye, turning from lush green to parched brown. Even the mighty trees that proudly stand amidst the shockwaves, under the relentless assault of the searing heat, have their tender leaves withering and falling, while the sound of cracking branches resonates incessantly. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Michiru hastily urged Nami to hold on tight, as she grasped both Nokigo and Koya. Retreating into the distance, with the arrival of the scorching breath, the desolate landscape spread like a contagion throughout the jungle. However, the direction in which Michiru and her companions found themselves was exempt from the encroaching heat. Sensing this, Michiru breathed a sigh of relief, standing atop a tree trunk, observing the clash between the two combatants. No, it should not be termed a battle. Rather, it was a complete annihilation, at the first clash of blades. Baize, wielding a long sword as slender as a blade of grass, effortlessly deflected the giant axe, followed by an unrelenting onslaught. The giant, after that initial strike, failed to launch another attack, while Baroque desperately defended against Baize's soaring slashes. As the aftermath of the battle escalated, another figure rushed in from the distance, brandishing a sharp sword and shield, adorned with a metallic helmet and a long beard. Dongli, another giant, upon witnessing his comrade under siege. Dongli charged forth with his sword drawn. Observing Dongli's approach, Baize nodded in satisfaction. An ordinary giant was not enough to ignite his desire for battle. What truly piqued his interest was the formidable ability of their combined skill. Bakuku, capable of vanquishing the beast of the food island. How fortuitous! One giant was insufficient for his thrill, but with two, he beckoned them to unleash their utmost power, warning them not to perish beneath his blade in a state of weakness. Gripping his long sword at an angle, Baize spoke with a hint of excitement. The long-standing rapport formed through the duo's duels, coupled with the overwhelming aura emanating from Baize, prompted a silent exchange between them. Though Dongli was oblivious to the circumstances, he recognized Baroque's peril and without hesitation, joined him in executing their most powerful combined technique. Bakuku, a brilliant and radiant light erupted, accompanied by the furious roars of the two giants. As a colossal beam of light surged towards Baize, from a distance, Michiru's eyes widened in astonishment. The intensity of such an attack posed a genuine threat to her, particularly in terms of what she might have to endure. She never anticipated that the two giants remaining on the island possessed such formidable power. Nami, no Kigo, and Koya also turned their gazes toward the battlefield, their eyes widening in concern as they closely monitored the unfolding events. Harboring profound confidence in Baize, believing him to be invincible, this unwavering faith stemmed from the countless adversaries Baize had trampled upon throughout their journey. Under the watchful eyes of the group, a dazzling golden radiance pierced through the white light. Akin to the sun trampling down with magnificent force, shattering the white glow, the golden light, swift as a flash, tore through the void, heading straight for the two giants, who felt an overwhelming sense of mortal peril. "We can't evade it. We can't block it," Baroque and Dongli shouted in unison, facing death without fear, their expressions resolute as they embraced the golden brilliance. As they awaited their demise, the golden light streaked past their bodies, ultimately descending upon the distant volcano. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the volcano erupted. Is this the extraordinary power of the giants' combined abilities? Truly remarkable. Since it is a contest, there is no need for lethal force. This shall be the conclusion. Observing the ravaged battlefield, Baize addressed the two giants. Marking the end of this trial, A.S. Baize's words fell. The weapons of the two giants shattered under the immense impact. After a century of continuous use, compounded by this high-intensity encounter, their weapons had finally met their end. Esteemed warrior, I thank you for your mercy towards our kind. This challenge is one I concede. Baroque was the first to speak, expressing profound respect towards Baize. He had always held a spirit of challenge towards powerful foes, and this time, having faced no death in his audacious challenge, he recognized Baize's leniency. Thus, Baroque was filled with reverence for Baize and performed a giant's customary salute. The other giant, Dongli, who had rushed in hastily, grasped the situation upon hearing Baroque's words. This was a duel instigated by Baroque. However, what truly astonished him was Baize's overwhelming dominance, single-handedly overpowering both of them. Even their combined skill, Bakuku, failed to inflict any harm on Baize and was instead countered. The terrifying disparity etched Baize's might deeply into Dongli's heart. Dongli mirrored Baroque's gesture, bowing to Baize, though his attitude conveyed more trepidation than respect. Observing the giant's acknowledgement, Baize nodded in satisfaction. This encounter had allowed him to test the giant's strength and their unique combined skill. Yielding significant insights, amidst the booming eruption of the volcano, the two giants exchanged glances, now barehanded, re-engaging in combat, a stark contrast to their previous camaraderie. Nami and the others gazed in astonishment at the giants, who just moments ago fought side by side, now clashed fiercely, showing no signs of restraint. Worry not. I previously mentioned their century-long duels. The signal for the battle's commencement is the eruption of the volcano. Baize floated towards them, casually explaining as he noted their astonished expressions. Michiru's attention shifted to the long sword in Baize's hand, a weapon of an unfamiliar design, not one of the supreme great swords she recognized. Yet, its strength seemed to surpass even those renowned blades. So this is the great sun artifact Baize obtained. It is indeed a long sword. Michiru's mind clicked into place, realizing Baize had not elaborated on the great sun artifact after acquiring it. Instead, heaped praise upon Robin's true Thousand Hands ability, leaving the others curious and eager to learn more about Baize's special reward. Now, finally able to glimpse its true form, Michiru seized the opportunity to scrutinize it closely. Noticing Michiru's gaze, Baize held little doubt. After all, as a master swordsman, Michiru would undoubtedly possess a keen understanding of weaponry. The power his long sword had exhibited was extraordinary enough to capture the attention of a master swordsman. All right, let us continue exploring. The giants' duel will persist for a while longer. Shall we venture over to the volcano? Baize suggested, diverting the group's attention while sheathing his long sword. Michiru pursed her lips, remaining silent, while Nami and the others nodded eagerly in agreement. Many of them had only heard tales of volcanoes, never truly witnessing one. Moreover, the prospect of scaling a volcano was enticing. There were several on the small garden above, and Baize had only caused one to erupt, while the others remained stable. Thus, their climb posed minimal danger. Furthermore, even if a genuine eruption occurred, with Baize and Michiru's capabilities, they could easily escape peril. Even with Nami, Koya, and no Kigo in tow, they would remain safe. Before long, the group ascended the volcano, and Nami was delighted to collect numerous seemingly rare gemstones. The sun is setting. We should make haste to return, Michiru remarked, glancing at the descending sun. Indeed, the accommodations in the wilderness were far from adequate. Baize agreed, recalling his past experiences of camping in the wild with a strong aversion to it. The women, seeing Baize's concurrence, nodded in agreement, and the 5-member team set out on their journey back to the coastal camp. Along the way, they encountered every large beast that dared to attack them, all falling beneath Michiru's blade. The spoils of their journey surpassed those of any other group. Observing Michiru, dragging a colossal beast, akin to a small mountain, all the naval soldiers gasped in awe, their eyes filled with admiration and reverence. Admiral Michiru is truly remarkable. It would have taken me ages to slay such a beast, yet in her hands, it seems to succumb in a single strike. Indeed, Admiral Michiru is our most formidable admiral. Hailed as a candidate for admiralcy, her combat prowess perhaps second only to an admiral. Is it really that exaggerated? I've only been under Admiral Michiru's command for a short while, and I've followed her to the East Sea, capturing evil naval officers like Colonel Mousetrap, unable to gauge just how powerful Admiral Michiru truly is, only to learn she ranks just behind an admiral. The naval soldiers buzzed with chatter, and Michiru's expression soured as she barked at the gossiping soldiers. Get over here and deal with these spoils. Discussing the officers will lead to military punishment. Upon hearing the voice of General Tautu, all the naval soldiers trembled in fear, although General Tautu was kind to her subordinates. Her leniency was not limitless. It was precisely because of this that she earned Baize's admiration, as naval soldiers were strictly disciplined. Turning to Baize, Tautu remarked, "I truly apologize for the spectacle. I did not anticipate that after receiving your praise, they would behave so inadequately." Baize chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate. While Tautu's words were acceptable, as an outsider, he felt it inappropriate to comment further. Noticing his silence, Tautu did not press on. Instead, she continued, "Today has been quite fruitful, with an excess of supplies collected. How about we host a grand feast with the surplus game and set sail tomorrow?" "Certainly, it is your bounty, so the decision rests with you, Tautu." Receiving Baize's affirmation, Tautu commanded, and all the naval soldiers erupted in cheers, busily preparing for the celebration. As night fell, the grand banquet commenced, with a massive bonfire roaring in the center of the camp, surrounded by smaller fires sizzling with the aroma of roasted wild meat. The naval soldiers mingled in groups, their cheerful shouts creating a lively atmosphere. But in stark contrast, a quiet corner of the gathering exuded tranquility. The surrounding soldiers instinctively kept their distance, leaving only Baize and a few others seated by a small fire, engaged in hushed conversation, their laughter a sharp contrast to the boisterous revelry nearby. Indeed, while a large gathering is vibrant, I find myself preferring these intimate soirees. With fewer people, one can engage in deeper conversations. Nami took a sip of her drink, her cheeks slightly flushed, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Baize. Noki, having grown bolder since their harmonious connection, sat beside Baize, assisting him with grilling meat and pouring drinks. Her demeanor radiated the essence of a devoted partner, which made Nami envious, wishing time would hasten so she could become an adult and rush to the sunny, seeking her own harmonious connection with Baize. Although Kaya also felt a pang of envy as she glanced toward Baize's side, it was not as intense or overt as Nami's. The fire crackled, occasionally popping as flames leapt, warming Kaya's cheeks, which glowed like a small rabbit snuggling by the hearth. Meanwhile, Tautu, seated on Baize's opposite side, kept her legs together, extending them to the side, her dress gracefully concealing her shapely legs. Observing the 3 young ladies aboard Baize's ship, Tautu discerned that they were already smitten, their affections for Baize unmistakably strong. However, each expressed their feelings in varying degrees, influenced by their distinct personalities. Nami was passionate and intense, Kaya gentle and watchful, while Noki was dutiful and selfless. Tautu could not fathom whether her future would mirror theirs, yet at present, she was certain her feelings for Baize did not reach such depths. Her sentiments could only be described as fondness, far from the level of deep affection. Perhaps, as time passed and their interactions grew, her feelings might evolve, but that was not the case now. Nevertheless, Tautu could not deny the comfort she felt in Baize's presence. Despite the often blunt remarks in his diary, he treated others with courtesy and grace, embodying the essence of a noble gentleman, exuding an inner tranquility, especially given Baize's formidable strength. Tautu sensed that he respected each person, making them feel valued. This might be the reason for the comfort she experienced around him. The following day, after the lively feast, Baize returned to the sunny with the women, while Tautu headed back to the naval ship, refraining from boarding Baize's vessel. Regardless, her current identity and sense of justice forbade her from returning to the ship with Baize at night, after ensuring Nami and Kaya were settled. Baize took Noki back to the captain's quarters for their harmonious connection that as the morning sun streamed in, illuminating Naka's face. She appeared slightly fatigued. As her eyelashes fluttered, she slowly opened her eyes. Recalling the events of the previous day, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Wasn't Baize's diary indicating it was his first time? How could he be so skilled, especially with so much cheese? Speaking of cheese, Noki let out a soft huff, her face reddening further. Meanwhile, while some reveled in the beauty of a new day, others were preoccupied with impending matters. After Robin informed Crocodile about the ancient ruins, he took it with utmost seriousness. However, lacking formidable subordinates in Alabasta, he had no choice but to come personally. Robin seized her last moments to prepare, mentally rehearsing as well. After a long night of toil, Robin finally stretched, welcoming the rising sun with a confident smile. I'm sorry, boss, but this time, I wish to be a good person, she murmured, waiting at the ruin's entrance. Indeed, she had discovered a site in the golden desert. And her words were not mere fabrications. However, it was merely an ordinary ancient ruin with no connection to the so-called ancient weapons. Once the final call reporting the location ended, Robin looked up to see a tall figure emerging from the swirling sands. Narrowing her eyes, she recognized her boss, Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a formidable presence and the mastermind behind the Alabasta Kingdom's powder incident. Her alliance with Crocodile was primarily due to his immense strength and his desire to decipher ancient scripts. To her, Crocodile represented a powerful adversary. As he approached, Crocodile's vigilance diminished upon seeing Nico Robin at the ruin's entrance, for there was no one else in the vicinity, and behind her lay what indeed resembled an ancient ruin. Is this what you refer to as an ancient ruin? Crocodile inquired. His gaze not on Robin, but on the entrance of the ruins. He raised his hand and pressed against the sturdy door, which began to disintegrate into sand at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, the entrance transformed into a pile of golden grains. Crocodile's brow furrowed as he turned to Robin. Is this what you call high defensive capability? If you lack a suitable explanation, you will learn the consequences of deceiving me. Robin maintained her unwavering smile, which had not faltered since Crocodile's arrival. I apologize for disappointing you, boss, she said cheerfully, though her tone lacked sincerity. Crossing her arms, a colossal statue of a 1,000-armed Buddha began to materialize amid Crocodile's increasingly grim expression, gazing up at the towering figure. Crocodile felt no fear. He held immense confidence in his devil fruit powers. Is this your defiance? If you refuse to be my collaborator, then perish. As his words faded, a gigantic hand descended from the sky, and Crocodile's form instantly transformed into sand, only to coalesce back into human shape as he sneered. Useless. I am a natural-type devil fruit user. Any physical attack is futile against me. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted once more, his body again reduced to a heap of sand. This time, Robin did not grant him the chance to speak, unleashing countless massive arms that swung down with tremendous force. The thunderous roar, coupled with the terrifying aftershocks, obliterated the ancient ruins, leaving Crocodile with no opportunity to counter. Just as he reformed, he was struck down once more. The might of the colossal hand surpassed his expectations. Had he not elementalized, he would undoubtedly have suffered severe injuries. Yet, the relentless assault left him feeling thoroughly tormented, his pride deeply wounded. Although he had not sustained actual harm, he felt a burning sensation on his face, as though he had been dealt several resounding slaps. In the kingdom of Alabasta, amidst the golden desert, a crushing battle was unfolding. Crocodile has yet to comprehend the miraculous transformation that has rendered Nico Robin so extraordinarily powerful. Time and again, his body has been reduced to mere yellow sand, kindling a growing fury within him. Yet, he has been unable to seize an opportunity to reassemble himself, even when he attempts to strike back. The might of that colossal hand renders his efforts utterly futile. How infuriating! The capabilities of the flower fruit have been developed to such an extent that they are undeniably formidable at this moment. Crocodile is compelled to acknowledge that he lacks the means to break the deadlock, completely dominated by Nico Robin. To be frank, when Crocodile first sensed Robin's betrayal, he felt no fear. Instead, he harbored a desire to beat her to a near-death state. If she could no longer serve as a partner, he would treat her as merely a tool. However, when Robin summoned that gigantic Buddha statue, his unwavering confidence began to waver. Nevertheless, he still held firm to his belief in the supremacy of his Loguetown devil fruit, convinced it was invincible. Yet, as time passed and his body was repeatedly shattered into sand, Crocodile's once unshakable conviction began to crumble. After enduring countless blows, Crocodile finally glimpsed a sliver of opportunity. In the brief interlude between the hand strikes, he unleashed a ferocious sandstorm. Alas, before the tempest could fully manifest, it was brutally shattered by a descending hand, interrupting his technique. This failure to resist birthed a flicker of despair in Crocodile's heart. However, he refused to surrender. He did not believe that Robin could wield such power without any cost. Unbeknownst to her, he harbored a weakness, allowing him to endure her relentless assaults. As long as he could stall. The outcome of the battle remained uncertain. Perched atop the towering Buddha statue, Robin wore a subtle smile, capturing the entire scene with a recording snail. The once invincible foe was now reduced to a pitiful struggle beneath her feet. This dramatic reversal of fortune brought Robin immense satisfaction. So, the boss refuses to concede, does he? It appears that until the dust settles, hope lingers for all. Robin maneuvered several hands closer to the statue's head. Retrieving a few bags of prepared liquids, since she had yet to ascertain Crocodile's weakness, she resolved to experiment with each one. She hoped the boss would appreciate the surprise she had in store. With a sly smile, Robin sent her enormous, liquid-soaked arms crashing towards Crocodile. Perhaps overly reliant on the powers of his Logia-type devil fruit, Crocodile had yet to master Haki. As a man who had traversed the New World, his inability to harness Haki could only be deemed slothful. Facing the lethal strikes concealed among the multitude of colossal arms, Crocodile's battle-hardened instincts kicked in, or perhaps his observation Haki was gradually awakening. In a moment of peril, Crocodile transformed into a swirling mass of yellow sand, flowing away from danger. The massive arms pursued relentlessly, each punch leaving deep craters in the ground. Crocodile's gaze was fixed on the descending fists, an inexplicable sense of dread gripping him. Yet, outwardly, he discerned no sign of threat. The attack shifted from palm strikes to hammering fists. Crocodile furrowed his brow, suspecting that Robin had prepared a lethal gambit concealed within this alteration of tactics. Having spent considerable time alongside him, Robin understood well that his greatest advantage as a Logia user was his ability to disregard physical attacks, although the attacks of the enormous Buddha were indeed extraordinary. Capable of inflicting substantial damage, without his elemental transformation, he would have been gravely injured long ago, and the battle would have concluded. Yet, it was precisely this elemental ability that kept him in the fight. Crocodile trusted his instincts, evading the incoming punches, but this made his subsequent battles all the more arduous. Previously, he could rely on his elemental form to evade when necessary, transforming into sand. However, with Robin's lethal gambit concealed among those fists, he found himself in a precarious position, reluctant to transform and nullify the incoming assault. Prolonged evasion would inevitably lead to failure, especially in a situation like this, as he narrowly dodged another punch. A chilling realization washed over him. He belatedly lifted his gaze to discover that dozens of arms encircled him, poised to strike. Boom! Countless colossal fists descended from the heavens, akin to divine justice punishing evil. Like meteors plummeting into the desert, they erupted with tremendous force, sending sand swirling into the air. As a bloodied figure was propelled from the center of the explosion, Crocodile tumbled helplessly to the edge of a sandpit. Blood dripping from his forehead, his body feeling as though it were falling apart, every inch of him crying out in agony. His expression darkened. His once invincible elemental form had completely failed him. Had it not been for his formidable physical constitution, he might have perished on the spot. His bones were shattered, and his internal organs severely damaged. Surviving such injuries was nothing short of miraculous. Robin observed the incapacitated Crocodile, releasing a sigh of relief. However, she remained vigilant and delivered another punch, rendering him fully unconscious. Alas, as a devil fruit user, she could not employ sea stone handcuffs. If only she could restrain the boss with sea stone, it would be the utmost precaution. Robin gazed at Crocodile, who lay motionless as if lifeless, speaking with a hint of regret. If Crocodile were to hear her, he might well be infuriated. After all, she had nearly beaten him to death. Yet she remained unconvinced. Nevertheless, the boss posed little threat now. Propping her chin on her hand, Robin contemplated her next course of action, mentally rehearsing a plan that seemed highly promising. She raised her other hand. Noticing that the recording snail had ceased its function, the upcoming plan hinged significantly on its success. Addressing the recording snail, Robin expressed, "You are of utmost importance." She paid no heed to whether the snail could comprehend her words. Although she lacked sea stone handcuffs, as a devil fruit user, he shared a common vulnerability: seawater. With a few remaining concocted liquids, Robin poured them liberally over Crocodile, ensuring that even if he regained consciousness, he would be rendered powerless and unable to activate his abilities. With everything in place, all that remained was the final piece of the puzzle. Shortly thereafter, Nico Robin returned with Crocodile to the Baroque Works headquarters. Crocodile, having been the mastermind behind the scenes, had never exposed his true identity before the ordinary agents. Robin unreservedly brought Crocodile back to the base, summoning the primary senior agents, while those on missions outside the headquarters were temporarily overlooked. However, every senior agent stationed at the base was summoned without exception. In a dimly lit room, Robin sat at the head of the table, surrounded by the gathered senior agents, who regarded her with expressions of confusion. What was the vice president up to? They were not unfamiliar with her, as she had overseen many significant matters. Thus, they harbored no doubts about her seated position. Yet they were puzzled as to what momentous affair warranted the vice president's assembly of all remaining agents at the headquarters. I must announce something to you all. From this day forth, I shall be the president of Baroque Works, Robin declared, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she surveyed the standing crowd. Her words sent ripples of astonishment through the assembly, leaving every senior agent speechless. Vice President Robin, what are you saying? Do not jest. If the president hears this, you will not face a favorable outcome. Vice President Robin, are you attempting a coup? I eagerly await the spectacle. After all, I have yet to meet the president. The vice president seems more trustworthy. Nico Robin, this is treasonous behavior. I shall report you to the president, ensuring you face the most severe punishment. The opinions of the crowd varied. Some remained neutral, others expressed support, while a few vehemently opposed her declaration. Overall, neutrality and support overwhelmingly dominate, while resolute opposition constitutes a mere minority. On one hand, this is due to Robin's formidable charisma as vice president. On the other hand, the senior agents loyal to Crocodile have been dispatched on missions by him. After all, these agents are his true confidants, and he trusts them to execute tasks efficiently, not anticipating that Robin would usurp his authority. Everyone, please refrain from making hasty decisions. First, let us observe this segment of footage. Robin displayed the image phone bug and commenced the screening of previously recorded content. By the way, I must remind you that the man fleeing is none other than the boss. And those arms you see, this is my ability to as the senior agents fixated on the footage. Some trembled in fear at the grand spectacle and the colossal hands, their legs quaking. Following her reminder, several agents were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, their terrified gazes shifting back to Robin, as if they were beholding a monstrosity. I am now the president of the Baroque Works. Who is in favor? Who is against? Silence enveloped the room until one individual stepped forward. That I support President Robin as the leader of the Baroque Works. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to President Robin. I will follow her lead. A seemingly ordinary senior agent immediately knelt, fervently expressing his loyalty, leaving those around him in stunned silence. Soon, others caught on and hastily joined this agent in swearing allegiance to Robin. Although they all perceived Robin's strength as monstrous, the notion of standing beside such a formidable being appeared quite appealing. Moreover, during her tenure as vice president, Robin's exceptional charisma had been evident, and she had not exhibited any wanton brutality. Despite her immense power, she seemed rather benevolent towards her subordinates, making the idea of having her as president seem rather agreeable. Of course, the most crucial aspect was that Robin's confrontation with the former president was akin to a child's play, leaving them unconcerned about any potential retaliation from the previous leader. Additionally, Crocodile's prolonged seclusion behind the scenes had rendered the senior agents rather indifferent in their loyalty to him. A.S. Robin listened to the declarations of loyalty from the senior agents. A more pronounced smile graced her lips. Next, she would deal with those unwaveringly loyal to Crocodile, thereby securing the Baroque Works entirely. From this moment on, ceased the Dance Powder Project. Robin issued her first command since assuming the presidency. The senior agents, deeply awed by Robin's might, expressed no doubts and nodded in agreement. Very well, let us implement the termination of the project and promptly notify the senior agents currently on missions to return. Robin instructed the senior agents to depart, unperturbed by the possibility of them leaking information to others. The Baroque Works was fundamentally a meritocratic organization. No one would risk incurring Robin's wrath by betraying her to agents still loyal to Crocodile. As Robin entered the secret chamber, she found Crocodile shackled in a cage with hockey cuffs, his breath faint, as if he were on the brink of passing into the next world. Boss, I hope you can endure this trial. Perhaps entrusting your fate to the royal family of Alabasta would be a prudent decision. Robin reassured herself of Crocodile's condition, noting that he could still hold on for a while longer. One could not help but marvel at the extraordinary physical resilience of these powerful beings of the sea. an ordinary person would have long since succumbed to such grievous injuries. Robin glanced at her exclusive diary, where the platinum notebook shimmered incessantly, indicating that Baize was pinning new entries. A new day dawned, and as the sun rose, they set sail towards the kingdom of Alabasta. In the original story, aside from the exceptional archaeologist Nico Robin, the most captivating figure was Princess Vivi. Robin clenched her fist in frustration. This individual was as irreverent as ever. Just yesterday, she referred to her as Robin's wife. And upon waking today, she had begun calling her by her name, Nico Robin, as if to reassign the title of wife to another. A smile still adorned Robin's face, yet it exuded an air of danger, an unsettling aura about it. However, the fact that Baize ranked her beneath this girl named Vivi suggested that she played a significant role in the narrative. Contemplating this, Robin pondered the prospect of transforming the Baroque Works, shifting it from a criminal organization to a benevolent group. It truly seemed a daunting challenge. Surely, Baize would not refuse such an idea, would he? Robin mused, feeling a slight itch of annoyance as she gazed at the numerous references to wives in her diary. With a huff, she turned and exited the secret chamber. On the sunny, Baize diligently recorded his insights and observations in his diary, opting for the usual mundane rewards. However, the inclusion of a new personnel reward caught his attention. It was finally Nojiko's turn. Currently, the only one aboard the Sunny who remained at the ordinary human stage was Kaya. Yes, they sailed across the seas. Time passed unnoticed until the following morning. After communicating with each other, Nami and Nojiko discovered they both harbored some unconventional ideas. They promptly began discussing with Kaya through the diary. Kaya, you were the only one yet to receive a power boost. Would you like to consider taking the initiative? Nami proposed. Indeed, we have embarked on the Grand Line, where the perils of the sea have intensified. With our powers, we can also ease Baize's burdens. Nojiko added. Upon reading the messages in the diary, Kaya blinked, her fingers nervously running through her hair as she shifted her gaze from her medical books. It wasn't that she wished to avoid drawing Baize's attention or increasing her appearances in the diary, far from it. The issue lay in the fact that her efforts paled in comparison to the fiercely competitive nature of Nami and Nojiko. Sisters, I too wish to enhance my strength. But, Kaya hesitated. Fear not, Nojiko and I have already discussed it. Today we will not take the initiative. However, without our proactive approach, we cannot guarantee you will receive a linked reward, Nami reassured her. Thus, the ultimate key lies with you. You must actively approach Baize to increase your chances of obtaining a linked reward. Nojiko emphasized. Exactly. Approaching Baize merely elevates the probability, Nami affirmed, just as the special rewards were previously acquired by Robin. Right? I understand now. Thank you, Nami. Thank you, Nojiko. The young girl exclaimed excitedly, leaping to her feet, momentarily neglecting her beloved medical texts. Hastily closing the book and dashing out of the room. Upon reaching the deck, she found Nami and Nojiko engaged in a sparring session. However, Nojiko, having just received a power boost, was struggling against Nami's assaults. Baize sat nearby, observing the duel and occasionally offering a word of guidance to help both parties quickly identify their shortcomings. Kaya's role aboard the ship was that of a doctor, and Baize held no high expectations regarding her combat prowess. When he noticed Kaya's arrival, Baize was momentarily taken aback. Today, Kaya donned a lovely light white dress, exuding an air of cuteness, with a white belt accentuating her slender waist. Moreover, for some unknown reason, she appeared somewhat anxious, her body glistening with sweat from running, rendering her dress slightly damp. The originally light color became increasingly translucent when wet, making Kaya's form even more evident. Aware of Baize's gaze, Kaya blushed, mustering the courage to approach his side. I asked something the matter. Kaya? Baize inquired with curiosity, his eyes still fixed on her without a hint of reservation. This seemingly unremarkable girl had suddenly conveyed a sense of allure today. In truth, Kaya was barely younger than Nami, yet Nami possessed extraordinary potential. Although Kaya currently seemed youthful, her future appeared promising. Conversely, Kaya had already begun to showcase her potential. It was uncertain who would ultimately prove stronger in the days to come. As Baize's thoughts took shape, they manifested in his diary. If one were to record the thoughts within their heart in a diary without the need for handwriting, the modest requirement of a mere 1,000 words could be accomplished in mere seconds. Occasionally, documenting experiences in a diary proves to be a delightful endeavor. However, when you looked at her diary, a deep blush filled her cheeks, intensifying the hue upon her face. Yet, due to her vigorous running, the flush was already present, and Baize harbored no suspicions. Meanwhile, The two engaged in sparring diverted their attention to the diary. Upon reading Baize's mention of a promising future, Nami momentarily lost her focus. Noticing this, Nokigo seized the opportunity, swiftly reaching forward to tap Nami's headlight. Although it had not yet reached the hopeful future Baize spoke of, the headlight continued to flicker. This elicited a roll of the eyes from Nami, who, in pain, retaliated fiercely toward Nokigo, transforming their previously serious sparring into a playful exchange. Baize, I wish to request your guidance in martial arts. Ya's words caused Baize to display surprise. Previously, he had taught her swordsmanship solely because they both found it enjoyable. However, the pursuit of pure martial arts was far more challenging, and their enthusiasm had waned. What prompted this sudden change of heart? I wish to explore and see if I can achieve success along another path. Ya articulated her long-prepared rationale, yet Baize shook his head that one's energy is finite. Dedicating oneself to swordsmanship and healing is already sufficient to keep you occupied. To delve into martial arts would be overly broad, that I in the realm of limited energy. It is better to excel in one than to dabble in many. Upon receiving Baize's clear refusal, Ya felt a pang of disappointment, lowering her gaze as her lips trembled slightly. But I wish to grow stronger. I do not want to become a burden aboard the Sunny. Hearing the young girl's words, Baize hesitated. Observing her dejected demeanor, he rose, gently stroking her light golden hair, and offered a reassuring smile. Do not be overly anxious. Let us do this. Since both of them have entered the formal phase, I will dedicate today to guiding you. Perhaps sensing her fervent desire to strengthen, Baize resolved to provide you with special instruction. Nami, Nokigo, cease your antics and focus. I will personally guide you, and you must diligently complete the tasks I assign. With that, Baize led you to a different area, while Nami and Nokigo exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter. Nami remarked, "Now, you should be able to gain some strength." Nokigo replied, "One can only hope. Otherwise, that little girl tends to get stuck in her ways." The two soon returned to their seriousness, no longer frolicking as before. Under Baize's dedicated guidance, Ya listened intently, her joy heightened by the frequent mentions of her name in the diary. When she received her diary reward once again and saw her name in print, a radiant smile finally graced her face. Meanwhile, Baize fixated on the names within the diary, his eyes narrowing slightly. Could it be that the closer he became with someone, the higher the probability of receiving associated rewards? Previously, Nami had consistently received daily rewards due to her closeness with him. Suddenly, Baize paused. If that were the case, then Robin's special reward made little sense. However, if we consider a different common medium, both individuals were those he mentioned most frequently in the diary that day. Baize began to grasp how to access the associated rewards. Although it was said to be random, there existed an underlying mechanism. Thus, it would seem straightforward to enhance the strength of his crew. With a daily increase of 1% in overall strength, one could cultivate a vice admiral-level powerhouse within a month. After a brief contemplation, Baize resolved to experiment in the coming days. At last, he felt he had begun to unravel the mechanism of the associated rewards. If confirmed, he could genuinely enhance the overall strength of his wives. Now that the three of them had already received his power boost, the next question was whether to specialize in one or distribute evenly among them. He hoped they would grow quickly, sparing him from having to intervene each time. If his wives could attain the combat prowess of an admiral or a yonko, his endeavors would be much easier. The thought of cultivating his wives into formidable warriors thrilled him. With such a level of power, aspiring to be the pirate king or the marine king, or even the ruler of the world, would be effortless. Baize indulged in visions of his future, filled with hope. Moreover, the crucial aspect remained. Only by bolstering his wives' strength could they withstand more of his yang energy. Achieving a better balance of yin and yang. As he practiced the great sun visualization, his yang energy surged to the brink of explosion. Fortunately, the world of One Piece lacked conventional ghosts. Otherwise, with the sheer intensity of his yang energy, any spirits daring to approach within a kilometer would be instantaneously vaporized. Initially able to write his diary with clarity, Baize found his thoughts increasingly meandering as he progressed. The girls glancing at the diary's contents were taken aback. Had Baize discovered their exclusive diaries? They were relieved to see it was merely his understanding of the associated rewards mechanism, not a revelation of their personal diaries. However, even having grasped the mechanism of associated rewards was significant for them. If previously there had been a minuscule chance of receiving associated rewards from daily rewards, that possibility had now vanished. To gain associated rewards, one must follow Baize aboard the Sunny. Some girls had hoped for serendipitous fortune to grant them associated rewards, akin to the special rewards received by Nico Robin. Yet, with Baize deciphering the mechanism, such hopes seemed increasingly unlikely. However, when they reached the end, Baize's astonishing words left them blushing. Truly, he had a knack for saying the most shocking things. Peach Rabbit chuckled at the diary's content. She found Baize's claim somewhat fanciful, yet not entirely devoid of potential. If he could indeed empower everyone aboard the Sunny to possess admiral-level combat prowess, they would be unparalleled in strength. Within the Navy, individuals with admiral-level power were few and far between, easily counted on one or two hands. Even considering the 4 emperors of the sea, the Revolutionary Army, and the world government with its extensive legacy, those possessing admiral-level strength remained a minority. Yet Baize's diary mentioned more than 10 wives. If what he claimed could come to fruition, the prospect of being invincible alongside even more formidable companions made the idea of becoming the king of the world seem less distant. Peach Rabbit found herself amused by her own thoughts, shaking her head as she dismissed such impractical notions, yet a flicker of anticipation remained within her, should she choose to follow Baize. Her long stagnant strength at the candidate admiral level could finally advance to true admiral status, couldn't it? Rising to her feet, she grasped the hilt of her sword, envisioning herself reaching the level of a vice-admiral. Even among vice-admirals, she was already among the elite, and her desire to grow stronger was undeniable. If an opportunity for further advancement presented itself, she would not hesitate to follow Baize. After all, the Navy embodied her sense of justice, and Baize shared that commitment as well. In the days spent with Baize, Peach Rabbit had come to recognize his character. He would not interfere with their choices. Indeed, Baize had a deep-seated aversion to crime and malice, showing no mercy to pirates. The Grand Line was far from the serene realm they imagined. Their journey had brought them face-to-face with numerous pirates. As long as Baize confirmed their high bounties and egregious crimes, none could escape the purging flames of the Sunny. For those whose offenses were less severe, Baize would show mercy, leaving their fates to Peach Rabbit and the Navy for judgment. After all, if their crimes weren't too grievous, perhaps enjoying life in the underwater prison would be their better fate. Baize would never impede her from executing justice, nor would he allow her to waver in her convictions. Yet, she had never truly considered following Baize as a viable option until now. Now, Peach Rabbit found herself weighing the choice between remaining in the Navy and following Baize on equal footing. Moreover, on the side of Baize, the weight seemed to be a tad heavier. Tao approached the window, gazing at the slowly moving Liang ship in the rear. The person she might one day follow was now languidly basking in the sun atop the observation platform, evading the sight of Baize's relaxed demeanor, which prompted her to chuckle and scold lightly. You truly know how to indulge. At the same time, Tao was not oblivious to the content depicted in the latter half of Baize's diary. Her eyes narrowed slightly. The desire for a more formidable partner to achieve better harmony between yin and yang was undeniably a compelling reason for cultivation. Tao's mind wandered, contemplating that among the wives mentioned by Baize, her strength was likely among the very top. Perhaps others would achieve greater heights in the future, but as it stood, she, as a vice-admiral in the Navy headquarters and a candidate for admiral, was undoubtedly at the pinnacle. If she were to follow him now and express her feelings, she would surely be the one capable of allowing him to thoroughly relish the harmony of yin and yang. Wouldn't she? As Tao mused, her face grew increasingly flushed, her long, fair, and rosy legs pressing together. Her gaze remained fixed on Baize at the observation platform. Baize, with eyes closed, reclined against the platform, welcoming the sun's rays and quietly enjoying its warmth. Unbeknownst to him, on another ship, a pair of beautiful eyes were intently fixated on him, lost in thought, in contrast to Tao, who was near Baize. The trio aboard the Liang felt genuinely elated. Not only did they evade Baize's suspicions, but more importantly, they could now steadily enhance their powers. Baize's discovery of the diary's patterns implied that approaching him proactively was inadvisable, as he would consciously control the mention of their names henceforth. However, the range of choices would surely be among them, as evident from Baize's past diary entries, which revealed his distress over others receiving daily rewards. This unpredictability made it challenging for him to maintain control, leading to numerous unforeseen complications. Nami exclaimed, "This is fantastic. We can avoid competing with each other, and judging by Baize's intentions, it seems he wishes to evenly enhance each of our abilities." Nojiko remarked, "If that's the case, both Koya and I should experience significant growth in the coming days. Nami, you have already received many boosts. Perhaps it may not be your turn for a while." Koya chimed in, "Oh, so I'll be improving alongside Nojiko. Nami, you should also give it a try. Baize is likely to treat each of us equally, but if we strive a bit harder, we might receive different treatment. Nami countered, little girl, refrain from saying such things. I hope you all can quickly elevate your strengths. After all, the Grand Line is anything but stable, and with your assistance, when Baize eventually steps back, the three of us can form a trio of beautiful swordswomen and carve out our own reputation. Nojiko added. Indeed. As we all advance together, even without the diary's accompanying rewards, we can strengthen ourselves through our own efforts. Albeit at a slower pace, Koya agreed. Nojiko is right. Let us work hard together and grow stronger. The trio's diary entries concluded here, yet in reality, they exchanged glances, confirming that none of them were the type to lag behind. Far away in the calm belt of the Daughter Kingdom, Boa Hancock, who had been in a quandary over whether to seek out Baize, felt an even greater urgency upon realizing he had figured out the mechanism of the accompanying rewards. It was now utterly impossible for her to mention herself. From the diary, Hancock had gleaned insights into Baize's character and was reluctant to create unnecessary troubles for the other girls who had yet to interact with him. Baize was particularly resistant to granting daily rewards. This was not merely about the future should they encounter Baize, but if they too were to follow him and receive the same enhancements. How would Baize explain it? More critically, those initially deemed weaker girls, upon receiving enhancements from Baize, would drastically alter the original plotline. With furrowed brows, Hancock ultimately decided to hold off for the time being. For now, she faced no dire predicaments, and her current strength was sufficient to tackle many challenges. When she eventually encountered Baize, her charm would undoubtedly enable her to swiftly acquire a wealth of accompanying rewards. Hancock bit her finger, methodically analyzing that she had yet to face any situation requiring overwhelming power to resolve. The endeavors she had previously contemplated would not greatly benefit from an admiral-level combat strength. While she might manage to kill a dragon or two to vent her frustrations, it would hardly serve as true vengeance. Moreover, although Hancock was headstrong, she was not devoid of intellect. Her recklessness would impose consequences on the entire Daughter Kingdom. Under the demon-slaying order, few islands could survive, and O'Hara was a prime example. O'Hara was obliterated merely for studying ancient history, serving as a warning to others. How much more severe would the repercussions be for harming a celestial dragon? Hancock would not only face terrifying punishments, but the Daughter Kingdom would also suffer catastrophic consequences. Thus, she refrained from acting impulsively. Even with the strength of an admiral, she lacked the capability to challenge the celestial dragon's dominion. Her attitude toward Baize had fluctuated from indifference to keen interest, even contemplating a journey to find him. But now she had settled into a tranquil state, patiently awaiting developments. If an opportunity were to arise in the future, she would undoubtedly take the initiative. She hoped to find a suitable moment. If Baize's destination was the New World, then Sabaody Archipelago seemed an inevitable passage. Hancock mused thoughtfully, her eyes gleaming with boundless anticipation. As a playground for the celestial dragons, the likelihood of encountering them at Sabaody Archipelago was exceedingly high. Given Baize's character, he would undoubtedly refuse to kneel before the celestial dragons, or even bow in deference. Thus, it seemed that if Baize were to encounter the celestial dragons at Sabaody Archipelago, a conflict was inevitable. Hancock murmured softly, her eyes sparkling increasingly as she spoke, convinced that the scenario she envisioned was likely to unfold. It appeared that the turning point lay at Sabaody Archipelago. Once Baize clashed with the celestial dragons, she could seamlessly join him in opposing them. Hancock's plans were audacious and exhilarating. Her face flushed with excitement as she even began to envision the scene of her kicking a celestial dragon to bits. In the Alabasta Kingdom, Nico Robin sat in the position once held by Crocodile, orchestrating the operations of the Baroque Works members to resolve the myriad issues left in the wake of Crocodile. More importantly, she sought to harness the formidable influence of Baroque Works within Alabasta to alter the dire situation where only the king experienced rainfall while the rest of the kingdom languished in drought. Simultaneously, she directed many Baroque Works members to assist in the reconstruction of cities ravaged by war. She also worked to appease the rebels, forging a bridge of communication between them and the royal family of Alabasta. Within just a few days, Robin had completely turned around the schemes laid out by Crocodile. Her intimate familiarity with Crocodile's previous plans allowed her to pinpoint the critical elements and swiftly unravel these plots. Of course, accomplishing all this was impossible solely by her efforts. Robin exerted relentless pressure on the Baroque Works members, and under her stringent supervision, they found themselves working tirelessly. They even wished their parents had given them more limbs to fulfill the tasks assigned by their newly appointed leader. Though they had contemplated rebelling against the new chief, the sight of her smiling down at them, accompanied by a colossal hand looming behind her, swiftly quelled their defiance once they witnessed the fist lift. Creating a massive crater before them, they promptly capitulated. Faced with the choice of becoming a mere puddle of mud and perishing, they deemed it far more gratifying to toil and fill their time with work. Robin felt no moral qualms about exploiting the Baroque Works members. Each one had dirty hands from having served under Crocodile. Moreover, through this period of development, she gained a deeper understanding of the true thousand hands technique. Realizing that this skill rewarded through the diary did not belong to the same system as her original Hana Nomi abilities, while it appeared to be one of the capabilities of the Hana Nomi in the diary rewards. Robin had come to recognize the distinction after this duration of exploration. The crux of the matter was that the original framework of the Hana Nomi was intrinsically linked to Robin's own body. Whether arms, eyes, or ears, they ultimately belonged to her. Should these areas sustain injuries, the repercussions would similarly be felt by her. However, the true Senju is an entirely different matter. It is evident that, given her current physical condition, how could she possibly summon a colossal Buddha statue towering over 100 meters? The exertion of the devil fruit's powers necessitates a considerable amount of stamina, and conjuring such a magnificent figure would demand an unimaginable level of energy. Robin's understanding of the true Senju should be that she expends a certain amount of stamina to summon Buddha statues of varying sizes, while she herself acts as the controller of these colossal forms. If the giant Buddha were to be destroyed, it would not affect her directly. This is precisely what sets it apart from her original flower fruit abilities, as she continues to hone her skills. She would also be able to expend a modicum of stamina to summon a gigantic hand, serving as a minor deterrent against her disobedient subordinates. This could be seen as a way to atone for her previous mistakes, transforming a criminal organization into one that serves the people, genuinely beginning to do good for the kingdom of Alabasta. As Robin perused the reports from her subordinates, a hint of self-deprecating amusement graced her features. Yet, this sensation was surprisingly pleasant. Given the choice, she would prefer not to be perpetually fleeing through the shadows of the underworld. Robin picked up a photograph presented by one of her subordinates, which depicted jubilant citizens joyfully collecting rainwater in various containers on the streets. Among them was a little girl dressed in a red dress, dancing with delight, her head tilted back, mouth agape, welcoming the long-awaited rain. Robin's gaze fixated on the girl and the radiant smile adorning her face, and as she watched, she found herself smiling involuntarily, echoing the sentiment. This feeling is truly unexpectedly delightful. Regarding the contents of her diary, Robin maintained a rather indifferent attitude. After all, she would undoubtedly board the ship in the future, and it would not be long, perhaps even as soon as tomorrow, that it would be prudent to address the matters concerning the kingdom of Alabasta swiftly before Baize's arrival, so as to present a declaration that would satisfy both him and herself. Meanwhile, within the royal palace, located in the capital of the kingdom of Alabasta, King Cobra and Princess Vivi shared a chamber. Ever since Cobra learned from Vivi a few days prior that the kingdom's hero, Crocodile, was the very architect of the drought afflicting Alabasta, he had been engulfed in doubt, though he cherished his daughter dearly. The gravity of the situation rendered him hesitant to place his trust in her words. However, after Vivi divulged a wealth of vital information, the scales of his belief began to tip in her favor, particularly when she spoke of the Baroque Works, the dance powder, Crocodile, and the conspiracy lurking behind it all. Cobra's suspicions towards Crocodile intensified greatly, although Vivi remained reticent about the source of her intelligence. Cobra had already come to believe her assertions to a significant extent. Yet, facing a formidable pirate like Crocodile, who had been sanctioned by the world government as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, possessing the legal right to plunder, Cobra felt a profound sense of helplessness and guilt for having invited danger into their midst. Simultaneously, Cobra actively sought ways to dismantle Crocodile's nefarious schemes. Presently, the individual in whom he placed his utmost trust was Vivi, the very one who had revealed the conspiracy to him. The two engaged in discussions, strategizing on how to thwart Crocodile's machinations. Vivi even volunteered to infiltrate Baroque Works to see if she could undermine it from within. However, her proposal was met with a firm and decisive refusal from Cobra. Unaware of the full extent of Crocodile's malevolence until now, he could not bear the thought of placing his daughter in such peril. After rejecting Vivi's suggestion, a heavy silence enveloped them. Vivi, glancing at the flickering diary before her, was filled with boundless hope. If only she were aboard the Sunny with Baize, she could surely gain the power to confront Crocodile. While the enhancement might not suffice against him, it would at least provide a glimmer of hope. If only Mr. Baize could arrive in Alabasta swiftly and rescue the kingdom's citizens, Vivi silently mused. Harboring no significant aversion to the latter parts of Baize's diary regarding his wives, born into royalty, while her father devoted himself solely to her mother, she had witnessed many nobles with numerous wives throughout her upbringing. Growing up in such an environment, Vivi was among the first to accept Baize's flirtatious nature. At that moment, the captain of the palace guard burst in, shattering the silence that enveloped them. Your Majesty, I bring urgent intelligence regarding the conspiracy of the kingdom's hero, Crocodile. The captain, responsible for the royal family's safety, was privy to the contents of this crucial information. Hearing the captain's words startled both Cobra and Vivi, leading to a wave of confusion. Although they were aware of the situation, it remained unknown to others. Cobra hurriedly seized the intelligence from the captain's hands, and Vivi stepped forward to observe closely. After reading, their eyes met, filled with astonishment. This intelligence, transmitted from Baroque Works, detailed the organization's schemes against the kingdom of Alabasta over the years. Most importantly, it revealed that Baroque Works had undergone a leadership change. With the former president, Crocodile, having been apprehended, this intelligence was sent by the current president, who intended to rectify the past mistakes of Baroque Works by eliminating conflict, addressing the drought, and quelling rumors, sincerely inviting the royal family to collaborate and negotiate with the rebels. Cobra felt somewhat bewildered. The events of the past few days had overwhelmed him. Just days earlier, his daughter Vivi had informed him that Crocodile was the kingdom's villain, only to be told soon after that Crocodile had been defeated. Alleviating his concerns, Vivi, what do you think? In his confusion, Cobra sought his daughter's counsel. At that moment, Vivi's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Since learning about Robin's special reward, she had realized that Robin was also a designated diary owner. Based on the current intelligence, combined with Robin's previous reward, it appeared that Robin had accomplished something monumental. Vivi understood this well, yet could not divulge the truth to Cobra, so she merely stated, this should be good news. However, we must remain cautious and verify the actual situation based on the information we have. Indeed, they should first investigate the reality of the situation. If true, then the current president would be the true hero of the kingdom. Cobra remarked with a sense of gratitude towards the current president. From his perspective, the current president had saved the entire kingdom and, more importantly, the royal family, as numerous events transpired in the kingdom of Alabasta. Baize, accompanied by the naval fleet, drew ever closer to its shores. After a lengthy voyage, we are finally nearing Alabasta. Nami stretched her arms high above her head, displaying a demeanor of weariness from the days at sea. Before her lay a meticulously crafted sea chart, her most recent and satisfying creation, depicting the entire route from the entrance of the Grand Line at Reverse Mountain to the final destination at the Sabaody Archipelago. Nami, are we almost at Alabasta? Nojiko approached, holding 2 cups of juice and noticing Nami's bored expression, a smile gracing her face as she inquired. Pretty much. We should arrive in Alabasta by noon today. Nami responded, taking the juice from Nojiko and savoring a refreshing gulp, the delightful blend of sweet and sour flavors bursting in her mouth, eliciting a smile. Koya, sipping her juice through a straw, gazed in awe at Nami's sea chart. Is this the result of your hard work during this time, Sister Nami? It's amazing. Indeed. I owe much to the naval charts provided by Sister Momonosuke. Otherwise, completing this set of charts would have demanded far more time and effort than this. Nami acknowledged gratefully as she picked up the chart. Koya nodded in agreement, fully aware of the dedication Nami had poured into her work. Without the assistance of Tautu, it would undoubtedly take an exceedingly long time. Speaking of which, once we arrive in the kingdom of Alabasta, we will have to part ways with Sister Tautu, as she must return to the Navy headquarters to report. Nokigo expressed a hint of reluctance, for she held a deep fondness for Tautu, this formidable yet gentle elder sister of the Navy. According to Baize's plan, we are expected to remain in Alabasta for a period, thus we can only bid a regretful farewell to Sister Tautu. As the group lingered in their sorrowful sentiments, Baize and Tautu entered the cabin. Hearing their conversation, Baize raised an eyebrow and smiled at Nami and the others, saying, there is no need for regret. Our journey will eventually take us past the Navy headquarters. We shall have the opportunity to meet again. This isn't a farewell that seals our fates. His words instantly captured the attention of Nami and her companions. And upon spotting Tautu, their faces lit up with joy as they rushed over to engage her in cheerful banter. Baize, feeling somewhat sidelined, chuckled softly. Initially, Nami and the others seemed to harbor a slight animosity towards Tautu. However, after these past few days of interaction, combined with Tautu's personal charm, they had surprisingly become quite amicable. Sister Tautu, please keep in touch after we part. Indeed, I wish to hear more of your tales of vanquishing pirates. They exclaimed. Certainly, once I have some free time, I will make an effort to stay in touch. Moreover, with your current capabilities, you could venture forth on the seas yourselves, rather than merely listening to my stories. Experiencing them firsthand would be far more enriching, Tautu replied gently, embodying the essence of an elder sister offering comfort to her younger siblings before parting. Baize, recognizing the moment, refrained from interrupting and stepped aside, picking up a half-finished juice left by someone else, sipping it while observing their lively conversation. Time flew by in their discourse, and Baize found himself astonished at the plethora of topics they managed to cover. Eventually, he was drawn away by the sounds from outside, realizing that quite some time had passed. Listening to the sporadic sounds from the cabin's exterior, Baize approached the window, gazing at the ominous clouds above and the faint outline of islands in the distance. A look of surprise flickering in his eyes. We must be nearing the kingdom of Alabasta. Why is there such a dense layer of clouds? It seems it has been raining for quite some time. Hearing Baize's murmured observations, the others, engrossed in their chatter, were drawn to him and gathered around the window, crowding together to peer outside. Nami and the others had no reservations about crowding close to Baize, their heads bobbing curiously as they took in the view with expressions of astonishment. Didn't Sister Tautu mention that the kingdom of Alabasta is a land shrouded in desert? For the past 2 years, it has been plagued by drought, with rain only gracing the capital. Yet, it appears things have changed and I'm not sure. The information I received was from the Navy's intelligence system. Indeed, the climate in the kingdom of Alabasta has been abnormal in recent years, enduring persistent drought, plunging the entire kingdom into great strife. Tautu responded, shaking her head, admitting her ignorance regarding the current changes. The intelligence she had previously acquired indicated that Alabasta was beset by natural disasters and internal turmoil. Leaning against the window, Baize felt the pressure of the 4 girls behind him, listening to their animated exchanges, relishing the warmth of their camaraderie. Through casual comparison, Baize could discern that Nokigo and Tautu were evenly matched, both standing at the forefront, while Nami slightly outshone Koya. Though Nami possessed great potential for the future, at present, she was still a budding talent, falling short in comparison to Tautu and Nokigo. Some disjointed diary entries caused Nami and her companions to blush deeply when they caught sight of them, each of them playfully scolding Baize. All right, we are about to dock at the kingdom of Alabasta. Let us prepare. Nami, being the navigator, quickly sprang into action, urging everyone to get ready to disembark, while Tautu returned to the Navy ship. Turning back, Tautu observed the bustling activity aboard the Liang, then shifted her gaze towards the rain-laden Alabasta. Baize's expressions of surprise were evidently genuine, suggesting that the ongoing rain was unexpected. According to the contents of Baize's diary, Alabasta was still entangled in the dance powder incident. Unless Crocodile had suffered a blow to the head and unwittingly sabotaged his own plans, there was only one other possibility. Someone had thwarted Crocodile's schemes. The individual capable of disrupting the dance powder plan, coincidentally at this time, seemed to be none other than Nico Robin, who had likely played a significant role, possibly even leading the charge. Tautu's eyes flickered with intrigue as she contemplated this, her gaze drifting towards the horizon, and suddenly, she had a change of heart. If Crocodile had indeed been defeated by Nico Robin, it would be an opportune moment to remain by Baize's side. Using the investigation of Alabasta's peculiar circumstances as a pretext, if they could ultimately capture Crocodile, it would serve as a delayed but much-needed justice for the Navy. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Tautu couldn't help but sigh. Is delayed justice truly justice? Yet, this was the best solution she could conceive to restore the Navy's reputation. All hands, prepare to remain in the kingdom of Alabasta for a while. Tautu's command quickly resonated throughout the ship, igniting a wave of excitement among the Navy soldiers. Life aboard the vessel had been rather monotonous, so the prospect of staying on land for a while was a cause for celebration. As for why Tautu had abruptly altered her orders, that was beyond their scope of consideration, especially given Tautu's esteemed reputation, which left no room for doubt or hesitation. Nami and the others soon learned of Tautu's decision, and Nami was elated, warmly inviting Tautu to join them for a stroll around Alabasta. Tautu accepted Nami's invitation without hesitation, but for certain reasons, she chose not to wear her Navy uniform this time. instead donning a striking red sheephow that accentuated her elegant figure. Nami's initially prepared desert attire was rendered unnecessary. After all, Alabasta was currently under a continuous downpour, and wearing overly light clothing could lead to catching a chill. Once the two ships docked, Baize waited a moment for them to finish their preparations. Without a doubt, Nami and her companions had an impeccable sense of style. They seemed like natural models, effortlessly showcasing any outfit they donned. Once they had changed, Baize was taken aback by their transformed appearances. "Let us go see what is amiss in the kingdom of Alabasta," Tautu declared. Baize nodded, equally intrigued by the situation in Alabasta. At the port, the group rented several desert mounts, initially hoping to gather information from the locals. However, most residents were woefully uninformed, only knowing that the long-awaited drought had ceased and rain had returned, heralding better days for the kingdom's populace. With no other recourse, they set off on their desert mounts toward the larger city. Along the way, they encountered numerous structures ravaged by war, now being mended by the citizens, despite working in the rain. The faces of the people radiated joy, as if each raindrop that fell upon them was akin to honey gracing their lips. Only those who had endured drought could truly appreciate the value of rain. "Everything is gradually improving. The entire kingdom of Alabasta," Baize remarked, observing the transformation, the spirits of the populace, the state of various buildings and residences, and the flourishing of diverse industries all seemed to thrive under the nourishing rain. Akin to the resurgence of life in spring, Baize reflected on his surroundings, noting that someone must be driving these changes from behind the scenes, and the timeline for such a shift could not have been extensive. Although the revival was in its infancy, it was enough to steer the kingdom of Alabasta towards a brighter future, even without the influence of this unseen benefactor. As long as the climate returned to normalcy and the drought ceased, the nation would undoubtedly flourish even more than it did now. Baize lifted his gaze, raindrops cascading down the edge of his cloak, his expression contemplative. The essence of this transformation lay in the pervasive rains across Alabasta, which had brought an end to the drought, breathing life into all that lay dormant. It seemed the orchestrator of these changes understood the dire predicament facing the kingdom of Alabasta, rooted in the prolonged drought. With the arrival of rain, many issues could dissipate like mist, crumbling away. The words of Baize stirred deep reflections among Nami and the others, particularly Nami, who, having been enlightened by Peach Rabbit, had already discerned that the mastermind behind the events was Robin. After absorbing Baize's analysis, a profound admiration for Robin blossomed within Nami's heart. In a mere span of a few weeks, following a special reward, Robin had managed to transform an utterly dire situation into one gradually improving, a feat that exceeded Nami's expectations. They were nearing their destination. The map pointed to another grand city, and beyond that lay the capital of the Alabasta kingdom. Baize shielded his face from the rain, consulting the map and compass to ascertain their direction before addressing the group. Nami and the others nodded in agreement and followed Baize, finally arriving at the city he had mentioned. Despite the persistent downpour, which brought joy to the populace, they sought shelter from the elements. The war had ravaged the city's structures significantly. Numerous individuals in uniforms were managing the crowd, directing them to tents and distributing supplies, among whom a figure with long aquamarine hair stood out, energetically guiding the people. The arrival of Baize and his companions did not disrupt the efforts of these workers. If they wished to uncover the origins of this upheaval, perhaps the royal family of Alabasta would possess more insight. After all, as the visible rulers of the nation, if the royal family were unaware of the unfolding events, deciphering the truth would prove quite challenging. The aquamarine-haired figure, having overheard Baize's conversation, paused abruptly, lifting her gaze to reveal a strikingly beautiful visage that enhanced the surroundings. She stared intently at Baize, seemingly confirming something, then instructed a companion before stepping forward. Just as Baize and the others were deeply engrossed in discussion, a voice interjected, "If you wish to seek information from the royal family of Alabasta, I might be able to assist you." The sudden voice of the girl drew their attention, and as they beheld the familiar yet unfamiliar face beneath the cloak, Baize couldn't help but exclaim, "What a twist of fate!" The girls, having learned from the diary, recognized that this girl was also a possessor of a special diary. After extensive searching, they had unwittingly encountered Princess Vivi here. Through Baize's diary, Nami finally grasped the identity of the girl before her. "You must have traveled a great distance. If you wish to know more, I can provide you with the information." Baize, feigning ignorance, inquired, "May I ask who you are?" "I am Nefertari Vivi, the princess of the Alabasta kingdom." Although clad in a cloak that concealed much of her form, Vivi exuded an air of grace and nobility. Her aquamarine hair and visage shining through. With a confident and composed smile, she introduced herself, leaving a lasting impression on Nami and her companions from their very first encounter. Peach Rabbit, noticing this, squinted her eyes. Intrigued by the noble girl before them, however, they remained silent, as the leader of this five-member team was still Baize. A hint of well-timed surprise flickered across Baize's face. Had Vivi not previously known of Baize's familiarity with her? She might have been deceived by his demeanor. Baize spoke in a tone that was neither too humble nor too assertive. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Princess of the Kingdom. If you wish to learn more, please follow me. This is not a suitable place for discussion." The group exchanged glances and followed Vivi into the depths of the city. They soon arrived at an unoccupied room under Princess Vivi's guidance, where she smiled and focused her gaze on Baize and Peach Rabbit. "Won't you introduce yourselves? I have revealed my identity, but do not let my appearance deceive you. I possess a keen eye for discerning character, particularly regarding you and this lady, who both leave a unique impression." Vivi addressed Peach Rabbit and Baize, her curiosity piqued, knowing from the diary's hints. Peach Rabbit smiled, aware that with Baize present, she must not reveal any flaws. Thus, she followed Vivi's lead and spoke. "Your keen perception is admirable, Princess Vivi. I am Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit from the Navy headquarters. My visit to the Alabasta Kingdom is merely a brief respite, during which I aim to investigate the unusual climate conditions here." Peach Rabbit's words were meticulously crafted, subtly distancing the Navy from responsibility and clarifying their lack of knowledge regarding Alabasta's situation. Baize casually introduced himself to Vivi, his tone warm and his demeanor balanced. "We are travelers passing through Alabasta, hoping to stay for a while to explore this vast island. I am Baize, captain of the ship Solaris, and these are my companions, Nami, Nokigao, and Koya." Their introductions unfolded in an atmosphere of serenity. By the way, Princess Vivi, you have yet to explain how you intend to clarify our inquiries. Nami, straightforward as ever, prompted Vivi. Simultaneously, she sent a friend request to Vivi via her diary. Vivi, of course, accepted the request instantly, and, with a sigh of sorrow, began to speak. "To be candid, the Alabasta Kingdom has indeed been suffering from drought and turmoil. As you have surmised, natural disasters and human conflicts have beset this nation. What has caused the recent change in circumstances?" Koya inquired with curiosity, as they had gathered various opinions from ordinary citizens along their journey. Some believed the royal family had finally acknowledged their mistakes and ceased using the dance powder, thereby improving Alabasta's environment. Others claimed that the drought was a consequence of angering the gods, who had unleashed 2 years of wrath, and only this year had they finally relented, allowing the weather to improve. Opinions varied widely, yet the common populace remained oblivious to the truth. This matter traces back to the hero of Alabasta, Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. He arrived in Alabasta with ulterior motives, by combating pirates and protecting the kingdom. He quickly earned the trust of the king and was hailed as a hero by the people. However, this was merely the inception of a grand conspiracy. Crocodile orchestrated the dance powder incident, plunging regions outside the capital into drought while the capital itself remained unaffected by rain. He then spread rumors that the king had recklessly employed the dance powder, inciting public discontent against the monarchy, which subsequently led to uprisings and the onset of war. Baize listened to Vivi's account. Their eyes met, and Baize's expression was one of astonishment. How was Crocodile's scheme laid bare so directly? The other girls exhibited just the right amount of surprise. They were, after all, natural performers. Internally, they silently reflected on how closely this aligned with the contents of Baize's diary. "But how did you come to know all of this, Vivi?" Baize pondered. Eager to understand Robin's role in this unfolding drama, he sought to witness the extent of the butterfly effect triggered by Robin, who had recently received a special reward. The transformation of events dated back to several days prior when they received a letter detailing the crimes committed by Crocodile and information concerning his criminal organization, Baroque Works. The root of the issue lay in the fact that Crocodile had been defeated by the current leader of the organization, who, possessing a kind heart, could not bear to see Alabasta suffer further calamities. Thus, they allied with the royal family to rectify the transgressions of Baroque Works. As Vivi recounted this, a bittersweet smile graced her lips. It is ironic that the plight of Alabasta was caused by Baroque Works. Yet now we must rely on them for restoration. Baize narrowed his eyes slightly, astonished by Robin's agency. realizing she had directly overturned Crocodile's machinations, reclaiming her agency. The true power encapsulated within the special reward of 1,000 hands was indeed extraordinary. However, Crocodile's devil fruit should be a natural counter to physical abilities, unless Robin is already aware of Crocodile's weaknesses. Alternatively, the special reward's adaptive ability might have caused Nico Robin's Hana Nami to undergo a unique transformation, enabling her to resist Crocodile's powers. Baize's mind was rife with speculation. Yet ultimately, he knew he would have to meet Robin and conduct a proper experiment to ascertain the truth. The fact that Robin managed to defeat Crocodile is astonishing, considering Crocodile is renowned as a formidable pirate in the Grand Line, and is even one of the warlords of the sea. Nami exclaimed with palpable astonishment and bewilderment. It appears that this Miss Robin must also possess considerable strength, strong enough to vanquish Crocodile. Observing her sister's spirited performance, Noki couldn't help but chime in, feeling a twinge of envy for Robin, who had received a special reward. All three of them had gained varying degrees of power from Baize, and she herself had transformed from an ordinary person into a noteworthy powerhouse in merely a span of a few days. For many, this could be considered an extraordinary leap in fortune. Yet, Robin's rise to prominence was even more remarkable, as she had obtained a special reward that bestowed her with the strength of a Marine Rear Admiral overnight. How could one not feel envious in such a situation? Baize then spoke to Vivi, inquiring if President Robin had made contact with her, hoping for an introduction. To be candid, I have only met President Robin a few times, but she left me with an impression of charm and sophistication, not at all resembling someone capable of defeating a warlord of the sea, but rather akin to a cultured scholar. Vivi nodded in response. As for facilitating your meeting, I cannot intervene directly. However, I can certainly inform her of your location so that you may seek her out. I truly appreciate your assistance, Princess Vivi. There is no need for such formality. We are friends now, and there's no need for distance. Simply call me by my name. Very well, then. Thank you, Vivi. The harmonious exchange between Baize and Vivi astonished the others, who marveled at Vivi's remarkable ease in establishing rapport, showing no signs of reserve towards Baize. Shortly thereafter, Vivi disclosed Robin's whereabouts and prepared to take her leave. It has been a pleasure to spend time with you all. However, happiness is often fleeting, and there are many matters awaiting my attention. Thus, I must take my leave, and I wish you success in your pursuit of President Robin. Vivi stated graciously before bidding farewell to the group. Well then, let us set off to find Robin. If all goes well, she should be our next member, Baize remarked as he turned to them. Hey, Baize, don't you think you might be underestimating me, speaking in front of a Marine Rear Admiral about recruiting the Devil's Child into your team, Tauta said with a hint of irritation, expressing her strong discontent at Baize's apparent disregard for her stature. What does it matter? We are already quite familiar with each other, and besides, a Marine Rear Admiral possesses the capability of commanding their own ship and wields significant autonomy. Just overlook us a little. Under my guidance, I assure you, Robin will not trample upon justice. Upon hearing Baize's assurance, Tauta rolled her eyes at him playfully, her face alight with a smile as she stepped outside. Robin has yet to agree to join your team, and you're already making guarantees. Perhaps you should think about how to recruit Robin first. Baize shrugged as he observed Tautao's graceful figure departing. Waving to the others to hasten their pace, Tautao's words indicated her tacit approval of the situation, suggesting she would not interfere. After bidding farewell to Vivi, the group set off once more, this time with a clear destination, a quaint town not far from the city. During a rest stop, Tautao received a phone call, and upon returning, her expression was somewhat disturbed. However, you ought to be cautious. You can say whatever you wish here, but I have received news from the Marine headquarters that members of the Baroque Works, loyal to Crocodile, have reported Nico Robin to the world government. They have also framed her for all of Crocodile's deeds over the past 2 years. The world government is taking this matter very seriously and has ordered the Marine headquarters to eliminate this threat posed by Nico Robin. Upon hearing this, Baize was taken aback, astonished that members of Baroque Works possess such cunning. Even more shocking was the revelation that Crocodile had die-hard followers. It seems Robin's handling of Baroque Works was not entirely thorough, leaving behind some troublesome issues. Baize mused softly, feeling curious about which Marine officer would be dispatched to manage the situation in Alabasta. By the way, Tautao, do you know which officer the Marine headquarters will send? Instead of rolling her eyes at him, Tautao leaned closer, playfully wrapping her arm around Baize's neck. How dare you? Do you think that just because I'm not wearing a Marine uniform, you can disregard my rank as a Rear Admiral? There's no way I would divulge such information. Cao Cao laughed as she teased Baize, their bodies drawing closer together, the pressure from the car's headlights altering their silhouettes that I suspect you might not even know yourself. Or perhaps the headquarters has yet to decide, or maybe the world government will assign someone. Baize quipped while enjoying Cao Cao's playful demeanor. Upon hearing his words, Cao Cao's expression faltered slightly. It was indeed true that she was unsure of which officer would be sent. How boring. Cao Cao released her hold, somewhat displeased that it's fine not to know. I wouldn't mock you for it, Baize remarked, lightly touching his shoulder, while Cao Cao turned away, ignoring his comment. Walking behind them, Nami, Noki, and Kaya were whispering among themselves, frequently stealing glances at Baize and Cao Cao. That don't you think that Baize and Cao Cao seem a bit too familiar with each other? You just noticed? Cao Cao is quite at ease with Baize. She is much more reserved with others. So, does this mean Cao Cao might consider joining our team? I think that's unlikely. Cao Cao still holds the Marine in high regard, and since we have no conflict with the Marines, she doesn't need to leave them to join us. The trio's hushed conversation caused Cao Cao's cheeks to flush slightly. The proximity allowed her to hear them, as if they were speaking directly into her ear. Baize couldn't help but chuckle inwardly but decided against provoking Cao Cao further. All right, let's pick up the pace and reach our target town before nightfall. As the current headquarters of Baroque Works. It should offer favorable conditions, and perhaps we can enjoy some comforts there on an uninhabited island in the first half of the Grand Line. A man dressed in a white suit and wearing an eye patch was lounging on the beach, soaking up the sun. The gentle and soothing sound of his snores indicated that he was lost in a blissful dream. The sudden ringing of a transponder snail disrupted his reverie, and he lifted his eye patch to answer the call. His expression shifting from relaxed to serious, mirroring the demeanor of the man on the other end of the line. Hello, Admiral, it's me. He scratched his curly hair and yawned lazily into the phone. Akiji, proceed to the kingdom of Alabasta to deal with Nico Robin. This languid man on the beach was none other than Admiral Akiji, one of the 3 Marine admirals, upon listening to the entirety of the task at hand. Akiji's expression grew grave. Over the years, he had indeed kept a vigilant eye on the intelligence concerning Nico Robin. The O'Hara incident was the moment he chose to release her. Had she remained compliant, he would not have intervened. However, if her childhood experiences led her to plunge irrevocably into darkness, Akiji would show no mercy. He withdrew a bounty poster from his suit pocket, and as he gazed at the youthful visage depicted upon it, his eyes momentarily glazed over. It was as though he beheld his dear friend Saul, or perhaps he envisioned that small figure struggling to row a boat to safety amidst 2 treacherous ice paths. Had Saul truly misjudged? Perhaps he should never have let her go. The pirate crew, having recently traversed several islands, was now engaged in a grand celebration, their members reveling in laughter and toasting jubilantly. The entire ship was suffused with a lively atmosphere. Yet, contrasting sharply with the merriment aboard, a row of men, women, and children dangled from the ship's mast, each countenance twisted in agony, revealing the torment they had endured in life. Against the backdrop of the lifeless bodies swaying from the mast, the pirates on deck appeared as demons imbibing on the blood of the innocent. The entire vessel had transformed into a ghost ship. A blood-soaked vessel, emanating an aura of terror. A man with a wild, curly mane and a heavily made-up visage savored a hearty drink, his laughter echoing with unrestrained delight. He was none other than the captain of the Bloodhand pirates. Bloodhand himself. Since entering the Grand Line from the North Sea, he had committed numerous heinous atrocities. Massacres and annihilation of towns were merely quotidian affairs for his crew. Some individuals, unable to find solace without shedding blood daily, were especially notable among the pirates, particularly their leader, Bloodhand. Boss, this time we slaughtered the entire town and captured a dozen tough bones to amuse ourselves on our journey. A bald, bare-chested man approached, his corpulent form quivering with each step, instilling a sense of dread in those who dared to meet his gaze. The brutally sanguinary words, when uttered by the bald man, sounded as innocuous as a casual inquiry about mealtime. Bloodhand regarded the bald man without flinching. For as the captain of the ship, he wielded the utmost power. How else could he maintain dominance over such ferocious and savage individuals? How did the haul turn out this time? Bloodhand inquired. The moment the bald man met his gaze, his smile faded, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. The captain's aura was growing increasingly ominous. He hastily reported, yet the prospect of disappointing Bloodhand with poor returns filled him with trepidation. The town was impoverished, stripped bare, and the total plunder amounted to barely 500,000 berries. Observing Bloodhand's darkening countenance, the bald man quickly added, "However, there is good news. Our bounties have increased, especially yours, boss. Your bounty with the Marines has now reached 150 million berries. Upon hearing the bald man's words, Bloodhand snorted, his expression returning to tranquility. Just as the bald man exhaled in relief, Bloodhand smashed his goblet onto the man's body. I'm in a foul mood today. Throw all the captives we have on board out. The bald man barely uttered a sound before being startled by Bloodhand's icy glare, hastily complying, in incongruity to his imposing physique. Bloodhand stood and addressed the crew below. Prepare for a bloody slaughter. Release all the captives. Whoever kills the most will receive a reward. His voice resonated across the ship, and the pirates erupted in cheers, abandoning their drinks to seize their weapons. Raising them high with eyes gleaming with bloodlust, witnessing his crew's fervor, Bloodhand's lips curled into a smile as the captives were mercilessly whipped and driven forth by the bald man. The atmosphere aboard the vessel reached a fever pitch. Those armed with blades, their gazes fierce, resembled ravenous beasts eyeing their prey doe, and I almost forgot to mention, whoever kills the least will join them. From his elevated position, Bloodhand declared, swiftly drawing his sword, sending 3 heads soaring into the air, a horrifying spectacle. With the sound of severed heads hitting the deck, the slaughter commenced with a thunderous roar. The once jubilant pirates now seemed to be pursued by death itself. The specter of mortality looming overhead as they frantically hunted down the captives. Bloodhand's cruelty was well known. With the declaration that the least proficient killer would meet a grim fate, their demise was all but assured. As he watched the gruesome spectacle unfold, Bloodhand erupted into hearty laughter, clutching his belly in mirth. The carnage continued until the last captive fell to a flurry of blades, leaving the deck drenched in blood. Resembling a hellscape, Bloodhand sauntered over to a pirate trembling with fear, a knife in hand. Yet the blade bore no traces of blood. It was evident he had not harmed a single soul. Not even a scratch. Shall I take matters into my own hands? Or will you? Bloodhand's calm inquiry sent shivers through the pirate's frame, tears streaming down his face. The excitement he had felt earlier was now replaced by sheer terror. At that moment, the pirate suddenly glanced towards the distant sea. Bloodhand chuckled inwardly. Such a rudimentary diversion tactic held no sway over him. However, in a fit of amusement, he obliged, turning his gaze in the direction the pirate indicated. Just as the pirate believed he had successfully shifted Bloodhand's attention, the captain struck him down with a swift blow, the thrill of offering false hope only to snuff it out in an instant captivated Bloodhand. Yet, as he turned to the sea, his eyes widened in shock that a frozen pathway extended across the tranquil waters, and a man clad in a white suit, his curly hair bouncing, leisurely pedaled a bicycle along the ice. Aokiji was troubled by thoughts of Robin. If events unfolded as Fleet Admiral Sengoku had suggested, then he had indeed released a flower of malevolence into the world, the orchestrator of the dance powder incident, which sparked the drought in Alabasta and incited war, resulting in countless tragedies. Such crimes warranted public execution. Aokiji had resolutely decided that upon concluding his investigation, should it truly be Nico Robin's doing, he would rectify the error of his past. Just as he steeled himself to confront his bygone misdeed, a pirate ship came barreling towards him, prompting Aokiji to look up in astonishment, riding into the sea breeze. The stench of blood assailed him. Upon discerning the scene aboard the pirate vessel, his expression instantly darkened, his gaze icy as ever. The grip on his bicycle handlebars transformed into solid ice, the frost enveloping them. A testament to his turmoil, Aokiji suddenly leapt, landing lightly at the bow of the pirate ship, inadvertently brushing against a weathered hand, calloused from years of toil. At times, I truly wish all of you pirates would simply perish. Bloodhand scoffed at Aokiji's words, though he felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. He recalled seeing someone resembling him in previous Marine reports, and a cruel smile crept across his face, encountering a lone Marine. The slaughter game would continue. As Bloodhand's words fell, the pirates, having succumbed to bloodlust, disregarded Aokiji's identity and charged towards him. Aokiji remained motionless, his observation haki sensing no presence of civilians aboard. It seemed the recent slaughter had annihilated all innocence. With this realization, his fury intensified. With a swift motion of his right hand, an extreme chill emanated from his being, freezing all the charging pirates into solid ice sculptures. His flawless control rendered every pirate on the ship a frozen statue. Save for Bloodhand, in the blink of an eye, the once bloodthirsty and brutal subordinates transformed into lifeless ice sculptures. While the entire vessel became ensconced in a shroud of frost, Bloodhand gazed upon the scene before him, reminiscent of an icy hell, and could not help but take a step back. The cold emanating from the ice beneath his feet sent a shiver coursing through his body, amidst this horrifying tableau. He finally recalled the identity of the figure before him, Admiral Akiji of the Navy headquarters. Akiji's face was partially veiled in a chilling aura, and his garments billowed gracefully in the frigid air. With his right hand, he summoned an ice spear and, with heavy strides, slowly advanced towards Bloodhand. Akiji's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of men, women, and children hanging from the ship's mast, and he slightly parted his lips, allowing the icy breath to crystallize into frost. Sometimes, when I see you scoundrels, I find myself somewhat sympathetic to Sakazuki's methods, for you fiends who have crawled out from the depths of hell. It seems rather fitting to employ Sakazuki's approach. Akiji spoke coldly. Before Bloodhand could react, the ice spear pierced through his shoulder. The sheer force sent Bloodhand hurtling backward, shattering his chair before ultimately coming to rest against the mast. Suspended there like the others, cough cough, the jarring impact of his back against the mast eclipsed the pain in his shoulder. Instead, his insides felt as if they were ablaze and frozen simultaneously. Prompting a violent cough, a mouthful of blood erupted forth. Mingled with shards of ice, as Akiji observed Bloodhand and the heinous crimes committed by his pirate crew, his resolve to eliminate Robin strengthened. If a mere pirate crew could inflict such dreadful evil, then how much suffering would Robin, who had already wreaked havoc in Alabasta, bring upon the world? Akiji conjured another ice spear, launching it with ferocity to pierce Bloodhand's other shoulder. After executing this act, Akiji turned on his heel and returned to his bicycle, lacking any desire to listen to a pirate as vile as Bloodhand utter a single word. The terrifying chill accompanying the two ice spears would erode Bloodhand's body, subjecting him to the agonizing torment of a slow freeze, a suffering that would be intolerable for most. Unless a powerful ally were to intervene, Bloodhand would inevitably experience the excruciating sensation of being slowly frozen to death within a day. Such a method of inducing a chronic demise was seldom employed by Akiji. Each instance was reserved for those pirates steeped in villainy. Yet, this technique had undergone modifications, rendering it even more foolproof. Should any foolhardy individuals dare to come to his aid, the frigid aura contained within the ice spears would surely suffice to send them reeling, with a determination to eradicate evil and atone for past transgressions. Akiji pedaled onward towards the kingdom of Alabasta. In the heart of Alabasta, at the headquarters of Baroque Works, Nico Robin warmly welcomed the group led by White Zetsu, while Peach Rabbit regarded Robin with little favor. However, out of deference to White Zetsu, she refrained from taking action, uncertain of the extent of Robin's capabilities. The fact that Robin had vanquished Crocodile was evidence enough that she could be considered a formidable presence upon the seas. Moreover, the extraordinary tales surrounding the true Thousand Hands, as recounted by White Zetsu, left Peach Rabbit in a quandary. Torn between loyalty to White Zetsu and her own uncertainties, she sat silently, observing their conversation with a stoic demeanor. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Robin candidly broached the subject. White Zetsu, have you given any thought to the proposition I presented during our last meeting? Would you be interested in taking over Baroque Works? If you are willing, I would gladly relinquish my position as president to you. Robin spoke with a smile, leaving White Zetsu taken aback and curious. I've often wondered why you were so insistent on having me take over Baroque Works. Of course, it is because your strength is undeniably formidable. If you were to assume control of the organization, you would undoubtedly be able to protect me. And considering my past allegiance, you would not choose to cast me aside. Would you? Robin replied, half joking yet half serious. Upon hearing Robin's words, White Zetsu rolled his eyes in response. The current state of Baroque Works was akin to a hot potato. Accepting it would entail enduring pressure from the world government and facing scrutiny from the Navy. Your calculations are rather ambitious, he remarked, to which Robin merely smiled, not disputing his assessment. So, what brings you to seek me out? Robin feigned curiosity, her large, expressive eyes sparkling with intrigue as she gazed at White Zetsu. Dressed in a flowing white dress and exuding the charm of an intellectual beauty, her allure only intensified. I'm not particularly interested in Baroque Works, but I am intrigued by you and would like to invite you to join my team. White Zetsu stated, leaning closer as their proximity grew, both acutely aware of each other's breath. The other young women present watched the unfolding scene with wide eyes, some captivated, others envious, and still others observing with indifference. How about this? If you agree to assist me with a task, I shall consent to join your team, Robin proposed, lightly tapping her chin with her delicate fingers, her expression radiating intellect and charm. I must admit, I am quite curious about the nature of this task that would compel you to join my team, White Zetsu replied, intrigued. Robin's countenance shifted to one of concern as she spoke. The improvement in Alabasta's situation is merely temporary. Previously, Crocodile utilized dance powder, resulting in rain only in the capital, while other regions languished in drought that in a short span. I found myself powerless to alter the climate of the entire kingdom. Therefore, I resorted to using dance powder, expending all that I had accumulated, to ensure that the major cities of the kingdom would receive rain. Robin conveyed this staggering revelation in a tone that seemed almost nonchalant, eliciting astonished glances from the other young women. While White Zetsu voiced their collective disbelief. Isn't that akin to drinking poison to quench thirst? White Zetsu could not fathom Robin's actions, using up all the dance powder for a fleeting respite of rain, only to plunge Alabasta back into drought. I had no other choice, Robin replied, spreading her hands in a gesture of resignation. But there was no need for such haste in depleting all the dance powder. White Zetsu began, only to be interrupted by Robin. Because my time is truly limited. Crocodile's loyal subordinates have reported me to the world government, and they have warned me in advance, likely thinking I would be frightened and flee once more. Robin stated earnestly, leaning forward with her hands resting on the table, her gaze unwavering as she met White Zetsu's eyes. If I were to say that my past as a villain was not a choice, and now I wish to be a force for good, would you believe me? Even if you wish to be a force for good, such methods are excessively extreme. You are essentially disregarding the future of the people of Alabasta. White Zetsu could hardly comprehend Robin's rationale. It is because I harbor such disdain for my former self, for aiding Crocodile in committing such heinous acts, that I wish to effectuate change. Robin's tone grew impassioned, her gaze sweeping over Nami, Noki Gao, Koya, and even Peach Rabbit. Have you ever witnessed someone dying of thirst? I have, right before my eyes. Just 2 days before I defeated Crocodile, the people of Alabasta had endured too long in drought, and Robin yearned to do everything in her power to bring them rain. Of course, if I had more time, my subsequent preparations could gradually restore the climate of Alabasta to normalcy. But alas, the world government will not permit me to achieve that. After Robin concluded her explanation, a sense of despondency washed over her. It was the pressure from the world government that had driven her to adopt such extreme measures to ensure rain for the entirety of Alabasta. Nami and the others displayed a range of emotions, some in agreement, others furrowing their brows, and some outright shaking their heads in disapproval of Robin's choices. They had not experienced the trials Robin faced, and could not truly empathize with her plight. After all, it is fundamentally impossible for one person to fully understand the experiences of another. White Zetsu furrowed his brow, sharing in the skepticism regarding Robin's approach. If he possessed the capability, he would not hesitate to lend Robin a hand. After all, the populace of Alabasta had reached a staggering 10 million, and a catastrophic drought could lead to the demise of countless individuals. Ignorance would have been bliss, but now that he was aware, Baize felt an innate desire to contribute his utmost. His guiding principle, as far as the eye could see, was to do his best. To aspire to benefit the world was a noble goal. But it was prudent to wait until his own strength had advanced to the point of overwhelming power before considering such matters. So, you have sought me out, believing that I possess the means to alter the drought-stricken climate of the Alabasta kingdom? I must admit, I am currently in need of your assistance. The use of dancing powder by the Baroque Works over the past 2 years has wreaked havoc on the climate of Alabasta. Robin spoke with a hint of resignation, her gaze turning toward Nami. My current actions merely exacerbate an already tumultuous meteorological system. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with this navigator. Baize shook his head. Thanks to Nami's expertise, he had a considerable understanding of meteorology and did not need to question her to know that the frequent use of dancing powder indeed had significant repercussions on the climate. I too have studied meteorology, and it is precisely because I am aware of its intricacies that I recognize my current inability to rectify the chaotic climate of Alabasta, Baize confessed candidly. His fierce solar power was undoubtedly formidable, capable of annihilating the entire Alabasta kingdom, yet construction is invariably more challenging than destruction. His ability to obliterate Alabasta did not equate to the power to restore its disordered meteorological system. However, I am quite curious about your initial thoughts on the matter, Baize inquired of Robin, eager to hear her previous ideas. After all, according to her, given sufficient time, she could rectify the chaotic meteorological system. Upon hearing Baize's honest admission, Robin felt a twinge of disappointment, yet she soon found solace in the understanding of Baize's capabilities. Indeed, his destructive abilities would make it exceedingly difficult to alter a nation's climate, rendering him powerless, which was entirely reasonable. My previous notion was that if given ample time, I could gradually adjust the climate of Alabasta through the accumulated dancing powder. while simultaneously guiding the populace to conserve water resources and extending the intervals between the use of dancing powder. Ultimately, I envisioned a scenario where we would no longer need to rely on dancing powder to maintain a consistent frequency of rainfall. After contemplating her proposal, Baize mentally simulated the process and, combined with his previous observations of the meteorological system along the way, found it to be quite feasible. He could not help but nod in agreement with Robin's approach, though a sense of regret lingered. It is a pity there is not more time to implement your plan. The other girls shared in this sentiment, as they too recognized that, given sufficient time, there truly existed an opportunity to transform the nation's climate for the better. At that moment, Nefertari Vivi suddenly stood up, her sharp gaze piercing Robin, her tone aggressive. Regardless of your previous ideas, what you are currently doing only serves to further disrupt the climate of the Alabasta kingdom. Robin fell silent, left with no words. The atmosphere in the office plunged into a frigid silence, devoid of the earlier lively exchanges. Just then, the transponder snail on Nefertari's person began to ring. What is it? Nefertari's tone was somewhat irritable, startling the person on the other end. Vice Admiral Nefertari, Admiral Akiji has arrived in the Alabasta kingdom, and he wishes to speak with you. It was a call from the naval soldiers stationed at the port, informing her of Admiral Akiji's arrival and his desire to communicate. Upon receiving this news, Nefertari felt a surge of surprise. She had not anticipated that the officer sent to investigate the situation in Alabasta would be a fleet admiral. She had assumed that a few rear admirals would suffice to address the incident, but to her astonishment, a full admiral had been dispatched. It is known that the 3 admirals of the Navy represent the pinnacle of naval might and are the foremost power in the seas. Nefertari glanced at her companions in the office before turning to leave, preparing to brief I in the office. Nico Robin, who had been seated, now stood in shock, her body trembling uncontrollably, despite having been fortified by the information in the journal. Along with the boost from her special rewards, Akiji still left an indelible and terrifying impression in her mind. Admiral Akiji of the Navy headquarters. Robin's pupils constricted as she spoke, her words laced with undeniable fear. This piqued the curiosity of Nami and Kaya, who wondered why Robin harbored such intense terror toward Akiji. After all, had it not been Akiji who had spared her life all those years ago? Upon hearing of Akiji's arrival, Baize's eyes brightened. Perhaps altering the climate of Alabasta was not an impossible endeavor. He glanced at Robin, who had risen, and from his vantage point, the view was indeed extraordinary. Baize blinked, then leaned back slightly, and addressed Robin. It appears that Admiral Akiji has left a profound shadow in your heart, yet you have now triumphed over Crocodile, demonstrating rapid growth in your abilities. You should endeavor to overcome your inner fears to unlock greater potential. Perhaps Baize's words of encouragement had an effect, for Robin's previously trembling form gradually calmed, her expression returning to normal. She nodded in gratitude toward Baize, albeit with a hint of regret as she remarked, "You have seen it as well. Now even an admiral from the Navy headquarters has intervened. It seems my tenure as the leader of Baroque Works may soon be at an end. However, before the dust settles, I wish to attempt to salvage the already chaotic meteorological system of Alabasta." Robin spoke with unwavering resolve, bowing slightly to Baize, causing the headlights to sway violently with her motion. After becoming the leader of Baroque Works, Robin had long contemplated whether to join Baize's team in light of the mess left behind by Crocodile. It was only at this moment that she truly made up her mind. "Thank you for your invitation, Baize, but please allow me to decline. I wish to take a chance for myself, even if the odds of success are minimal." Robin's thoughts were complex. Initially, she considered making an effort to improve Alabasta's climate. If successful, she would relinquish her role as leader and join Baize's team to fulfill her own dream of exploring ancient history. However, upon receiving threats from Baroque Works members and learning that the world government had discovered her whereabouts, she quickly changed her mind and sought Baize's assistance. When she realized Baize was unable to help, disappointment washed over her. Yet soon, she reconciled with the situation and no longer pressed for Baize's aid. When Nefertari mentioned that the admiral handling the dancing powder incident was from the Navy headquarters, Robin had already abandoned all hope. She felt as though she had no choice but to make a final stand for Alabasta and her own decisions. The thought of joining Baize's team faded, for while Baize was undeniably powerful and possessed the strength of an admiral, she dared not expect him to confront the Navy on her behalf and bear a bounty. Robin was hesitant to wish for such loyalty. She had endured too many betrayals and could not genuinely believe that anyone would be willing to challenge an admiral for her sake. Baize sat in his chair, Observing as Robin bowed deeply, the view before him was indeed captivating. Upon hearing Robin's refusal, Baize quickly discerned her true intentions. Nevertheless, he had conceived a plan to alter the climate of Alabasta. As he had previously stated, with unwavering resolve and effort, Baize placed his hand on the table, extending his right hand toward her as if inviting her to shake hands, which elicited a look of surprise from Robin. If I were to say that I have devised a method to thoroughly improve the climate of Alabasta, with a high probability of successful implementation, would you be willing to join my team? Baize gazed at Robin, a warm and gentle smile gracing his face, yet his tone remained resolute, overflowing with confidence regarding the prospect of altering the climate. Upon hearing Baize's words, Robin was utterly taken aback. Her eyes fixated on him, captivated by his warm and reassuring smile. As if sunlight had pierced through the long-sealed chambers of her heart, Robin found herself enveloped in warmth. Baize, undeterred by the pressures from the Navy headquarters, boldly extended an invitation for her to join their team, expressing a willingness to improve the climate of Alabasta for her sake. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Unbeknownst to her, tears brimmed in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks and pooling onto the table. With a determined blink, Robin tried to squeeze the tears away, but the more she pressed, the more they flowed freely, unstoppable. Other girls, witnessing her distress, drew closer, their faces adorned with genuine smiles as they reached out to her in unison. Asking, "Robin, do you wish to join our team?" Faced with the tender, youthful hands before her, Robin could no longer contain herself and burst into tears, exclaiming through her sobs, "I do." Upon uttering those words, she immediately embraced Nami, Kaya, and Nico. Robin tightly. At that moment, Baize, who had been seated, felt as if his head were enveloped in a warm embrace, the development of events surpassing his wildest imagination. The instant Robin declared her willingness, his head was engulfed by the radiant lights of the four girls surrounding him. Overwhelmed by this unexpected joy, Baize found himself momentarily at a loss, his raised hand inadvertently pressed against Robin's lower back, prompting him to instinctively wiggle his fingers. In response, Robin's face flushed crimson as she released her grip on the others, while Nami, Kaya, and Nico. Robin exchanged knowing glances and rolled their eyes at Baize. Sensing the weight of their glances, Baize spread his arms in a gesture of innocence and turned to face Nami and the others, indicating his own unintentional involvement. However, upon turning back, he noticed Robin staring intently at his right hand, and suddenly recalled his earlier gesture. Realizing that it was perhaps inappropriate to have moved his fingers in front of someone he had only met a few times, he awkwardly coughed twice, raising his hand to cover his mouth. This only caused Robin's cheeks to redden further, her eyes brimming with a mix of shame and indignation. Baize, perplexed by her reaction, could only surmise that from Robin's perspective, his previous gesture had appeared rather bold. Meanwhile, Peach Rabbit, having just concluded a phone call with Akiji, entered the office to find Robin's face flushed with humiliation and the expressions of Nami and the others tinged with exasperation. Did I really only step out for a moment? What on earth transpired in my absence? The atmosphere in the office was indescribably tense, leaving Peach Rabbit bewildered and filled with insatiable curiosity about the events that had unfolded during her brief absence. Eagerly, she opened Baize's platinum diary, only to discover that he had inscribed a detailed account of the recent happenings. Happiness had unexpectedly knocked on his door, originally intending to convey a heartfelt handshake with Robin as a gesture of sincere invitation. He was taken aback by Robin's exuberance as she embraced the others, delivering an astonishing surprise. This marked the first time he had been encircled by the radiant lights of the four girls. A sensation beyond description. Regrettably, he hadn't captured that moment in his diary. Otherwise, it would have been a cherished memory for the future, if only Peach Rabbit had been there as well. However, given her physical prowess, it would have been no easy feat for Robin to envelop her as she did the others. Alas, what a pity. Yet, Baize couldn't help but note that Robin's embrace had felt unexpectedly delightful. As he continued to write, a chill began to creep through his body, sensing the strange and resentful glances from Nami, Robin, and the others. How peculiar. Why did he suddenly feel so cold? Nami had always been a benevolent angel. This was unexpected. He began to worry that Robin might unleash her true powers upon him. Could it be that the four girls found it hard to accept the recent unexpected turn of events? Indeed, he needed to find an opportunity to excuse himself. Just as Peach Rabbit was engrossed in reading, Baize abruptly stood up and addressed the group. The method I've devised to improve Alabasta's climate requires the strength of Admiral Akiji. I shall go and gauge the feasibility of my plans. With that proclamation, he vanished in an instant, leaving the girls staring at each other in bemusement, exhaling resigned sighs. Peach Rabbit, standing by, indulged in the unfolding drama. Particularly amused when she saw White Zai attempt to involve himself, but ultimately fail. Yet, a twinge of disappointment welled up within her as she observed the girl's exasperated expressions. Shaking her head, she dismissed the inexplicable feeling. Striving to cast it from her mind. At that moment, her feelings towards White Zai remained entangled in a web of conflicting emotions, both eager and hesitant, still wavering in her resolve. In contrast, bolstered by White Zai's encouragement and the sincere invitation from Nami and the others, Robin had firmly resolved to join White Zai's team. He truly was willing to confront the Admiral of the Navy for her sake, to alter the climate of Alabasta, and even to challenge the world government. As she gazed at the spot where White Zai had once stood, her heart raced with anticipation as she whispered to herself. Nami and the others rushed over to engage Robin in lively conversation, sharing dreams and hobbies, but much of their discussion revolved around White Zai. Peach Rabbit, seated nearby, chose to remain silent, grappling with her difficulty in accepting Robin's actions. However, when the conversation turned to matters concerning White Zai, she couldn't help but perk up her ears, listening intently and occasionally chiming in. Thus, the girls, united in their discussions about White Zai, gradually opened up, filling the office with the sound of their animated chatter. They harbored little concern over his departure. The more they interacted with White Zai and learned about him through the diary, the more they recognized his formidable presence. Their confidence in White Zai grew exponentially. Even Robin, who had yet to engage deeply with him, possessed unwavering faith in his capabilities. Despite the somewhat unrefined nature of White Zai documented in the diary, the real White Zai exuded reliability, strength, and an affable demeanor, instilling a profound sense of security. It felt as though, in his presence, they could face any challenge without fear. Thus, they were able to converse freely and comfortably. Meanwhile, having left Robin's office, White Zai found himself in a quaint town, the headquarters of the Baroque Works, yet devoid of many members, gifted with extraordinary intelligence from a young age. Robin had passed the O'Hara doctoral examination with flying colors at just 8 years old. Through years of training with the Baroque Works, her management skills had become formidable. Once she set her mind on becoming a force for good, Robin employed the Baroque Works to initiate efforts to improve Alabasta, resulting in the members being so preoccupied that they hardly remained at headquarters. Observing the sparsely populated town, White Zai offered a silent tribute to the members of Baroque Works. All right, it's time to seek out Akiji and ascertain the likelihood of my plan's success. Having gathered some insights from Peach Rabbit regarding Akiji's whereabouts, he felt confident about his next steps. Deep within the heart of Alabasta, Akiji donned a raincoat, traversing through the rain-soaked city, witnessing the elation on the faces of the citizens. Children frolicked freely in the downpour while adults looked on with smiles, having long awaited the refreshing rain. Akiji maintained a calm exterior, yet internally, he felt a stirring of conflicting emotions. He could see that the people were genuinely happy, rejoicing at the arrival of the rain. This contradicted the intelligence he had received, which painted Nico Robin as the orchestrator of droughts and conflict, plunging the populace into despair and suffering. Yet the scene before him starkly contrasted the grim reports, causing him to waver in his convictions. As he exited the city, he observed every individual wearing a heartfelt smile, reveling in the downpour. With his hands tucked in his pockets, Akiji turned to gaze back at the rain-kissed city, his instincts whispering that the truth of the situation was likely far removed from what he had been led to believe. This is troublesome. I should have brought more people. According to the intel from Peach Rabbit, the root of the issue seems to lie near the capital. I shall head there first. Akiji ran his fingers through his curly hair, expressing a hint of frustration before he gradually made his way towards the capital. Shortly after departing from the town, he lifted his gaze to find that the ominous clouds had vanished, replaced by a blazing sun. This scenario had been a constant since my arrival in Alabasta. Every city seemed to experience rain, as if it were orchestrated by human hands. Akiji easily discerned the peculiar nature of the rainfall. He tucked away his raincoat and gazed thoughtfully at the distant clouds. Was someone deliberately inducing rain in the cities? What could their purpose be? To alleviate drought. And how does this concern you? Nico Robin. Akiji murmured, acutely aware that the answers he sought could only be unveiled by meeting Nico Robin. Having transitioned from a city plagued by incessant rain to the sun-drenched expanse of the vast desert, Akiji found himself slightly disoriented by the stark contrast in climates. However, as a user of the ice fruit, he was unfazed by traversing the sunlit desert. A subtle chill began to envelop him, a stark contrast to the sweltering heat that would leave an ordinary person drenched in sweat. For Aokiji, it felt almost excessively cool. At that moment, Aokiji squinted into the distance, where a figure gradually emerged from the desert's horizon. Initially a mere speck, it expanded under the sun's radiant glow, exuding an almost ethereal brilliance. In a fleeting moment, Aokiji felt as though he were witnessing the sun itself walking among mortals, rendering the desert even more searing in its heat that he refrained from making any hasty moves. Maintaining his steady pace as they drew closer, and with the diminishing distance, that peculiar sensation began to wane. Before him stood a strikingly handsome man, adorned with a gentle smile that felt like a refreshing spring breeze. Even in the scorching desert heat, this unusual sensation was akin to a gentle breeze caressing his face. From the moment of their first glimpse to their formal introduction, Aokiji experienced a dissonance of feelings that weighed heavily on his heart. At this juncture, White Zetsu was also assessing the formidable force before him. Admiral Kazan of the Marine Headquarters, alias Aokiji. Towering at nearly 3 meters, he donned a deep blue shirt paired with a white waistcoat. Draped in the naval justice coat, and sported an eye patch, as if prepared to don it and recline to sleep at any moment. The air around him was infused with a languid aura, palpable even to White Zetsu, despite it being their first encounter. Yet, despite this air of nonchalance, White Zetsu dared not underestimate him. This particular trio of admirals was regarded as the strongest in the Navy's history, having already earned the moniker of monsters before ascending to their ranks. Each admiral boasted abilities that reached the pinnacle of maritime prowess, excelling in physicality, haki, and the powers of their respective devil fruits. Even Kizaru, often criticized by their mentor Zifa for his inadequate martial arts, was only deemed lacking in comparison to his overwhelmingly potent devil fruit abilities. But was he truly inadequate? Zifa, having ascended to admiral through his exceptional skill, deemed Kizaru's abilities insufficient by his own standards. Yet, even Kizaru's so-called deficient martial arts could effortlessly overwhelm ordinary marine commanders. Such was the caliber of this trio, each a terrifying force in their own right. As they met for the first time, both White Zetsu and Aokiji held the other in high esteem within their hearts. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Admiral Aokiji," White Zetsu greeted, "an unknown powerhouse. What brings you here?" Aokiji displayed no surprise at White Zetsu's recognition of him, but as a representative of the Navy, one would inevitably gain some awareness while navigating the seas. Nonetheless, White Zetsu's presence made Aokiji reflect on the vastness of the ocean, teeming with hidden talents and countless unknown warriors. Even Aokiji felt compelled to regard White Zetsu with a measure of seriousness. "That you've come regarding Robin, I presume. There's no need to trouble yourself searching for her. I am well aware of the entire sequence of events surrounding the Alabasta incident." With a smile, White Zetsu replied, his words brimming with eagerness, causing Aokiji to raise an eyebrow. It seemed a confrontation was inevitable. "Defeating you should compel you to reveal the truth, correct?" Aokiji, with a swift nod from White Zetsu, conjured an ice knife that he aimed directly at him. With a clang, White Zetsu manifested a long sword in response. The Great Day Divine Artifact. Their weapons clashed, and Aokiji's ice knife shattered into countless shards, cascading towards White Zetsu. Even before the ice fragments made contact, an overwhelming chill washed over White Zetsu, prompting him to retreat swiftly. As White Zetsu moved back, the ice began to spread outwards from Aokiji's position, the earlier shards merely a prelude. This was the true lethal assault. Even a marine commander would find themselves easily frozen into an icy sculpture by this onslaught. White Zetsu swiftly unleashed a series of slicing strikes with his sword, the fierce brilliance of his blade shredding the encroaching ice. That a master swordsman? No, it was the realm of a sword master. Yet, through sheer physical prowess, he wielded strikes that rivaled those of a grandmaster. Aokiji discerned White Zetsu's swordsmanship with a quiet admiration, remarking internally on his formidable physique, though the icy assault was interrupted. Aokiji had no intention of halting his advance. From his core, the ice continued to expand in all directions. Even if White Zetsu shattered the ice before him, he could not impede the relentless advance of the cold from the sides and even behind him. Observing Aokiji's effortless manipulation of the environment, White Zetsu's eyes brightened. His plan indeed required the raw and unyielding nature of a Logia user, faced with the encroaching ice that spiraled inward. White Zetsu, positioned at the center of this icy ring, ceased his slashing. Circular blade. Gripping his sword tightly, he executed a powerful horizontal slash, unleashing a massive circular wave of energy, centered on White Zetsu. It radiated outward like a rapidly expanding halo, shattering the ice in its path with a ferocity akin to autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. As Akiji perceived White Zetsu's countermeasure, his pupils narrowed in surprise. He had managed to unravel the assault solely through his swordsmanship? From above, a massive expanse of ice abruptly emerged in the desert, leaving a vast area devoid of frost around White Zetsu. He surveyed the size of this ice field with satisfaction, acknowledging its dimensions through the sun's rays. Given Akiji's condition, if he were to unleash the Ice Age, he could undoubtedly create a field 10 times larger. Yet, he refrained from doing so here, mindful of avoiding collateral damage. To Alabasta's Grand Golden Desert. That's where you can unleash your full potential. White Zetsu gestured towards Akiji, directing his gaze towards the faint silhouette of a city behind him. The ice field Akiji had conjured formed a central prototype around him. Yet the city loomed as a significant gap in this icy expanse. Akiji glanced sideways, uncertain of White Zetsu's stance. However, should he unleash his full power, he could not guarantee the safety of the city behind him. Since White Zetsu had broached the topic, he decided to accompany him to the Golden Desert. The might of a marine admiral instilled in Akiji a complete disregard for any potential traps. Very well, lead the way, but I hope that once we've finished, you will be forthcoming with the truth. White Zetsu nodded, smiling as he sheathed his long sword and turned towards the Golden Desert. With Akiji following at a leisurely pace, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Deep within Alabasta's Golden Desert, two figures appeared in sequence, with White Zetsu once more manifesting his long sword, its hilt archaically adorned. The blade's tip crowned with a beast symbolizing war and slaughter. The blade was sharp beyond compare, with faint golden patterns trailing along its edge, shimmering brilliantly in the sun's reflection, captivating Akiji's attention as he examined it closely for the first time. Merely gazing upon it, one can perceive the extraordinary nature of this long blade. No wonder it was able to shatter my ice sword with a single strike during our previous clash. Qingji pondered, though his hands exhibited no hesitation. A fierce chill erupted from his grasp, swiftly cloaking half of his visage in frost. As an ice bird took flight towards Baize, the bird flapped its wings violently, unleashing a torrent of frigid air, transforming the once arid and sweltering desert into a realm of biting winter in an instant. General Qingji, is there truly a need for further probing? Did we not already test the waters? It is time to unleash your true abilities, Baize declared. With a swift motion, he angled his long blade and executed a diagonal slash, cleaving the ice bird in two. The shattering frost refracted countless rays of sunlight, creating a dazzling spectacle. Accompanying this strike, Baize transcended mere swordsmanship, enveloped in a subtle golden radiance, as if the sunlight itself were drawn to him. Prepared for defense, Baize's form surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, effortlessly closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye, and his long sword descended with tremendous force. Faced with this overwhelming blow, Qingji remained unperturbed, transforming much of his body into ice. He unleashed another ice bird in close proximity. Alas, the bird was instantly obliterated by Baize's long sword, which continued its relentless descent toward Qingji. As a companion of the Great Sun artifact, its resilience far surpassed that of ordinary blades. Even the most formidable supreme blade in existence could not hope to displace the Great Sun artifact in the slightest. Confronted with this ferocious strike, Qingji chose not to evade, allowing the long sword to collide with him. Boom! The keen blade cleaved downward, sending countless shards of ice scattering in all directions, as much of Qingji's form was shattered in that singular blow. Yet Baize understood that such physical attacks bore no consequence against a user of the natural-type devil fruit. Frost enveloped Qingji's countenance as Baize's long sword embedded itself within him, countless splintered ice fragments cascading onto Baize. To his disappointment, however, the golden glow surrounding Baize effortlessly melted the frost away, as if a droplet of water had fallen onto a red-hot frying pan, instantly vaporizing into the air. Realizing that ordinary frost was ineffectual, Qingji raised his hand, conjuring an ice blade imbued with haki, fortifying it against easy destruction. Clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows, prompting Baize to silently marvel at Qingji, renowned as the most powerful of the three admirals throughout naval history. Each one was a polymath of combat, excelling in physical prowess, dual haki, and their relatively obscure swordsmanship, all at an exceptionally high level. Not to mention the most lauded abilities of the three admirals, the natural-type devil fruit powers. Even in swordsmanship, Qingji possessed the skill of a swordmaster, able to exchange dozens of blows with Baize without leaving any openings for exploitation. Clang, Baize's long sword collided with Qingji's ice blade. Yet this time, they did not separate immediately, as though they were entangled in a fierce struggle. As their strengths clashed, both weapons emitted a series of crackling sounds. In the throes of their contest, the icy ground beneath them began to fracture. Centered around their feet, cracks spread outward, extending for hundreds of meters before finally ceasing. That it was unfathomable that such a top-tier powerhouse remained nameless. Do you truly not consider joining the Navy to uphold justice? The force transmitted through the ice blade astonished Qingji, a warrior of such caliber, remaining inconspicuous in the vast seas. It was well known that the strong in the world of One Piece typically harbored ambitions for power, wealth, or personal pursuits, fueling their resolve to pursue greatness. Very few could remain detached from desires, steadily climbing to the pinnacle of the ocean. Such individuals were indeed rare. Thus, Qingji was taken aback, recognizing Baize's prowess as one of the ocean's elite. Yet he remained unnoticed. Even someone as typically languid as himself couldn't help but feel a sense of loss for such talent, contemplating an invitation for Baize to join the Navy in the pursuit of justice together. Regrettably, I have grown accustomed to my carefree lifestyle, often indulging in pursuits of my own choosing, and I am not fond of constraints, Baize replied lightly, though the strength he wielded remained unwavering. Indeed, that is a pity. It seems we must resolve this through force, a method I detest. However, understanding the Alabasta incident is of utmost importance to me, so I apologize, but I shall give it my all, Qingji replied with a similarly casual tone, though tinged with a hint of regret. Even so, the intensity of his grip did not wane. Rather, it subtly intensified as their powers surged. Faint golden patterns began to emerge upon Baize's arms, accompanied by a crisp crack. This clash had finally reached its first turning point. Qingji cast a regretful glance at his ice blade, where a barely perceptible crack had formed at the point of contact with Baize's longsword. Yet, this crack symbolized the vast disparity in strength between Qingji's ice blade and Baize's long sword. How unfortunate. If only I had a better blade, perhaps I could fight more freely, Baize remarked, noting the fissure in Qingji's ice blade with a hint of regret. With a sudden surge of strength, Baize's golden patterns began to radiate a soft glow, and as this golden light emerged, his power escalated dramatically. The ice blade could no longer withstand the force of their clash and shattered explosively. As Baize's long sword arced forward, cleaving Qingji's form in two. Unfazed by the disintegration of his body, Qingji summoned Haki to his right leg, executing a whip kick imbued with chilling energy towards Baize. Indeed, the natural-type devil fruit users held an innate advantage. Baize raised his hand to block, the golden patterns shimmering upon his forearm, a manifestation of solar energy that enhanced his strength, fortified his defenses, repelled damage, neutralized toxins, and immunized against foreign invasions. Thud. Baize felt as if he had collided with an iceberg, his body slightly veering to the right, his right leg anchoring him as he redirected the powerful impact into the ground. The already fractured ice beneath them was further devastated, reducing it to grains of ice as fine as rice. Baize was not to be outdone. He countered with a swift kick to Qingji's abdomen. Initially, Qingji remained nonchalant, yet as the golden patterns glimmered upon Baize's leg, his observation Haki began to alert him. However, by that time, evasion was no longer an option. When Baize's kick landed squarely on Qingji's abdomen, it felt as though he had been struck head-on by a rapidly sailing warship, sending him hurtling backward uncontrollably. He soared through the air until crashing to the ground hundreds of meters away, ice shards exploding around him as he slowly rose, shaken to his core. Had he not activated his elementalization in time, he would have found himself in a far more dire predicament. Baize's silhouette followed closely behind, delivering another powerful strike that shattered Qingji into countless ice fragments. The subsequent series of slashing attacks left no opportunity for Qingji to reconstitute his form. Yet, Qingji was not merely a passive target. He relentlessly employed ice erosion, striving to restrict Baize's speed and curtail his rapid onslaught. However, the previously effective ice erosion proved utterly impotent against Baize, whose golden aura melted away all encroaching ice. Attempts to reform his body were thwarted by Baize's relentless strikes, leaving Qingji no hope of regaining his form amidst the continuous assault. Baize wielded his longsword with precision, yet his gaze and solar awareness remained fixated on Qingji's position. Finally, at a pivotal moment, he sensed an overwhelming chill emanating from Qingji's vicinity, prompting him to pivot and retreat at lightning speed. As he withdrew, a resounding voice echoed in his ears. Ice Age. A formidable wave of cold surged forth from Qingji's location. encompassing an expansive area that if Qingji's previous ice erosion felt akin to placing a few large ice blocks on a hot summer day, this was akin to being unceremoniously tossed into a freezer. Not only has there been a significant enhancement in quality, but the extent of this phenomenon is also undeniably vast. As the chilling terror approached, Baize positioned his long blade horizontally before him. The faint golden patterns on the blade began to radiate with brilliance, enveloping Baize's form and resonating harmoniously with the golden light that had previously coalesced around him, regardless of how the frigid air sought to erode the golden glow. It remained steadfast and indomitable. The ice age of Aokiji could effortlessly freeze the waters between several islands, illustrating the immense range of its influence. Furthermore, it could persist for an entire week, even under the relentless sun and the relentless crashing of waves. It could maintain its hold for 7 days, showcasing the extraordinary potency of its chill. Beneath the pervasive cold of the Ice Age, the landscape beyond the realm of Baize's golden light was an expanse of stark whiteness. All that met the eye was a chilling atmosphere, so terrifying that even one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, would be instantaneously encased in the embrace of the sun. This formidable chill had spread across the entire Golden Desert, transforming the largest desert in Alabasta into a frozen expanse. The sheer magnitude of ice created in that moment attested to the natural devil fruit's reputation for possessing cataclysmic destructive power. Faced with this overwhelming assault, Baize refused to remain passive. His long blade shimmered with a golden radiance, and the golden light enveloping him grew increasingly dazzling, intense, and fervent. From an aerial perspective, one could observe the ultimate chill emanating from deep within the Golden Desert, morphing it into a silver ice field. Upon the snowy expanse, a dense blanket of cold air lingered. Yet, in one particular spot, a glimmer of golden light blossomed, as the light boldly defied the storm and the cold. It unleashed its own power, gradually expanding. In the blink of an eye, it had already formed a colossal tempest. The golden solar storm encircled Baize, expanding gradually, radiating its formidable might amidst the frigid chill. Wherever it passed, ice melted, and the terrifying heat transformed the cold air into countless ascending vaporous tendrils. The closer one approached Baize, the more fearsome the temperature became. Even the yellow sands beneath his feet melted into crystalline forms resembling glass. In that moment, the blazing sun cast down its radiant solar storm upon the mortal realm. Chill and tempest clashed fiercely. Yet, as time progressed, the storm continued to expand, enveloping even Aokiji's position within the heart of the solar storm. Aokiji's form suddenly coalesced. However, he was horrified to discover that his body was uncontrollably dissolving into droplets, which in an instant evaporated into vapor. The terrifying temperature was beyond even his capacity to endure. Despite being an ability user of the ice fruit, such a scenario had never occurred even in the face of Akainu's magma powers. Aokiji gazed in shock towards Baize's direction, the epicenter of the solar storm. Suddenly recalling the sensation he had felt upon their first encounter, as though a son had walked among mortals, it became clear that the feeling during their initial meeting was not merely a figment of his imagination. Aokiji swiftly employed his powers, erecting a massive icy barrier around himself to prevent further erosion by the solar storm. At the center of the solar tempest, Baize, perceiving the sun, saw that the silver ice field covering the entire Golden Desert had completely evaporated into vapor. A vast quantity of steam gathering above the Golden Desert, Baize began to concentrate the solar storm, shifting it from width to height, propelling this blazing tempest skyward. As Baize's powers manifested, a resounding thunderclap echoed. The utterly unreasonable natural devil fruit, with its chilling capabilities, produced steam that could hardly be compared to the entirety of Alabasta. Baize surveyed the spreading dark clouds, finally nodding in satisfaction. His objective in battling Aokiji had been achieved. Given that Alabasta's meteorological system had become exceedingly chaotic due to the frequent use of dance powder, rendering it nearly impossible to restore order, why not simply overhaul it entirely? He would push aside the entire meteorological system and initiate a comprehensive update. This deluge originating from the Golden Desert would differ from the rain summoned by Robin, which had merely concentrated in urban areas. This torrential rain would engulf the entire Alabasta kingdom, thoroughly rejuvenating its meteorological system and eradicating the chaos brought about by the dance powder. For the might of nature is beyond human reach. Once the influence of dance powder was removed, the natural forces would swiftly restore the weather to normalcy. Following this deluge, the desert of Alabasta would likely give rise to more oases. Baize sheathed his long blade and gazed at the suddenly appearing Aokiji, breaking into a smile. Aokiji, with a piercing gaze, regarded Baize, gradually relaxing after a moment. "So you merely see me as a tool for Rain?" "Nonsense. This is a shared achievement for both of us, a benevolent act that benefits all the people of Alabasta. Even if I had informed you in advance, you would certainly be willing to assist." Aokiji raised his head to the sky, noncommittal regarding Baize's words. "Now you must surely tell me the truth about Alabasta." Of course. Raindrops began to fall sporadically, nourishing the barren, parched land as Baize and Aokiji traversed the desert. With Baize gradually recounting the truths he knew. When there were no options, he had none. Now that there were choices, he aspired to be a good person. Aokiji repeated this phrase to Baize, inquiring, "Did Robin truly say that?" "Indeed, those were her exact words, and I have recounted them verbatim." Upon receiving Baize's affirmative response, Aokiji finally relaxed. He had come to understand the origins of the Alabasta incident and was well aware of Robin's actions. It seems that Salo had neither saved the wrong person nor misjudged anyone. Aokiji had yet to utter a final thought. He had not misjudged either. The little girl he had released had not grown into a villain maintaining her own territory. Baize nodded gently, just as Robin had stated. If there were choices, who would willingly choose to be a villain? Now, at last, she could make her own decisions, following her heart to become a good person. Even when faced with the denunciation of the Baroque Works members and the pressure from the world government, Robin was still willing to change for the sake of the people of Alabasta. Although her actions were somewhat extreme, using dance powder nationwide only exacerbated the chaos in the meteorological system, had it not been for Baize's timely intervention. When Robin was eventually apprehended by the Navy or the world government,